Chapter 1. If the danger is always accompanied by opportunities, it is a large bowl of chicken soup fed to the practitioners under the framework of successful learning, then Yang has reason to believe that he will be killed by chicken soup sooner or later, because danger is vividly displayed on his body. And thoroughly. Yang is an electrician, the kind of high-voltage live operation. For his own career, Yang can't talk about it. The salary is okay, it can be regarded as the high-income group in the eyes of others, but the hard work is only known by himself. In recent days, the country has experienced heavy snowfall, and many power grids located in mountainous areas have become the hardest hit areas. Early this morning, the team in which Yang was located was instructed to immediately perform emergency repairs on the grid that was crushed by snow in the mountains. This activity can't be deduced, the order must be in place, so Yang went to the scene early in the morning and put it into a tight repair. He and the workers went to climb up the iron pagoda and stepped on the insulator string to carry out the last link. On the cold high-pressure iron pagoda, hunting cold winds swept through the snow of the goose feathers, blowing on the face like a blade is cutting hard. Every time you carry out a movement, you need to consume a lot of physical strength. Yang waved his sore arm and took off the frosty mask to prepare to catch his breath. Then a strong wind came, Yang's foot was empty, and then, under the influence of gravity, fell down. The sharp angle iron cut off the safety rope and seat belt attached to the body. Even if it has double insurance, it can't hold the call of death. The whole world begins to spin around. At the moment when the consciousness disappears, flashes a white light in his mind. There are countless pictures from small to large. Dark, cold, this is a monotonous and desperate place, ice cold, biting pain throughout the nerves, people are not willing to stay here for a moment. Suddenly, a spider-like light tore the sky, Yang woke up from his sleep. Where is this place? Yang suddenly woke up and sat up in the head and found himself lying on a spacious wooden bed covered with a poorly thin quilt. It was as rough as a linen cloth, and it was uncomfortable to cover it. This is a small bungalow. There are some simple living utensils such as tables, chairs, and bed cabinets in the room with more than 10 squares. There is no other furniture. The walls of white have not been modified, and the wooden pillars exposed to the outside are also very primitive. Of course, no electrified equipment was found. This is second, a thing like a desk calendar caught his attention, but the years above have kept him stunned. A year that I have never seen before. Wait, I obviously fell off iron pagoda, not in the hospital, that's all, how come here? With his years of experience in reading novels, in this case, the possibility of crossing is extremely great. And looking at the surrounding environment, most likely still traversed to the world where technology is not developed. Gently patted the chest with his hand. Hey, this hand is small arms and calves, yes, his body has shrunk, it looks like 12 to 13 years old. If you still have doubts before, then you can now 100% to make sure you are crossing. Looking back at the countless traversing texts I have seen before. The scene of the scene seems to flash through my mind like a movie. The expectation of the protagonist awe-inspiring and the big directions of the 4 directions did not appear. In addition to the sorrow, there was only a circle. It is the same as the different awe. Just as Yang was immersed in his own memories, creak, the wooden door of the room was pushed open, a black shadow flew in from the house like a little squirrel, and the blink of an eye came to Yang. Yang only felt a flower in front of him. He didn't wait for him to react. His hand was held by another small hand, cool and delicate. Senior brother, you are awake, both my father and I are worried about death. The sweet voice is full of joy. Soon, a delicate little face was put in front of Yang. It was a very cute girl. The dark green's beautiful hair was slightly curled. The length of the hair just covered the ear flaps, delicate and cute, and the tail was tied with a ribbon. The white face is delicate and small, and the eyebrows are curved like a willow. The 2 eyes fluttered, full of spiritual intelligence, and the pair of cockroaches were also dark green, looking old, only 11 to 12 years old. Baby. Yang looked at the girl who looked like terrible tornado and habitually blurred out. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped. Who is this girl? Why did she call her baby? Yang frowns. In the subconsciousness, it seems that the girl in front of her eyes is the memory of the body itself. Mexia heard Yang's name to himself, and his mouth was upset with dissatisfaction. Senior brother, said that you should not call someone's nickname, how do you call it again? Oh, sorry. Yang said apologetically, but there was a doubt in his heart. He needed to spend some time to organize his thoughts. Senior brother, don't your body. Seeing Yang for a long time, there was no sound, and Mexia screamed with concern. The whole person was lying on the edge of the bed. The little face came together and was very concerned about look at him. Nothing, there is Nod's halo. Yang waved his hand and didn't know what to say, but fortunately, this little girl didn't seem to think much, just smashed the reason that Yang made up. Afterwards, Yang finally figured out his current identity by chatting side by side. It turns out that his current name is also Yang, 13 years old, is the eldest disciple of a martial arts school named Heavenly Sky School, and the little girl in front of her is junior sister Mexia, who is 2 years younger than herself. Just after the 11th birthday. Speaking of this Heavenly Sky School, it is a mid-grade school of martial arts circle. It is said that it has been brilliant for several generations, but as the times change, a new generation of new people is now lost. Really getting started disciples counts only a dozen people. It can be seen that Mexia is still very proud of Heavenly Sky School. There is no exaggeration in words. In her description, Heavenly Sky School is a great school with more than a dozen entry-level disciples. Now the head is her father. But from the description of only a dozen introductory disguises, Yang knew that this was just a lost school. There is not much useful information from Mexia, because Mexia itself is still young and there is not much information, so how many powerhouses and populations are there in the current world? And how many countries are divided into several countries? Yang is not known. Father said long ago, don't overtrain when training, but you just don't listen. Mexia squinted like a little lord, but rolled the eyes and his mind changed. Yes, I want to tell the father about this news. You have pulled a lot of homework these days, and some of you are behind of. Little girl came too fast, Yang still wanted to ask her some other things, she just like a flexible kitten blinked and smashed out from the gate. Because the speed is too fast, the wooden door at the door is still swinging in the creak. Yang is stunned at the back of Mexia, took a deep breath. Good speed. This speed, even the previous life track and field athletes can't compare with it. Is it that I think wrong? This is only a dozen of Heavenly Sky School, which is actually a great school of hidden world. This world seems to be a world where martial arts exists. Looking at the flexible look of Mexia, the people of this world are not weak. Yang sorted out the limited information that was scoured from Mexia, and the eyes flashed. After a little worry, but soon recovered calm. From the bed, Yang walked out of the room and found that the outside was actually a small yard. The yard is about 50 square meters. On one side of the open space, there is a row of wood, and there is an open-air single burning stove on the side, covered with a mat. In the center, there are a series of stone piers of different sizes, which are not small, like they are used to train the body. The ground is very solid, but there are more than a dozen large pits of more than 30 centimeters wide. At first glance, they are pulled out by the stone pier. The predecessor is a person who is diligent in training. Yang wondered as he approached the stone piers and picked one of the middle-sized ones to test his strength. Since he came to this world, he must ensure that he has the ability to protect himself before he is familiar with the world. Hold the handle of the stone pier, and apply a little force, then the face is a little strange. It doesn't feel heavy, but it feels a little light. Muang's eyes lit up and then actually lifted the stone pier with one hand. Look at the size of this stone pier, and say that there are also 40 to 50 jins. I actually raised it with one hand. Is it true that the world physique is so good? Muang secretly speculated that his heart could not help but provoked a storm. Try again. He put the palm of his hand on the stone pier, then increased the strength. The blue veins on the back of the hand were exposed, and then slammed hard, and saw that the large rock of 40 to 50 was easily picked up by him. After flying to a height of more than 10 meters, it began to fall under the influence of gravity. With a bang, the big rock just fell in the big pit not far away, and immediately raised a piece of smoke. Muang stayed at this scene, and there was a surprise in my heart. From the impact of the fall of the stone pier, the gravity of this stone pier is real, not the one that looks heavy but actually light. My body, there is such a big strength. Muang was very surprised. He knew that he didn't make full strength just now. There are still some reservations in strength, but even so, the strength just dropped the 40 to 50 pounds of big stones. This is him. I used to think that no dare thought. Sure enough, his body is not ordinary. Is this the effect of this world martial arts? Or is this world's human physique particularly high? Heavenly Sky School, this may be a very powerful martial arts school. No, now I think these are extra, he has to get more information before he can make a correct judgment. Chapter 2. In the next period of time, Muang continued to test his own speed and explode power, and the data he got was very pleasant. Although he is not very skilled in this body control, such physique is far away. More than his previous life, this result has made him very satisfied. In short, this physical quality is really high and scary. Muang thought happily. And suddenly, his brow wrinkled, and a sharp tingling began to spread, and the brain seemed to become a smashed paste. Then, as if in a whirlpool, the memories of the two worlds are mixed in the brain, and the fragmented images are gathered into different segments, flashing in his consciousness. This is the memory of this body. Muang, Heavenly Sky School, Great Azure Mountain. Heavenly Sky School is located in the periphery zone of the Great Azure mountain range, and then it is a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of kilometers, including some very dangerous wild animals. After spending a little time sorting out my thoughts, Muang gradually calmed down. There is no doubt that he really crossed, but in the end it is soulware or reincarnation, he has not figured out. In short, this body memory has been mostly received by him, but these memories are usually buried deep and messy. It is also necessary for him to explore further. Just like the former blurred out called Mexia as the baby, it is the conditioning of the subconsciousness. After a moment of wandering in the yard, Muang returned to the house and rummaged through the cabinet, trying to find something that would trigger his memory. But unfortunately, the room was very simple, and Muang didn't find anything useful. Instead, when he opened the drawer, he found a mirror. From the work of this mirror, he judged that he was at least not living in ancient times. It's not like ancient times. For him who is used to modern life, he can't accept the inconvenience of ancient times. Made an expression on the mirror, Muang grinned and laughed. The appearance of Muang appears in the mirror: black hair and eyes, regular features are clear, the face is thin, the spirit is slightly wilting. This is the reason for the serious illness, but this does not affect his handsome appearance, if you adjust it well, a standard handsome man. It looks quite handsome. Muang couldn't hold the knots in the mirror, and he was very satisfied with his current situation. The skill is good, it is handsome, and it is still a school's eldest disciple. To say that status is also there. With such conditions, Muang feels that this is stable, and it is a good starting point, even if it is a good starting point. It is not a protagonist treatment, as long as it does not encounter the tragedy of the extermination, or set in the villain mode to die and protagonist as an enemy, mixed eating and so on is no problem. But how can Muang's ambition be only such a thing? As a transmigrator, how can I be sorry for my identity if I don't do anything? However, it is only after he has figured out the pattern of the world, then it is time for him to show his ambitions. Senior brother. Just as Muyang dreamed of a better life in the future, a long, screaming scream of sorrow came from far and near. Muyang heard the sound, went to the yard, and for a moment, Mexia's small silhouette appeared in front of him, and there was a burly man next to her. The man had a beard on his face, his hair was messy. His clothes were very simple, but his body was exuding a compelling aura, especially the eyes of the gods, like the eagle, making people not dare. In the moment of seeing the person in front of him, Muyang immediately remembered the identity of the opposite side. He is the head of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts School, the father of Mexia Isaac, and Muyang's current body of the teacher. Teacher. Muyang bent slightly and expressed her sincere greetings. Isaac moved towards Muyang, nods, asked with concern, "How? You just woke up, what is the body uncomfortable?" Muyang shook his head. Isaac saw it and pressed it at Muyang's different positions to confirm that it was not a big problem. Warned repeated, "The body is no longer a problem, but before the overdraft is very good, remember to take care of it. After that, martial arts should remember not to do this again." Desperate. Our Heavenly Sky School is about solid culture, nurturing within the body's elemental energy. The body is fundamental. You are so indiscriminate training, it will only run counter to the main theme. This time, your luck is only causing a loss in your body. It will not be so lucky next time. Muyang certainly can't remember the profound truth of Heavenly Sky School, but he can't show it in front of Isaac, so he has to wait for nods. In the future, I will let Mexia supervise your training. There are not many people in our school. It depends on your inheritance. It is eldest senior brother to lead by example. Disciple understood. Muyang can only be nods, obediently trained, and Mexia smiles on the sidelines. After seeing him, Isaac explained that he had to recuperate and then left. Heavenly Sky School was supported by Isaac. He had several other disciplines that needed guidance and had no time to delay. After Isaac left, Muyang was relaxed, although Isaac just had a stop there, but the strong sense of oppression made him feel flustered. This is probably the aura of martial artist. Picking his brow, Muyang bit his lip and looked back at Mexia, who was smirking at his mouth. "Baby, you seem to be very happy." "Where? I don't laugh, senior brother, you must see your eyes." Mexia took a smile and said it in a serious way. Muyang glanced at her, didn't talk, and immediately made Mexia a little discouraged. "Well, I just laughed for a while." Muyang humph is no longer looking for Mexia. For the next 10 days, Muyang slowly adjusted his body under the care of Mexia. Finally, when he raised his body, he also relearned the training technique of Heavenly Sky School from Mexia. Due to the scattered memories in the brain, Muyang, who was once again on the road, quickly mastered the technology of Heavenly Sky School. So far, Muyang and Mexia training are still very basic things. According to Isaac, the early stage training of Heavenly Sky School is based on physical body self-tempering. Deep content, in short, is a technique that is difficult to follow. Thanks to the foundation that the body originally laid, after Muyang took over, it didn't take much effort, and soon mastery what he had learned before. A month later, Muyang, who was thoroughly familiar with his physical condition, began his normal training. Heavenly Sky School as a martial arts school, the entire disciple lived a semi-secret life, located in the Great Azure Mountain, away from the mundane world. And behind the Great Azure Mountain is leaning against the hundreds of miles of primitive mountain, which has no specific name, but it hides countless dangerous life forms. The edge can be used as a to gain experience, but without the leadership of the teacher, the Heavenly Sky School disciple is ordered not to go deep into the primitive mountain. One day, sun shone brightly, the wind and the sun. Small courtyard. Muyang slammed the fighting technique in the rain, constantly practicing the basic movement, punching, lifting the legs and kicking, and adjusting the muscles of the body in the constant movement. Every training gives him the feeling of to shed one's mortal body and exchange one's bones, and the visible progress of the naked eye makes Muiyang happy. Drops of sweat drip from the bridge of the nose, and between the body's maneuvers, immediately induces numerous cyclones. These cyclones create friction with the airflow in the air, and suddenly sounded the sound of the shock of peng, peng, and peng. Muiyang's body movement speed is also extremely fast. He quickly turns his body, and there are several ambiguous afterimages in the air, just like the speed that Mexia showed on the same day, but Muiyang's speed seems even more than Mexia. Faster. After a long while, Muiyang calmed the airflow and stood in place to adjust the internal key. Heavenly Sky School early stage training gave him the same feeling as he did in the training martial arts manual, and he was obsessed with it, with the body gradually creating a warm air stream. This airflow is said to be the elemental energy cultivated by Heavenly Sky School martial arts. It has a nurturing body and breaks the potential. Muiyang doesn't know how many of them are real, but from the current performance, it is clear that Heavenly Sky School martial arts is really unique. Where? If it is changed to martial arts world, it can be called martial arts expert with his current power. This is only the result of his practice for more than a month, and it will definitely be even more powerful in the future. Unexpectedly, Muiyang's eyes flashed a hint of bright glow, and his eyes became more determined. He feels like he is going to fly. Chapter 3. The white clouds are blooming, the blue sky is like sea water, and it seems to be washed as usual, and it is extraordinarily translucent. Muiyang's small courtyard is located on a small hill in the Great Azure Mountain. There are several similar mountains nearby. Those are the places where Heavenly Sky School's other disciples live. In order not to affect each other's training, each disciple has a relatively independent the environment so that the disciples are self-training. The places where these disciples lived are just a few of the places where Great Azure Mountain is insignificant. On this day, Muiyang was dressed neatly, wearing a relatively rough work cloth and shoes. After feeling the backwardness of the times, he hurried down the mountain. Today is the time for Teacher Isaac and several elders to teach the disciples martial arts. This will be taught once every 7 genius, and Muiyang certainly won't miss such a good opportunity. Walking on the road, as the road gradually widened, from time to time, I encountered some discus clees gathered from other trails. I saw Muiyang. These disciples were very enthusiastic to say hello to him, and Muiyang smiled and returned. The closer to the martial arts building of Heavenly Sky School, the more people there are, and the older children are growing out of the crowd. It seems that some of them are fully grown. In fact, these older people are not Heavenly Sky School, the real disciple, but the trainer in the nearby village. As the most famous martial arts school in Tenli, the Heavenly Sky School has a very high prestige, and there are countless practitioners, but there are not many people inside Heavenly Sky School. Including Teacher Isaac and several elders, there are only 16 real disciples. Under the Great Azure Mountain, it is the village where crowds gather. Heavenly Sky School, although it is a martial arts school, it can't be detached from the world. The daily use of so many students in a school needs to be purchased from nearby villages. So in the under the mountain, Heavenly Sky School still has one martial dojo facing the masses. Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo. In addition to purchasing some of the disposable items of the disciples, the martial dojo also teaches the villagers some simple martial arts to recruit some potential disciples. Clang! 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 As the voice of the copper gong rang, all the arriving sippies entered the building. Immediately in the bright hall of the building, it became very vocal, but soon, all quiet, waiting for the appearance of teacher. Muiyang sat in the forefront of all the disciples, next to Mexia, who was always skinny, and was scratching Muiyang's arm with his little hand. Quiet, whispered. Mexia flattened his mouth and glared at him with a blank eye. Muiyang was speechless. This girl was always a slap in the face. She used to be always used to her, so she developed her current problems. Then she saw her alone in a daze, and her eyes looked straight toward the light source that shone brightly on the ceiling of the building. It is a light, and it needs a kind of energy driven by electric energy. It is very magical. It is said to be a technology that has been researched and popularized by the outside world. The martial arts building has electric lights inside, thanks to an elder that brings generators and cables from the outside world, taking advantage of the bright and glaring light bulbs. The soft light is not as smoked and hot as the fire candle, which makes the disciple each and every time from the nearby villages seeing this item from time to time. Only Muiyang sat on the ground and remained calm. The electric light thing, his previous life sees much, but the ability to see the electric light in this world also makes him feel gratified, at least that the world he is in is not too backward. Other disciples don't know the inside story. They haven't been to a big city. It's very novel. Seeing eldest senior brother is so indifferent, I really admire it. Waiting a little for a period of time, teacher Isaac and several elders came out from the back hall. Muiyang was sitting in the middle of danger, very seriously looking towards the front of elder. Heavenly Sky School. There are not many old people in the previous generation, only 6, the number of inheritance is very small, even if it is the Muiyang generation, the new diocese has increased, but the entire Heavenly Sky School has only achieved 10 people. It's not that you don't want to increase the number of disciples, but the resources that disciple consumes are too scary. This is where Heavenly Sky School differs from other schools. Other school fosters disciple just to teach martial arts. Then, self-tempering, achieved to see the potential of disciple. However, Heavenly Sky School different, because the inheritance of Heavenly Sky School is relatively old, the concept of training is very different from other schools. It does not require disciples to bravely fight, training a powerful power, but it is to cultivate the body. Cultivate elemental energy, stretch the blood. The result is that in addition to the potential of the disciple, the resources invested by the early stage are also very amazing, especially the one-on-one teaching. The limited faculty power can't support a large number of disciples, so they can only choose the elite route. After the end of martial arts training. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother, is the world outside really like Carl Uncle? Everyone lives in a big village called urban. Mexia chatter continuous like a yellow singer, constantly asking Muiyang outside the thing of the world. What big village? It is a city. Muiyang stopped and answered. Isn't a lot of people living together, what is different with the village? Mexia squinted and couldn't figure out the difference between the village and the city. You think it's a big village? Muiyang thought about it and did not know how to explain it to Mexia. It seems that there is no way to explain nuclear energy to the ancients. There is no such concept in mind. Mexia is still small, unlike Muiyang, which has memories from Earth. It is normal to understand the difference between city and village. According to the news from Isaac's junior brother Carl Uncle, the world is now undergoing tremendous changes. A power called technology is gradually awakening, and many places have been licensed to the power of technology. For the senior brother, would you like to enter primitive mountain training in the afternoon? Yet. Muiyang nods. The constant perseverance of training is the habit that Muiyang developed after coming to this world. Although primitive mountain is full of wild beasts, the wild beast in the outer area is generally not strong, but it is an excellent test. After Mexia was confirmed, the two eyes immediately turned into a crescent moon shape. Said with a playful smile, I have to go together. When you want to come, baby, of course. Don't call my baby. Mexia baring fangs and brandishing claws rushed over. Then I told you to have a baby. Muiyang moved a few steps sideways, and dodged Mexia's attack, laughed and laughed. The strength of advanced greatly is not what Mexia can beat. Humph! I am not happy. Mexia was full, and the whole person floated dissatisfiedly, half a meter above the ground, and turned and said, Senior brother, don't forget to wait for me in the afternoon, I found a beautiful crystal yesterday. Ball, if you don't wait for me to go into the mountains, I won't show you. After that, Mexia was moved straight towards the forest. The trees flew past, and the little silhouette did not enter the forest. This guy actually flew again. Looking at the direction where Mexia disappeared, Yang smiled and laughed. He didn't think that Mexia had a special function besides martial arts. He remembered that first time saw Mexia flying up and floating in mid-air. At the time, it really scared him. Martial arts, the versatility and the initial stage sprouting technology power, this world seems to be rich and colorful. In the afternoon, the sun did not shine in the primitive mountain, still covered with a layer of water vapor. At the entrance to the primitive mountain, Yang had been waiting there for a long time. He hadn't seen Mexia appearing. He had practiced the basic movement in the same place, and suddenly his muscles began to tighten. After a long while, Mexia was late and flew away from the distance. The dark green's beautiful hair was blown by the wind, and the simple gown made a rustling sound in the air. "Senior brother, I am here. You see, this is the crystal ball that I found yesterday. Is it beautiful?" Mexia landed on the ground, seeing Yang as waiting for her, and handing him a red-orange glass ball. The glass ball is only fist-sized, all in one glass, all in one, showing a warm red-orange, which is lined with 6 hot bright red stars, which are very beautiful. "Hey, damn!" When Yang looked at the crystal ball handed up by Mexia, the whole person immediately seemed to be hit by a lightning and squatted there. "How is this thing in your hands?" Yang asked quickly. "Ah, that was picked up by the stream yesterday." Mexia looked smug, seeing the senior brother so lost self-control, and immediately answered with a brow. Listening to the innocent answer, Yang eyes suddenly, the whole person is not good. "Fuck," Mexia showed him a dragon balls. Taking the glass ball from Mexia, Yang's eyes were fixed on the pattern, and it seemed like a spark in his eyes. 1 2 3 4 5 6, which has 6 stars, is 6 planet. Hell, he has long thought that this world is not ordinary, but I did not think that this world is actually Dragon Ball world. So, may I be a power level 5 trash? At this moment, Yang thought a lot and felt that the whole world had a joke with him. Chapter 4. To say the danger of Dragon Ball world, in fact, there is no place in the universe. There is no such thing as hidden land of peace and prosperity. But there is no doubt that as the hometown of Z Fighter, Earth is absolutely dangerous, ordinary person can't escape cannon fodder fate. Looking at this 6-star Dragon Ball, Yang has confirmed that Earth is not running. Because only Earth has such a small and sophisticated Dragon Balls. At this moment, Yang only felt that the scalp felting numb, and the heart seemed to have knocked over the 5-flavored bottle. All kinds of tastes poured into my heart. If I look at it from the expression, his expression must be very exciting. Calm down. However, how can life calm down? Dragon Ball world is not a joke. In this world, destroying a planet is as simple as pinching a balloon. Maybe one day God is not happy, sigh, a planet disappears from the universe. Hundreds of millions of lives are followed by funeral, and there is no place for reason. I thought that I came to a wonderful world and could learn the power that I couldn't reach in my life. But now he found that. I imagined the future too well. Although there are also opportunities here, it is not necessarily what he can digest. In Dragon Ball world, with his small body, I am afraid I can only make a soy sauce. Fortunately, from the current situation, the technology power on Earth is just beginning to sprout, and there should be a long period of time from the original work plot start. Dragon Ball's early stage is relatively stable, and there will be no extinguishing heaven destroying Earth. I don't know if I am going to be a chef now, but I can't come to the food. The food can be life-saving. Or go out and find Satan and make friends with him? Hey, what do you want? Now we must first determine the age we are in, Yang told herself. Mexia looked at her face in the face of the changing face of senior brother. He squinted and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Is there any problem with this crystal ball?" Taking a deep look at the dragon balls of the 6 stars, Muiyang calmed down and stuffed the dragon balls back into Mexia's arms. Shakes one's head, and said, "Nothing, you should collect it first, don't lose it. Is this crystal ball important? Don't put it at senior brother." Mexia was in a hurry, for fear of doing something wrong. Muiyang shook his head and said, "It's okay, let's put it there. This is a magical thing, but it's not very useful for us now. Without the Dragon Ball radar, a single Dragon Balls is really just a display. And the so-called 6-star Dragon Ball doesn't come in handy for a long period of time that can be foreseen. Well, Mexia, let's go to primitive mountain training. After entering, be sure to listen to me. Although we just enter the periphery of the mountain range, we can't take it lightly, temporarily put down the troubles." Muiyang smashed Mexia. "Yet." Mexia forced nods, the white face of the face raised a serious expression, waving the fist to express his determination. Muiyang met, and finally a smile appeared on the sad face. Then he pointed to Mexia nods and the two people walked towards the primitive mountain's domain. The primitive mountain spread hundreds of kilometers, surrounded by mountains, lush and green, filled with countless ferocious beast monsters, and has not known to stand in that many youngsters since ancient times. The mountain peaks and the ferocious beast are like natural barriers that block humans' footsteps, making human footprints only move around the periphery, rarely in the hinterland. Muiyang and Mexia are not moving fast, but the surrounding scenery changes as they move in. Soon, the surrounding became oppressed, the dark green branches blotting out the sky and sun blocked the sun, as if deep in the crypt, the wild beast also heard the roar of the invaders. Roar the low screams swayed in the woods, and the sound of screaming immediately disturbed the surroundings, and yes stunned a large bird. "Be careful, there are ferocious beasts coming." Muiyang stopped, expression became serious, and eyes continued to flash radiance. Oh, Mexia's eyes were bright, eager for a fight, standing side by side with Muiyang, carefully examining the surroundings. Soon, a spotted giant beast appeared in front of them, sharp-toothed appearance, and is a very common leopard ferocious beast on the periphery of primitive mountain. The giant beast came to Muiyang with their side, the front foot stepped, the sharp claw shoveled the soil, and a pit appeared on the ground, and then swooped, and suddenly moved toward Muiyang. Courting death. Muiyang's eyes are in the cold light, and when I step forward, I will stretch out the fist and move towards the giant beast. Pang! The hard fist collided with the head of the giant beast, Muiyang's mouth squinted, the arm felting numb, the body could not help but back a few steps, and the giant beast was also uncomfortable, woo some embarrassment. "Who?" pouted out a mouthful of impure air, Muiyang nodded, and was quite satisfied with his attack. If the power level of a normal fully grown person is between 3 and 4, then the power that Muiyang is now showing should be the value of 15. Yes, 15 power level. It looks shabby, but it is Muiyang's rough estimate of himself. This giant beast looks very strong, but can be dealt with. Mexia, you also go to practice the handle. Muiyang is not just looking at himself, not forgetting to call Mexia to let her also train. At this moment, Mexia was full of joy, yelling like a wild cat with a hairy hair. I saw her narrowing her eyes, and the dark green eyes showed a fierce anger, then lifted her delicate arms, and at this time, a green light was emitted, and then the wrist turned, and the fingers seemed to catch living like something, with a force to twist, it moved towards the distant towering tree suddenly smashed. AO dash! The giant tree swayed, the fallen leaves fluttered in the sky, and they heard the sorrowful sound of woo woo woo. The high-profile giant beast patted the tree trunk of the towering giant tree and sent half a life when it landed on the ground. Telekinesis. Looking at the practical effect of the Mexia superpower, Muiyang's eyes slammed open and frowned. Mexia, when training, you should concentrate on it. If you use superpower, there is a chance to train. Mexia's telekinesis is a bit like Chitsu's superpower, but superpower is powerful and does not contribute to the training of Heavenly Sky School. Muiyang had to warn Mexia. Chapter 5. Understood. Mexia nodded, the little nose wrinkled without thinking. I am afraid that there are only ghosts. Understood. Muiyang knows that the opposite side doesn't put his words in his heart, but he can't control her at any time, so he doesn't say anything more, leading Mexia to move away to other places in Primitive Mountain. Primitive Mountain worthy of is the forbidden zone of countless human trails. Soon after, the two people encountered another different ferocious beast attacks, but in the face of the powerful strength of the senior brother two people, they were overcome by one after another. Time flies, Big Dipper turns and stars move. The sun is slanting, leaving a bloody red sun on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, in the evening, the forest is even darker. After half a day of training, Muiyang and Mexia ragged out of Primitive Mountain, and they were hungry and rushed back to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Muiyang returned to his cabin after bidding farewell to Mexia. The body was soaked in the warm pool water, and the tiredness seemed to be completely washed out. At this moment, he finally thought about the situation at hand. The current world has confirmed that Dragon Ball World is unmistakable. After experiencing the initial shock and do not believe it, his heart gradually calmed down. If I go to buy a lottery ticket, I can win the prize. With both hands on the side of the pool, Muiyang whispered in his mouth. Crossing to Dragon Ball World is something he had never thought of before. Here, only the powerful race has the opportunity to show it. The general race does not even qualify as a green leaf for the flowers. It can be said that the order of Dragon Ball World is naked strength is respect, powerhouse is king. Sion, Namekian, Frisia race, Majin Buu. Which one is not the vicious character of extinguishing heaven destroying earth? Thinking of this, Muiyang has a faint pain in the brain. Fortunately, Dragon Ball World's early stage is fairly stable, at least until Sion invasion, Earth's safety will not be affected by foreign strong enemies. But with the development of the latter plot, especially in the late period, all kinds of powerful enemies are constantly emerging. Earth is like a gunpowder barrel, and it suddenly becomes a dangerous place than any planet in the universe. At that time, in addition to Sion with a strong bloodline and the qualification to continue to be active on the battle stage, others, even the proud stage of the early stage, the elites of Earthling like Krillin and Yamcha, can only helplessly the role of sideline supporter. It is clear that Muiyang is now an ordinary Earthling with no other bloodline. Can it really only be a foil? To be honest, as a transmigrator, Muiyang will never be reconciled. Want to do so much, now I don't know how many youngsters from plot start, maybe I have been waiting for the plot start. I can't see that scene is not necessarily. Muiyang regaining composure comes to some self-deprecating shook the head. According to the news brought by Carl Uncle in school, the technological innovations of the outside cities are just beginning to take off. Obviously, the advanced era of the jet spaceship in the original work is still very early. It is too early to think of that many. Don't even start the plot before you start, you will die first. Then it becomes a joke. Then set the next target first, live to plot start. Of course. Muiyang's so-called live to plot start is definitely not a struggle on the death at the door of the death, but a healthy health that keeps the body in pinnacle. Before that, he needed to be strong and keep his peak period. This requires the support of powerful power. Like Master Roshi, Master Shen, and Mercenary Tao, even if 200 to 300 is in the year, it will be healthy and healthy. From tomorrow, I want to train more seriously. Since I came to Dragon Ball World, and the identity of race has been fixed and can't be changed, then I will use more time to accumulate. I don't believe Earthling really can't be stronger. Muiyang made the first step plan. Fortunately, he is now in the Heavenly Sky School martial arts school. The most important thing is the nurturing body. Although the school's power may not be as strong as the turtle school and the crane school, the inheritance technique is what Muiyang needs most. As the eldest disciple of Heavenly Sky School, he is qualified to access the most central training method. Step by step, first lay a solid foundation, and then explore the other training places on Earth after the future is strong. There are many training places on Earth, Sacred Land of Korin, Mount 5 Element, and even the lookout suspended above the sky. Those places full of mystery will be where Muiyang climbs to peak. But for the current Muiyang, it is a bit early to consider that many. Thinking about it, the temperature of the pool became cooler. Muiyang stepped out of the pool, and turned wet into the bedroom. The night was cool, and the radiance of the stars flashed on the other side of the galaxy. With a lot of thoughts, Muiyang gradually went to sleep. The next day, Muiyang got up early, and as the sky had not turned bright, he started the training in the movement of the foundation in the yard. As the muscles gradually became sore, knowing that continuing the training would not only help but also hurt the body, Muiyang sat down and thought about the problem with training. Haste brings no success. Muiyang always remembers this physical encounter before he wakes up. Time is like how time flies, and the time of 1 year has passed. During this period of time, Muiyang was systematically trained in accordance with teacher Isaac's guidance. Body toughness was constantly strengthening. In a year, Muiyang was already 14 years old, and it was also in the golden age of physical development. Muiyang, who has been 14 years old this year, seems to be more upright than his peers because of his training and nutritional supplements. Although he is still not strong, his muscles with the body are very amazing. Power. The strength has almost doubled compared to a year ago. Even his teacher Isaac has repeatedly said that Muiyang may have achieved the upper realm that is rare in their school. But even if the strength increased, Muiyang was still so humble. Not humble, no. What is his strength? Mao estimates the 30 multi-point power level, the real powerhouse blows enough to kill him. To know that Son Goku 12 years old has 120 power level, even if it is not compared with Son Goku, Krillin also has 113 power level in the same period, so he really feels that there is no place to be proud. P.S. The new book is uploaded, please collect it, and vote for it. The new book date is 2 more chapters. Chapter 6. In the morning, the light of the dawn shines on the earth, and the mist of the mist fills the depths of the great azure mountain. In the foothills formed by the 2 peaks, the green branches sway with the wind, and the leaves emit a rustling sound in the midair. In this open space of open vision, any dispute is insignificant. Crackle and rattle, such as the sound of fried beans, broke the quiet, accompanied by a burst of low sky-splitting sound. This solitude of nature has become somewhat shredded. I saw a tall stir in the open space of the forest. A tall-steered youngster was struggling with his feet on the ground. He was half squatting and supported hard. He seemed to be under some kind of tremendous pressure. The sound was heard from the hard ground under the feet of the youngster. In front of the youngster, 3 meters above the valley, floating a girl with dark green beautiful hair. The hair is slightly curled, and the pretty face is still childish. At this time, the girl's body shines with the brilliant green radiance. The pressure on the youngster is from the radiance of the emerald. Mexia, continue to increase the pressure. Muiyang panted, expression firmly told Mexia. Mexia looked at Muiyang dripping with sweat, his face hesitated for a moment, whispered softly, "Senior brother, that's it. Nothing, increase the pressure." The sound is still so firm. Oh! Seeing that he couldn't hold himself to the senior brother, Mexia could only pout and raise his hand to continue to exert pressure on Muiyang, accompanied by Mexia's whole body, emitting a secluded green light, which was added to Muiyang. The pressure immediately became more intense. Hey! Huge pressure passed, Muiyang's body sank, his mouth twitched, his legs trembled. Stubborn! I can still stand it. Muiyang was with 1,000 strength, but he was still stunned by him. In this era of less developed technology, if you do not take a practical approach, then even if it takes a few years, the speed of growth will not be obvious. Muiyang has a clear understanding of his aptitude, which should be considered good in Earthling, but far from the degree of achieved genius, and the potential of Earthling can't be compared with those of the powerful universe race. If you step-by-step calm and unhurried training in the words, sooner or later, it will annihilate the trend of the times. So from a year ago, he was tied to the load with training. Later, he discovered that Mexia's superpower was actually telekinesis, and it was ingenious to let the opposite side put superpower on itself. With superpower as a means, the same is achieved by increasing the pressure on the body. By the patience of dripping water, little by little enhances the strength of the body. This method is primitive in his view, but it is more reliable, because there is almost no shortcut to polishing the body. As for the body that is in the developmental stage, it will not be caused by excessive pressure from the outside world. At first, he still has some worries, but he always has some adventurous spirits when he is doing things, and he wants to succeed if he does not take risks. Is there such a cheap thing? From the original work plot, Son Goku and Krillin seem to have no adverse effects from the small sandbag training. Think carefully, it looks like Krillin's last height is very short. I don't know if it is because the heredity is still short during development. Is Earthling not suitable for this overpressing training style? Anyway, Son Goku with Saiyan bloodline has no such problem. Muiyang thinks clearly, takes some time to try it out, and if there is an adverse reaction, he will stop decisively. He doesn't want his handsome body to get the last 1.6 m. After a few months, Muiyang found that in addition to the large increase in food intake, he was growing up in adolescence, and he was not affected by the weight, which put him in the heart of worry. Then I entered the more extreme training. Put out a long breath, sense the soreness of the body. Muiyang looked at Mexia. I am here today, too far from the truth. He naturally understands that the body is iron. Obviously it's a self-sufficient performance, and it's true that it's really going to mess up the body. So the indication of the opposite side can stop. Mexia was instructed to immediately remove her superpower, and as the green aura dissipated, the anti-gravity's beautiful hair was scattered. Muiyang stood in the place to adjust his breathing, and after a while, the feeling of soreness disappeared a little. He smiled and looked back and said to the biggest hero, "Today you have worked hard, what reward do you want?" Mexia smiled and the voice was clear, "Really, then I want senior brother to prepare a barbecue for me, so much better." Thinking of the golden crispy meat that was baked, and the spices that didn't know what was on it, Mexia felt that her little belly was protesting, and saliva ran down. "It's a simple little fellow." Muiyang glanced at Mexia and agreed very quickly. "Well, today, senior brother will give you a barbecue and let you eat enough." "Yum!" Mexia narrowed her eyes and smiled. On the other side, Mexia's father Isaac was hiding behind a forest. He quietly watched the training of Muiyang and Mexia. From time to time, nodded a smile of relief, then his body flashed and disappeared quickly. A few days later, in the martial arts building at Heavenly Sky School. Several elders at Heavenly Sky School are coming together to discuss the development of disciple. There are not many medicine ingredients in stock. If you don't arrange for people to enter Primitive Mountain for collection as soon as possible, the children's medicine bath will be interrupted from next month. Talking to a middle-aged woman with a black hair, it looks like 40 is about the age of one. She is one of the 6 Heavenly Sky School disciple of Isaac's generation, responsible for resource allocation within the school. "So fast and gone," next to a man surprisedly said. "A dozen disciples are consumed together, can speed be unpleasant?" The middle-aged woman squinted and retorted. The man stuck in his throat and the embarrassed no longer spoke. This is where their school is different from other schools, and the consumption of resources is too fast. But again, the benefits of doing so are obvious, and can lay a more solid foundation for Disc Leal. "Eula, can the rest of the resources last for a few days?" asked Isaac as the sect master of Heavenly Sky School. The middle-aged woman named Eula opened the warehouse and said, "If you save a little, you can still hold it for 10 days, but the pressure is a bit heavy. After half a month, the resources will be cut off." Isaac listened gently and tapped his finger, said solemnly, "The cultivation of the children can't stop, so after 2 days of Sith and Carl, you will lead the team into the depths of Primitive Mountain and add new resources." Say, Isaac glanced at Sith and Carl. Chapter 7. Row. Yes. Sith and Carl glanced at each other, with the slightest hesitation. These children are our future, don't delay them because of resource problems. The rest of the people have no objections. They are all the administrators of the school. Like their mid-grade school, head talks, then things are basically settled. That's good, then let's say another thing. After simple things were discussed, Isaac's expression became serious. With regard to the cultivation of disciples, I think Muiyang can get in touch with some of the energy training in the school. Senior brother Isaac, you mean, let Muiyang get in touch with energy in advance? Other people listened to him saying that expression is not wrong, although they are gathered together today to discuss the importance of school's inheritance, but I did not expect that Isaac actually had the idea of letting Muiyang get in touch with energy in advance. School inheritance is very important. Although Heavenly Sky School can only be regarded as mid-grade school in martial arts circle, it is not a big deal for inheritance. The energy training method is exactly one of the core inheritance of the school. It can be said that learn energy training can be able to become the mainstay of Heavenly Sky School, but unfortunately for several generations, there are not many people in Heavenly Sky School's disciple who have made achievements in energy training, and the mainstay is naturally half. Now let Muiyang get in touch with energy training. It will be a bit early. The man named Sith paused. He only 14 years old, training ki is extremely demanding on physique, and his physical capability is affordable. Live. Heavenly Sky School's early stage is all based on the basic energy training. Only the foundation is played more solidly, and then the training ki will be more effective. These people, like them, started to contact energy training after 30, because without a strong body, they could not condense the internal ki work, and even be hurt by the unique energy of energy. Not everyone has an abnormal physique like Son Goku. So he was a bit worried about Isaac's idea of teaching Muiyang ki inheritance now. Not early, Muiyang's child's physical foundation is very solid, I think there is no problem. Isaac clearly expressed what he meant. Isaac is very satisfied with his own disciple, tenacious, unyielding, plus the fairly good innate talent, Muiyang this period of time performance he sees in his eyes, but also regards him as a true successor. Especially the progress of Muiyang in the past year, he saw the rise of a martial arts genius. Since senior brother Isaac feels it is okay, I have no opinion, Carl said. Muiyang this child is very good, I agree. Eula said. Can agree. The rest of the people expressed their opinions, and without exception, they agreed to let Muiyang now contact school's energy training. Sith see everyone agree, shrugged the shoulders, helplessly said, well, I agree, tisk tisk, 14 years old is in contact with ki inheritance, this is the earliest record. 6 elder tickets were passed. That's it, set a time tomorrow, officially teach Muiyang the energy of our school. Isaac's face also smiled after the matter was fixed. Right, there is something about Mexia, I just received a reply from the Southern Region Superpower Academy. Oh? How? Passed. As soon as Isaac received a reply from the Southern Region Superpower Academy, Carl and others looked curious. The Superpower Academy is a very mysterious place on Earth. There is a lot of youngsters, it is said to be the cradle of superpower user, and there is also a transformation kindergarten, which is also very famous. When Mexia awakened superpower, Isaac thought about contacting Superpower Academy for her, and now she finally has a reply. Through Isaac looked at the faces of everyone and smiled at nods. Since the second half of the year, Mexia is a student of the Superpower Academy. Okay, so our school has two genius emerges at once, and when Wiang and Mexia grow up, maybe our Heavenly Sky School will be able to go to the peak again. Who said no? At this time, whether they are Eula or Sith, they are in a good mood and seem to have seen the rise of their own school. The next day, Wiang came to the teacher's home early in the morning after receiving a notice from teacher. At this time, Isaac had just used it early and was keeping the spirit in the backyard. Mexia was also washing under the urging of her mother Alice. When she saw Wiang, Mexia cleaned her face 3 or 2 times. Even the hair had not dried up and ran out. The dark green hair was hanging with water drops. Beautiful hair sticks to the white cheeks. Senior brother, you are here. Mexia is elated. Yet. Wiang smiled, nodded, wiped her pointed water drops for her, and turned to say hello to her master's wife. Master's wife Alice, although it is an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts, she usually takes care of several disciple diets, so all disciples respect her. Master's wife, what about the teacher? Alice walked over with a smile. You are in the backyard, you are here, I am going to call him now. After that, Alice put her hands down to the backyard to call Isaac. Soon, Isaac came over and saw teacher coming over. Wiang was going to greet him. When he looked at the eyes, he suddenly felt a shudder. Today's teacher is a little different. Compared to the usual, there is a smashing key everywhere. Wiang looked intently and looked at towards Isaac with confusion. Isaac laughed heartily, admiring, nodded, calling out, "Go, we go to the martial arts stage of Great Azure Mountain, and some of your elders are already there." The eyes glanced at daughter Mexia and said, "Mexia, too. Come over, long experience." The martial arts stage of Great Azure Mountain. Wiang stared down. I don't know what medicine is sold in the gourd of teacher, but it is still nodded. Mexia came close and asked, "Senior brother knows what father is going to do?" Wiang shook his head, "You don't know, how can I know?" Mexia thinks too, and, next to Isaac and Wiang, 3 people walking along the move towards Great Azure Mountain. Chapter 8. The Great Azure Mountain martial arts stage in the mouth of Isaac is located in a remote canyon behind the Great Azure Mountain. It was visited several times during the memory of Wiang, knowing that the fault zone originally formed by the mountain rock fracture was slightly artificial. After finishing, a large flat land was launched as a training place. Where until now is where the school elder trains. Following Isaac's footsteps, the 3 people gradually walked behind the Great Azure Mountain to this secluded training venue. Along with the widening of the horizon, a strange mountain peak is in sight. It is a very high, but narrow, dark green, with a light green and dark green color in the middle. It is shaped like an inverted parabola. It rises upwards from the ground. The towering peaks are like stalagmites, and the vertical drop is very high. Disparity. According to the common sense of my life, Wiang could not understand how these mountains were formed under natural conditions, but in Dragon Ball world, this quirky mountain is everywhere. Come on! Isaac stopped, and a thick voice rang in his ear. Is it here? Wiang fixed the god, and he looked at all around. At this point they have arrived at the destination, in front of an open flat, but the edge is made up of various rock formations. Looking down as the abyss, a little careless will be broken. Wiang, you are here, oh, even Mexia is coming, come and see. Isaac, Eula, Sith, Carl, Clarissa, Bureaus, these 6 are the elder of Heavenly Sky School, all of which are now in place. Several uncle masters are good, Wiang is busy going forward. Haha, you're welcome, you don't have to be polite. Nature's hardy Carl and others sang with a smile, without elder's shelf. Wiang smiled and returned to the side after the ceremony. Seeing that several elders were coming, he felt that things were not normal today, so he stood quietly and waited for teacher to announce the news. "Aunt Eula, what's the matter ah?" Here, Mexia doesn't pay attention to the number of rituals like Muiyang. She goes up to hold Eula's arm, and the whole person hangs up and keeps her face close, like a kitten, like a spoiled relative. Eula stroked Mexia's supple hair, said while staring, "Don't worry, today's protagonist is Muiyang, you just come over and watch." Mexia, "Oh." Then she didn't make a fuss, and she retired to the side. Isaac looked at the daughter, who seemed to be a little grown, and shook her head secretly, but when she saw the imposing Muiyang on her side, she smiled on her face. Without contrast, there was no harm. Her daughter seemed to have some disability on the martial arts road. But fortunately, Muiyang, the disciple, is not bad, and he is very satisfied with all aspects. In the future, Heavenly Sky School's burden will probably fall on his shoulders. 3 years old, big, 7 years old, old. With his current performance, I believe that it will not let everyone down. Thinking of today's purpose, Isaac lightly coughed, beckoning to Muiyang, "Muiyang, come here today, there is something important to tell you." "Teacher, please." Yet, Isaac most appreciated Muiyang's humble attitude, only to see his smile, said with a slight smile, "This thing is very important to you. After I discussed with your uncle master, I decided to today. I will officially teach you the ultimate mystery of our Heavenly Sky School martial arts, the training method of energy. Energy training method." As soon as he heard Isaac, Muiyang burst into a sigh and immediately reacted. What a familiar name! This is not the most famous and most representative power in Dragon Ball world. At Earth, there aren't many martial arts schools that really have energy training inheritance. The most famous ones are Turtle School and Crane School. The earliest sources of energy for Turtle School and Crane School come from the first generation of martial arts grandmaster, Mutato. It can be said that only the top-level school will have the training mystery of energy. Muiyang didn't think of his own Heavenly Sky School, a mid-grade martial arts school, and there was also an inheritance of energy training. You know, when he found out that he was in the world of Dragon Ball world, he had decided that if he had the opportunity to go out in the future, he must learn the energy training method, but he did not expect to wait for himself to go out. "Isaac." They gave Muiyang a big surprise. "Your own school actually has the energy training method, which is of course the best." "Father, what is key? Is it different from our usual training?" "I heard that it was the ultimate mystery of this school martial arts," and Mexia's eyes brightened. Isaac looked at the daughter in a positive color and said seriously, "Of course, different. The training of the past, whether it is the fighting technique or the move, is actually based on the game. At best, it is the superior skill of the superior. It is for the training of the back. But energy is different, it's the sublimation of martial arts, and it's the way to martial arts." When it comes to Isaac's mouth, it's a bit smug, "I tell you, in the entire martial arts circle, key inheritances school is just a few, and our Heavenly Sky School is one of them. Don't look at Heavenly Sky School, the number is small, the level is not high, but it has a lot of technique that school is envious of." Originally, Muiyang's age should not be exposed to energy training so early, but after seeing that Muiyang's body had polished perfection and training was also very persistent, Isaac and others decided to make an exception for him. "So great!" Mexia was stunned and proud of her chest. Although she is still not clear about the true meaning of energy, it does not prevent her from lifting up the small tail. "Just say that your school is very powerful, hey, other schools have not yet." She made up her mind, and when she waited for father to teach senior brother energy training, she should study hard, and must take this school mystery learn. Eula and several other elders saw her reacting so much. She didn't know what she was thinking, and she couldn't help but smile. Energy training, if there is no special training method, simply watching, cannot find out the way. If energy is so easy to learn, then it will not become a legendary move in the martial arts world, enjoy such a high reputation. So when they came with Muiyang, Isaac didn't mind that Mexia came together to watch it, because they didn't understand it but they said it, not to mention that Mexia is far from being able to condense energy. Isaac, they don't know. In fact, outside of Earth, energy wave is the most mainstream way of attacking in pure universe. Even if it is a somewhat famous powerhouse, energy attacks are all handy. Only the rich see, the poor see the quality. The locals' attack method and application method is very rough, that's all. One side of the water and soil, only earthling, martial artist like Master Rashi, because of the decades of unremitting training to develop a little energy, will be limited by the potential energy wave research. I can't wait for every silk to play tricks. Compared to other planets in the universe, Earth's level is still too low, and Earthlings' aptitude is not good. This is the reason why Shenron can't be raised in shallow water, but it can develop high-efficiency loach. As the ultimate mystery of Heavenly Sky School, Heavenly Sky Beam's training method has always been the highest secret of our Heavenly Sky School, so don't let it go. Your junior brother and junior sister are not yet achieved. It will only harm them, this point you have to keep in mind. Isaac looked at Muiyang with a serious look. Energy training can't be seen or touched, the most taboo training, to know that even Isaac himself, do not Notre said that the mastery of energy is achieved a very skillful degree. Disciple understood. Muiyang responded with a loud voice, his eyes shining and radiance. Isaac is very satisfied with the reaction of the noted disciple, turning to a few fellow disciples nodded. It's better to see more than you can see. It's better to let you really sense the energy's formidable power and deepen your impression. Our Heavenly Sky School's energy name is Heavenly Sky Beam, you have to look carefully. After that, Isaac stepped back a few steps, and Muiyang pulled away more than 10 meters, then closed his eyes and adjusted the ki of the whole body. Chapter 9. Begin, the senior brother is ready for gathering ki. Hehe, look at the posture of the senior brother. He has become stronger than before. Sith, Carl, and other fellow disciples talked and seriously looked at it. This is a rare opportunity, Muiyang, you have to be careful. Mexia can also take a closer look. Elder Clarissa, another female in the 6 elders other than Eula, said. Ah! This point does not need to be reminded, Muiyang will also concentrate on looking at it. Finally, I have to get in touch with energy. In the face of the most famous attack technique in Dragon Ball world, Muiyang is excited by the spirit of 120,000 points. Not far away, Isaac was adjusted by a period of time, and the brewing ki gradually completed. As he continued to brew, Isaac's powerful body showed up, and he saw that every muscle in his strong body began to tremble, solid. Muscles hold up the martial arts uniform. Each time trembling seems to be the emergence of power. Compared to just now, Isaac is like a wild beast that will erupt at any time, surrounded by the ferocious ki. Because it is not far away, Muiyang is more able to clearly change the sense of the teacher, the strong sense of oppression, as if an aura enveloped him, feeling very depressed. This is the deterrent power of ki. It's daunting. The sense of tremor that is truly displayed on the body makes him awe, and also gives birth to a strong yearning. At the same time, just as Isaac slowly brewed energy wave, Muiyang's mind could not help but reveal the original Rashi first time in the original work, showing the Kamehameha destroying the entire mountain. Compared with Master Rashi at that time, Isaac is not so powerful aura at the moment, but does not prevent Muiyang from seeing with keen interest pleasure. The sweat dripped from the cheeks, Isaac whispered, his ki was steadily increasing, the blue ribs were exposed on the surface of the skin, and the disc was squatting. At this time, Isaac had raised the active value of all the energy of the body to the apex. Several fellow disciples have even nods. Yes, the worthy of is the senior brother Isaac, and the mastery of Heavenly Sky Beam is getting more and more familiar. Sith saw Isaac's posture and couldn't help but admire. When you are going to show it for a while, formidable power is afraid. Carl also looked at it seriously. If you don't say it is senior brother, this skill, we will not be able to catch up with it for a few years. Eula took a few people and saw that they were a lot worse than Isaac. Look, the energy attack of senior brother Isaac is coming out. Muiyang, Mexia, I'm careful. With Isaac's rough slap, all the energy on his body converges on the right-hand arm, his left hand is pressed on the right shoulder, the right-hand arm is erected, the two fingers become a sword, and a group of seemingly no cyclones in the two fingers the flow began to flow. At this point, the preparation of the early stage has been completed. At this time, the energy between the fingers has gathered more and more, and finally a dazzling blue radiance is shining. It's coming. When the radiance of the cockroach bursts out, the emotions of everyone present are mobilized, and expression becomes excited. Energy wave. Muiyang was shocked and looked at it. It actually shines. Mexia opened the mouth and it was a big, cute little eye. Elder of Sith and other Muiyang suddenly reacted. Ha ha ha, yes. This is the long-awaited heavenly sky beam, and the worthy of is the senior brother Isaac. This energy is also rare in the world. It makes me feel like a tide. Yeah, this aura, maybe only the legendary Master Roshi's Kamehameha can be compatible with it. Sect can have such a powerful inheritance, and these fellow disciples are proud and look proud. At this moment, Isaac, which has been brewing for a long time, is ready to go, only to hear his voice violently violent. Heavenly sky beam. With this squeaking, the curved arm suddenly straightens outward at this moment, and the direction pointed by the two fingers is the direction of the attack. It is a smooth rocky cliff that has stood there and has been hit by the wind and rain. Many youngsters, today is the time when it is shattered. I saw a beam of sparkling azure luster coming out of the fingertips. Hwalala, like a laser flying out, Howren's energy suddenly penetrated the air, hitting a rocky cliff in the distance, immediately produced an artillery shell bombardment outburst out of the formidable power. Rumble, the wind whistling, the smoke filled, the rumble of the earth rumble, the ear-splitting sound tingling the eardrum. The rich smoke and sand brought the splashing gravel like a bullet, and when the smoke gradually dissipated, it appeared to be a mess. I saw that the cliff suddenly exploded a well-sized black crater, the depth is about half a meter. It is good. This is for formidable power, which is rare in the world. I really taught me to be bloody, but unfortunately I still can't play such a formidable power. The bursts of cheers rang in the ears, and there was a feeling of stone. Muiyang's eyes are complex at the big hole that was blown out by teacher Isaac, and the corner of his mouth is twitching. Such a formidable power, to be honest, does not achieve the effect expected by Muiyang. Not to mention the comparison with Son Goku and others' Kamehameha and Doden-Rai, it is nothing compared to Master Roshi's destroying the formidable power of a mountain, but it seems that the elders around the weak have already applauded. But also true, this time Master Roshi has the reputation of Earth, the god of martial arts, and his realm has few experts, and a slap can count. How can I take my own teacher? Master Roshi is going to compare. In this era of technological awakening, the use of personal power to open the mountain and gravel, showing the cannon-like formidable power is enough to breathtaking, it is very moving. At this time, Energy Waves Isaac was released. It was obvious that the physical strength was not enough, and the body was squatting. If it wasn't for Carl's step forward, he would have to help him, and Isaac would fall to the ground. Senior brother, take a break, Carl said. Hey, releasing energy consumes too much physical strength. Isaac took 2 breaths and the pale face restored the blood color. If you change to be me, I am afraid I can't support it. Carl shook his head. Look clearly, this is Sect's secret skill, Heavenly Sky Beam. If you are serious enough to practice for decades, you can also achieve such a formidable power. Isaac turned to Muiyang. Practice for decades. Muiyang's eyelids shook a bit, but didn't know what to say, only to be polite and not polite. Chapter 10. Seeing Muiyang seems to be a bit stunned, Isaac lightly smiled, cannot help but think of the way when he first witnessed Heavenly Sky Beam. Recalling the past, I realized how incredible the past days are. Time is like an elegant dancer, interpreting all kinds of things in the world. Unconsciously, there are too many things worth recalling. At that time, I am young, but I am just like the current Muiyang, for the energy wave's formidable power. There is such a powerful attack method in the world, can you believe it? Be really awkward ah. Haha, Muiyang, your aptitude is good, maybe not for decades, more than 10 years is enough. Uncle Master Carl is cool. Isaac gently nodded, deep in thought. What else can I say? At this time, Muiyang really did not know how he should express his feelings. He knew before that it was very difficult for Earthling to release energy wave, but if it really needs to be released for decades or decades, as teacher Isaac said, then wait for him to master energy wave, Huang Hua. The dishes are all cold. Hehe, after a few decades, I am afraid that the plots have already started. At that time, even if he mastered the use of energy wave, what is the use? To say that the impolite point is just a slightly larger grasshopper, it is a part of the slaughter. For Muiyang, who is familiar with future plots, this is obviously unacceptable. Since Krillin in the original work can quickly grasp the release of energy wave in just a few years, Muiyang has reason to believe that there must be some key tricks that Isaac they are not aware of. This is like understanding and summarizing a certain physical phenomenon. There is a difference in understanding between Qi and school, and the method of releasing energy wave is definitely different. At this point, Turtle School and Crane School are undoubtedly ahead of all the schools. Of course, theory is only the cornerstone. In the end, whether energy wave can be successfully released is not to grasp much theoretical knowledge, but to speak with strength. Surplus is full of strength, and strength is the premise of everything. Alien can't have that many bends, their understanding of gas may be very crude, but it does not prevent them from remembering energy wave and eye-catching. This powerful race innate talent can only be said, can't afford it, can't afford it. It seems that after the release principle of learn energy wave, it is necessary to go out and see as soon as possible. If you go far, you will be able to become stronger. The so-called stone of other mountains can be used to attack Jade. Muiyang made a secret decision. After he planned to go to the sacred land of Korin, he could see if he could break through faster. After a short break, Isaac's expression has recovered a lot. At this time, Muiyang has recovered after a short wrong, and her heart is inadvertently knotted. He glanced at Eula and gestured to the opposite side to open Mexia, then began to teach the release principle of Muiyang Heavenly Sky Beam. Muiyang, after so many years of training, your body has been polished to perfection. Now you have to learn to mobilize the energy of the body. We call this energy Qi. The specific source of gas is not known. It may come from the internal organs of the human body, or it may come from every cell in the body. Our Heavenly Sky School believes that gas is the combination of essence, Qi, spirit. Spiritual power with the physical body power, the essence generated after refining is Qi. Chakra. After listening to the description of Isaac, the immediately flashing of Muiyang's mind is the power source of the protagonist in the world of Fire Shadows Chakra. To be said to be the product of the island country mangaka, it seems not surprising that some things have similar settings. But this is Dragon Ball world. As a manifestation of energy in this world, gas is more connotative. On Isaac's side, see Muiyang's careful listening, he continued. Because Qi is a combination of spirit and power, the first stage of training Qi is a sit-in, and internal Qi is perceived by spiritual power. When you can sense to Qi, then the first stage is over, and then try to get it running with the body. This process can be very difficult at first, even with severe mental stings. This is normal, indicating that the gas has begun to grow in within the body. After this stage, the next water flows, a canal is formed. At this time, internal Qi will condense into a group, distributed in every part of the body, continue to nurturing, accumulate less, when the total amount is achieved at the same time, with a certain amount of method, you can release energy wave like teacher. Of course, each school has a different understanding of Qi, so the training method is different, but it should be similar. Isaac carefully explained Heavenly Sky School's understanding of Qi. Yang is also listening very carefully, comparing Heavenly Sky School's understanding of Qi with what he knows. Obviously, there is no mention of mental power in the original work when it comes to training Qi. It seems that neither Turtle School nor Crane School has such a requirement. Even in general, in the entire world of Dragon Balls, Qi is equivalent to power. Just know how to release it. Simple and rude. Yang doesn't know. Heavenly Sky School's over-understanding of Qi is a slap in the face, so that it is so good that it is stuck in a small alley and can't extricate itself. Or is this the difference between it and other schools? Is it a flash? Yang has no ability to judge, so all the words are not in the heart, ready to wait until the future to do in-depth research. After roughly explaining a few key points of Heavenly Sky School energy training, Isaac stopped and left Yang enough time to think. Looking at his own disciple Yang, thoughtfully, Isaac was nodded with satisfaction, and continued to explain after half a mile. About an hour later, Isaac described the gases training method. Okay, the main points you have remembered, go back to the insights, and strive to refine the first gas within the body as soon as possible. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After this stage, the latter will be where water flows, a canal is formed. Isaac smiled at Yang, and he estimated that it would take at least a month for the first person to extract the first suffocation. After a pause, I said with relief, but you don't have to worry too much. Compared to other schools, our body has experienced the moisturization of countless medical ingredients, and it is relatively easy to produce the first gas. Teacher, I remembered it. After going back, I must train harder. Yang is serious and serious. Isaac laughed, took Yang's shoulder and was very pleased. It's just right, everything is good, you are still young. You don't need to push yourself too tightly. Yet. Yang obeyed the nodded, but his heart has begun to plan for the next training. After reaching a higher level of training, Yang knew that she was busy with the next day. Heavenly Sky School's understanding and training of gas opened a new door for him to enter the new training phase. Chapter 11. When Isaac taught Yang Qi inheritance alone, Mexia over there, Eula and several other elders were also telling her about the Southern Region Superpower Academy. When I learned that I was going to study in a place called Superpower Academy soon, Mexia opened her mouth and didn't know what to say except for the future. Soon, the rising sun has risen to the top of the mountain, and the sun's rays shine on people, and heat has already been generated. After the passing of the training method of the gas, several people hurriedly dispersed. Next, because of the lack of stock materials, Sith and Carl will team up into the depths of Primitive Mountain to find resources. This is a very dangerous action, Isaac. They have to prepare around this matter. On the way back, Yang and Mexia walked side by side. Perhaps because of the big impact today, Mexia, who is usually very excited, seems to be a little convergent. Waiting for the place where the road was divided, Mexia suddenly stopped, and two dark green eyes looked at Yang like a lake. Senior brother, Aunt Eula said that I am going to study at the Superpower Academy in Southern Region, and I have to leave for a long, long time. Superpower Academy, where is that? Yang stared down. Stop. I don't know, I heard that it is a place for training superpower. Yang gently nods, sure that the name has not been heard, he asked, how long does it take? I don't know. Mexia shook her head and her expression was a bit low. For Mexia, who had never walked out of the nearby village since she was a child, suddenly she went to the strange southern region and apparently made her feel scared. Yang didn't know what to say at this time, although he didn't know exactly what the Superpower Academy was, but since it was the place to train superpower, it evoked some of his memory. In the original work, it seems that Oolong also studied at a Superpower Academy when they were young, but later did not know whether it was because of lack of qualifications or other reasons. In the end, they did not enter the headquarters, but directly after graduating from the affiliated transformation kindergarten. Left. The decision to get Mexia to the Superpower Academy was made by teacher Isaac. Yang didn't qualify. Maybe Mexia, who has superpower, can improve her ability better when she studies there. Only in this way, Mexia is going to leave a long period of time, which suddenly disrupts Yang's established training plan. PA with Macron. The crisp applause suddenly sounded, and the low Mexia regaining composure came. I saw Yang slamming her hand and placing her hand on Mexia Dark Green's beautiful hair, patting her head. This is a rare opportunity. Senior brother. I just got the technique of training key. I have to go to the Superpower Academy to study. If you want to compare it, see who will be better in the future. When you can't defeat me, don't cry. It won't be. Mexia glanced at Yang and opened Yang's hand on his head. I will definitely be better than senior brother. Not always. Looking at the cute girl's cute face, Yang shook her head confidently. It must have been won by me. Just like now, if I use superpower, the senior brother is not my own opponent at all. Mexia smirked fist very well. Yang was speechless at the moment, and she said that it makes sense, and people can't refute it. Indeed. When it was a spar skill, Mexia was not his opponent. But once she used superpower, Yang couldn't help her. Mexia's superpower is just like Chitsu's telekinesis, at the present stage. This topic is a bit of a face, simply, Yang stopped talking. In the next few days, Yang went deeper and simpler. In addition to paying attention to the news that Sith and Carl both entered the depths of Primitive Mountain, Yang didn't hear anything from the window, and single-mindedly stayed on his own hill and condensed the internal ki. Finally, the Emperor paid off, and during the training to the 7th day, the Yang faintly discernible sense reached the body and a warm airflow was generated in the chest. This is more than 20 days ahead of Isaac's expected 1 month. It seems that I am not bad. The first step is that the initial stage is completed. The next step is to make this ki grow stronger according to the main points of the training. The thought is elated, Yang closes his eyes and is so angry. Pucci. It seems that a hollow tremor is ringing in the body, and the ki that has just been generated actually flows uncontrollably with the body. Yang's face suddenly turned white, in one breath almost did not breathe, and finally made the air pressure. Oh, this gas is too difficult to control, but fortunately there is no accident. It seems that if you want to control it, you still need a period of time. Maybe this is key difficult training. Yang sits cross-legged and slowly adapts to the heat that suddenly rises in the body. Later, he stood up and jumped away as the mountain flew away. Today is the day that Mexia left Great Azure Mountain to study at the Southern Region Superpower Academy. Aunt Clarissa from Six Elders will personally escort her to Academy. Mexia is very close to herself. Yang feels that she should go to see her off this time. On this day, at the mountainside of Great Azure Mountain, all the disciples of Heavenly Sky School came. Looking at all the people who saw her off, Mexia turned back and looked like a deserted kitten, reluctant to part, waved and then left Great Azure Mountain under the guise of Aunt Clarissa. Looking at the increasingly blurred silhouette, Yang suddenly sighed a little. Mexia's departure, so that the little fellow accompanying his training was suddenly lost, without the sound of chatter continuous in the ear. Yang was still somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because he lacked a sparring object. Normally, because Mexia's superpower has the effect of increasing stress, Yang doesn't have to tie himself to the weight for training. Now that Mexia is gone, he can only find another way. But soon he discovered that even if he was tied with sandbags on his hands and feet, it was difficult to achieve the effect of the previous body, and several times of training, the results were not very satisfactory. Unloading the weight of the body, PNG, several sandbags fell on the ground. Yang was a little worried. Chapter 12. These sandbags are big and clumsy. At the present stage, they have not been able to assist the training. It seems that going to the mountain will give me a few special wristbands that add weight. Yang stared at the sandbags that were thrown on the ground, and remembered that Son Goku had tied a huge load-bearing training scene on Kai's planet. He is not so good at present, so he has to take a step back and replace it with steel. Although the technology of this world started shortly, and even in many places, electricity is not popular, but wrought iron technology should be there. A few days later, a whole set of equipment with black metal cold light appeared in Yang's hand. These metal equipments were added together and there were hundreds of kilograms, enough for the training of Yang at the present stage. Putting on these items, Yang quickly invested in comprehensive training. Hung Yu, punching, down, stretching legs. Yang is constantly sweating in his courtyard. Training is a boring thing. If you can't make fun of it and find the fun, then this is a very painful process, but Yang is happy because he knows that the so-called powerhouse is forced out. In this powerful Dragon Ball world, if there is no extraordinary perseverance, he will not have a chance in his life. And as the training continues, he can sense his own changes every day, his body toughness is constantly promotion, his power is constantly increasing, that is, the tiny gas of the body, has also been from the original fine. The hairspring has grown a little bit, and now it has been able to gather into a chopstick-like thickness in the body. Although not many, it is a good start. Today's training is still going on. Unconsciously, that little sigh of sorrow is beginning to flow in Yang's body. The gas started from the heart, bypassed the internal organs, and then rushed toward the brain along a seemingly small channel. Everything looks normal, but at this point, something unexpected happened. When the key swam to the position of the brain, it suddenly seemed to be a sense of a summon of power, actually came out of the meridians, entered the cerebral cortex, and then settled in the consciousness. Oops, something went wrong. An anxious tingling came from the depths of consciousness. Yang's body jerked and awakened from training. At this time, the key is no longer under his control. Bang, 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 is like a heart beating, but this sound is definitely not from the heart, but from the depth of consciousness. Yang looked blank, and then his face began to turn from red to white, and finally became iron blue, just like suffocating. He tried to control the internal key, but it had no effect. The suffocation was attached to the consciousness. It was like a sapling, and it was like a sapling. The scent of the squid was swimming in the sea of consciousness and gradually dislocated. Bang! The violent explosion is like splitting the heavens and earth apart. It seems that something has been broken, and it seems that nothing has happened. A burst of turbulence has stirred Yang dazed and almost shattered the sea. When regaining composure came, Yang shivered and he found that his consciousness actually appeared in a grey-white space. This is a peculiar space, the visibility around it is very low, and the places where 10 meters are open are all invisible. Where is this place? Yang was stunned and looked at the scene in front of her eyes. He didn't know why he was here. Did he practice and practice, suddenly shatter space? It doesn't make sense. I slammed my arm and hurts. Wait, it seems that something is wrong. Yang suddenly thought of one thing. Isn't it the body of her own consciousness, but the true body? And here is also a real space? He was busy confirming himself on his body, and finally came to the conclusion that his body really came in. The difference between the consciousness body and the true body is still discerned. What exactly is going on? As a senior Dragon Ball fan, he knows very well that there is no such setting in Dragon Ball world. Yang decided to find out. He looked at everything in this small space, because the space itself was very small. Yang did not take a few steps to reach the end. In the place of 5 or 6 meters away, there is an invisible diaphragm blocking there. No matter how hard Yang is, can't move forward anymore. It seems that the size of this space is only circumference 10 meters. The palm of the hand is against the edge of the space wall, and Liang's heart is dark to oneself. You must find the way to leave as soon as possible, or you will be trapped here, but how can you leave? Liang sat on the floor with distress. This small pocket is full of grey color, but nothing but empty. It looks like a grey-white scorpion, but it is similar to the hyperbolic time chamber, but not with the hyperbolic time chamber. It's exactly the same, it's more dead here, and obviously there won't be any supplies. The space of this circumference 10 meters is clearly a cage, and you are locked inside. Hell! The protagonist in other novels encounters such a situation that most of them are signs of golden finger. How come this is the case? Is it a bug in his life? In the past 10 minutes and a second, this grey space has never changed a little like the old starry sky. Soon, 6 or 7 hours passed, and Liang still couldn't find a way to leave. But the strange thing is that after such a long time passed, he actually did not have a sense of hunger. It is as if the body consumption is completely stopped. No, to be precise, it is not that his body consumption has stopped. Liang is able to sense that all his functions are normal. The reason is that in this space is filled with the free state of faintly discernible energy, which is constantly supplementing his body consumption. If you can get in and out, it's a great training place. Hey! Liang is deeply sighed. I think so much is useful. For so long, he has already determined that this space will not automatically send him away, with old grandfather, system, what does not exist. Fortunately, here he will not feel hungry, at least not starve to death. Since there will be no worries about life, I will not be able to get out of it for a while. Liang simply trains here, maybe with the enhancement of his power, you can break the imprisonment here and return to the original world. Chapter 13. With this in mind, the mental outlook of Liang has become different. He began to calming one's heart, then set up his posture and practiced punching and kicking in accordance with Heavenly Sky School's routine. Not to mention, the effect of training here is really a lever. As the faintly discernible energy is attached to the surface of the body, he trains almost without any loss. After practicing for a long time in the martial arts of Heavenly Sky School, Liang Sensei's own hands and feet were all active, and then started training Qi, where training is naturally the result for half the effort. If the training effect in the outside world is 5, then here is at least 15. Full 3x effect. A good place, really a good place, the only drawback is that you don't know how to leave. Unfortunately, sighed, Liang continues to concise internal Qi. At this point, another warm airflow lingers in his within the body, first walking around the internal organs of the body, then entering each bone of the body along the meridians. Only hearing the sound of crackle and rattle crisp, Liang's muscles are slightly trembled. Then this Qi leaves the musculoskeletal, returns to the internal organs, and then settles down like a nestling breast swallow, swaying every cell in the body. Liang is also immersed in this wonderful feeling, with the energy of the body in a little promotion. Suddenly, a divine light flashed through my heart. Liang suddenly thinks that he entered this mysterious space because internal Qi stimulated the depth of the consciousness in the brain during training, thus opening up the space. As for whether this space is his own consciousness space, there is no need to care about it. If you follow this line of thinking, then you will use your gas again to stimulate the depth of consciousness in this space, and you will never open up a space. Thinking of this, Liang suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, revealing a strong light in the eyes. Although such a move is somewhat risky, it is better than being trapped here. Take a risk. Liang said that he would do it. He immediately sat down on his knees, then adjusted his mind, carefully controlling the energy to imitate the previous process, moving towards his own brain. Pang! When Liang controlled the rush into the consciousness space, it was like a solid projectile suddenly smashing through a thick wall. The mysterious space where his fleshly body is now suddenly twisted and distorted. The dark cracks appeared out of thin air, with the powerful force of swallowing, directly sucking Liang's body into it. Again regaining composure, Yang found himself back in the home of Great Azure Mountain. Really coming back? I can go in and out of that space. Yang holds the fist and is so excited that she wants to shout out loud. Then a deep exhaustion suddenly swept over, causing him to look white, almost unable to fall to the ground. What happened? Obviously, the body has strength. Why do you feel so tired? Yang yelled, and he realized it in a flash. In that space, he did not consume physical strength, but consumed his spiritual power. In his state, I am afraid I can't stay in space for too long. Otherwise, it will feel like the body is being hollowed out. Yi. At this time, he glanced at the color of the sky, the dark night, the stars shining, the starlight hanging in the night sky, like one after another beautiful pearl. Is this night? Yang remembers that when he entered the mysterious space, it was still in the morning, and then he was trapped in the space for about a dozen hours. According to the time, it would not be night when he came out. Don't the time flow speed different in the two spaces, just like the hyperbolic time chamber? Such speculation suddenly occurred in the brain, making Yang feel itchy and forgetting his fatigue for a while. If the time flow speed of mysterious space in your own consciousness is really different from the outside world, then he has a lot of room to operate. Yang feels that he should test the same, but not now. Now he has to take a nap and raise energy. Sleeping on the pillow, no dreams overnight. Early the next morning, no, exactly the third day of the morning. It turned out that Yang was lying down and actually slept for 2 days. Fortunately, Mexia is not there, or she will come to the door every day, see Yang slumbering, afraid that it will be troublesome. Early this morning, the rising sun, Yang found 2 long and tall incense from the room, and then lit, one in the stone crack on the ground, the other was in the hand. Then calm down, after a little brewing, open the channel into mysterious space again. I only heard the who, Yang's body disappeared, and then about half a musk time, his body appeared again, but at this time, the high fragrance he had in his hand had burned out. Yang took the 2 musks for comparison, and looked at the high fragrance of the roots of the incense sticks in his eyes. Then he looked at the one that burned half of the ground. The 2 eyes couldn't help but burst out with a gleaming light. The time flow speed on both sides is really different, and the mysterious space on the other end is the 2x outside the world. 2x's time flow speed, and to a certain extent, can't feel tired of training inside, it's just a training sacred land. If a newcomer's Yang has a little doubt about whether he can stand on the Dragon Ball world, then with the acceleration space, Yang is fully confident to find a heaven and earth here. Haha, first give the space a name, it's called acceleration space. Yang smiled and gave the space a name. Concise and clear, it is time acceleration. In fact, in the heart of Yang, it is faintly aware that the utility of that space should not be the same. The function of the hyperbolic time chamber may be just a trivial function. In the days that followed, Yang will remain in the self-tempering punching and kicking in Great Azure Mountain during the day, and in the evening, he will enter the acceleration space and wash away the fatigue of the fleshly body with the help of the acceleration space. Seriously continue to train in it. Through testing, Yang found that with his current state of mind, he could continue to open the acceleration space for 3 hours, that is, 6 hours inside. Exceeding the time would cause mental wilting, which made him feel like he was stepping on cotton, but he was not worth the candle. Generally speaking, the martial artist in the world often takes only a few hours of the day to train. The diligent one may borrow a little time in the evening, but ample rest is essential. But Yang different, with the help of the acceleration space, he can not only do the training during the day, but also open the small stove at night. It should be said that with the permission of spiritual power, the use of acceleration space for training, in fact, has been equal to a certain degree of rest. As a result, Yang's real training time is twice as long as the ordinary person. Chapter 14. In July, the blue sky, the cloud is not stained, the vast great azure mountain, green, and the mountains are bound. In the Heavenly Sky School martial arts building, several elders at Isaac and Heavenly Sky School are drinking tea leisurely. Sith and Carl are also here, they have already returned from Primitive Mountain. It took a total of 10 days to enter the mountain. After crossing dozens of hills, the two people brought back enough medicine bath material, no need to use it for a short time. I am guilty of the medicine ingredients. The ingredients were stored, and several people sat together, listening to Sith and Carl talking about the mountain, and the burst of laughter from time to time. The complete tea set is placed in a central location. With Alice's skillful tea-making skills, a small spoonful of freshly brewed green tea is soaked in clear spring water, and in a short time, the camellia is scattered, and a quiet tea is released with the heat. Fragrant. To count the time, Mexia should have arrived at the Superpower Academy. After taking a cup of tea from his wife, Isaac began to miss his lovely daughter. Alice looked at the calendar on the wall. It's almost there, I don't know what she is doing now, whether she has entered the advanced class. Mexia is so smart, definitely. Biaros is a handsome golden blonde hair man, with a smile at this time. I hope. Alice smiled. Superpower Academy has the distinction of junior class, intermediate class, and advanced class. It has different training rules for superpower user with different potentials. If you can enter advanced class, the starting point is higher than others. Level 1, not the certificate at graduation, for superpower user is also an opportunity for me, at least for the development of superpower. As mother, Alice certainly hopes that daughter can enter the advanced class, but she does not insist. After all, relying on Heavenly Sky School, even if daughter is just an ordinary woman like her, she will not be bullied in the future. You two don't have to worry, Clarissa should send a letter back soon. Looking at Isaac and Alice's worried look, Sith said with a grin. He can understand the feelings of Isaac and Alice. After all, the children are outside, and what are the parents? There is Clarissa followed, but there is nothing to worry about. Several people's topics were removed from Mexia and gradually turned to school's several disciples to review their strengths and weaknesses one by one. At Heavenly Sky School, in theory all disciples are sect master's disciples, but in fact each elder will guidance one or two disciples. These disciples have master and disciple names, but they have master and disciple. Therefore, the most understanding of these disciples. Communicating on the status of the disciple every a period of time is a long-standing principle that allows for more accurate follow-up training programs. When we talked about Muyang, everyone sent a feeling. 10 years ago, Muyang had just been there and asked them a few questions about the training process. Muyang's progress is too great. I thought he would take some years to ask those questions. I didn't expect to ask them now. Carl glanced at the crowd and his voice was awkward. Eula nods, when you look at him, you should have touched Heavenly Sky Beam's embarrassment. Maybe soon. Our Heavenly Sky School will have a young one that has the youngest grasp of Heavenly Sky Beam's disciple. Said, looked towards Isaac, Eula said with a slight smile, to congratulate the senior brother Isaac here. Isaac is quite useful, disciple is promising, and he feels light on his face. To be honest, these days, the disciple seems to have changed one person. One day, one progress, unconsciously has already opened a few other disciples to a large margin. As an eldest disciple, this is really a good role model. For the school, it is also very beneficial. Isaac laughed, nodded and praised, according to Muyang's current progress, 3 years may hope to participate in 11th World Martial Arts Tournament, if he can enter top 8. If you can get into top 8, we can't be proud of Heavenly Sky School. Biaros took the call and looked excited. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a great competition jointly launched by the martial arts school in the world, held every 5 years. At this time, the World Martial Arts Tournament was not officially hosted by the Earth government as in the original work, but was organized by the well-known martial arts school. In previous years, Heavenly Sky School did not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. First, because Heavenly Sky School has fewer disguises, it does not screen out the contestant that meets the competition criteria. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament does not stipulate the upper age limit, in practice, the rising star of each school is participating. The future of the school lies in the new generation. The old generation martial artist of each school is embarrassed to squint with the juniors. Sports. Secondly, in fact, it is still a question of strength. Even if it happens that there is a suitable disciple to participate in, Heavenly Sky School's results are mostly not ideal. It has been said that it has not entered top 8 for several times. In fact, as Burroughs said, being able to enter top 8 is, to some extent, a reputation for his own school. Isaac attaches great importance to the Muyang disciple, otherwise it will not pass on the energy training method to him early, but Isaac also knows the people beyond people and heaven beyond the heaven. You know, it's the World Martial Arts Tournament, which will bring together the most outstanding martial artists from all around the world. Even if Isaac is going to participate, it may not be able to achieve the best results. Let Muyang participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. At his age, it is extremely difficult to get the top 8 results. Of course, Muyang didn't know about Isaac's thoughts. At this time, Muyang was training alone in the training field of the mountainside. Chapter 15. Time flies, quietly passed away. It was a month since Muyang discovered the acceleration space. This month, with the help of acceleration space, Muyang within the body is growing, and it is gradually able to condense the thickness of the thumb. This is a very rare improvement, because in accordance with the normal training speed, it takes at least 3 or 4 months of bitter training to achieve such a degree. Although this key is still very weak compared to his teacher Isaac, Muyang has greatly increased his confidence in the future and is more diligent in training. On this day, with the increase of internal key interest, Muyang has been able to sense the flow of heat into the body. So he tried to imitate Isaac's movement to release the energy of Heavenly Sky School. I saw Muyang expression solemn, breathtaking, 2 fingers turn into a sword, exhausted power to gather with the body heat flow between the right hand between the index finger and the middle finger. Heavenly Sky Beam. The energy gathered together and gradually produced high temperatures. When the fingertips shot a glimmer of light, energy wave was released. A weak key stream flew out from the fingertips, but only flew out. After half a meter of distance, it turned into a group of smoke disappeared. Dumb bomb? Muyang looked at a thin mist in front of him. Fortunately, no one has seen it, or else his virgin show can be embarrassed. The release of energy wave is focused on the aura of the sea, aiming at a venting mouth bursting impact, the irresistible force of the sweeping. The energy wave that Muyang just released was condensed and the quality was not good. No matter whether the explosive power or the penetrating power could not achieve the standard, this is because Muyang internal key is still not strong enough. However, although this time did not successfully release energy wave, Muyang silently remembered in the heart, but also not to be discouraged emotions, and then more careful training. Primitive Mountain, Inner Ring. Primitive Mountain stretches for hundreds of kilometers. It's too big. What's in the deepest place, even if the ancestor of Heavenly Sky School, which is rooted in Primitive Mountain for many years, has gone through a wave of exploration, it won't be the whole circle the domain and thoroughly explore it again. At this time, in the depths of Primitive Mountain, where Muyang is at the junction of the inner ring and the outer periphery, Muyang is aimlessly wandering here. The forests lush and green in the distance, the thick trees towering in the sky, covering the line of sight, with the ups and downs of the terrain, these giant trees also have regular ups and downs. Voila! A black silhouette quickly passed, light flashes disappeared into the forest. Muyang has been in this vast forest for some time. Combined with the recent training results, Muyang enters the small range of activities in Primitive Mountain. If you pay attention, you don't have to worry too much about safety. Here, Yang's spirit is always highly concentrated, because the inner ring is different from the periphery, and he can perform well outside, but not here. Yang doesn't have the strength of Isaac after all, so when you walk, your eyes and ears are constantly paying attention to the movements around you. Once there is any wind and grass, the body needs to react immediately. This process lasted for several days. And Yang only walked at the junction of the inner and outer circles. In this way, as the terrain changed, an open valley gradually appeared. The valley presents a half-moon-shaped undulation, with high peaks on both sides, spreading towards the sides, and the entire crescent moon-shaped valley is like a forcibly. Continue along the long canyon in front of you. Suddenly, there was an empty rocky beach in front of it, and gravel on the ground. In the vicinity of the rocky beach, some shiny things caught the attention of Yang. It was sporadic pieces of metal that were thrown out. These pieces were bigger, and they were covered with azure moss. The mottled rust was visible, and it looked like some years. Hey, the metal block here is not like something on earth. With a slight exclamation in the heart, Yang strode forward and a few steps of the effort came to the parts of the big heads. Looking down and watching it carefully, Yang determined that this was a part of a large mechanical equipment that fell. According to this mottled rust, there is at least a few hundred years here, definitely not a product of Earth. With this judgment, Yang immediately began to search along this area, because the valley was not very large, and soon a spaceship buried under the soil was found near a pool of water. It's actually a spaceship. Yang came to the spaceship and looked at it carefully. Unfortunately, for some years, the overall structure has been oxidized and corroded, and there is no possibility of repair. The spaceship is about 7 or 8 meters long and half is buried under the soil. Perhaps the impact of the original fall was too great, the spaceship case itself has been scattered, coupled with the ruthless erosion of the years, has been shaped like a rotten iron, completely lost the possibility of repair. And even if there is a chance to fix it, Earth's technology can't be repaired well. Look at what's useful inside. Although I don't know the possibility of harvesting, I saw the spaceship in front of me and left without scrutinizing something useful. His heart was always unwilling. Spaceship is impossible to fix, but if you look for it, you may find something useful. Upon seeing it, Yang observed the surroundings and found a long metal shovel, then began to dig down until he digs 2 or 3 meters deep, and he dug a metal box from the wreckage of spaceship. Objects. Open the metal box with 3 glass-like objects inside. Yi. Yang was a little surprised. The corner of his mouth couldn't be tilted upwards. When he saw the glassy object, he judged that it was something similar to Scouter. As for Scouter, he was not sure. Put a glass in your hand and lick it. This should be used. Yang does not dare guarantee the shelf life of shape technology. I don't know if the youngster time has passed, I don't know if it can be used. P.S. In the new book period, please vote for the recommended ticket in your hand, and thank the book friends for their reward. Chapter 16. Soon Yang knew that his fears were extra, and even what he really should worry about was not this. When he took the glass-like item in his hand and looked at it, suddenly, the glass-like object seemed to be automatically recharged when it touched the skin, and the light green glass actually showed up. There are a series of symbols that don't know what meaning. Yang had a scare, looking at the Scouter that had already started, and my heart stunned. To know that alien Scouter, many of them are equipped with communication functions, now the glass-like Scouter is activated, will it expose the location of Earth? Although Earth's position is not a secret in the universe, many interstellar influences are simply not worth the low-level planet like Earth. It's not a good thing to rush out of the signal. If you really want alien to provoke it. With Earth's current power level, you should not be able to resist alien. But then again, not all Scouters have communication capabilities, and the worthy of is the alien high-tech, which has not been bad for so many years. Yang felt a sigh of relief, took the glass and looked at it again. He found that the readings on the phone had not changed since the boot. Look at the character carefully and find that there is only one line. The number of symbols is small, only 4, and in addition to the glass and the bracket worn, the entire scouter is very small, and it has not been found for a long time to find the keys or antennas used to switch voice communication. After thinking about it, Yang didn't care whether he could read the symbols displayed on the glass, directly retrieved the glass into the metal box, and then continued to rummage in spaceship for a while, sure that no other useful things could be found. Yang picked up the box and left the crescent moon shape of the canyon. All the way to the hurry, avoiding the sight of countless wild beast glare like a tiger watching his prey, Yang light flashes quickly back. The moon is like a silver plate, and the stars are twinkling. Yang returned to his place of residence. In the dim candlelight, he opened the metal iron box again and picked up one of the glasses. Hey! 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 As the sense reached some heat on the skin, the glass automatically ran, and a series of data quickly emerged. As with the previously displayed readings, the amount of data is small, with only a string of characters. I don't understand. It doesn't matter, because Yang roughly figured out that this should be something like Scouter. The display of the data is coherent, whether it is decimal or binary, this is the minimum law. Looking closely at the data on the glass, Yang pointed it at himself and then continuously accelerated the energy inside the body. Sure enough, the sign at the end of the data changed. And with the data beating, the above data shows a regular pattern of alternating phenomena. Yang extracted these and each symbol onto paper and then studied it carefully. It was quickly discovered that the characters were actually divided into 4 sections, and each section should represent a carry. So far, the top 2 have not changed. Fortunately, Yang used to be an electrician and learned the principles of digital circuits. At least he found a clue. No matter what the hexadecimal is, it can be calculated based on the jitter of the data. Finally, after trial and error, Yang confirmed that there were 16 changes in the last of the glass. That is said that the glass shows a hexadecimal data. Compare the characters displayed on the glass with the hexadecimal you know. Yang pointed at himself and measured the maximum energy data. Hey! A string of data is displayed on the glass, replacing these characters with the hexadecimal on Earth, which is 002F. Convert to decimal 47. That is said that Yang's current energy number or power level is 47. This data is okay, at least not an Earthling. Yang looked at the data and licked it. You know that a year ago, when Yang just passed over, power level estimated that there was number 15. It was not easy to turn over 3x in a year. Now, with the specific data comparison, the training is more obvious, but I don't know if this data is consistent with the power level calculation method in the universe. It should be almost the same. Compared with the Scouter of Frisia Force in original work, the Scouter in Yang lacks geolocation, and from the monotonous character display, it should not have communication function. Obviously this is just a simple Scouter, but correspondingly, its detection range seems to be broader, the 4-digit hexadecimal is full, and the upper limit can detect 65,000 power level. At the moment, Yang can only make a small beating of the last 2 of Scouter. Immediately, Yang smiled lightly and his heart was enthusiastic. This is a quantitative comparison. I used to know that I was growing up every day, but how much I grew up was very vague. With this Scouter, just like playing a game, watching my level rise, the performance of this direct observation let Yang feel more motivated. In the martial arts building, Isaac sits face to face with Yang. After the end of the 7-day guidance, Yang was left alone by Isaac. Teacher. Yang is facing Isaac nodded slightly. Previously he used Scouter to test elders such as Isaac. In daily life, Isaac and others' data are between 670. Among them, Teacher Isaac has the highest data and achieves 74, but Yang does not know the characteristics of Earth martial artist. Will think this is their highest power level. For true full power, Isaac's power level may exceed 80. Did you encounter difficulties during this period of time training? Isaac asked with a smile. Disciple feels good so far and has not encountered bottlenecks, Muiyang replied. Yet. Isaac nodded, then expression solemnly, earnestly said, Muiyang, about 3 years, there will be a grand martial arts tournament on Maple Island in the southern region, when the expert around all the world will gather there. This is a rare training opportunity. Teacher means that I hope you can attend the representative Heavenly Sky School Martial Arts Tournament of the worldwide expert. Muiyang hearing this, the heart is slamming, isn't that the World Martial Arts Tournament? Teacher, please tell me the details of the martial arts tournament, Muiyang said quickly. Isaac chuckled and said, even if you don't ask, I will talk to you carefully. He looked at Muiyang with a smile and snorted. Speaking of the martial arts tournament, the full name of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it has actually been held for many times, and it was only a private exchange between the top schools, but with so many years of communication, martial arts the tournament has also become more and more grand. And now it is mainly organized by the well-known school, but the membership has expanded to the entire martial arts circle. The 3th World Martial Arts Tournament will be held after 11 years. In the past, our Heavenly Sky School didn't have a face-lifting disciple to attend because of its lack of strength. You are the best performer in our new generation, so teacher hopes that you can come to the representative Heavenly Sky School. It doesn't matter if you can get good grades. Right is a training opportunity. Isaac patiently explained, and he estimated that if Muiyang can seriously train in the next 3 years, it should not be difficult to achieve good results in the World Martial Arts Tournament. But to say that winning the championship is too difficult. Isaac's requirements are not high, as long as you can get top 8 is good, but Isaac does not know, his position on Muiyang is actually underestimated. Chapter 17. After 3 years. 11th World Martial Arts Tournament. Muiyang couldn't help but blink. This is his first time to figure out the age of the Dragon Ball world he is in. Previously, due to the current level of Earth technology, the news was blocked, and there was no accurate reference point. So long, Muiyang did not figure out how many youngsters he had in the era from the plot start. Now Isaac's news about the World Martial Arts Tournament has led him to find a reference point. Original work at the beginning. Son Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. It was 10 years earlier than Son Goku. According to 3 years, it was 30 years. No, Muiyang shook his head. The time interval before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was 5 years, not 3 years. Then the 10th is 50 years, plus the future 3 years, that is said, now there is at least 53 years from the plot start. In this way, the time he traversed to Dragon Ball World was actually the 54 year before the plot start. Muiyang can't help being speechless, it's really long enough, 54 years, wait until plot start, he is 60 to 70 years old, bad old man. After learning about the World Martial Arts Tournament from teacher Isaac's mouth, Muiyang returned to his cabin and thought about the martial arts tournament. After determining the time period in which he was located, Muiyang's heart settled down. Eyes scouter placed in the metal box, Muiyang's mouth slightly evoked, after more than 50 years, things will not be considered for the time being. The skill training will be good, then the next martial arts tournament will be me. The first step in this world. In the original work, Master Roshi, who has lived 300 for many years, is still lively dragon and animated tiger until the plot start, and is called the god of martial arts active in the historical arena. It can be seen that when power is strong enough to use certain means, it is necessary to extend lifespan. Legend has it that Master Roshi reason why can live for so long because of taking elixir of immortality, while another rumor says that Master Roshi has eaten paradise herb from Forest of Terror. What kind of statement is reliable? Muiyang can't figure out the specific situation, but like Master Roshi, Master Shen, Mercenary Tao, Fortune Teller Baba, live single years, 1 or 2 can be said to be a miracle, but suddenly appeared 4, then there must be its cause. As long as this cause is on Earth, Muiyang believes that he also has a chance to get it by knowing Dragon Ball World. With this in mind, it seems that it is not difficult to achieve the small goal of to live to the plot start. Of course, Muiyang's goal is definitely not like Master Roshi, Master Shen, etc. When the plot start is already older aged, he must not only live, but also maintain a good physical state. In the early morning, the scenery is quiet. The wind blows the leaves and the sound of rustling sounds in the ears. The frogs in the fields are screaming at the goo-goo, the grass in the distance is covered with dew, and the voice of the worms is heard from time to time in the quiet great forest. On the hill, a youth gathers the energy with the body. Suddenly, the whole person tightened his body like an enemy, and the hot energy gathered at the fingertips of his azure light spot. With a dignified shout, the arms are suddenly straightened, and a slap of energy is shot from between the fingers. Heavenly sky beam. Just like a laser sweeping quickly, the slender light beam is accompanied by the surrounding whirlwind, and the slamming hits a stone that weighs more than 70. I only heard the loud noise of rumble, the stone burst into small particles, and a thick layer of dust in the original place blocked the line of sight. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Muiyang slightly gasped for breath, with a satisfied look in his eyes. His Qi Gongbo finally achieved the degree of Teacher Isaac. At this point, Muiyang got scouter and 3 years have passed. Day after day, full 3 years, Muiyang is 17 years old, and the youngster has grown into a handsome person. In this 3 years, Muiyang's strength has been growing. After such a long training, Muiyang's body has been strengthened. Earthling's physique can't be compared with Sion, so he can't do it without concern like Son Goku. Various extreme challenges, but thanks to the effects of the acceleration space, Muiyang's power level is now achieved with 85. This value is not high enough to compare with Son Goku and others at the same time, but for the current Earthling, it is already an expert. Over the years, Muiyang did not deliberately go to the promotion power level. His time in the acceleration space is more spent on the insights of the basic martial arts, and strives to make every move evolve into infinite changes before integration optimization. Because Muiyang knows that Earth is just a low-level planet, that is said that the ceiling is very low. The low level means that when you reach the top in the future, no one will guidance him anymore, and everything will be explored by himself, so for future development, Muiyang is in the limited growth interval of the early period. The self-tempering of consciousness is its own. In fact, even Muiyang's teacher Isaac didn't know that, and unconsciously, his disciple had the ability to be with him. Up to now, even every time he punches, Muiyang can use his own power to enhance. One day after 3 years, there is still 1 month from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the outdated traffic, it takes a lot of time to travel from the Great Azure Mountain in the northern hemisphere to Maple Island in the southern region. So on this day, Muiyang sorted out the bag and, accompanied by Sith Uncle Master, started the journey to Maple Island. Muiyang, it's good to be able to get good grades, even if you don't, you can get training. When Isaac's rough palm pressed on Muiyang's shoulder, he encouraged. Please feel at ease with teacher. Muiyang eyes bright and full of expression. It's good to have this state of mind. Isaac smiled and gently nodded. Muiyang has a faint smile and he has a source of confidence for his skill. Around apprentice brothers also explore the neck and every envy of the Muiyang in the field. Worthy of is the eldest senior brother and has the opportunity to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. If I am so good, then World Martial Arts Tournament, I really want to see it for myself. Yes, at the next time, we will definitely be able to participate. So, under the watchful eye of all elder and his peers, Muiyang raised his hand and waved, carrying his bag and scythe, moving toward under the mountain. The journey to Maple Island requires a steam locomotive, and the nearest train station is also close to the Great Azure Mountain. Chapter 18. There is a red sun on the horizon, and the sunset glows red. When Liang and Sith stepped up and walked into the nearby town, which had a train station, the time had passed. The town is named after the town of Chongshan. It is named after the primitive mountain and the primitive mountain. It is the only thoroughfare to the outside of the villa. It is much more prosperous than the village at the foot of the Great Azure Mountain. The existence of the railway station played a key role in the development of the town. Walking on the street, there are all kinds of storefronts on both sides. The merchants are standing at the door and sipping and selling goods. They have already begun to have a modern sense, and there is a feeling of returning to the early 20th century. Taking advantage of the setting sun, Liang and Sith walked in the direction of the train towards the train station, then lined up to buy tickets, and soon Sith bought the tickets and handed one of them to Liang. The long-distance train to the south has one column for every 2 genius, and the train passing the destination is half a month. The nearest train, the departure time is tomorrow evening, so Liang they are going to be in this town. Stay 1 day. Now there is a period of time from the train, we have to find a place to stay. Sith often travels far and leads Liang to stay at a hotel next to the train station. After that, we explained it in an orderly manner, we have to take a half-month train on this trip, and you will be free tomorrow. You will purchase some things for daily use. Okay, I am understood. Liang followed Sith. For the accustomed to the rural landscape, the town in front of him finally brought him a previous life feeling, but it was like a world. Can't say strange, but there is freshness. At night, Liang once again enters the acceleration space training, which is his habit. Nothing in the night. The next day, Liang walked alone in the streets of the town. Considering the need to spend half a month on the train, Liang bought some simple daily necessities. This is the first time Liang came to Dragon Ball World and left Great Azure Mountain to travel to such a distant town. Although the scene is not the same as the image of the spaceship unending flow, the power of the technology is still given to the town. The change in earth-shaking made him feel new. After buying everything, Liang took the large and small surroundings and walked in the town of Hessian. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh Dr. Brief, who invented capsules technology. It is really a super genius. No wonder Capsule Corporation can be able to become worldwide's largest company. Because capsules is so convenient for travelers, it has almost pulled an era. But now, capsules don't have to think about it, maybe Dr. Brief I was born shortly. A white martial arts uniform swayed with the wind, Liang walked down the street, from time to time to attract people from the crowd. In the current era, martial artist is highly respected, but because of traffic congestion, there are not many people who have seen martial artist in person, even if apprentice is very eye-catching, so when Liang is wearing a martial arts uniform, when you are on the street, the rate of return is extremely high. Going back to the hotel where I stayed, I packed up my bags and waited until the same time. Liang and Sith went to the train station in advance. The people around are also carrying big bags of luggage, each and every line of rush seems to be afraid of catching the train. Next to the platform, the steam locomotive braved the hot steam, and the entire platform looked smoky. Check the ticket, board the train and find your own car. Putting the luggage on the shelf of the private room, Liang sat on the bed and looked out the window. Liang their carriage is a big private room, they can live in 6 people. In addition to Liang and Sith, there are 2 passengers who look like businessmen. They greeted them with a smile and Liang began to sit still. Woo-woo. As the steam locomotive rang the woo-woo whistle, the bulky train started boom-boom. When the wheel crushing the sound of the rails, it continually echoes in the ear, and the scenery on both sides is constantly going backwards. To be honest, the speed of the steam locomotive is not fast, 70-80 km speed of each hour. If Liang uses full strength, it is faster than it, but no train stays up all night. Maple Island is located in a sea area outside the southern region, so when the train arrives at the station, it will take a ferry to arrive. The steam train passes over the mountains ridges, from the plains to the hills, and from the hills to the mountains. The sky gradually darkened, and the radiance of the stars began to emerge from the clouds. The train continued on the road after stopping at several platforms along the way, and the time passed quickly for 10 days. At this time, the bed opposite Muiyang had already changed passengers. The two businessmen looked like passengers had got off the bus. The new one was a pair of Dutch little husband and wife. They had a pair of daughters, about 5 years old. The powdered jade, very cute, looks very good from the clothing. Once, when Muiyang was sitting in the practice, suddenly the cheek felt cold, and the eyes opened and saw a little girl with a brown hair licking her watery eyes and flicking at him. April, don't bother this big brother practice. The little girl who is talking about the little girl, the young lady is very etiquette, apologetically looked at Muiyang and hugged the daughter. I still don't apologize to big brother. After that, the young mother said to Muiyang, not good means that this child is disturbing you. It doesn't matter. Muiyang smiled at the shake one's head. Big brother, I am sorry. At this time, the little girl looked at the mother and apologized with a flat mouth. She reached out and took out a sugar bowl from her arms and took out a few candy. Big brother, these candy are for you. It's sweet. Looking at the little girl, she was reluctant. Muiyang speechless smiled, and the shake one's head did not accept it. It doesn't matter, you can keep these candy for yourself. Well, April likes to eat candy. Little girl April immediately followed the eyebrows, Azure's sly expression of joy, carefully peeling a candy into the mouth. Older sister. I want to. April's younger sister, a little girl with golden hair, said with a milky voice. Give you. It's a sensible little girl, looking at the hand and peeling a candy to the younger sister in the mouth of the younger sister, Muiyang chuckled. Chapter 19. Giggle. A brown-haired April makes a crisp laugh, and the young child seems to be happy to see anything. Looking at April's playful and cute look, Muiyang's mind flashed the shadow of Mexia. The guy hasn't returned since he went to the Superpower Academy. It happened that the Superpower Academy is also in the southern region, this time coming over to participate in World Martial Arts Tournament. Do you want to take a look at her? Well, wait until you have finished the World Martial Arts Tournament. When she gave her a surprise, Muiyang thought dark to oneself. After the chat, Muiyang knew that the young husband and wife in front of them were named Claren and Fumia, and they were researchers at the Synthesized Research Institute. This trip is to take the children home to visit relatives through the holidays. Their two children are April and Cypriel. In addition to the sapphire-like azure eyes, their hair color inherits their parents, one is brown, one for golden. It's said that the innocent child is the most flattering. Muiyang didn't believe it before, but after seeing April and Cypriel, Muiyang believed that the two children's soft cute were really flattering. The train was speeded along the rails for a few days, and as the surrounding climate changed significantly, it also indicated that the train had entered the southern region. At this time, the northern hemisphere is still in the summer, and the southern hemisphere is the cold winter, so the airflow exhaled when getting off the car is with air mass. Muiyang brother, I wish you good results on the martial arts tournament. The young man Claren put on a hat and pulled the suitcase to get off. Accept your lucky words. Muiyang smiled and returned. Mr. Muiyang, Mr. Sith, fated, goodbye, we are very happy on this journey. If we have not arranged the itinerary, we really want to take a taste of the martial artists. Big brother goodbye. April waved her arm hard and then walked outside the platform where her mother's clothes were moved toward heavy traffic. Goodbye. Muiyang also smiled. This mundane journey is a bit of fun because of this innocent little girl. I hope there is still a chance to meet, although Muiyang knows that this possibility is very low. At this time, Sith also took the luggage and watched it quietly. After Claren husband and wife left with the children, he said to Muiyang, let's go, we have to hurry, there is a strait from Maple Island. After leaving the train station, we have to change to the ferry. Understood Uncle Sith, let's go. Yang smiled nods, and more emotionally inconvenient in this era. It's no wonder that the World Martial Arts Tournament is going to be held for 5 years, because it takes a long period of time to spend on the road. Of course, if you have the strength of Son Goku, you can swim around the Earth half-circle, but Yang has no such ability for the time being. Maple Island is only a few tens of kilometers from the vast southern region. On this day, Maple Island is a lively event, welcoming the World Martial Arts Tournament for every 5 years. As the martial arts tournament is approaching, the powerhouses of the martial arts school from all around the world are gathered together to make the entire island unusually lively. Unlike the World Martial Arts Tournament that appeared in the original work, the World Martial Arts Tournament is just a meeting between the various schools. It is very popular in the martial arts circle when it is not officially hosted by the Earth government. The School of Fame. The 11th World Martial Arts Tournament is called Maple Leaf School, and Maple Island is the home of their school. Although the Maple Leaf School is not as powerful and famous as the Turtle School and the Crane School, it is also very much in the current martial arts circle. Outstanding Martial Arts School. We will go to a place to go. The martial arts tournament will be held in 3 days, for a total of 2 days. There will be a 3-day exchange after the game. Sith took Yang and walked on Maple Island under the mountain. In the town, while walking, explain. So everyone has to live in this town. Looking at the surrounding pedestrians, Yang is very skeptical. Does this town live with that many outsiders? Sith nods said, according to previous traditions, the organizers will arrange accommodation for the contestant who has obtained the top 50 ranking in the previous competition. At the same time, the top 8 contestant belongs to the school. The under-school disciple will also receive a special reception. Maple Leaf School. It's a great school, so they have enough room to arrange for the contestant to live in the Maple Leaf School. But like our Heavenly Sky School, there was no disc rhyme in the previous competition to get top 8, and this year's participating contestant did not have the previous top 50 rankings, and the accommodation needs to be solved by itself. Yang was nodded after listening. With scholarship and contestant privileges, and the powerhouse really got preferential treatment everywhere. In the heart of the calculations, this probably split half of the people the hotel in the town should live. While speaking, Sith took Yang to find a hotel, entered the room at the salesman's warm reception, then simply stopped the snack. Yang began to prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament, which opened 3 days later. Daily meditation training is not ruined, but considering a newcomer, Yang did not enter the acceleration space. Just as he was training, Sith pushed the door and walked in. Yang, do you want to go outside and get familiar with the environment? Well, okay. Just like the college entrance examination, you should be familiar with the test room environment in advance. Yang thought about it and ended the training today. He walked with the Sith in the town. Hehe, these are the martial artists on Earth, and the number is not too small. Yang looked at everything behind Sith. As the participants gathered, there were about 100 people in front of Yang. These are mostly young discus clees of each school. They are dressed in uniform martial arts uniforms, and some are led by Sith. Teacher. With Yang's current strength, it is also unable to use ki to sense the strength of the opponent, but the general threat still has a certain sense of force. Yang spread out his spiritual power, but there is no ki that threatens himself. That is, the 100 people in front of him are actually not his opponent. Follow up, let's sign up for Martial Dojo. Sith didn't know that Yang was scanning these martial artists in secret and led Yang to the registration place at the martial arts tournament. As he walked, he said, the competitions were just some mid-grades, even the smallest come out of the contestant, so the strength is not strong. The really powerful school has a good grade in the past, so there are Maple Leaf School disciple greets them personally, and when they first arrive at the dock, they will be taken to the martial dojo to rest. Yang nods, these Sith have already told him before. Chapter 20. Things are gathered together. People are divided into groups, even martial arts circle, there are also high and low strengths and weaknesses. This is a realistic topic. Between people and between school and school, it is possible to hold a group because of the same martial arts concept. It may also invisibly divide different gradients due to the strength of strength. The complete non-discrimination does not exist. The more powerful the school, the more attention it pays to the presentation of etiquette, but this etiquette is actually based on strength. The strength is not equal, the given etiquette may be only symbolic and polite, only the strength is equal, and each other will truly show enough respect. For the attitude of the previous martial arts tournament's seated contestant and great school disciple, the organizers will arrange the disciple early to meet. This is the strength to speak. Only ordinary teachers who are not valued need to go up the mountain. The most famous school of martial arts circle today is Turtle School, Crane School, Oran Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Cranes School, Cross Fist, Beast Group, and the guardian lineage of the legendary Sacred Land. Sith for these students to be very familiar with the matter, and Tim Wiang shakes one's head, and said, before these years, Turtle School and Crane School are basically invisible. Guardian lineage is said to have clan rules, and will not easily go out of Sacred Land of Koran. So this martial arts circle, in recent decades, Oran Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Cranes School, etc. is considered a strongest school. Speaking of the current martial arts circle pattern, Wiang can hear disappointed and frustrated from Sith's tone. This is not to say that the expert of the famous school is more powerful than the other school, the small school also has the great expert, such as Wiang's teacher Isaac, which is definitely a powerhouse, but because the Heavenly Sky School is small in size, it is ranked in the mid-grade school. The great school has more disciples, and the overall quality is naturally stronger than other schools. In addition to these experts, there is a special set of experts on Earth, which are monsters that can spit out words. They usually have the shape of wild beast, but because of their wisdom, they are classified as beasts, but they are not suitable. Maple Island is a middle bulge, all around the island. Like many islands, the temperature of Maple Island is very pleasant. Even in the winter season of the southern region, the island is blowing a gentle breeze. There is a main peak in the middle of the island called Maple Leaf Peak. On the mountainside of Maple Leaf Peak, there is a magnificent martial dojo. It was martial dojo of Maple Leaf School, where the World Martial Arts Tournament was held. The winding road leading to the foothills, Lin King Muishu, Bird's Mountain, and the greenstone trails on both sides of the Qingxi Trail, overlooking the distance through the cornice's cornice, the clear sea water greets the scene, showing a sparkling beauty, light wind boast, you can smell the taste of sea water. Entering martial dojo, there are more and more martial artists gathered around. Wiang probably glanced around and saw a lot of people wearing the Maple Leaf School martial arts uniform leading the entire group to visit everywhere. Wiang judged the disciples that were all great school. Wiang is coming! Sith screamed on the side. Wiang hurried over and wrote his name at registration place. Heavenly Sky School, Wiang. The staff member read it again and handed in a number plate after confirming it. This is your number. When you go straight to the lottery, you will participate in the competition according to the number. Thank you. Wiang politely thanked, then looked at the number of the 241 on the number and carefully closed the number plate. At this time, the martial arts tournament is not an entertainment competition for audience, so the competition rules are somewhat different from the later generations. In the arena here, there is no selection of the preliminaries competition for the sake of increasing the appreciation. Each competition is directly in front of the experts of the great school. The level of the conformant is very different from the later generations. No need for selection. Secondly, the professional viewer eyesight is also sharper. In the presence of competition, you can see more advantages and disadvantages. For each contestant, a temper. Of course, such competition rules also lead to pressure multiplication. It can be said that every competition, participating contestant must spare no effort, not to lose face to their own school. After the registration, he visited martial dojo under the leadership of Maple Leaf School disciple, and then Yang sat in the shade of the newspaper not far from the registration point, quietly watching the contestant who came to sign up. At this time the sunset has been hung on the horizon, and the seagulls in the distance are screaming there. Looking at the time, the staff member responsible for the registration began to collect. Yang and Sith did not stop, returning to the hotel where they stayed. After 3 days passed, Yang learned from the competition that the 315 name contestants signed up for this great competition. This number is much more than the number of 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in original work. It can be seen that the current martial arts training is still very prosperous. However, in the late period, due to the rise of technology and the martial arts tournament, many schools have chosen Hidden World, and the professional contestant will gradually decrease. This is a historical trend and a thing that can't do anything about it. This morning, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally opened. Maple Leaf Dojo, the crowd is surging. Ah, look there, it's Master Hulin at Oran Temple, is the one next to him his recipe. An exclamation sounded in the ear, and the entire martial dojo immediately boiled. Yang turned back and saw the old man in yellow robes walking into martial dojo accompanied by the Maple Leaf School disciple, followed by a small monk. Oran Temple. Isn't that Krillin didn't worship Master Roshi before the teacher? Yang blinked his eyes. From the old man, Yang felt a grand aura. Quietly took out Scouter for a probe, and the data obtained actually has 105. 105 power level, which is already extremely powerful in Earthling. To know the Master Roshi of the Dragon Ball Z period, the power level is only 139. Although the Master Hulin is not as good as the god of martial arts, it is also one of the giants of the martial arts circle. Worth of is a long-standing school of inheritance, the foundation is really deep. Sith looked at Oran Temple contestants' direction. I don't know if it is envy or admire. Uncle Sith, I don't lose them either. Yang's eyes fell on several young monks next to Master Hulin. Then you have to keep it up. Sith smiled and encouraged patting Yang's shoulder. For him, as long as Yang can score top 8 in the martial arts tournament, he is already very satisfied. As for the celebrities like Oran Temple, let's forget. Seeing that Sith didn't take his own words, Yang licked his mouth and didn't talk anymore. This Uncle Sith obviously has no confidence in Isaac, but it is not surprising that Heavenly Sky School has been weak for a long time. Compared with other impressive schools, it is normal to not be optimistic. I don't know when I show strength. When, he will be a kind of expression. Today's martial arts tournament, older generation martial artist is basically a bystander, and it is still the younger generation. The name is Master Hulin. Yang thinks that he is not his opponent, but other people, he has the urge to fight. Chapter 21. Hey, this time Turtle School's disciple didn't participate. Yang heard this sigh as he passed the platform. There is no way, it is said that Master Roshi has not received Dissel for many years, another said. Yang walked sideways from the side, his ears erected, and thought to oneself, now there is 50 years from plot start. At this time, Master Roshi should have received Son Gohan as a disciple, and did not let Son Gohan come. To participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, you should feel that it is not necessary. Son Gohan is Master Roshi's most outstanding disciple, and the final achievement is even above Master Roshi. Now is the 50th year before the plot. Son Gohan in the youth state is absolutely in the golden period of rapid growth, and it is not far from being a leader. Participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament does not make sense to him. Yang, competition is about to start, wait for spare no effort, don't underestimate any opponent. Sith groaned. Yang was only in the primitive mountain with wild beast battle, and there was no experience with people. Sith was afraid of Yang. If you can't get used to it, you will be patient. Do not worry, Uncle Sith. Yang was serious and Sirius nodded, then tied the waist belt, spare no effort. On the platform, the sect master of Maple Leaf School began to explain the competition rules. The audience immediately gave a warm applause. After the applause ended, accompanied by an ear-splitting copper gong, the competition officially began. Yang myself, constantly scanning the senior above with Scouter. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118. These are all well-known characters. In addition to those old seniors, the younger generation is much weaker. Yang is not going to measure, but the excellent one should only be 670 power level, which is a certain gap. Soon, the competition started. In accordance with the drawing sequence, the disciples of each great school are divided into 8 competition areas for the hegemony. Each competition area determines one of the most powerful contestants, and enters the quarter-finals. There is no power test beforehand, there is no so-called resurrect mechanism, the whole process is the strength of hard state. Everything is as simple and rude except that the previous top 8 was used as a hidden contestant for 8 competition areas. Yang blood boiling, this is the competition he wants. Standing in the candidate area, he has been able to sense the inner heart. This kind of emotion is even equal to when he took the college entrance examination that year. On the arena, the first stage contest of different competition areas has begun, and the disciples of the great school are competing for each other. There are already some poorly good contestants who have been eliminated because they have encountered disparity in power. They can only sigh. This result also attracted the audience under the terrace, but luck is also a part of the strength, the presence of the weight of the martial artist, slightly for those who are not good contestant regret, attention quickly into the next competition in. At this time, Yang also paid attention to the competition on the stage. Although the movements of these martial arts practitioners on the stage are fast, they fall in his eyes, but it seems to slow down the scene. Every move is not only slow, but also full of loopholes. This level also comes to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yang thinks that if you change to yourself, just swing the fist and you can play them down. This is already a clear gap. At this moment, Yang concluded that he could definitely achieve good results in this competition. Contestant 241, please go to Arena 13. The staff member shouted at the door. It's my turn to go on stage. Yang gently nods, flashed a little cold light in the eyes, then went to the target arena, gently jumped, and fell very lightly on the arena. At this time, Sith shouted under the stage, Yang is calm and not too stressed. I know. Cast a confident smile to Sith, Yang looked towards his own opponent. Opposite him is a young man with a burly figure, wearing a blue-colored martial arts uniform. When he saw him, Yang smiled. The first stage competition met the Maple Leaf School's disciple. Oh, let me see what is the strength of the great school disciple. Yang took it seriously. He didn't use Scouter to test, but instead relied on his own feelings. He did this by training key sensibility. Maple Leaf School, Kane, opposite the Maple Leaf School disciple, both palms together, politely bent slightly. Yang followed the return, Heavenly Sky School, Yang. Then the two men set aside their posture and slightly estimated the strength of the touched opponent. Eventually, the Maple Leaf School disciple, called Kane, took the lead in launching the attack. Yang eyes fretting, the whole person's aura changed, and the eyeball continued to rotate with the movement side of the opposite side. Because it was the first time to participate in the official competition, Yang did not intend to keep it from the beginning. When the punching and kicking on the opposite side was about to reach out, Yang inwardly shouted, the body swayed, and then as the body swayed, the unconsciously moved to Kane. As it turns out, the difference between the constant named Kane and Yang is still very big, and the feet are changing. Yang has already identified the opportunity. Good speed, when will come behind me? In the face of the sudden emergence of Yang, Kane was shocked by a cold sweat, but in the case of the great school's disciple, Cain obviously had a good training in the basic skills, and her body was short, and her hands crossed, or he was hiding from danger. Passed. Back and forth to hand combat for several rounds, Yang roughly figured out the level of opponent. Then speed up the rhythm to end this match, so Yang grinned, thoughts move, and the speed immediately on his hand speeded up a bit. Cain didn't expect Yang's movement to be so fast, and the body could not slow down. The simple attack had already made him fall, and he had to avoid the edge and flash the dodge to the side. Hey! Yang's fist is heavy on the ground, making a squeaky noise. The slate of the martial arts stage is slightly loose, cracking a few cracks. Cain saw the power that Yang suddenly showed, and she was constantly reluctant at the foot of the shock. An irresistible aura assaults the senses. Voila! A vague black shadow suddenly swept past Cain's eyelids, when Cain really couldn't hide, only the cup one fist in the other hand. Hey! Huge pressure fell on his body. Cain swayed and slipped out of the distance of 7 or 8 meters. Feeling numb with her arms, Cain smiled and had a decision in her heart. Wait a minute. This match might admit defeat. When another attack on Yang was about to come, Cain hurriedly stopped, and Cain looked down at Arena with regret. This competition, contestant 241 Yang won. See a party contestant active admit defeat went down to Arena. The scene staff member immediately raised the flag and announced loudly. Yang, who still stayed on Arena, won this match. Chapter 22. Off-site, watching the audience of Arena 13 competition, Cain took the initiative to walk down the arena, could not help but be surprised. Maple Leaf School's Cain unexpectedly lost. It seems that Yang's contestant need to pay attention. This match lasts for a short time, but it is a reflection of the gap between the two. The whole process was Yang pressing Cain, and a limited number of attacks. Cain did not get the benefits from Yang. The gap seems to be a bit big. The wonderful performance, let the live audience and other participating contestant remember the name called the contestant of Yang. His strength cannot be underestimated. The person familiar with Cain was surprised when he got the news. Cain was eliminated so quickly, he thought he was able to survive at least a few games. He didn't expect to lose at the beginning. The contestant who witnessed this match has cast a dignified look at Yang, adding a name to the list that he needs to pay attention to. Senior brother Cain, it's a pity. A disciple walked up and he saw Cain's face somewhat pale. Senior brother, don't worry. Cain waved his hand, said, nothing, rest for a while, just the strength of the punch is really uncomfortable. Ah, that person is so powerful. The junior brother is both wrong and sorry for the senior brother Cain. You know that the strength of the senior brother Cain is absolutely good in the Maple Leaf School that many disciple. Even he can't pick up the punch on the opposite side. Does that guy compare? Is their disc Leal at Maple Leaf School even stronger? Don't care. The real strength of the opposite side is probably even worse than we think. Cain with a serious face said, only the real hand combat knows the strength of Yang. In the previous battle, the opposite side has never made a strongest means. Do not get this World Martial Arts Tournament to take out the Dark Horse, Heavenly Sky School, how have you not heard of it before? At the same time, my heart is also very wrong, I am angry with my luck. But in any case, under the absolute strength gap, he lost his heart. On the other hand, Yang returned to the rest area after completing the competition, and then several competitions. The results were obvious and Yang won all. This also makes the other contestant of the competition area more and more felt threat, and they pay attention to it. Pang! As a lightning-fast attack, the opposite person flew off the court. In another competition, Yang defeated a martial arts dojo's elite disciple and then returned to arena underneath. Uncle Sith, I know the level of the martial arts tournament. Sith's face was a little reddish, and she was very surprised. Good, actually beat the elite disciple of great school in succession, keep it and strive for better results. Previously, Sith was very optimistic about Muiyang, thinking that he hopes to win the top 8 results, but in fact, entering top 8 is only a vision, or a goal, cannot really get it. But now, with Muiyang's current performance, the top 8 quota can basically be locked. He is a bit expecting Muiyang to achieve better results. If you can win champion, then it will definitely shock the entire martial arts circle. I think that I'm far away, I'm not thinking about it, but I still can't help thinking about it. If senior brother Isaac knows about Muiyang's performance on the martial arts tournament, he will be very happy. Muiyang moved towards Sith, smiled and was very convinced that in the case of the old generation of martial artists not going on stage, the new generation is afraid that he can't find a few of his opponents. The competition is in full swing. On the martial dojo second floor terrace, elders start to talk. A woman at Thousand Cranes School said, "The number of participants in this martial arts tournament is the same as in previous years, but there is a lot of elite." "Ha ha ha, Elder Nally, I heard that you have a good seed in the Thousand Cranes School younger generation." Maple Leaf School sect master said with a smile, then pointed to the side of the martial arts competition arena. "It's 2 arena, the little girl above." Elder Nally smiled, happily said, "Liz is really a good seed, but I see your Maple Leaf School's Arlo is also very good." "I voted for Peach," reported it to Lee, and staged a realistic version of business. In this case, the Maple Leaf School sect master is very comfortable, very nodded, turned to look at the Master Hulin of the Oran Temple, but see the opposite side of the opposite side of the opposite side, sitting there closed-eye meditation. It's still Master Hulin looking wide. Maple Leaf School sect master chuckles. "That's because the master has succeeded within one's grasp," Elder Nally said. At this moment, there was a burst of exclamation on the other side of the martial arts stage. Several seniors looked for it, but saw a slate-covered arena, and a person in white martial arts uniform was pressing at the monk's attacked, and the monk was the Ellen disciple of Oran Temple. At this time, Master Hulin opened his eyes, and his face was no longer calm and calm. "Who is that white robe who can actually press wadding to play?" Accompanied by the staff member, lose one's head out of fear, busy turning over the name register, found the corresponding number and said, "That person named Muiyang, from a school called Heavenly Sky School." Heavenly Sky School, it seems to have heard of it. Master Hulin's eyebrows squatted together, and the white beard shook, but never thought of it. Elder Nally start to talk said, "This Heavenly Sky School seems to be a very long-term school, but it has always been famous. It turned out to be from the old school. This world is really human, Wadding is an opponent." Master Hulin lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking, suddenly said with a smile, "Even if the ancient school is not famous enough, it is inevitable that it will be able to inherit so long. It seems that this Wadding is not white." Master Hulin actually sees the results of competition very well. Winning or losing is not important. Today Oran Temple doesn't need these icing on the cake. He only hopes that this competition will allow his disciple to grow. Hand-to-hand combat is easy, good opponent is not easy, others guess Master Hulin's mind, nods. "Hey, my disciple Cain, he actually lost in the hands of that person." Maple Leaf School sect master flipped through the competition chart so far, and was surprised to find that Muiyang actually defeated Cain. Although Cain is not the top seed of Maple Leaf School, it is also a disciple that Maple Leaf School sect master appreciates. "I thought his opponent would be Wadding with the competition area, I thought I had already eliminated it. It seems that we have to pay attention to the youngster called Muiyang." Several seniors began to get up and ridiculed each other. The young martial artist is constantly on the rise, and the martial arts circle will prosper. These seniors are naturally happy to see it. Chapter 23. On the martial dojo second floor terrace, Maple Leaf School sect master and others continue to communicate. The changes in arena are changing rapidly. At this time, Muiyang and the Oran Temple disciple, called Wadding, have been bursts out of powerful power. I saw both sides coming and going. I have a path of blurred afterimage, and many movements have exceeded the ordinary person. The limit that the naked eye can capture. Hey! Muiyang, Wading launched a counterattack, both palms clash, a loud noise. Great! Muiyang pitched slightly, and he couldn't help but quit a few steps. This is the first power that I have encountered since the competition, and I have about the same opponent. Oran Temple's disciple, sure enough, can't underestimate awe. It seems that I have to make an extreme move. Muiyang snorted, and immediately stepped on the ground, stopping the pace of retreat, and the slate under his feet shattered and cracked the crack. After that, the body suddenly bounced, and the powerful strength penetrated from the bottom of the foot, causing the broken stones to bounce and splash out all directions. Muiyang's body popped up quickly, as if the outrageous artillery shell swooped over. Heavenly Sky Beam. Muiyang's eyes slightly narrowed, right hand, 2 fingers turn into a sword, whole body emerges a sultry aura. Half barely fell, a bright light between the bright eyes, a ray of blue light generated from his fingers, shuai, straight energy wave shot like a laser, surrounded by a few whirlwind, like a head from the wild beast of ancient times, with the murderous bloodthirsty ki moved towards Wading. Sensed to Muiyang, suddenly bursting out of the vigorous ki, and the energy wave of the irresistible force, Maple Leaf School elder and others Huo stood up, his face showed a hard-to-believe look. This is energy wave, which is not far from the martial artist of the older generation. Amazing, I didn't expect a young age, actually achieved so realm. Several seniors at martial arts circle were shocked to see what was happening in front of them, and could not help but exclaim. Muiyang's ki is so strong. Sith wiped his eyes incredulously, Heavenly Sky Beam, and even he couldn't release it freely, and Muiyang actually made it out in the competition, watching him look at it. He actually has some envy. At this point, Sith's consciousness is coming, his power of martial nephew may already be above him. At the same time, the audience of the scene also boiled up. No, yes, he showed energy wave. I can use energy wave's contestant, and his opponent is Wading. It's really hard to predict the outcome. Whether it is audience or contestant, all eyes open wide look. You have to be careful. Muiyang yelled at Wading in the air. At this time, Muiyang's ki rose and went up again. Powerful ki crushing over, ice-cold gas even lost the strength to resist. Shua! In the face of Muiyang's powerful attack, even the Oran Temple's elite disciple can't change its face suddenly, but Muiyang's attack is close at hand, and the difference between the experts can determine the outcome, and Wading has lost the first. Machine, rushed to deal with only one road to defeat. Pang! Energy wave. The huge attack power fell on Wading's body, only to see his face turn white, his body flew like a broken kite, and fell heavily outside of arena. Heavenly Sky School Muiyang wins and enters top 8. With a whistle of dust, Muiyang defeated Oran Temple's seeded contestant to advance to top 8 with a strong attitude. You let me win. Muiyang looked at the ceremony peacefully. That Wading wiped the blood of the corner of his mouth, and he also cupped his hands to return a politeness. Wading unexpectedly lost. Thousand Cranes School elder Nally snorted and said silently. It's normal. With the discouragement that has just been shown, it may take a few years to achieve our realm. Maybe, he is so young. Hey, the younger generation of talented people, this time failure is also a good thing for Wading. Master Hulan silently recited the scriptures. Kane and Wading lost to the young people. I don't know how much Arlo and Liz can win, Maple Leaf School sect master asked with interest. The hope is not big. Elder Nally shook his head. Liz is not the atomic of that person. Among the great schools of Great School, Wading of Oran Temple is considered to be among the best, even he lost to the opposite side, and others may not have much hope of winning. Maple Leaf School sect master nodded. Yes, the powerful energy wave can be released at a young age. It is very rare in today's martial arts circle. At this moment, his heart has roughly judged the champion candidate of this martial arts tournament, that is Muiyang. Ha ha ha, amazing Muiyang, if you let senior brother Isaac know that you beat Oran Temple's elite disciple, you will be excited to come over, but Great Azure Mountain is far from Maple Island, and senior brother Isaac has no chance to see you sweeping for the scene of directions. As soon as Muiyang left the stage, Sith walked over with excitement and praised Muiyang. Muiyang smiled modestly. Uncle Sith, I just went into top 8, and the competition is not over yet. Sith shook his head again and again, different. Going into top 8 and defeating Wading is exactly two concepts. Originally in the heart of Sith, Muiyang is already considered a task completed as long as he can get the quota of World Martial Arts Tournament top 8. To know that many schools, how many more can you win top 8? Already very satisfying. However, from the current performance, he does not seem to stop here. Although it is also the quota of top 8, the meaning is completely different. Be aware that Wading is not only the Ellen disciple of Oran Temple, but also the popular candidate of this World Martial Arts Tournament champion. Muiyang can beat him. Is there a chance to capture the position of champion? If Muiyang gets champion, then Heavenly Sky School can be a big show. Even now, even if Muiyang immediately admit defeat does not participate in the subsequent competition, Sith who has seen Muiyang Energy Wave formidable power knows that Muiyang's name must have been spurred by this tour, and the entire martial arts circle has released Energy Wave ability. There are only a few martial artists, and Muiyang is one of them. This is a glory. The following competitions don't need to be too stressful. It's easy, anyway, top 8 quota is locked, and every win is an improvement. Sith excitedly patted Muiyang's shoulder and immediately saw Muiyang's face somewhat pale. Concerned, you just released Energy Wave, body to be able to endure. Muiyang shook his head and said nothing, my body it doesn't matter, just take a break. Then rest well. Sith nods, no longer said, staying aside to let him rest quietly. While Muiyang was sitting still. The other arenas were still playing the Dragon Wars, the Tiger Battles. The 315 from all around the world is all contestant, and full strength is competing for the opportunity to qualify. Hey, there is an afterimage that can't be seen clearly on the arena. From time to time accompanied by the voices of the contestant, the ground suddenly has several large and small holes, broken stones everywhere splashing, rubbing the ground to burst a path of sparks. Thousand Cranes School Liz wins and enters top 8. Maple Leaf School Arlo wins and enters top 8. Crossfist Barney wins and enters top 8. Western Pula Village Gilo wins and enters top 8. With the continuation of competition, top 8 quotas have been produced one after another, along with Muiyang, the 8 contestant of this tournament strongest have all been decided. Muiyang glanced at the list and noticed the contestant entering top 8. Except for himself and a contestant from Pula village called Gilo, most of the other 6 were Great School's disciples. I have to admit that Great School really has a hand in cultivating disciples. It is no wonder that after these great schools chose Hidden World, the martial arts level on Earth dropped a bit. After a short break and verifying that all the results are valid, today's schedule ends with the sound of the copper gong. Quarterfinals is scheduled to take place the following day with a one-night break. Chapter 24. When Muiyang and Sith returned to the hotel, they found themselves to be celebrities. Many mid-grade and small schools disciples greeted with the accompanying teacher, and the warm attitude made Muiyang the first time to sense the enthusiasm of the world. Haha, you young people talk about themselves, I don't get involved. Sith laughed. I was satisfied with the drinking of the other teachers' teamed friends. Muiyang, who stayed, seems quite helpless, but it is good, so this opportunity is just enough to meet some friends. Just like Son Goku in original work, haven't you gotten a lot of companions through World Martial Arts Tournament? People are familiar from strangers to slowly becoming familiar with each other. In a class, it may not be easy to take the initiative to talk with the top students. However, the students are eager to lower their bodies and meet the poor students. The effect is absolutely different. This is the same reason that goddess is chasing boys. But what Muyang didn't think was that when he was chatting with a group of poor students, Wading, the uninvited guest, actually joined in. Wading's body is relatively burly, and some of them are like the one of the 10 magic guides in the Demon Tale, but they are younger and more eye-catching than the Jura. The two people saw each other's values and found a surprising match with martial arts. If you can't figure out if the monk of Oran Temple can drink alcohol, Muyang wants to be with him. Time is short, night is like cold water. In the end, Muyang still didn't drink, talked to Wading until late at night, and went back to sleep after falling back to the room. Early the next morning, World Martial Arts Tournament officially opened quarter-finals. If the competition of the first 8 competition areas is just an appetizer, then quarter-finals is the core of the World Martial Arts Tournament essence. In order to pay attention to every competition of quarter-finals, starting from quarter-finals, everyone moves to the larger arena, and each competition is no longer parallel. Through the on-site lottery, the competition opponent and the order are determined, which is the same as the later generations. After completing the sign, Muyang came to the contestant area, which was specially prepared for the quarter-finals contestant and their sect, with a wider view. First started was Barney at Liz Battle Cross Fist School at Thousand Cranes School. This is a competing competition. It is full of ornamentals. Barney of Cross Fist School is a strong man who is up to 1.8 m. He is good at cross fist, one move one style, full cheat and very explosive power. And Thousand Cranes School's Liz is a small and exquisite beauty, less than 1.6 m, soft and agile, long hair fluttering, good at avoiding flash and inch. The two are just a soft one, a tall and a petite, staged a real Beauty and the Beast, seeing people cheering at the venue. Muyang and Sith watched it seriously in the audience. When commenting on the situation, don't forget to think seriously. If you changed yourself, how can you deal with it? Muyang is particularly serious, of course not because of the beautiful appearance of the Liz contestant. In fact, she is really beautiful, but Muyang is not interested in this aspect. He is more eager to learn from other people's battles. Martial artist needs constant advancement, and any complacency or slackness may make you stand still and even fall behind. Compared with other Earthlings, Muyang is more aware of how terrifying the world is. In the universe, extinguishing heaven, destroying Earth, and even taking the planet's vicious character when playing marbles is not a minority. The potential of Earthling is not outstanding. If you don't try hard to catch up, you can only kill anyone in the future. This point, only to enter the Dragon Ball world, can only be experienced, not as much as seen on TV or CD. In fact, if a person lives on a planet that can be destroyed at any time, and he knows this point, then he can't be interesting, and some probably only have heavy pressure and then practice more. Nothing is more lashing than the crisis of life. Liz and Barney's competition lasted for more than 20 minutes. This entertaining first show opened a good start for quarter-finals, which led to the audience cheering, and Liz won with a slight advantage, but Barney also gained the applause of the audience. Behind the competition one after another, once again is the turn of Muyang go on stage. His opponent is Gilo from Common Mountain Village. It is a dark-skinned youngster. He may not have Muyang at the age. He is said to have not received formal martial arts guidance, but can enter the top 8 of World Martial Arts Tournament. Strength is not weak. After the stage, Muyang looked carefully at the opposite side. Without formal guidance, I can get into top 8 by myself, and it seems that his innate talent is very good. This Gilo may be a Yajirobe-style character. In fact, after the lottery was picked up by Gilo, others felt that Muyang's luck was good. Gilo was the least favored one in top 8 contestant, and this match basically won. Competition begins. As the beginning of the whistle sounded, Muyang and the opposite Gilo all looked positive, each posing in attack position. This is a competition without much suspense. Muang's power level is much higher than Gilo. Almost didn't have long time Gilo fell on the offensive of Muang and eventually lost. Thank you, this match has made me appreciate a lot. After the competition, Gilo's sincere voice came from the ear. Muang accidentally looked at Gilo, and immediately improved his affection for him. Don't thank you, if you can accept formal guidance, you can become stronger. Are you interested in getting into a big martial arts school? Gilo shakes one's head, and said, no, at least not yet, I want to work hard with my own efforts, I don't want to be bound by the frame of my predecessors. Muang hearing this startled, look at him differently. This Gilo seems to be a person of his own kind and has his own pursuit. However, without the guidance of the predecessors, there is more chance of entering the misunderstanding. In the end, it may be possible to get out of the misunderstanding, but it will take a lot of time. A good teacher can make people take a lot of detours, and the experience of the predecessors is also worth learning. But then again, experience this thing, but also to see people, if you encounter a level of teacher, then experience is a harmful thing, it will bring you deeper into the mistakes. Seeing the firm belief in Gilo's eyes, Muang nodded, jumping out of arena no longer said anything. Sith looked at the side of arena and looked very much on his face, this Gilo is a good seed for martial arts. Although I don't really agree with him, this insistence deserves our respect. Yet. But this is a road that is destined for hardship. Muang also emotionally said, but he also brought this sentence to himself. According to the memory brought by previous life, Muang can ensure that he does not take too many detours in the early stage of training, but once in the late period, the level of Earth will not keep up with his own development. At that time, he may have to open up a path with his own perception, just like Gilo. That is also the road to do with hardships. Chapter 25. Gilo's choice made Muang feel a little bit sighed, but then he slammed his head and threw away this sentimental sentiment and turned his attention to the next competition. The next competition is the Booker of the Maple Leaf School Arlo Battle Multi-Form School. Muang is very concerned about this match, because the name Multi-Form School makes him feel a bit familiar, until the contestant called Booker publicly made the skill of the school become 4, he woke up. Actually it is multi-form. No wonder the name is so familiar. The multi-form is the skill used by Tian Xinyan in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Great, actually turned into 4, this time that Arlo's pressure has become very large. Seeing this unexpectedly move, Sith's eyes must be pulled out. Maybe, multi-form may be a trump card for the normal martial artist, but it's not necessarily used for the deal with the expert. This move has a fatal weakness. Looking at the two people you came to me on the field, Muang indifferently said. Sith slightly dumbfounded, surprised to ask, you said there are weaknesses. Muang lightly said with a smile, if everyone's level is relatively low, then it is easy for 4 people to besiege one person. Because everyone's speed is different, it will not be unacceptable, but it will be more than one enemy. It's easy to lose sight of this, and the opponent trick. But the same move, if used to deal with a high martial artist, the effect is not necessarily. You mean, divide a person's power into 4 parts, not just the strength of the decline, the skill is good, and the enemy is also stunned. Sith listened and silenced. Muang nods, well, speed and power have different focuses at different stages. The expert match is in milliseconds. Uncle Sith, look, the Arlo is going to fight back. Muang finished, his eyes on the arena again, and sure enough, Arlo has recovered from the siege of the 4 bookers and noticed the weakness of the opponent. The speed of that booker has slowed down. Sith surprisedly said. That's it. Muang shrugged the shoulders. You can see it all at once. Sith stared wide-eyed. Yet. Gently nodded, Muang did not say that he was because of the original work, the weakness of the understood multi-form. Sith sucked in a cold breath. When is Muang even eyesight and judgment so good? This is not just a simple view of the weakness of the move, the focus is on the transformation of the battle concept between different levels. With the continuous emergence of young talents such as Muiyang, Gilo, and Arlo, Sith suddenly has doubts about whether he is old. On arena, competition continues, and Arlo has mastered the rhythm of the battle, and there is no too much suspense to win the competition. After a while, with the exhausted booker exhausted, Arlo caught the opening and won the match. At this time top 4 has been decided: Liz, Muiyang, Arlo and a disciple from grade school. After a short break, semi-finals will be launched. After the competition, Muiyang has always been calm. In fact, Maple Leaf School Sect Master and Thousand Cranes School Ali Lilder have already known the candidates of champion. Just as expected, Muiyang in semi-finals has easily won Liz. Arlo also advances to finals in the following competition. The last competition, the second place will be announced soon. Maple Leaf School Sect Master said with a light smile. Who wins and loses has a shadow. I am optimistic about the contestant called Muiyang. Elder Nally said with a smile. This is not the opposite of the sect master of Maple Leaf School, but the real victory of Muiyang is even bigger. Master Hulin also dialed the prayer beads and said softly, if there is no accident, champion is the Muiyang. I think so. Muiyang of Heavenly Sky School will win. Others are roughly the same opinion, because Muiyang is too good in the competition for top 8. The younger generation can make a few people who can make energy wave, even if Sith and other generations don't play. It's really hard for someone to beat it. You guys. See, no one is optimistic about their own disciple. Maple Leaf School Sect Master lips tremble. For the sake of it, say good home advantage. Why no one think about this? But thinking of the previous competition, Maple Leaf School Sect Master couldn't help but shake his head. Hee. Since everyone is this opinion, then look at it. Heavenly Sky School is so talented. The entire martial arts circle except legendary Turtle School and Crane School, among the peers, fear that no one can beat him. Watch it. Hee. Peace of mind, leveling the mindset, since the opponent is really too outstanding, losing is not shameful. Anyway, it is not without a back. Looked at the other school, Maple Leaf School Sect Master hangs a smile. Not far from the terrace, Sith was nervous at this time, and the talk and whispers around him made him to be wild with joy. He was excited and shouted, keep it up Muiyang, spare no effort. Please last finals Muiyang contestant and Arlo contestant go on stage. Staff member half barely fell, Muiyang and Arlo under the stage are upright face, a leap jump to arena, and then look at each other under the eyes. This is the most exciting moment of the martial arts tournament, and there seems to be a glued confrontation in the air. At this time, whether it is the contestant or the team leader, all face serious and gaze seriously. Competition begins. As the referee screamed, both sides of the contestant stretched out, and every muscle in the body trembled. Awkwardly, Muiyang preemptively became an afterimage and disappeared from everyone's sight. When it reappeared, crackle and rattle's intense fighting sounds began to end. 3 days later, on the cruise ship of the ferry, Sith was on the verge of writing a book, and wrote the World Martial Arts Tournament's competition results as a letter back to the location of the Great Azure Mountain Sect. When the nib falls and writes the final competition result, Sith still can't stand the excitement of the heart. 11th World Martial Arts Tournament, champion unexpectedly is not the elite disciple from the famous school, but a dark horse that everyone has never heard before, Muiyang from Heavenly Sky School. Although the older generation martial artist did not participate, this champion contains some moisture. But the singularity of becoming a younger generation is affirmative, and Muiyang is officially in the martial arts circle. Chapter 26. Fold the letter, seal the start to talk with glue, and Sith carefully put the letter into the mailbox. There is a special line at the post office. About 7 or 8 days, this letter will appear in the hands of Isaac. After doing all this, Sith came out of the room and the ferry was about to land. Passing the restaurant, I saw Muiyang eating in it, looking at the sky that gradually became dark. it seems that it is going to rain. Yang, after the ferry is docked, are you going back to Great Azure Mountain with me, or are you ready to travel outside, /p. Sith sat next to Yang and called some snacks. Erst travel a period of time outside, I going to take a look at this outside world and see it again. I going to go back to the insights of this competition, and there is room for improvement in many places, /p. Yang put down the chopsticks and said it was straightforward, but Sith's face was, and it was so expression. He nods said, well, it good to grow your knowledge outside, to be honest. Your skill is very good. Compared with us, it just a matter of experience. It good for you to see the difference outside, /p. Speaking of this Sith paused, smiled, and said, you have grown up, you can grasp it yourself, we can't teach you anything about the specific training. From the results of this World Martial Arts Tournament, Yang's performance is beyond his expectations. The only thing missing is the improvement in the combat skill. Perhaps because of the lack of combat experience, Yang is still a little messy when dealing with the opponent. Obviously can make it easier to win, but it also costs a lot of effort. If it is not because power exceeds the opponent, the final outcome is hard to say. In the low-level contest, the skill's import is self-evident, and the combat skill plays an important role even in the high-level battles in which the period power is high. These Sith and Isaac have no way to teach him, he can only rely on himself to understand. This all requires to gain experience. Yet, Yang ate something while nods. In fact, he himself realized this point. In the finals, if his power is more than Arlo, maybe the final result will be rewritten. The final winner may be Arrow of Maple Leaf School. History is written by the victors. Even if the winner does not write it personally, isn't the history of being written a winner? Yang is the champion of this tournament, so after the game, each school touted the black horse that suddenly emerged and set him as an example. However, Yang under the spotlight is also clear that he still has very obvious deficiencies. At best, it is good in the same age. If it is touted as soon as it is touted, what else can it accomplish? Web. The touting of the guest is the sugar-coated artillery shell. The correct way is to eat the sugar coating and spit out the artillery shell. So after the game's exchange meeting ended, Yang was not anxious to return to Great Azure Mountain with Sith, but intended to go outside to gain experience a period of time. What's more, since he came to the southern region, he said how to take time to go to the Superpower Academy to see the situation of Mexia, otherwise she would know that she came over but not to see her, who knows what will be blamed by her. I ate some snacks at random, and it was already raining outside. The rain fell on the blue sea, and there was a layer of water vapor. At the same time, wind and rain also intensified the waves on the sea. The ferry had to slow down the sailing speed. An hour later, the pattering of the rain gradually stopped, and the ferry that had been delayed by the heavy rain finally landed at my afternoon. Yang, then I will go back first. You pay attention to safety when you are traveling outside. When you are almost gone, go back. Before leaving, Sith repeated. I understood. Yang nods. So, take care. Sith is a bold person, thinking about finding out that the two big men have nothing to say, so stop here. He knows that with Yang's current strength, even if a person is outside there is no danger, so he will wave goodbye to him after he has smashed it, and he will carry luggage and move toward the direction of the train station. Looking at the back of Sith disappearing into the sea, Yang revived his spirit, and then turned direction and moved towards the other side, and soon disappeared into the sea. Euro/P. The Superpower Academy's campus is located in a secluded deep in the mountains in the southern region. The exact time that the academy was established has not been proven, but it has existed long ago. Its mystery is the same as the Korin Tower of Sacred Land of Korin, and the local folks are full of magical legends of varied sorts and varieties. It is said that every few years, students will be enrolled and enrollment points will be set up in nearby cities, but the location of the specific academy has never been disclosed to outsiders. In the quiet old forest, the sound of the birds' goo-goo sounded. Suddenly, an azure's light strangled through the forest, and the big tree that it hit along the way fell down. Rumble, the huge noise echoed the sky, the earth was shaking, the birds' poochie fluttered, and the thick tree braved the azure smoke and collapsed. The primitive forest was opened up. Muiyang has been wandering in this forest for a few days, and the dry food on her body has long been exhausted, so when he is hungry, he will go hunting some wild beast to fill his stomach, and when he is sleepy, he will find a big tree, jump on the trunk and fall asleep. In a few days, he has not seen the shadow of the Superpower Academy. It should be right here. Muiyang wandered around the forest, his feet on the green, and the barbaric road. All around the mountains and green forest show, the abnormal silence, there is no trace of civilization. Muiyang frowned slightly, and spiritual power moved towards all around, but still found nothing strange. It was quite difficult to find, Muiyang muttered, but it was not surprising. If the Superpower Academy is really a place to cultivate superpower, then by means of the opposite side, it is not easy to find it. If you can't find it again, there is no chance to see Mexia this time. Muiyang sighed and felt a little regret. However, when they came here, Muiyang did not intend to leave without any gains. Even if Superpower Academy could not be found, he was ready to train a period of time here. After thinking about it, Muiyang found a water pool nearby and then found a relatively empty area nearby. The energy wave in his hand was divided into several sections, rumble, dusty, and he was opened up to an open space. Then I found a simple cottage built with wood. Hands-on capability max. The environment here is very good and can be used as a place for rest, looking at the clean and leisurely scenery around. Muiyang was satisfied with nodded and planned to stay here. Next, he smoothed the obstacle between the pool and the hut, moved the stone into a stove, set up a wooden frame for the barbecue, and the simple living facilities were completed. Yes. Wipe off the sweat on his forehead, Muiyang patted the palm of his hand, and then went looking for food. Awkwardly, Muiyang turned into a black shadow and broke into the jungle, and soon came back with a rabbit. Peel and remove the internal organs, then put them on the shelf and bake them with a small fire. When the bloody red meat is slowly browned under the flame, the transparent grease will drip along the wooden frame, and the whole forest will immediately become full of richness. Meat scent. After satisfying the barbecue, Muiyang's physical strength was supplemented, and he was ready to enter the acceleration space, for training. Chapter 27. After a moment of meditation, Muiyang mobilized the energy of the body, and then slammed into an acceleration space based on gray-white. The time flow speed here is the 2x outside. In the current state of Muiyang, you can continue to open the acceleration space for 3 hours, which is 6 hours inside. If it exceeds the time, it will cause mental stagnation. In the acceleration space, training not only has time to double and supplement body consumption. The acceleration space also has a calming effect, where training can be extremely focused and easier to get into insights. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, Muiyang has a more detailed understanding of the level of the Earth Martial Arts Circle. In general, there are still many experts in the Earth Martial Arts Circle, like the Sect Master of Maple Leaf School, Oran Temple. Master Hulin, Elder Nally of Thousand Cranes School, these are first-class experts. Compared with them, Muiyang still lacks a lot. This is the accumulation of age and experience, it is impossible to tie in short term, and purely on power level, Muiyang believes that he will catch up with them soon. Vast expanse of white, nothing. In the acceleration space, a robust and compact silhouette is doing basic training. He struggled to jump, and almost every jump could touch the ceiling above his head. 9997, 9998, 9999, 10,000. Yang kicked and jumped more than 10,000 times, until the legs showed soreness to stop, wiped the sweat from his face, revealing perseverance in his eyes, and then began to punch. Tong! 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 The thin air oscillates in the impact with the fist, and the violently oscillated air squeezes each other, making a dull beep sound. Unfortunately, Yang has no weight-bearing equipment on his body, otherwise his training can achieve better results. Take out Scouter and test it with yourself, the data displayed on the glass makes him full of motivation. 97. Yes, in just a few days, Yang's power level achieved 97. Of course, this is the highest data in a complete explosion. In terms of power level, this value is not low. The first-rate level of Earth Martial Arts Circle is achieved, and any school can't underestimate. Only this time Yang also found a problem, that is, when the power level is near the established 100, the restrictions of Earthling have begun to appear, and the subsequent growth of the power level has slowed down significantly. After several days of testing, Yang became more and more sure of this point. 100 power level is a heavenly moat in front of Earthling. It is not a breakthrough for physical training. There are very few people who successfully cross this threshold, and each one is amazing martial artist. For Yang, this threshold must be passed. Just 100 power level is not enough, he wants to be stronger. Suddenly a tingling came from the spirit. Yang knew that the training time of the acceleration space had been limited, so he quietly adjusted the internal key, and his body disappeared from the white acceleration space. Going back to the outside world, deep mental exhaustion makes him grin more than the soreness of long-term muscle exercise. Awkward, the body falls and sleeps. After about 6 or 7 hours, Yang woke up and his mental fatigue had been swept away. Then he started to practice Qi. For Qi use, Yang is still very rough, because he has not touched more superior. The reason of the energy practitioner. Maybe you should go to Koran Tower and take a look, Yang wondered. But before that, he still has something to do. Koran Tower is far away from the northern hemisphere. If you rely on your feet, you don't know how long it will take. At this time, simply fleshly body training is not needed, so Yang wants to study skydance art. If you fly in the sky, his speed can promote a large margin. Skydance art belongs to the secret skill of Crane School, but in fact it is a skill that is not superior. Its principle is very simple, mainly for the body Qi use, but it is very difficult to master. The internal Qi is agglomerated and launched as a palm or finger. It is energy wave. By changing the idea, the internal Qi is released a little through the sole of the foot, so that it can surround the whole body and offset the gravity effect, and the attraction of Earth gravity can be overcome. Let the body float. The high-speed flight skydance art, similar to the wave rider technology on previous life Earth, gives you more control over the shock wave surface. Yang's mind recalls the picture of Sun Gohan's guide to Videl training skydance art in the original work. Compared with Videl, Yang's foundation is obviously much more solid. The bad thing is that the original work did not reveal the details, he needs to explore. After several failed attempts, it was not long before he controlled a small amount of gas flowing along the thighs toward the soles of the feet, and then released evenly through the soles of the feet. During the release process, Yang's body really began to float a little bit. When it swayed to the ground 4 or 5 meters away, the condescending view of the green floor, Yang's heart became very calm. Then carefully adjust the posture of the body and steadily fly to a higher place. At this time, the blue sky is as mirror-like, and the foot is a dense and fragrant prime forest, with beautiful mountains and waters, old trees, and an ethereal mood. Float. It's just the most basic part of skydance art, and the next step is flying. It needs to diffuse the air in all parts of the body, and the difficulty rises by a step compared to simple floating. For high-speed flight, it is necessary to precisely control the shape of the shock wave surface, making the resistance become a potential power. Liang gradually imitated Vidal's training method in the original work. 2 days later, he could really do as one pleases in the sky. Sky dance art is training, then go to sacred land of Korin. Liang estimates that if he is able to climb Korin Tower and accept Korin's guidance, then his strength should be able to make a great leap, enough to cross the first heavenly moat in front of him. Of course, the trip to sacred land of Korin, in addition to learning more superior training method from Korin, is also to get Earth's healing holy medicine Senzu Bean. In the early stage of Dragon Ball world, there are a lot of weird things on Earth, and Senzu Bean is one of them. Senzu Bean does not show any value in the Dragon Ball's early stage, but it does not make people feel hungry, but in the late period, it is a well-deserved life-saving magical treasure, not only can quickly restore physical strength, but also can instantly treat any injury. Unfortunately, in the Dragon Ball late period, the output of Senzu Bean has plummeted, and a Senzu Bean is like a treasure, and can only be used in the blade. But now Senzu Bean is not ruined by Yajirobe, and there is still a lot of stock in Korin. Gone. Flying in the air, Liang promoted his own height, but as the line of sight became wider, as he prepared to move towards the north, a distant land of peace and prosperity suddenly caused his attention. It was a region shrouded in a light curtain, and Liang's expression became a bit stunned. It's far from the horizon, looking for a place that's been so long, it's there. Chapter 28. The sky is high and the light wind is light. The warm sun shines down, and the leaves illuminate plaques highlights through the trees. Not far from Liang, a sha-sha sounded in the great forest, and some slender animals were frightened and fled to the depths of the forest. Shaitan, teacher lets you patrol the academy surroundings, how do you lie here and be lazy? An angry voice came. A youngster in a blue uniform flew to Shaitan's side with a clear unhappy face. The man named Shaitan shivered and sat up. After seeing the people, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care. Sammy, what do you care about? I'm just stealing, I'm so angry. But seeing the opposite side of the opposite side of the opposite side, Shaitan's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Sammy stared at Shaitan dissatisfiedly. You also said that teacher is letting you patrol, you are good. Yes, you are right, but here is the Superpower Academy. It's not a casual place. Can anyone come, and there isn't Dean in it, she is elderly, I don't know, I need to let us patrol. Shaitan is casual, but people are honestly climbing up from the ground. Stupid, this is training. Do you know? Sammy angered and looked towards Shaitan. Well, I won't fight with you, then patrol. Shaitan was too lazy to argue with Sammy, using superpower to hold his body up and light as a feather to patrol the great forest where the academy is located. Hey, this guy. Sammy shake one's head, patrolling behind him. Superpower Academy is a place dedicated to the development of superpower user. It has a long history and it has been known that many youngsters are the same as Sacred Land of Korin. There are two main sources here, one is the superpower user that is sent from the outside world, such as Mexia, and the other is the child that superpower kindergarten attached to the superpower academy. Sammy and Shaitan graduated from superpower kindergarten. In the original work, Oolong and Puer both studied at Southern Transformation Kindergarten, but Oolong was fired for stealing the daughter's underwear. Puer didn't know why, and he didn't enter the Superpower Academy anyway. Earth is a magical place, and in some unknown remote areas, there are still passages to Demon Realm, Otherworld, and other unfathomable places. In ancient times, monsters that disturbed human life often appeared in these passages. At this time, superpower user and martial artist became the main force against these external threats because of their unfathomable power. However, with the development of rapid progress in modern technology, superpower user and martial artist have gradually disappeared. Well, there is a situation. Just as Sammy and Shaitan sneaked into a relatively open territory, a black spot suddenly emerged from the sky. As the distance got closer, the black spot began to grow larger and gradually with a human figure. Sammy and Shaitan noticed that person. Shaitan used his arm to reach the opposite side and said, "Sammy, who are you talking about?" "I don't know, no matter how careful you are." Sammy also looked at that person, the expression became serious, and the body floated up to stop the opposite side. "Stand up, here is the territory of the Superpower Academy. If there is nothing, please leave immediately." The youngster that flew in the air was not someone else. It was Muiyang, who was preparing to go to sacred land of Koran. When he climbed to a certain height, he discovered that there was a place like him on the land of peace and not far from him. Prosperity Place. Flying over and looking at it, it really is the Superpower Academy he is looking for. This friend, if it is Superpower Academy, then it is right. My name is Muiyang, from Martial Arts School Heavenly Sky School. This time I came to visit my junior sister Mexia. I don't know if you can tell me, let Mexia, come over. Muiyang opened his eyes and showed his identity, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. As soon as Sammy heard it, expression was not as alert as before. It turned out to be visiting Mexia. Wait a minute, let me inform her. Sammy smiled and stopped Muiyang, then moved towards Shaitan to make a look and let him go back to the academy to determine. There are not many students in the Superpower Academy, and they are generally familiar with each other. Shaitan stunned and flew away in the direction of the academy. Muiyang looked at the two people's eyes and communicated. Naturally, I knew that there was still wariness in the opposite side of the body. But he didn't care. After all, it was the site of Superpower Academy, and Mexia was here to study. Wait, he didn't need to provoke. Got trouble. Slightly chuckled, landed on the ground and waited quietly. What is this called? Muiyang asked. You can call me Sammy. Sammy's attitude was not bad, he said beside a big tree. Sammy, have you been in the academy for a long time? For many years, I have been promoted from Superpower Kindergarten. Superpower Kindergarten? I heard about Transformation Kindergarten, where there is a teaching of shape-shifting technique. Have you ever studied? I heard a place of interest. Muiyang's eyes shined. Sammy looked at Muiyang with amazement. Nods, Transformation Kindergarten is also one of the kindergarten of the Superpower Academy. I have learned the shape-shifting technique, but my level is not good. Body transformation can only maintain 10 minutes. Muiyang nodded, I think it's very good. I know that oolong and pu'er body transformation in original work can only last for 5 minutes, and midway needs to rest 1 minute to continue body transformation. Sammy can maintain 10 minutes, but still said that he can't, or Sammy is modest, or oolong and pu'er are really weak. But back to the topic, Professor Southern Transformation Kindergarten is a simple basic superpower skill, like the shape-shifting technique, which does not enhance the strength of the students themselves, but it is very good to confuse people. Chapter 29. Here, Muiyang and Sammy have a chatter without a word, and have a good understanding of the Superpower Academy. About a dozen minutes later, Shaitan returned from the direction of the Superpower Academy, followed by a slim and delicate silhouette behind him. The eye-catching, graceful, and delicate, the dark green beautiful hair just over the ear flaps, is the Mexia that has not been seen for many years. At this time, Mexia is 15 years old, her body has been long open, and she has a lot of tall. The slender body already has the appearance of a girl with a cardamom. When she saw Muiyang, the Mexia a pair of green eyes flashed. A glimmer of joy, then cheers, the body shines with the faint green fluorescence, with a trace of green tornado whirlwind moved towards Muiyang. Senior brother, how did you come to see me? Mexia's crisp voice wraps around her ear. Muiyang caught Mexia's body, and the soft touch and the scent of the fragrance made him stunned. He couldn't help but wonder if the beautiful girl in front of him was always with Mexia. A black long-sleeved loose-fitting robe, the collar is erected high, and the hem is scattered like a windbreaker. If you wear a pair of sunglasses, don't mention how much it will be. But this is really great. He was awkward and looked at the girl in front of him. If you miss you for a few years, come over and see you. Mexia giggled and widened Muiyang. Whoever lie, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Muiyang shrugged his shoulders. Mexia didn't go home these years. It is said that this is the internal regulation of the Superpower Academy. It seems that only the achievement of the upper school age limit or its own ability to achieve certain standards can graduate from the academy. It is said to do this to protect the beginner and also hide the location of the academy. Caressing the girl's fluffy dark green hair, Muiyang turned to Sammy and Shaitan and said, I have been missing Mexia for a long time and want to take her out for a walk. Too casual. Sammy smiled and left with Shaitan. My teacher knows that senior brother is coming. She gave me a day off. Mexia took Muiyang's hand and was very excited. The white hand was cold and cold, like the jade-like. Senior brother, I have been for a long time. I haven't seen you, tell me about things in school. Okay. Muiyang smiled and said nods, pulling Mexia's hand toward his temporary shelter. The surface of the pool is rippling, flowing, surrounded by birds and flowers, and the scenery of Jing'ai is as beautiful as a dream. Muiyang and Mexia sit on the ground and talk about the interesting things that have happened in the past few years. When it comes to attending the World Martial Arts Tournament and winning champion this time, Muiyang proudly glanced at Mexia, and she saw that she was looking surprised, and immediately Muiyang felt more proud. Senior brother, only 3 years, you are so powerful. Mexia's eyes glowed and she was excited. No, no. Muiyang's mouth is lightly rising. When facing the innocent girl of Mexia, Muiyang has never been relaxed before. The troubles buried in the heart have been immediately disappeared, and the mood has become extraordinarily refreshing. At this time, what Sion and what Frisia are disappeared. The next time martial arts tournament I want to participate, I will beat you when I get there. Mexia said seriously. This difficulty is not small. Muiyang he smiled. Palms pressed her head, suddenly remembered something, took a glass-style thing from his arms and handed it to Mexia. Mexia, this is for you. It was a scouter. Except for the case of acceleration space, he did not hide the discovery of alien spaceship. After taking over scouter, Mexia looked curiously at the glass-style thing. This is what you mentioned before, scouter, aliens technology. Yes, there are only 3 copies on Earth, so you have to collect it. Muiyang smiled at her. Oh, I am understood. Mexia was very happy, and she was going to come over and sneak on Muiyang's cheek. Muiyang is waiting, what wants Mexia to hesitate, looking at Muiyang, who looks forward to it. He laughed, but the mouth didn't come over, but the hand stretched out, the index finger and the thumb were slightly curved, and the index finger was shot at Muiyang. Face. Cough cough. Ancient spirits. The script should not be developed like this. Such a beautiful scenery, too small no guess, it is not a sneak peek. Touching the place that was played by Mexia, Muiyang lightly coughed, he has no Lolita control. This girl is not counting Lolita in front of me. At most, it is still a little small. But it doesn't matter if it's small, it will be big for a few years. Then teach Mexia how to use this scouter. This scouter uses hexadecimal, Muiyang needs to teach her how to convert hexadecimal to decimal, but Mexia's head is very flexible and will soon be learned. After Mexia learn, I couldn't wait to test myself. The displayed reading was converted to 41. 41 power level, how is this only, is this high or low? Mexia raised the head, clarifying the eyes of Muiyang. Muiyang said with a smile, it's already very good. 41 power level, this is the energy in Mexia's body, and the result is certainly not bad. The source of superpower is also energy, but this energy is relatively restrained, not pure bursting power. When it is displayed, it will have different effects due to the superpower category. But one thing is common. The bigger the energy value, the more effective the combat effect. If Mexia uses superpower at this time, even if it is now Muiyang, it will not be able to get rid of it for a while. Senior brother, what is your power level? 97. Oh, it's worse than that many. Mexia was frustrated. She thought she wouldn't be as big as the senior brother, but now she doesn't even have half of his power level. So he curled his lips, baring fangs and brandishing claws, and dumped Muiyang on the grass. Don't worry, your power level is really good, and the other fellow disciples of Great Azure Mountain have only 20 or 30 power levels. Really? Do not lie to you. Gu lu noisy for a while until the voice of protest came from the stomach. I am hungry. Mexia touched her stomach. Mexia, let's taste the craft of the senior brother today. Okay. Mexia screamed happily, and Muiyang was also in a good mood. The two people seemed to return to their childhood, carefree, surrounded by a touch of warmth. Muiyang found firewood, lit up the smoke. Mexia called prey, then Muiyang was responsible for cleaning the prey, plus the grill, and soon after the roasting, the food was dripped with fat and oil, and the necessary seasoning was sprinkled. Product, senior brother-sister gorge oneself, eating it. Happy time is always short, time passes by inadvertently, and soon it is time to separate. When leaving, Mexia reluctant to part, tears. Senior brother, I have to go back, I will come to see me often. It will definitely come. I will be angry if I don't come. Mexia wrinkled her nose. Understood. Muiyang looked at her pitiful look, immediately smiling. After getting Muiyang's promise, Mexia flew in the direction of the moved towards academy in the reluctant to part. Looking at Mexia's gradually smaller back, Muiyang stayed in place for a moment and adjusted her mood. Raised the head looking at the clear and innocent sky, Muiyang's eyes gradually became firm. Then I vacated, and stunned, moving toward the sky, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 30. Martial Arts Sacred Land of Korin, legendary where the earth martial arts originated. It is situated on a vast plain in the Earth's northern hemisphere, backed by a mountain range covered by snow and ice all year round. The mountain range rises from south to north because it is mostly from the water of the western part. Blocked on the other side of the mountain, the sacred land of Korin near the sea does not become a rainforest with too much rain. The whole sacred land of Korin is a large basin down to cave-in, all over 100 kilometers are all dense forests, and it looks like a green wave from a distance, swaying under the wind. In the middle of sacred land of Korin, there is a Korin tower connected to heavenly realm. Legend has it that only bare hands climb up Korin tower to see immortal living on the Korin tower and accept the guidance of immortal. More than 200 years before martial arts was booming on earth, the martial artist who came to challenge Korin tower was in constant stream, but with a catastrophe 250 years ago, it spread to worldwide, martial arts on earth. The school has suffered heavy losses, and it has not slowed down so far, so the people who came to challenge Korin tower are not as good as they used to be. But today, a silhouette is approaching with a fast speed moved towards Korin tower. Voila! A flash of light flashes through several snowy mountains, the flat skyline appears in the line of sight. Muiyang flew over the sacred land of Korin Great Forest and saw a towering tower in sight. The long tower was rooted on the horizon, above the sky, and covered by white clouds. I finally arrived at sacred land of Korin. The slender line should be Korin tower. It is so slender. Muiyang was surprised to look at the distant Korin tower and really saw the Korin tower, which was far more shocking than imagined. Lower the height and gradually move towards Korin tower. The base of the Korin tower is about 2 meters wide and is deeply rooted on the earth. The ivory tower is only 1 meter thick. It is not known what material is used. It is engraved with various totem patterns and flowers and birds. There are people, there are also beasts. These totem may be an ancient human belief in nature. With his feet on the ground, Muiyang raised the head, looked up at the tower that couldn't see the apex, then moved down in the field to prepare for a formal challenge to Korin Tower. It should be said that worthy of is the world of Dragon Balls, only to find the right way to train in accordance with the rules. Even Earthling also has a powerful power, this should be due to the rules of the world. Anyway, Muiyang knows that in his original world, he certainly can't train in this power, probably because of a force field called Ki between the universes. Now he is going to challenge Korin Tower. Suddenly, an arrow moved toward him, and the tip of the ice cold shone with a cold glow. Muiyang immediately took the action and caught the arrow in his hand. This is not the way to treat you. Putting the arrow on the ground, Muiyang said in a cold voice. Stand up, what are you doing here? Behind the voice of a man, Su, 6 or 7 stripes of Indian face carrying an arrow, came out from the forest. These Indian dresses are very similar to Bora in the original work, holding lance, sharp arrows and wearing a beast necklace on the neck, all looking at Muiyang. Guardian of Sacred Land of Korin. Muiyang, eyebrow raised, recognized the identity of these people at a glance. Strictly speaking, not everyone is qualified to challenge Korin Tower, because Korin Tower is so towering that it is dangerous. These guardians live in the Great Forest of Sacred Land all year round, to protect the Great Forest. The first level before the tower. Stranger, your skill is very good, say your identity. The Indian, who was at the forefront, held the lance and stepped forward. Muiyang, from Heavenly Sky School, came today to challenge Korin Tower. Muiyang said solemnly. That Indian was surprised and heard, you are Muiyang, champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament. Muiyang was surprised. I didn't expect the guardian who lived in Sacred Land of Korin to know the information of World Martial Arts Tournament. Then I thought that it is not the state of the later martial artist hidden world. The communication between the schools is very frequent, so nods, yes, I am Muiyang. When they heard Muiyang confirm their identity, those Indian attitudes became obviously enthusiastic. Just offend, my name is Ounce, guardian of Korin Tower. The headed Indian named Ounce expressed his apology and waved the clansman behind him to put the weapon down. He immediately said, you just said that you came to challenge Korin Tower? After so many years, someone finally came to challenge, tell you the truth. Say, this is not an easy task. If you accidentally lose your life. My clansman has also tried it, but it has failed. Are you sure you want to challenge Korin Tower? Guardian Clan's clansman is not a lot, only the most outstanding warrior is eligible to live near Korin Tower. But even they have failed, as you can well imagine how difficult it is to challenge Korin Tower. Muiyang said, many thanks for your concern, I have been mentally prepared. See the opposite side, Ounce nodded, I see you rushing here for a long journey, it is better to adjust your body and wait until this time tomorrow to challenge. No, my state is very good, I am going to challenge now. Your kindness, I have a heart. Muiyang shook his head and refused. Ounce glanced at Muiyang and let the road open, that being the case, wish you good luck. Many thanks. After that, Muiyang's face moved towards Korin Tower, the leg muscles suddenly slammed, and the ground of Su suddenly rolled up a whirlwind. With this explosive power, Muiyang took the quicker-than-lightning move towards the sky, tiptoe lightly stepped on the raised nodes of Korin Tower, turning into a black dot in 3 or 2, disappearing into the eyes of everyone. Next, the Indian guardian stunned and looked at the sky that had lost Muiyang's trail. It was stunned at once, and I couldn't think of the opposite side of the opposite side. After a long time, Ounce closed his mouth and looked towards his own clansman. Unfathomable, said, the youngster is so strong, maybe he can really see immortal Korin. Yet, worthy of champion of World Martial Arts Tournament. Others have praised. No, he is much better than the previous champion. Ounce shook his head and looked at the Korin Tower, which was looking into the clouds again. Chapter 31. The white clouds stretched in the sky, and the ivory tower traversed between heaven and earth. As the altitude increased, the horizon showed a curved arc. Here the air becomes thinner and the temperature begins to drop. Yang in a spurt of energy climbed for more than a dozen kilometers, then hovered around a bulge on the surface of Koran Tower. This outward bump has one every 7 or 8 meters, just like a special rest for the challenger. Of course, not all challengers have the ability to borrow these bumps, but also must have certain strength. This Koran Tower doesn't know how it was built. It hasn't reached the top yet. Raised the head looking up, Koran Tower, which can't see the head, disappears into the sky, and the surroundings have begun to enter the troposphere. It is reasonable to say that the oxygen here should be very thin, but Yang accidentally found that the concentration of oxygen did decrease, but it was enough to sustain the minimum demand for life. Continue to go. After about 10 minutes of rest, Yang swelled and continued to move toward higher places. In the process of challenging Koran Tower, Yang has not used skydance art because climbing the Koran Tower means training the body's patience. Legend has it that Koran Tower has a magical spring called ultra-divine water, which can be boosted by a single drink, but it is just an ordinary spring. What really makes the strength proactive is the whole process of challenging Koran Tower. Even the ultra-divine water, which really has the potential to discover the potential effect, is betting on life. Ultra-divine water is a poisonous thing. If you accidentally get poisoned, you really see King Yema. Of course, when it comes to ultra-divine water, Yang has to be skeptical. Son Goku's strength in the original work has been greatly increased after drinking the ultra-divine water. Is it true that ultra-divine water has played a role, or because of the son of near-death? Goku activated Sion's bloodline, and this point is unknown. However, Yang knows that there is no shortcut to training without bloodline enforcement, and every step must be down to earth. In this way, Yang stopped and spent 3 days on the Koran Tower. Seeing that the dry food on the body is going to run out, but the head of the tower is still invisible. The process is very grueling. If it is a person who is not strong enough, I am afraid that I will give up. Start when Son Goku took a day and night to climb up to Koran Tower, my strength is not equal to at that time, Son Goku, it will take more time, but it should be almost there. Yang grabbed a bump and thought secretly. Then use a belt that is carried with you to bundle a temporary sheath, and use certain safety measures when stopping to rest. This is not a foul, and the grass is smashed under a hoe, and then the jacket is taken up and continues to climb. After another night, Yang was about to explode, and even when he almost fell off Koran Tower, there was finally a spheroidal shadow in the blurred line of sight. That was the top of Tower of Koran Tower. After 4 days, he finally climbed to the top. At this point, the sun has just risen, and the surrounding clouds and the Koran Tower are divine. Yang's spirit cheered up at once, and he accelerated the speed up and drilled in from one of the 4 entrances below the top of the tower. Finally climbed up. Yang, tired of fishing for breath, to climb up Koran Tower and finally fell to the ground. After a rest, the feeling of soreness in the thigh gradually receded, and Yang had strength to look at the surrounding environment. This is a fairly spacious area, all around with an oval skylight, with 4 entrance channels in addition to the entrance to the tower, surrounded by a few saliva tanks and a bathtub next to it. And a small bed for sleeping. This is where Koran lives and lives. Koran is not here, so it should be above. Everywhere I can see Koran's silhouette, Yang infers that it should be in the 2nd layer, and then walks up the stairs toward the 2nd layer. Koran Tower's 2nd layer is significantly wider than the 1st layer. The range of more than 100 flats, except for a stone platform with a kettle in the middle, does not have any extra layout. The view here is wide, there is no wall, the upper and lower floors. There are only 12 relief stone pillars supported between them. Yang noticed that there was a huge crystal ball floating above the stone platform where the kettle was placed. The crystal ball diameter is more than 80 centimeters. It is round and bright, and it is crystal clear and clean. It seems that a magical power supports it floating in mid-air. For this crystal ball, Muiyang didn't really know it before, nor did he pay attention to whether there was such a crystal ball in the original work. At this point, the crystal ball didn't move and seemed to stabilize the entire Koran Tower. In general, the structure of the Koran Tower top of tower is a spheroidal building with the smallest floor area, the smallest area, only 30 flat, the middle layer is the most spacious, more than 100 flat areas are Koran training martial artist place. From the structure point of view, the training ground is only the middle part of the top of the tower, and there seems to be some structure on the top, but it is hidden. Very good, even climbed here, your young fellow is amazing. Koran of white hair stood in front of Muiyang with a walking stick and quietly passed Muiyang's perception. When did it appear? Muiyang did not have a sense when Koran appeared at all. When he was shocked, he also looked at the opposite side. Worth of is immortal, which has lived for more than 800 years. On the surface, it is completely invisible. You are immortal Koran. Muiyang pretend to not know Koran's identity. Koran washed his feet with his paws. Yes, young people, no one has climbed up for many years. Are you going to drink ultra-divine water here? See Muiyang nods, Koran blinked his eyes, this it's not easy, ultra-divine water not in vain white for you. Koran twisted the fat body and used the walking stick to support the ultra-divine water on the central stone platform. If you want to drink it, you must grab it from my hand. Sure enough, the training of the kettle, Muiyang has long been prepared to know that this is Koran's training form for martial artist. So he solemnly performed a martial artist's etiquette, leaving a good impression on the opposite side, and immediately began to snatch. Immortal Koran, I am going to start. Yet. Koran secretly noted the behavior of Muiyang, and when confronted the body of the opposite side, Koran changed his body posture slightly, and the clever dodge made Muiyang's flying. Young people, it's not good to rely on brute force. You are the disciple of Heavenly Sky School. You won't even have the most basic thing forgot for your school. Koran shook his head, and most of the martial arts on earth were from Koran Tower. Spreading out, Koran lived more than 800 years old, and any move was so rough in its eyes. Immortal actually knows Heavenly Sky School. Giggle, I know a lot, Heavenly Sky School was very powerful in the past, but it was a pity later. P.S. This book is now in the recommendation period, ask for a referral ticket. Chapter 32. Your name is Muiyang. You can see that you have made a great effort on the basics of the body. Very few of the real realm's martial artists can train the foundation to be as solid as you are. Koran ducked and said quietly. With many years of experience, it has seen the foundation of Muiyang at a glance, and there is a fascinating color in his heart, but he also sees what he lacks. Shakes one's head, and said, the foundation is polished, but you can't use your own ki. Because you don't know how to converge, your ki is like a firefly in the night, and your behavior and intentions are exposed all the time. This may be the reason for the overall decline of the lower realm martial artist level, and it doesn't blame you. Koran is strolling, hits the marks evaluation. Muiyang stopped and looked at Koran seriously, expressing his admiration for its evaluation. As Koran said, the following world even the curriculum of comprehend ki training is very scarce, how can it be perfect for ki suppression? However, this problem is not a no solution. The embarrassing Koran is undoubtedly a good teacher and friend in this respect, so he will not be reserved. He said, please immortal Koran teach me the method of ki suppression. Giggle, this is not anxious. When you know how to use internal ki, the convergence is natural. It is where water flows, a canal is formed. Koran yawned and swayed around Muiyang. Nods, to be honest, your Heavenly Sky School's energy is still unique, after all is the ancient secret of inheritance, there are some differences, but you have not yet got it home. You climbed up from the Koran Tower all the way down. You must be tired. Let's take a break and think about it. From tomorrow, I will officially teach you how to train. After that, Korin waved his hand, shaking the walking stick moved towards walking downstairs. Yang stared at it, and watched Korin go downstairs. Obviously, through the simple temptation just now, Korin has already identified his pulse, formal training, and will begin tomorrow. This made him a little excited, and after the excitement, a tired sweep swept away, simply lying on the ground Hu slept, and then gently slammed. Frankly, he is really tired. The next day, the sky cleared. Korin took out a bag of dry flour from his inventory and let Yang eat a little bit of spring water before he officially started training. Yang chewed a thick and odorless flour dough. Yang's entire face became bitter. Although these flours can fill the stomach, it is difficult to swallow. I don't know how Master Rashi was under such difficult conditions. Over 3 years. From this point, you still have to admire Master Rashi. Suddenly filling his stomach, Yang came to Korin when the physical strength was abundant. Korin looked at him. Oh, already eaten, then start training now. Please enlighten me. Yang said seriously. Hee, impolite. Korin narrowed his eyes as if laughing. I studied your experience last night, so I am going to divide your training into 3 steps. Said, erected 3 fingers. First of all, it is for your mistake in the movement, because there is no superior teacher guidance before, you have a lot of extra flaws on your body, unnecessary actions too much. Fortunately now make up these are easy, and when they are deep-rooted, they are not easy to change. Korin came. Yang listened carefully and agreed. At least I saw the original work. I know that the extra movement will definitely become Korin's key correction subject. Yang is ready from the beginning. In fact, martial arts training is definitely a process from simple to simple. To reduce the unnecessary extra consumption in the battle, this point Yang has always been clear, but before that he has not encountered his ability to effectively guidance him. Teacher only. Isaac, although it is a good martial artist, it is also a well-known martial artist, but his guidance is far from the real big brother Korin. It should be said that there is not a few people on whole earth who are above Korin. Secondly, energy training. Heavenly Sky School's energy is very good, but also very clever, but you have not played its essence, so I have to make up this shortcoming. After the energy training is perfect, the strength will naturally increase. Finally, ki suppression. This is a rather general concept. What exactly is ki suppression? It is also different for each individual. Different people have different sensitivity to gas. Maybe you think that ki suppression is already in use, but in some people's eyes, it's exposed. I won't force you in this regard. No, please Immortal Korin train with the strictest requirements. Yang is pleading, if even Korin's highest demands can't be achieved, how can he stand in the future at Powerhouse? Your own power level can't break through the 100 barrier, it's definitely because of the lack of training. This deficiency will not be on the movement, but a special request. The development of the body temporarily reaches the limit, then the training or control of ki can make the practitioner enter a completely different realm. The Heavenly Sky School's training method is different from the Turtle School from the beginning. He can't get a hard copy of the original work. Yang wants to get a promotion here at Korin. Korin's eyes flashed a glimpse of praise, with a beard nods, okay, then I will train you with the strictest requirements, as you said, but in the first place, my training is quite difficult. I am ready, please Immortal Korin, don't worry. Well. Korin nodded and looked at the youngster in front of her eyes. I didn't know where to pull out a bell and tied it to myself. After doing all this, Korin used the walking stick to pick up the kettle on the stone platform like yesterday. The next thing you have to do is grab the kettle I hung on the wood staff, whether it's when I fell asleep or was distracted. Yes, any means can be used, as long as you grab the kettle from my place, you will pass. Because it is first stage, I will have a bell on my body. I won't take this bell off. When you can grab this kettle from my hand, you can train the second stage. When I took off the bell, I grabbed the kettle from my place and finished the third stage. As for how to train at third stage, wait for the second stage to finish. Maybe it will take a long time in the first two stages. Muiyang slightly gawked. When Korin trained Son Goku's different, original work Son Goku grabbed the kettle, Korin's body is not bell. Perhaps because of the strength of Son Goku in the original work, Korin reduced the difficulty of training during training. Not seen in first stage original work, second stage is the training method of Son Goku in original work. Immortal Korin, let's get started. After understanding Korin's plan, Muiyang turned to Korin, nodded and then prepared to snatch the kettle. Chapter 33. Ling. 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 In the face of Muiyang flying, Korin eyes narrowed everywhere. It did not deliberately hide his ki, so as it swings everywhere, the small bell issued a ling 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 sound. Muiyang looked for the sound to change the trajectory of the flying, and many times he was about to catch the kettle, but Korin's palm shrank, and the wood staff in his hand picked up the kettle and slipped to another place. Korin tower is thin and the air is low. Muiyang has started to perch for breath. Korin stopped with a walking stick. The environment on Korin tower is different from the following. The air here is only half of the bottom. If you don't control the reduction of the extra movement, the body will quickly be unable to stand it. I understood. Muiyang, gasping for breath, shout loudly, took the opportunity to fly and jump. Korin laughed heartily, and when he was about to touch the kettle, his body swayed, and the kettle and Muiyang brushing up against someone in passing. Be careful to listen to the sound of the bell, don't interfere with my movement. Korin's voice suddenly sounded in the ear and scared Muiyang. Look closely, a magnified version of the cat's face suddenly appeared in front of him. Korin grinned at Muiyang, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Muiyang just stretched the take action, and the cat face in front of him suddenly turned into an afterimage and was torn. You have to reduce your own wear and tear, find the best flying path, and train a good eyesight. Fighting with others doesn't need to pay attention to all the movements of the opposite side. As long as the learner grasps the focus, sometimes a simple blow can play a decisive role, like this. Just after Korin finished, his eyes became a line. The movement that had been dodging suddenly changed. Korin left a few afterimage in the same place, and straight out the wood staff. The wood staff slammed into Muiyang's chest. Muiyang was twitching, immediately like a huge one. Explosive power exploded on the chest, but it fell to the ground and lost its resistance. The attack that just happened is to test your eyesight and determination. It's not enough to see the eye, but I have to make an immediate decision. Amazing! Muiyang squatted and licked her chest, but her eyes were filled with strong desire, stronger desires. Ha ha ha, a piece of cake, you take a break, wait until you want to understand, and then continue training. Korin laughed heartily, then hit a hatch, lying on the bench on the side and went to sleep. Muiyang watched silently, remembering Korin's words in his heart. On the way to training, he could get the guidance of the superior, and he could take a lot of detours. Although Korin said that he had known before, but practice is the best teacher, and listening to the practice has an unparalleled effect. After a while, time passed 8 or 9 days. In the past few days, Muiyang is like a sponge that absorbs water. Throughout the training, there is a constant absorption of the martial arts taught by Korin, which has made his understanding of power and control methods significantly improved. Although Muiyang's energy value is still in place for the past few days, there is no breakthrough 100 pass, but he feels that his gains are enormous, and he is more excited than power levels promotion. On the 10th day, Muiyang's invalid movements have been reduced a lot, and the flaws have become less and less. And he has begun to show his style when he once again competed with Korin for the kettle. All of this Korin is in his eyes, and his heart is also inwardly knotted. Finally on the 18th day, Yang successfully grabbed the kettle from Korin, and Korin also said the truth of ultra-divine water. In fact, there is no ultra-divine water in this world, the kettle is just ordinary. The spring is just that, the real training is the process of capturing the kettle. You can try it, your strength is already much stronger than before. The strength that Korin said is not just power level, but the comprehensive strength. For the martial artist on earth, because the energy is generally not high, they value the comprehensive strength. The power level detected by the instrument alone is not the key to determining the final outcome. Power level is strength of one attack, and comprehensive strength considers all aspects, including combat skills and combat strategies. Simply put, how to hit the opponent more effectively. Of course, the relationship between the two is very high, the power level is high, and its comprehensive strength is inevitably low. After all, power level is the basis of comprehensive strength. Immortal Korin, I already understand. I understand it. Korin nodded and took off the small bell. Come on, I won't let you go anymore. Please. Yang is so arrogant, expression is serious, and then begins to adjust with the body key. Yang took the lead in launching an attack. His movement was as fast as a blast, and as a lightning, I saw a white light in the midair to flash past, the blink of an eye appeared in front of Korin, and then changed direction, moved towards it walking stick the kettle on the attack attacked the past. But after removing the bell, Korin, the movement is more mysterious than before. Korin he smiled and put a move at random, and he immediately deceived Yang. Hey! Hey! Yang's speed has accelerated to the limit, but Korin's movement seems to be faster. Only 2 blurred lights and shadows were flashed in the training ground of more than 100 flats, and the sturdy wines were moved toward the outside of Korin Tower. Yang's eyes continued to follow Korin's movement, but Korin's movement was full of ecstasy, true and false, and the eyes seemed to be useless. Extra moves are unnecessary, but the moves that confuse the opponent are not extra. Crackle and rattle, Korin leaps gently, and the wood staff has crossed a beautiful arc in the void, then picks it up and the kettle falls firmly on the central stone platform. Well, today's training is here, and I will continue to think about today's training at night. Korin waved his hand, went to rest again. Looking at Korin's back down the stairs, Yang panting wiped the sweat off his face and sit down on the floor. When the rest was almost over, Yang began to adjust the internal key, and then slammed into the acceleration space. The acceleration space at this time is also the spatial extent of the radius 10 meters, but it is quite different from the previous one. As Yang's power is approaching the 100 mark, the pale sky is now accumulating a thick layer of clouds, and the clouds are rolling, like a solid wall covering the sky. Especially after he boarded the Korin Tower, the speed accumulated by the clouds continued to accelerate, and the ceiling became lower and lower. Let's go on like this. After a while, the ceiling of this space will be pressed down. Looking at the dense cloud, there is a feeling of black cloud pressing the city to destroy, but Yang has an impulse to break it. It seems that as long as the ceiling is broken, there will be a smooth road ahead of him. Come on slowly, with the progress of the present, maybe it won't take long, this acceleration space will be transformed. Yang still can't understand the origin of this acceleration space, so he has to attribute it to the accessories he has crossed, so it is also cautious and solemn to deal with this space. Chapter 34. Passage of time. In the second month of Yang's boarding of Korin Tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space has reached the level of approaching the ground, and this will seriously affect the function of the acceleration space. At this point, Yang has also done a good job of taking all on one throw and exhausting it with the power of the whole body. 2 months of training gave him confidence in this area. One night, the stars are shining, and the moon is like a plate. Taking Korin back to sleep downstairs, Yang quietly entered the acceleration space. Looking up and looking at the clouds like the clouds are only 3 meters high from the top of the head, really become the ceiling. Yang adjusted his ki and made the final preparations. A powerful ki accompanied by a screaming voice, Yang's face was firm, and a serious look stared at the sky, with the body energy gathered between his hands, and a bright blue light suddenly flashed. In the narrow and secluded space, like a star, it blooms with brilliance. Success or failure is here. Heavenly sky beam. Yang Tian shouted. Yang's 2 fingers forced forward, a smashing energy beam straight shot, the blue energy creaked, rubbing against the air to make a sharp popping sound, and then through the layers of clouds, directed at the most one of the thickest areas of the central cloud smashed away. Rumble. The azure energy beam hit the core of the ceiling and then collided, bursts out of the world-shaking Big Bang. Yang's energy wave is now more solid than a few months ago, and the penetrating power and destructive power multiply the promotion. On these foundations, the energy wave released by Yang is very terrifying. The terrifying scene created by the collision of the two is as violent as the split the heavens and earth apart. The vortex rotates, the airflow is scattered, and the center is raised high, like a buckled trumpet. Oh! It seems like the sound of broken glass. At this moment, heaven falls and earth rends, the endless clouds suddenly disappeared like a cover. At this moment, all the explosions broke out, and the whole space was shaking vigorously, as if it were to be broken. There is nothing to stop the tearing force of the explosion, and the space is constantly expanding. Yang himself was exhausted after releasing energy wave, but the strange thing is that the terrifying energy did not harm him. On the contrary, a piece of crystal fragments fell in the sky and fell on him, and he was all absorbed by him. Time passes by, when all the dust falls and the earth returns to calm, the gaze of sight once again becomes brighter. Yang was shocked by the picture that appeared in front of him. The sky became higher and the ground became wider. The original range of circumference 10 meters was extended to a circumference kilometer, enough to accommodate the next peak. At the same time, as the scope of the acceleration space continues to grow, Yang vaguely sense seems to have disappeared from the shackles that were originally bound to him. The road seems to be flat and feels completely different from before. It was a kind of experience in which a prisoner escaped from the cage and regained his freedom. He couldn't help but shout, and his body and mind swelled and he was very happy. I used Scouter to detect myself, and glass shows a bunch of data. 121 power level. Instantly increased the power level by more than 20 points, and achieved the degree after Son Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. It's a big breakthrough. This acceleration space is really related to my power. The ceiling that blocks the sky, can it be my physical limitations? The ceiling is approaching the ground, meaning that the distance limit is getting closer and closer, and the force is broken, that is the breaking the limits. All the changes made Yang have to think about it. Normally, the limit of ordinary earthling is 100 power level. There are very few earthlings that successfully break through this limit, but the acceleration space communicated by Yang consciousness seems to be able to the limits are available. Put the invisible limit of the manifests, then apply a substantial attack to break the limit. What a wonderful existence! After the average person breaks through the limit, the power level's promotion has to accumulate a little bit. Simply put, after 100 is 101, after that 102, and he, breakthrough also absorbs the energy of the breakthrough, in one breath achieved 121. I figured out this point, Yang couldn't help but feel uplifted. If the facts are as true as I imagined, then I am too dominant. This means you no longer have to worry about the innate gap between Earthling and Alien. Scion, Alien can be so strong, what is it? Isn't it because of its potential? Earthling is weak, but as long as you work hard enough, breaking multiple limits is not impossible. Compared with this point, acceleration space's time acceleration function is only a negligible pediatrics. This is the real golden finger. Of course, this is just Yang's own guess. What is the specific situation? No one knows. And even if Yang guesses right, acceleration space can really show the limits of the body. If you want to break the limit as you just did, you can't succeed or be uncertain. After all, for Earthling, the limit of 100 power level is not impossible to break through. The hard part is the 1000 power level, 10,000 power level. Is it really possible to continue to break through indefinitely? In the final analysis, it is still going to fall into race innate talent. But at least for now, this gives Muiyang some thoughts. Out of acceleration space, Muiyang's heartbeat could not be calmed down. After his test, acceleration space and the outside time flow speed broke the first layer limit, and the ratio of the two sides changed from the original 2 to 1. 4 to 1. That is said that the time flow speed in the acceleration space is now the external 4x. At the same time, acceleration space also has a storage function, which puts things directly into the acceleration space. It is easy to save things. Even if there is no capsules, he doesn't have to worry about things, and because there is no moisture in the space, it doesn't need to be used. Worried about the deterioration of things inside, it is a must-have for home travel. This is the biggest gain I have made in recent times. Muiyang was so happy that he was laughing during his sleep. The next day, when Corin saw Muiyang again, it was obvious that the change in him was not seen in one night. The mental appearance of Muiyang's whole person seemed to be different. This is only one night, your change is quite big. Corin remained puzzled after pondering over 100 times. Muiyang like cleansing through a spring breeze, with a kind smile. I thought about something last night, I feel that the whole person is different. Oh, you have a comprehend, and shackles on martial arts. Corin nodded, and the epiphany was very mysterious, but Corin was not seen in 800 years, and he was obsessed with exaggeration. It is a chance, Corin is also happy for Muiyang. Muiyang nodded, his practice of breaking the limits in acceleration space, and Corin's epiphany, there are some different approaches but same result. Corin said, since your strength has grown a lot, then the next training has to make a little change. Today, you should spend time familiar with the growing power, and wait until you can get it right, I will do it for you. Guidance. Muiyang nodded, many thanks Immortal Corin. Chapter 35. Just as Muiyang was training on Corin Tower, Earth's east side, on an island. Do. The sound of firearms broke the tranquility of island. More than a dozen speedboats patrolled around island, standing on a heavily armed team, all dressed in earthy grey uniforms, looking like both military and robbers. Boss Lusha, the team sent out, they haven't found Claren's whereabouts. A soldier-like person took off the radio microphone on his ear and reported to their chief. The sergeant took a sip of smoke and spit out a smoky white smoke. He glanced at the soldier with a fierce look and said, "Can't find people without adding people? Commander-in-Chief is already dead. Command, you must find Claren, even if you are dead, bring back what he has." The soldier shuddered and said, "Yes, I immediately sent people to the island." Not going on. Commanding Officer Lusha waved impatiently and then sat there to continue to squander. Commander-in-Chief Wian is also true, but it is a small researcher. What is in his hand is worth looking for in such a big way. Well, father is only responsible for the task, and can't manage the things of the upper class. Lusha annihilated the cigar in his hand and reported the situation here to headquarters. What I got was actually the order of headquarters to look for it at all costs. Oh, these official lords will only order, and we are not the subordinates of our work. Hanging up the phone, Lusha spit out a mouthful of malicious. Thinking of his front-end commander of Snake Charmer Legion, he had to be responsible for such a negligible task, and he was immediately unhappy. At this time on island, a golden-hair man bowed his arms and held a child in his arms, hiding in a grove. If Muiyang is here, he will recognize that this golden blonde-hair man is one of the little husband and wife that he encountered on a train to Maple Island a few months ago. The child in his arms is a little girl named April. At this point Claren broke a hole in his chest and scarlet blood had wet the shirt. Cough cough, Claren arched and coughed, and the tiny movement twitched the lungs and made him look very painful. Woo woo, father, you have nothing to do, April wants mother and younger sister. Little girl April with tears in her eyes, sobbing in her mouth. Don't cry April, mother and Cypriel won't have anything to do. Claren wiped April's tears and showed a trace of sadness in his eyes. April raised his head, but the boat we took has sunk, mother and younger sister have not come up. Wow, they can't come back. Claren's expression was stiff for a while, and he couldn't say what he wanted to say when he finally swallowed his throat. At this moment, there was a sound of sweeping in the woods. Claren quickly grabbed April's mouth and waited until the raiders walked away. Claren made up his mind. He made a thick blueprint and 3 pieces of ink. The dark stone was stuffed into the small bag behind April. April, save these things, this is the research material of father. Claren's eyes flash a hint of grief, if not these things, their family may not suffer this disaster. Father. April felt an uneasy call. Claren is a researcher at the Synthesized Research Institute, working on the robot side. As for what the 3 dark and swarthy stones are, he doesn't know that he was stripped from a meteorite in outer space. Claren didn't think that his research results would cause the high-ranking Snake Charmer Legion to be embarrassed. Their cruise ship was attacked by the opposite side during the voyage. The wife and youngest daughter fell into the sea and never appeared again. I am afraid it has been bode ill rather. Then well. He put his palm on the head of April. Be obedient, there is a small cave over there. You hide inside, don't come out without my cry. Ya whispered softly, April's tears slipped down. Hold, this is your favorite candy. If you are sad, you can eat one and save it. Claren looked at the daughter, hard to peel a candy into her mouth, and then stored the sugar of the daughter's snack. The kin was stuffed into her little bag. After doing this, Claren dragged his weak body and walked away. Remember, don't leave the cave for these 2 days. Yet. April took the cry. Claren stared deeply at the daughter's last glance and turned to move toward the outside of the grove. He only had the enemy all open, and April had a line of life force. After Claren left, there was a sound of do-do-do fire gun shooting in the forest. The sky gradually darkened and the forest raised a thin mist. April hid in the cave and waited for father to come back, but after waiting for 2 or 3 days, Claren hadn't returned yet. The hunger-stricken April couldn't help it, sadly eating a candy, and then carefully putting the sugar cans into it. In the bag, April dragged the thin body out of the cave. The cold wind whistling, cold and sorrowful, gradually moving towards the distance. April huddled, and the people on the moving towards island went. Chapter 36. On the Koran Tower. Since the break through the first layer limit, Muiyang is like a person changing, and the shackles are shackled from the front, and the training speed is just like a flight. It is a change every day. In the 3rd month, Muiyang grabbed the kettle from Koran. When did your young fellow become so powerful? After being taken away by Muiyang, Koran was very surprised to look at him. The growth of this youngster surprised him. It took only 3 months. I snatched the kettle from my own hands. To know the last master Rashi who grabbed the kettle, it took a lot of time to spend 3 years. That would be quick. Where, immortal Koran overpraise, this is what you teach. Hey, don't wear a high hat for me. Koran glanced at Muiyang and swayed the fat body. The basics I can teach you have already been taught to you. Next, 3rd stage, key suppression and sense, this is something more esoteric. At the current stage, you can only learn key suppression, as for sense, which is beyond the stage of martial artist. Muiyang listened carefully. Key suppression is far easier than perceptual. It only needs comprehend to the realm of heart like still water. Key sense involves deeper mysteries and needs to control key's fluctuations to a minimum. That is the stage of the lookout practitioner. Korin can only learn key suppression here, want to learn to use sense other people's key, either by himself comprehend, or get Korin's approval, get the faith token to the lookout, and go to heavenly realm to train. So now, Muiyang is still honestly learning KO control with Korin. Time is like fine sand, and it quietly disappears inadvertently. In the twinkling of an eye, half a month later, under the guidance of Korin, Muiyang has been growing rapidly, and while continually making up for the absorption of Korin martial arts essence, Muiyang has gradually mastered the meaning of gas. At this time his key interest can already be introverted, and finally no longer completely revealing as before. Hey, I have nothing to teach you. Korin looked at Muiyang like a monster. This young fellow is a monster. It took me more than 3 months to teach myself that I can't teach. Innate talent is definitely the best among the best in Earthling. However, Korin didn't know that it was all because Muiyang had a cheater called acceleration space. For Korin's compliment, Muiyang accepted it all. He said with a smile, "This period of time trouble immortal." Korin is holding the beard nods. It doesn't bother. The significance of Korin Tower is to cultivate a good martial artist. Unfortunately, no one can climb to the next year. Right, immortal Korin, I see you have been eating a kind of dry and flat beans these days. Can that stuff fill your stomach? Korin glanced at Muiyang. Oh, that's senzu bean, eat one can eat for 10 days. Muiyang's eyes are bright, and he certainly knows that it is senzu bean. It is very precious in the Dragon Ball late period, but now it just serves as a filling stomach and does not reflect its value. Immortal Korin, there is such a good thing, how do you still let me eat flour every day? But this is too much. Cough, it's a kind of training for you. Martial artist must be able to withstand hardship. It's a tradition that was passed down in ancient times. The face swept away with a contemptuous look. Even Korin himself was embarrassed to say, going on, there is no way. The output of senzu bean is not high, and the output of only 1 year is only 60. I consume about 40 every year. The amount is really not much. That, immortal Korin, let's talk about it, or I will go here to give you a batch of aquatic products. I think Immortal's ability can definitely make aquatic products fresh. I use these aquatic products to exchange senzu bean with you. See how? Muiyang eyes narrowed. With my own selfish calculations in mind, Korin Tower can hold flour on it, and it doesn't make sense to store other things. Since the role of senzu bean is only relieve one's hunger, what is the relationship with water products instead? Moreover, senzu bean has no taste. How rich is aquatic products? If you open a small stove, do you have a fragrant smell every day? Aquatic products. Sure enough, as soon as Muiyang planned to use water products for senzu bean, Korin's eyes were suddenly wide and the pupil was going to shine. But in order to maintain Immortal's restraint, it pretends to be calmly said, "This idea is not bad. I am normally inconvenient to leave Korin Tower. If you are willing to do it for me, it is not impossible to consider it." Became. Muiyang shouted in his heart and seemed to see a lot of senzu bean waving at him. Immortal Korin, how many senzu beans do you plan to change? Muiyang cautious and solemn asked. Of course, the more the better. I will leave a little more, and the rest will be replaced. You wait, I will see how many senzu beans there are. When Korin walked to the bottom of Korin Tower, he began to look through the caskets. Finally, he turned out a brown pottery in the innermost part, and the word senzu bean was placed on the pot. After opening, it is all dry beans of emerald. I guess it is probably 15,000 to 16,000. There are so many. At this time, Muiyang couldn't help but hate it. Yajirobe, the dead fatty, how many senzu beans were spoiled, so that Son Goku of the late period would like to eat a few people to eat? There is only this. This is what I have saved for more than 800 years. Now that the output of senzu bean is getting lower and lower, I have to leave a few thousand to prepare, and the rest will be replaced with aquatic products. Speaking of this, Korin stopped, his ears shook. Of course, Senzu Bean is full, your aquatic products. Tube enough. Yang without the slightest hesitation. Well, then there is no problem. Korin is satisfied with nodded, a Senzu Bean is enough to top 10 meals, if the exchange of aquatic products cannot be 10 days, then the sale can be unfair. Taking out an empty pottery from the side, Korin puts Senzu Bean inside and said, in fact, this Senzu Bean is much better than the food on the ground. It is very suitable for use after martial artist training, and it is against the enemy. At the time, it can also play its role. Do you know why? Because it works fast. It can quickly restore physical strength. Yang answered truthfully. Senzu Beans relieve one's hunger function is a very good weapon, not to mention the healing function, but Korin may not be hurt, I don't know, that's all. Not bad. Korin looked back at him and found that Yang was very good at grasping the key to the problem. He couldn't help but sigh, speaking of aquatic products, there is no such good function. Cat claws are stopped, Yang is in a hurry. He calmly said, Immortal said that it makes sense. I thought it would be like this. But I can provide more aquatic products to ensure that Immortal is satisfied. And we have a stove on the ground that can bake out various kinds of fragrant sprays. The food, I will bring one to Immortal when I go down. Hehe, it's rare that you have this intention, then bring me one. Korin smiled and smiled. Looking at the cat's claws and starting to install Senzu Bean in the clay pot, Yang wiped the sweat, think to oneself, Korin really is not good and the age, actually knows the price, but fortunately, the world's business is not successful, mainly the money is not give it in place. When the money is in place, the sale will become. Chapter 37. More than 10,000 Senzu Bean. Looking at Korin and loading thousands of Senzu Beans into another pottery, Yang only felt her lips dry, and her eyes were flat and radiance. At this moment, just like the stumped poor light, I suddenly saw the gold in the house, and my eyes were full. A burning craving. Yang swallowed saliva and trembled from Korin's hand to the pottery filled with Senzu Bean. Senzu Bean does not show much value in the Dragon Ball's early stage, only as a food for the relief one's hunger, but to the late period is a real life-saving magical treasure, not only can quickly recover physical strength, but also instantly to treat all kinds of injuries. Senzu Bean has not been ruined by Yajirobe at this time, and most of them have been pocketed by Yang. First eat one try. Yang thought about taking a dry, flat bean from the clay pot and throwing it into his mouth and chewing it. Ka-cha sounded crisp and dry, and there was really no taste, but in the next moment, a rich elemental energy suddenly filled the mouth, and then this elemental energy flowed to the whole body. Under this warmth of hooliganism, Yang's state of mind instantly returned to peak. Good treasure, these are life-saving treasure. Yang's eyes glowed and praised. Carefully place the pots and cover them as if you were holding the sacred object that God gave. More than 10,000 Senzu Beans, each one must be carefully calculated and used on the blade. Hey, thousands of Korin are wasted, and sooner or later they are spoiled by Yajirobe. Yang was so good that even the thousands of Senzu Beans reserved in Korin's hands wanted to get it, but eventually gave up. Forget it, it's not easy to get most of it, and things can't be perfect. Suwon thought so. Yang felt a lot better. At this time, he saw 3 large water tanks placed next to each other. The 3 saliva cylinders were placed independently and separated from the other saliva cylinders in the corner. Immortal Korin, how are the saliva cylinders so open? He vaguely guessed the role of the saliva cylinders, and it is said that the 3 saliva cylinders can see the past, present, and future. Oh, that's what I used to observe the lower realm. The energy of the 3 saliva tanks is connected to the crystal ball upstairs. It is the divine object of the antiquity inheritance. Korin swayed the fat body and opened one of them. Cover the lid above the tank to reveal a clear, waveless spring. Hey! Yang was interested in the front, and the eyes looked toward the clarified spring. He didn't know that the water in the 3 tanks was blended together and there was a name he was familiar with. That is ultra-divine water. Ultra-divine water is able to trigger the potential of the human body, and it is also a highly toxic substance. If there is not enough potential in the body, ultra-divine water will overdraft the life force of the human body and poison the user. There were 14 powerful earthlings in the room who drank it, but none of them survived. So for ultra-divine water, Muiyang is far from it, and he has no blessings. Just as Muiyang stared at the water tank, suddenly there was a ripple in the spring, and a strange picture appeared in Muiyang's line of sight. It was a beautiful day, and there was a little girl with dark green hair and a youngster with black hair. At this time, the 2 people were practicing the move very seriously. And the face was covered with crystal sweat. Muiyang recognized that it was a picture of herself and Mexia in childhood, then the representative that was seen in this tank was passed. Then he opened the lid of the middle cylinder and saw another picture. In Great Azure Mountain, Master's wife Alice is cooking food in the kitchen, while in the living room, Isaac is reading with a newspaper, which is present. Open the last cylinder and the picture appears different. It was a large crowd of crowds, and it was very lively. The scene seemed to be competition. At this time, there was a man and a woman on the arena. Muiyang recognized the man as himself. His body was awkward, and he was not graceful and graceful. The appearance is much more mature than it is now, but it should not be a few years away. A woman with a black hair and waist standing opposite him, the woman's body is well proportioned, and the appearance is a bit fuzzy. From the exquisite graceful curve, it should be in its 20s, with an alternative aura. In particular, Muiyang pays special attention to the black hair woman's round of clear-eyed eyes. At this point 2 people are undergoing competition, the black hair woman awe-inspiring, constantly moving towards the future Muiyang offense. This should be the picture of the future. It seems that Muiyang is competing with someone. Then suddenly the picture turned, the clip just disappeared, replaced by a deep starry sky. It's also a battle picture, but it's replaced by a little girl of 11 to 12 years old. The girl is also a black hair, and the opponent is also Muiyang. At this time, the girl looks beautifully and innocent, her eyes are full of arrogant pride, then tenderly shouted, and the golden pupil shines with a brilliant brilliance. But her atomic not simple has never gained an advantage. Muiyang frowns looking at the picture of the future. This future picture has no head and brains. What surprised him is that he can't even see how the 2 sides took action. Judging from this picture, Muiyang feels that she will still be very good in the future. He asked, "Immortal Korin, what does this future picture mean?" Korin slammed his hand and said, "There is no point, because no one can say anything about the future. This tank is just one of the possibilities, and everyone will see different pictures when they go to see. Care. Oh, I can't think about it." Muiyang won't be tempted, but in general, he sees aspects that are good for him. Chapter 38. Hey, Muiyang, Senzubin, you have already taken it. When will you deliver the aquatic products you said? Korin has been thinking about the deal with Muiyang, seeing that he is no longer entangled in the 3 saliva tanks, and rushing urged the road. Muiyang smiled, and it seemed that Korin had lived on Korin Tower for a long time and was very concerned about those aquatic products. Immortal Korin, please rest assured, I said that I will give you the aquatic products right away. As soon as possible. Korin stared at his beard and was no longer in a hurry. After conditioning for a while on Korin Tower, Muiyang waved a gesture to Korin. Immortal Korin, I will go down first, waiting for my good news. After that, the feet crossed and jumped directly from the Korin Tower. On the face of strong winds, Muiyang seems to have turned into a flying swallow, breaking the storm, all the way down. Leaving Korin Tower is much easier than going to climb up Korin Tower. The fierce wind blows the face, Muiyang narrows his eyes and the speed of falling is getting faster and faster. The blink of an eye penetrated through the clouds, and the horizon gradually became flattened by the curved state. Hey, a black shadow breaks through the atmosphere and holds up a long wake. Muiyang began to approach the ground and took less than 10 minutes. The dense great forest below became clear. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance, I couldn't help but feel the heroic feelings of the sky is vast enough for birds to fly. It took 4 days to climb up to Koran Tower, but it took only a few minutes. The great forest has been seen. When the brakes are about to land, Skydance Art stops the falling speed, then turns 90 degrees, moves along the horizontal angle away from the direction of sacred land of Koran go with. Like all sacred land, the existence of sacred land of Koran is also very weird. It seems that there is a mysterious power that makes it possible for those who want to climb Koran Tower to climb from the bottom to be effective, or even with high tech. Going to Koran Tower, of course, it's about the same. Hey, did you have any shadows flying past, not like a person? On the edge of sacred land, the Indian guarding the Koran Tower saw the back of Muiyang's departure. One of them asked in confusion. Your eyes are spent, how can people's speed be so fast? Nearby companions said with a sneer. Oh, maybe I got it wrong. The man was stunned and immediately said with a smile. Hey, the two over there, serious training hunting skills, if you want to become sacred land guardian, give me more serious. Elder looks like Indian sees two people hunting when talking in whispers, swearing. Guardians like them are usually distributed throughout the sacred land of Koran and live in tribal form. Only the powerhouse in the tribe is selected to be a guardian near Koran Tower. Muiyang didn't know that his behavior through the sacred land of Koran caught the attention of the Indian family. At this time he had already flown out of the sacred land of Koran, but he was thinking about how to get Koran into aquatic products. This problem is not big. Muiyang can go to the harbor to buy, where the sea fish are diverse, guaranteed to make Koran satisfied, but the problem is, now he has no money, the fishmonger will certainly not sell it to him. I can't always grab it. Muiyang knows that there is a seabed treasury in the original work, which contains all kinds of gold and silver treasures. When Son Goku was confronted with the Red Ribbon Army, he was once chased by General Blue and accidentally entered treasury. But unfortunately Muiyang didn't know the exact location of the treasure, and it is still a few decades before the plot occurred, and the treasure may not exist now. At this time, he took the opportunity to think of Launch and Yam Sha in the original work. They started their homes in the early years. Maybe I can also grab it. The order on Earth is stable, but in many remote corners, there will still be gangs specializing in illegal activities, robbing them. Muiyang will not be a little uneasy, it is a robbery. Rich and poor, help me solve the immediate situation. Of course, the place where the robbers exist is either a remote mountainous area or a place for trade exchanges, and must be the original ridiculous place that the police officer cannot control. Obviously, the latter must capture the major figure more than the former. With this in mind, Muiyang had an idea and he began to look for places where robbers live. After flying for more than an hour, Muiyang came to a place where there was no shop in front of the village. It was connected to two cities. It was the main thoroughfare for businessmen. It was also very ridiculous. It was a good place to fight home. He flew in the sky searching for a period of time, trying to find the trail of the robbers, and soon found an old-fashioned motorcycle flying fast in the wilderness. The rider had a red cap and a dark scarf around his neck. The big plaque on his body was covered with a long knife. He was afraid that others would not know that he was a robber. Following all the way, Muiyang immediately found a cave at the bottom of a loess piled up in a loess, with a band of bandits. The person you are looking for is you. Finally found the target, Muiyang shines in front of her eyes, so she no longer hides and swayed to the band of robbers. You guys, all the valuables in your hand are handed over. The sudden sound scared the robbers who were gathering in the crowd, but when they saw it, they were young and youngsters, and the immediate horror became a banter. Ha ha ha, it's all fathers who robbed others. Today is a strange thing. Where do you come from, the hairy boy? I don't want to find out where it is. Actually, I am recklessly wanting to rob this sir. The robber's head looked fierce. Dang Dang fell off the pottery bowl in his hand and lit up a cool light machete. At the same time, one foot stepped on the half of the skull that was exposed to the sand. The robber's head sneered, "The little ones, don't take the guy to give this young fellow a look. When it comes to murder, we are professional." "Hee hee," boss said. "Act recklessly stupid." Other little brothers saw the cruel smile and brushed out the machete. The entire bandit group has more than 20 people who have lived a bloody life. There is no such thing as pity in their eyes. It is a normal business to kill people. There is no more money to buy or sell than this. In the past few years, the innocent people who died under their swords have long been ignorant. Even if they are added to the youngster in front of them, it is not too much. Looking around all around, Muiyang also found a lot of bones scattered in the cave. Then look at the robbers, each and every knife. And the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a bit of coldness. They are all desperate. No wonder the courage is so big. But they don't seem to understand who is robbing who is today. Since you don't cooperate, don't blame me. Remember not to do myriad evils in your next life. Haha, this young fellow is joking. The robbers look at each other in dismay, laughed heartily. But soon, they couldn't laugh. I saw Muiyang snoring, and a little power was applied in the next second. Suddenly, a huge strength rises from the foot, and immediately there are countless afterimage flashes in the cave. At this time, Muiyang is like an Azura. Slaughter. In the face of Muiyang, these robbers had no time to react. After a while he returned to the original place, as if the scene had not happened. "DNG Lingwen," the metal floor voice resounded, then each and every robber eyes wide open, the eyes are fully bloodshot, but the next second these robbers all fell to the ground, the faces hard to believe look. "Die without regret." Muiyang's voice was extremely cold, his eyes were cold and looked at the front. Chapter 39. "Ah, don't kill me, spare one's life, I don't have to dare offend you again, spare one's life ah." Seeing the little brother around, it was killed by demon, and the psychological defense of the robber's head finally collapsed. He squatted on the ground constantly. Muiyang looked at him coldly and asked, "Don't kill you, don't you keep doing evil? If you are like other world, you have to go down to hell." "No. I will give you all the treasures, all for you, please spare me." The robber's head was terrified, and he continued to retire, but Muiyang would easily let him go, seeing an afterimage to flash past, the robber head. Called out pitifully ended his life. Looking at the bodies of these robbers, Muiyang looked cold. "If you kill you, you can be killed for the people. As for the treasures, it is not big here. Can I not find them myself?" Looking at the bodies at random, Muiyang moved his eyes away and began to look through the caves. Finally, a large treasure chest was found in the innermost corner of the cave. The chain of treasure chest was opened, and the golden light was full. A variety of gold, precious stones, and jewelry. These robbers are usually ruined, squandered, and wealthed, and they are filled with a treasure chest. Looking at these treasures, you know that they are not killing in normal. The heart was secretly sighed, and Muiyang took the entire box and put the treasure into his acceleration space. This acceleration space has been available for storage since Muiyang has broken the first layer limit, but it requires a period of time to start each time it is turned on, so overall, the acceleration space can only be an auxiliary tool and cannot be battled. It brings convenience to Muiyang. After sweeping the empty treasury, Muiyang nodded, these robbers have been busy for many years and even put their lives in, and finally they have married themselves. Out of the cave, Muiyang raised his hand and pulled out an energy wave against the cave. With the loud noise of rumble, the cave collapsed. After doing this, he didn't return, and he flew away to move around the city. Before purchasing aquatic products, he had to convert some of the gold into currency. At the same time, located in a mountain range of the Earth's eastern part, Here is the headquarters of Snake Charmer Legion. The hustle and bustle of the building is like a castle, and the independent towers are splendorous and majestic. The azure tiles are dazzling and beautiful in the sun. Here 3 steps and 1 whistle, the security is strict, each soldier is wearing a uniform, patrolling around the corner of the tower. Tang! 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 A propeller aircraft hovered and landed slowly on the tarmac. Commanding Officer Lusha and his entourage jumped off the plane and then walked into the castle with the guide. In a luxuriously decorated great hall, Commanding Officer Lusha saw their commander-in-chief. It was a burly, beastman with azure hair, a sharp-nosed, very brutal, that is Commander-in-Chief Wuyan, the highest sergeant of Snake Charmer Legion. At this point Commander-in-Chief Wuyan bites the piece of meat in his hand, swallows it, and then slams the next bottle of wine. Commander-in-Chief Wuyan. Commanding Officer Lusha stood respectfully and saluted. Commander-in-Chief Wuyan casually glanced at Commanding Officer Lusha. How do I tell you about things, what about design blueprint? Commanding Officer Lusha dripping with sweat. Commander-in-Chief, blueprint not found. Not found? What are you going back to? Don't hurry to find it. Commander-in-Chief Wuyan looked at Lusha coldly, and Morin's eyes were as daunting as demon's eyes, leaving Lusha to face death. Feel. Commander-in-Chief Wuyan's face was gloomy. Asked, that Clarin, where is it now? It's already dead. Lusha said bitterly. Dang dang. Commander-in-Chief Wuyan fiercely smashed the bottle in his hand, and immediately bloody red wine splashed on the ground. How do you do things? I let you at all costs, you give me such a result. Do you know how important the blueprint in his hand is? It is the design creation of robot. As long as I get the blueprint, we Snake Charmer Legion you can continue to produce robot and build a powerful battle legion. When you don't say anything about Central City, it's the whole world that looks at our faces. The Clarin was very cunning. He was shot and killed by a soldier when he was chasing him. Lusha cautious and solemn said. Take the soldier away, it's really bastard. Commander-in-Chief Wuyan flashed a hint of haze in the beast. Commanding Officer Lusha hearing this complexion sank, behind the cold sweat, anxiously said, Clarin fleeing around also followed by a girl, maybe blueprint is on that girl. What are you waiting for, hurry to find. Lusha, give you another chance to get the blueprint back, but then you know. Yes. Commanding Officer Lusha shuddered and screamed, then retired from the hall with respect. Waiting for the exit hall, Lusha was cold after the sense, and the sweat had soaked the clothes. Boss, what do we do now? The followers around him were pale, and every time they saw Commander-in-Chief Wuyan, they all had a feeling of being dead. What can I do? Hurry to find, launch all our power, be sure to get the blueprint back. Lusha spits, maliciously said, and the soldier who is not enough, who let him shoot. Really want to kill him? He swallowed saliva. Don't kill him, father will be shot with you. Commanding Officer Lusha fiercely said. This is his last chance. There is no human inside Snake Charmer Legion. If you can't get the blueprint back, he believes that Commander-in-Chief will never let him go. Chapter 40. The sea breeze lingers, the beautiful sea view is reflected in the eye, with the sand gull goo-goo across the water, flying wings, the small island far away from the sea, entered a new day. In the morning, the fog is tumbling. The farmers on the island got up early, squatting and rushing to the cattle and horses in the countryside. Although Earth has begun to enter the era of technology, most places are still not exposed to science and technology, but also in the very primitive farming era, the basic work depends on physical strength. On the edge of a flowing creek, a thin silhouette carrying a bag on the side of the stream, carefully washing her small candy jar with water. April has been wandering for more than a month on this island. Because of the long wandering, the neat clothes on the body have been stained with stains in the east and some are even cut open. Goo lu, the voice from the belly shows that she is very hungry and touches her belly. April squints and grieves, because she is young, she is not able to find food, she can only rely on the island. The rescue life of the residents. Holding the small candy jar in my arms, there was nothing in it, and the last candy was eaten by her the other day. Father, Mother, Cypriel, April called helplessly, tears swirling in her eyes, then opened the bag of cautious and solemn and put the sugar cans in. She saw the smoke rising in the distance, she flattened her mouth. Moved towards the village. Knock knock knock. A farmer heard the knock on the door. Old lady opened the door and saw a little girl standing in front of her. Grandma, my stomach is so hungry, can you give me something to eat? April shyly blushes and twists his clothes. The old lady glanced at the little girl's difficult situation, like a cataclysm, immediately pity, leading April into the house and giving her a not-so-rich meal. The food in the countryside is very rough and the taste is not as good as in the city, but April is very hungry, she gorges and eats, and when she gets it, she hammers her chest. How poor child, how can you be alone, your parents? Old lady asked as the poor look of April. There are a lot of bad guys chasing them, they are gone, April said as he ate, and said that he couldn't help but cry. Old lady sighed, from the little girl's words, she heard that her parents may not be there anymore. This is the way the world is. Although Central City has been established for more than 100 years, there are still many places where there is a rebellious influence. Grandma, do you have candy here? I want candy. April lowered his head and his face was very blushing. But when she thinks about the sweetness of candy, she seems to recall the warmth of being with her family. She remembers eating candy before, and she saw father and mother in her dreams. Old lady snorted and said, we are rural here, unlike the candy sold in the city, but we have honey here, or you can taste it. Thank you. April politely thanked. Old lady smiled and interpreted a can of honey from the cottage. It was wild honey and had high nutritional value. Come, you can taste it. So sweet. A drop into his mouth, April's eyes lit up. If you like it, these will be given to you. Really? April was happy. She took the small candy jar from her bag, then cautious and solemn poured the honey into the sugar bowl, and then covered the lid. Thank you, Grandma. She politely thanked. Old lady looked at the little girl's well-behaved look, and couldn't help but have the idea of adopting it, but April did shake one's head and she didn't want to stay on this island. How cute little fellow. Looking at April, who left after leaving, old lady said with emotion. On the other hand, after April filled her stomach, she knew that she was walking towards the port, listening to the screams from the harbor. She fluttered her eyes and mixed her head into a merchant ship. On the other hand, after looting all the gold and silver treasures of the bandits, Muiyang flew all the way to a nearby city, and found an exchange in the city to convert some of the gold and silver treasures into universal currency. This gentleman, you brought a total of 0.2 tons of gold, 120 pieces of jewelry, and exchanged into currency for a total of 110 million zeni. You want cash or savings cards? After the calculation, the exchange's boss wiped sweat and trembled report the price. Muiyang smiled lightly, but did not think that he could easily exchange so many money with a little gold and silver treasure that he had just taken out. It can be seen how many people the robbers robbed. Give me the 2 million zeni, all of which are in the card. Yes, I will handle it for you right away. Boss responded with a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat to allow the staff member to help bring 2 million cash from the vault. Such a big customer would have to wait. Muiyang smiled and took the savings card and a tin box filled with cash, then waved. This zeni is released by Central City and is universal. The purchasing power is similar to that of previous life. With this money, he cannot worry about money. Sure enough, the most profitable industries are written on criminal law. After leaving the exchange, Yang thought about going to the seafood market and preparing to buy hundreds of tons of sea fish for Korin. After all, he took Korin more than 10,000 senzu bean, always said. Generously taking out a stack of banknotes, the fishmongers immediately gave him 180 tons of seafood. This sale almost wiped out the fresh goods on the market, and then installed them with large wicker baskets. Shipped to a remote alley. There, Yang opened the acceleration space and loaded all the fish. This time Korin should be satisfied. Hey, with these sea fish in exchange for more than 10,000 senzu bean, it is a big profit. This is the benefit of information asymmetry. If it is in the era after plot start, Son Goku knows the exercise of senzu bean. Even if he uses a lot of money, don't even think of a senzu bean. In a happy mood, Yang went to the market to purchase a stove and some fuel, and then vacated, and then rushed toward the direction of Korin Tower. Chapter 41. Compared with the vehicle after the fall, Skydance art is undoubtedly environmentally friendly and quicker. From the perspective of actual combat and practicality, it is listed as an equally important skill with Kamehameha and Doden Ray. Not too much. As all around the scenery swiftly swept back, Yang remained in high-speed flight, and soon the slender tower of Korin Tower appeared in sight. Near Korin Tower, Yang began to drop speed and landed at the bottom of Korin Tower. First take the sea fish out, otherwise it would be difficult to explain it to Korin with empty hands. In my heart, Yang movement opened the acceleration space, and immediately, the whole 180 large wicker baskets of sea fish appeared on the open space. The unique astringency of the seafood is passed on. At this time, I was aware that a lot of people gathered around and turned over the hair. Now they are the Indians who guard the Korin Tower. It is Ounce who is holding the bow and arrow. Hey, you were the youngster who challenged Korin Tower before, the Yang of Heavenly Sky School. Ounce looked at him with a puzzled look, especially when he saw the sea fish with a strong taste around him, and the doubts in his eyes were even worse. What is the situation? He should not be challenging Korin Tower. What does it mean to move that many sea fish? Yang greets Ounce with their nods. Long time no see. These fish? Yang said with a smile, this is a gift for immortal Korin. It's just that you are here too. Can you take care of me? I will come. Gift for immortal Korin. Ounce slightly dumbfounded. After a while, I reacted and shivered. Don't you? I have seen immortal Korin. Yes, I climbed to the top of tower and had the privilege of accepting immortal Korin's guidance. Yang smiled, nodded and admitted. Congratulations, you actually climbed up to Korin Tower. It has been said that no one has succeeded for 100 years. Ounce is awe-inspiring, and Yang has been completely regarded as a legendary martial artist. At the time of Ounce's conversation with Yang, the guardians behind him all narrowed their eyes and talked eloquently. Really, it is a success. This youngster is really not normal. I don't know what immortal Korin looks like, but unfortunately we are not qualified to see you. These Indians, as the guardian of sacred land, grew up listening to the legend of immortal Korin, and because of their limited strength, they have been unable to see immortal Korin as they wish, and of course they can't see the true face of immortal Korin. At this moment, the youngster actually climbed to Korin Tower and met immortal Korin, all of which showed a horrified expression. Yang smiled, of course, not to say that immortal Korin is a big white cat, it is too landscape. Everyone has a dream in their hearts, and they will put the best expectations in the softest place in their hearts. Whether it is human or material, or some memories, after the precipitation of time, it becomes more and more beautiful. Perhaps these things are no longer true and objective, but they have placed too much emotion, and they have become precious. It is very immoral to rashly tell the truth to poke the illusions of others. Yang thought a little and said, Immortal Korin is a very intelligent immortal. Under his guidance, my strength has grown to advance with leaps and bounds. Ounce was so nodded, and pointed to the sea fish and asked, how are you going to move up? To climb up Korin Tower has been very difficult, if you bring these large wicker basket sea fish, the difficulty will be bigger. This is also a kind of training, isn't it? Muiyang said with a smile, then went to the large wicker basket, and all of them picked up one of them. About a ton of weight came from the arm. Muiyang frowned, not because of these weights, but the intense fish smell from the large wicker basket. Then Tiptoe stopped, bang! A violent impact rose from the solace of the feet. With this force, Muiyang flew up and climbed straight along the edge of Koran Tower, and soon disappeared into the sky. Below, Ounce and others dumbstruck, silly looking at the sky that was opened by whirlwind. It took a while to regaining composure, and said, "Worthy of is a person who has successfully challenged Koran Tower. It is too strong. Do you think that his strength is more powerful than the last time?" Some people say this, and everyone else has reacted. Yes, it was not so powerful when climbing the Koran Tower on the opposite side a few months ago. It's only been more than 3 months, it's not the same day. Is this the performance of immortal Koran? Thinking of this, these guardians are all shocked. I also have a strong expectation for climbing Koran Tower. Just thinking about the difficulty of climbing Koran Tower, I feel a little discouraged. At this time, top of Koran's tower. Koran was lying on a small recliner, and suddenly it felt something. A rollover came down from the lounge chair and lifted the walking stick to the entrance of the Koran Tower top of tower. After a while, he saw Muiyang holding a large wicker basket. The sea fish came up. These sea fish, there are so many. Koran's nose was particularly sensitive, and he quickly recognized that it was a fish in the sea. One of the claws grabbed one of them and smelled it in front of the nose, revealing an intoxicating expression. The smell of uncomfortable feelings of others became delicious at Koran. Muiyang said with a smile, "Immortal Koran, this is only a small part of it. There are 179 fish under the Koran Tower." Koran, hearing this, eyes immediately brightened, happy, said, "Well, Muiyang, you really keep your promise. Just immortal Koran, how are you going to store these fish?" "Well, this is a small problem, you come with me." Koran grabbed a fish and put it outside, then took the remaining fish to the martial arts stage on the second floor and stopped at the central crystal ball. He pointed to the crystal ball and said, "Look at the crystal ball, it is treasure from antiquity inheritance, and the stability of Koran Tower is maintained by it." Then, Koran jumped up and touched the surface of the crystal ball. The clear crystal ball immediately sparked a radiance, at the same time, and the sea fish on the ground disappeared. Koran's eyes narrowed, said, "This crystal ball has a storage function, and things will not deteriorate inside. That's really treasure." Muiyang was surprised at the look at it, and there was a lot of treasure on earth. Just above Koran Tower, there are Senzabine, ultra-divine water, crystal ball, flying nimbus, power pole, etc. Power pole has now been given to Master Rashi by Koran as a gift. Hehe, Muiyang, don't you hurry to bring the fish under the Koran Tower together? This is also a training. Training is training, but how do I feel that you care more about those fish? Muiyang couldn't help but roll the eyes, but he didn't show it. Nada jumped off Koran Tower, so he carried hundreds of squats back and forth. When he moved all the fish, it was the next day. Noon. But there is a bit of Koran's no mistake. This process is really a kind of training. He feels that after going through these few rounds, his power has some promotion, and power level is promoted from 128 to 132. Although it is only a trivial number of power levels, as the saying goes, well, the mosquito legs are small, it is also meat, and the words are not rough. P.S. Do you have a list of books? Add a book, and there are no author friends, come and push a chapter. Chapter 42. Very good, your young fellow is still reliable, I am very satisfied. After perfectly satisfied, all the aquatic products are stored in the crystal ball. Koran looks mysterious, moved towards Muiyang, squinting, look at you, I can give you a promise if the potential is not bad. What promise? Yang asked curiously. Haha, my promise is not scornful, Korin narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, if you can continue to train, and when I think it's right, I will take you to a higher level. I tell you that even the Master Rashi is not qualified to go there. Is there any heart? Oh, yes, Master Rashi is what I call Master Rashi. My face is called the god of martial arts. Fearing that Yang didn't know who Master Rashi was, Korin explained it again. Master Rashi. Yang is silent, and at the same time, I don't understand. The mysterious place that Korin said is the lookout. It's him, even he is not qualified to go. For martial artist, there is the real sacred land. Do you want to go? Just get my approval and you can make go. Korin patted Yang's shoulder. A pair is very optimistic about his appearance. If there is such a place, of course I want go. Since Korin took the initiative to mention the lookout, Yang did not turn around, and he showed his white teeth, showing his attitude directly. To look at the most growthable places on earth, the lookout is definitely in the first place. Here, Korin also figured out Yang's attitude and couldn't help but laugh. From Yang's point of view, he hopes that Korin will recommend him to the lookout one day, and Korin also has the recommendation to enter the lookout. Before severe 100 years, he thinks Master Rashi has this qualification, but unfortunately failed to make it. It's a pity that Earth hasn't been on the lookout for a long time. Immortal Korin, when do you think I can achieve the level of approval? Yang asked. Korin said, this is not good, it depends on your next effort. Hehe, I don't think this day will be too far. Yang smiled. You are quite confident. Korin looked at Yang. Isn't the practitioner to be confident in yourself? There are quite a few things that I am forced to explain to you. Korin stared blankly, nodded, yes, forging ahead is a good thing, I hope you don't let me wait too long. For Yang's monster-like training speed Korin, I have been taught, to say who is on earth can get its approval, then Yang is definitely one. Turning back to the bottom of the Korin tower, Korin had a bonfire in a corner, and then set a few sea fish, and planned to do a stop-and-go delicious meal. Soon, the astringency of the sea fish gradually dissipated in the barbecue, followed by a seductive scent. Smell the smell, Korin stunned his eyes, grabbed one of the fish, and ate it in 3 or 2. True incense. Korin's lips and teeth were fragrant, holding the palm of his hand and grabbing another one. Immortal Korin, I heard that Master Rashi reason why is called the god of martial arts, not only because of his high skill in martial arts, but also because rumor said he has lived more than 200 years old. Human, really, can you live that long? Yang, who was sitting on the ground and also eating grilled fish, curiously asked while eating. In fact, Yang has been thinking about how to promote their lifespan. Korin ate the grilled fish in his mouth, vaguely saying, Master Rashi, that guy really lived a little longer, but the average human is not living that age. So why does Master Rashi live for so long? Not only the previous 200 years, but Yang knows that Master Rashi can continue to live longer. Even if the entire Dragon Ball plot ends, when the Bulma in the original work grows wrinkles, Master Rashi is still an old and decrepit. Look like it. Looking at the appearance that seems to be in the soil at any time, in fact, the body is great, Yang suspects that even if Z Fighter is all dead, he can live well. He can live so long, there must be a reason. Korin put down the fish in his hand and said, that's because Master Rashi has eaten elixir of immortality. Is there really elixir of immortality in this world? Yang asked strangely, thinking that the rumor of elixir of immortality was just nonsense, but did not expect Master Rashi to actually eat it. It used to be, I have eaten it. This is the immortal medicine specially prepared for immortal in Korin Tower. A pill can extend 400 years. When Master Rashi stayed on Korin Tower, he asked me, I finally couldn't stand it. When I lived, I gave him 4, which made me have no stock here. Speaking of this, Korin has some regrets. At first he should not be so generous to give Master Rashi 4. The production of elixir of immortality was very difficult and required a very special herb, but the herb was scarce and Korin couldn't make a new batch of elixir of immortality for a while. After listening to Korin's explanation, Muiyang couldn't help the corner of the mouth twitches. How much was Korin? Senzu bean, elixir of immortality, power pole, flying nimbus, etc., just what treasure has to go out? Habit. But at this point, many places have figured it out. After Master Rashi got elixir of immortality, it must have been split with Master Shen. At that time, Master Rashi and Master Shen had not yet had a falling out. They had 2 disciples. They each had 2. Master Rashi left one for himself. 1, the other gave him the old sister fortune teller Baba, and Master Shen also gave one to mercenary Tao. So Master Rashi, Master Shen, fortune teller Baba, mercenary Tao, 1 for each, 4 people will live that many years. Immortal Korin, how was this elixir of immortality made? Muiyang asked. It seems that Muiyang is very interested in elixir of immortality. Korin continues, this elixir of immortality can make people extend lifespan and look attractive, but it has a huge flaw. After taking elixir of immortality, the potential of the body will be exhausted, and the strength is basically difficult to promote. Muiyang, you are still young, and your potential is very good. You don't have to think about it. And if you want it, I have no more here. Elixir of immortality after all is for immortal, level is not high. Korin hopes that Muiyang can put his mind on martial arts, and maybe he can achieve a higher level in the future. Muiyang couldn't help but understand the medical effect of elixir of immortality. Similar to the effect of ultra-divine water's crushing potential for powerful power, elixir of immortality is a long-lived lifespan at the expense of running out of potential power in the body. After taking elixir of immortality, it doesn't mean that skill can never grow again, just before. It has become difficult. It is estimated that Master Rashi should not take it on the spot after getting elixir of immortality. But wait until the body begins to age. For Korin's advice, Muiyang is also the leader, he said with a smile, Immortal Korin is right, these are not my consideration. Muiyang may also lick the medical effect of elixir of immortality before opening the acceleration space, but with the acceleration space, there is a bigger prospect in front of him, and he will make a sesame drop when he is guilty. The thing about watermelon. Chapter 43. Si Muiyang didn't ask the elixir of immortality, Korin nodded, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He told the opposite side elixir of immortality so straightforward that it is impossible to seduce it. After all, immortality is how many people dream of what they want to achieve. If you want to go to the lookout, you must first pass Korin's approval. When Korin is recommending candidates, the most important thing is that the opposite side has a strong will, which can hold all kinds of temptations. Otherwise, if the recommended talents can't stand the temptation, it will only be a bad thing. Master Rashi lost the opportunity to travel to the lookout because he did not resist the temptation of elixir of immortality. Keeping Muiyang's performance in mind, Korin only waited for the strength of the opposite side to meet his own requirements and recommended him to heavenly realm. Oh, yes, although I promise you, I will recommend you to a higher level in the future, but one thing I think you need to pay attention to. Korin, please. Korin coughed softly and said, recently your power growth seems to be a little faster. This is not necessarily a bad thing, but it is not entirely a good thing. I suggest that you can slow down and first grasp the existing power. Anxious to break through. In Korin's view, power growth is a good thing, but it grows too fast and in general it becomes illusory. For Korin, who is obsessed with mastering the existing trace of Qi, it must be pointed out. Muiyang was silent. He believed in Korin's eyesight. Of course, Korin reason why said that the martial arts concept is more, but he thought about it and finally adopted Korin's suggestion. I understand. I have a good time to stabilize the foundation. A person knows his interests, since breaking the 100 power level, the first layer limit of Earthling, Muiyang feels that his body is like a brake, and there is basically no bottleneck in training. The Earth martial artist concept is not necessarily superior in the universe. This is determined by level. For example, the Earth martial artist family definitely does not have the superior from Kami, and Kami does not have Kai to be rich. This is because of the different position and standing high. It's always right to be far away. However, after a long period of exploration, Earth martial artist has its own unique features. For example, the low-level mastery of power is very worthy of recognition. This control allows the practitioner to burst out of a more powerful power level in times of crisis. Anyway, I won't touch the bottleneck for a while, and there is no enemy to be vigilant on Earth. Muiyang decided to follow the excellent tradition of Earth martial arts and let her power be mastered. If you have mastered it completely, and then push it in the future, it may have an unexpected effect. Yes, it should be like this, the foundation is very important. Korin is in a good mood, nothing is more enjoyable than meeting someone who can listen to his persuasion. Immortal Korin, it's not early, I should be leaving, I hope I can meet your request the next time I meet. Good training, I'm very optimistic about you. Korin stood up and suddenly remembered something and said, yes, I have a golden cloud here that can be used to travel, do you want me to send you a flower? Korin wants to give Muiyang exactly the flying nimbus. Only the pure heart, the people without evil thought can sit up. At the beginning, Master Rashi couldn't sit up, but he took away one without shame. Muiyang knows the characteristics of flying nimbus. He quickly waved his hand and declined, no, I think sky dance art is more important than foreign object. It is also a kind of training without external force. In fact, more importantly, he thinks that it is useless to get it, and he may not be able to sit up. If Korin finds out, his own people will collapse. Immortal Korin, I am leaving. After that, Muiyang flew up from the top of Korin Tower. In the misty white clouds, Muiyang's figure gradually disappeared and left Korin Tower. It's really a good person who is obsessed with training. Looking at the blue sky, only the white clouds myself drifting, there is no comparison, I don't know the difference. Compared with Muiyang, the original Master Rashi is simply a stone, and it is shameless and sloppy. Korin is silent, how did I put it in the first place? Did power pole and elixir of immortality give him? Shaking his head, remembering the large amount of sea cargo that Muiyang had reserved for himself, Korin turned around and swam. On the ocean thousands of kilometers away from the Korin Tower, the blue sea water is magnificent, and the waves are blowing under the wind. At this time, a merchant ship sails on this vast ocean. The narrow cabin swayed with the waves of the sea. In the dark light, April held her beloved sugar cans in a corner, and the clothes on her body were wrinkled, and they were lost. Her little school bag, which is already worn out. Well, it's so sweet, it's delicious. April glared at the fingertip, his face filled with a pitiful smile, and he ate something delicious in his dreams. On the other hand, after leaving the Snake Charmer Legion headquarters, Commanding Officer Lusha gathered all the troops in the night, and then searched for the carpet based on the original island, vowing to find information about Claren's daughter and blueprint. In the command hall, Lusha bites a cigarette on his mouth and stares at a map of the sea on the wall. The moving towards is constantly marked, and several islands in the vicinity are marked with red forks. Boss, we have already found more than a dozen islands, and we still haven't found the trace of the little girl. You said that she will not be on the island at all. Next to the little brother, he moved his throat and whispered. Is the residence on the island checked? Lusha decided to take the pen's hand and turned his head and asked. Little brother replied, I have asked, no discovery. At the Pa, Lusha put the cigarette on the ground and stepped on his feet and shouted, "Isn't anyone seeing Claren running away with his daughter? How can I not find it? Continue to send more people, expand the scope, looking for a family, I will not believe it." "Yes, yes." Hearing boss unable to restrain one's anger's embarrassment, little brother face turned white, scared witless, and quickly stumbled and ran out. Bastard, where did the little girl go? Lusha was in a bad mood. If he didn't find the design blueprint as soon as possible, Headquarters Commander-in-Chief Wian would never let go of his own, remembering Commander-in-Chief Wian's bloodthirsty look, Lusha couldn't help but shudder. "No, you must use more rigorous means, or father will be really finished." Strong desire to survive urged Lusha to rush to change means. Chapter 44. Time has passed quietly, and it has been more than 2 months since Muiyang left Koran Tower. During this period of time, Muiyang stopped and went around Earth to train in the way he knew, and combined with the knowledge taught by Heavenly Sky School and Koran to constantly improve his martial arts. This aspect is not simply the use of punching and kicking, but more theoretical research. As he continued to test the ideas of the two martial arts, Muiyang was surprised to find that a large part of Heavenly Sky School and Koran Tower's martial arts overlap. The two are different, but they can be fusion in the general direction. Their creation philosophy is surprisingly consistent. Heavenly Sky School martial arts focuses on elemental energy nurturing the body, using the body as foundation to play power level, and then achieved the use of the ever trace of Qi for the purpose of solidifying the P1. Koran Tower martial arts is the flexibility of Qi used to change the behavior of the body transformation body, paying attention to the control of the body and reducing redundant movements. At first glance, there is no connection at all, and even some places are contradictory. For example, Heavenly Sky School emphasizes the role of the body in the process of luck, while Koran Tower martial arts emphasizes the withdrawal of the physical body, but if you study it carefully, you will find that both the cross-sections are exactly the same, and the efficiency of the gas is as good as possible, and the rest are just complementary. This is strange. Although it has been rumored that Koran Tower is the rumor of Earth's birthplace of all martial arts, Heavenly Sky School martial arts is obviously not born out of the former, they should be in parallel. Muiyang has come to the same place from the comprehend, but can't understand why this is happening. This is obviously two systems. It should have evolved according to their respective training trees, but he faintly thinks that Heavenly Sky School is like internal strength, Koran Tower is like a foreign work, and has its own strengths. The combination of the two is the real powerful martial arts concept. At this time, he deeply realized the disadvantages of lack of knowledge. If his vision is higher, it may not be a problem if he encounters it. This question can't be answered now, maybe it can only be solved after entering the lookout training. He shook the head and said to himself, "If you don't have long-term care, you will have an ear worry. If you think about it, you will have more chances." There is also the existence of the lookout on the Koran Tower. There is a more advanced martial arts, but it is temporarily unavailable to Muiyang. He needs to think on his own. I was troubled by this problem along the way. When he regaining composure, he had unconsciously come to a vast ocean. Pu. Several large fish jumped out of the sea, and the paw was drilled back and splashed a large piece of finely divided waves. Looking at the vast ocean, Muiyang's mood has stretched a lot. This ocean is a good place to live a stable life. Muiyang smiled and looked far away. You can also see the faintly discernible ships fishing there. In this era, it is already very advanced to be able to sail a fishing boat out of the sea. It is only a few hundred kilometers away from the Great Azure Mountain, but apart from the last time the World Martial Arts Tournament crossed a sea area, Muiyang has not really experienced the vastness of the ocean. Now that he is here, he will have a good sense. So, Muiyang no longer stops, and moves straight towards a seemingly good island to fly. In the face of the huge waves rolling over the sea, the vast energy is always humbling. An island by the sea. The environment is beautiful and the air is pleasant. There are many small hills on the islands that are not big. Originally, this is a scene of hidden land of peace and prosperity, but the rude behavior that took place at the moment broke the silence here. A group of men in uniforms boarded the yacht and boarded the island, then entered the residential area, and a scene of chicken flying dogs appeared on the immediately small island. This group of people come every time. For people on the island, it is a disaster. Bang! Someone violently kicked the door of a family, and then circled the view, whispering rudely against a pair of farmhouses and wife inside, "Hey, it's time to pay for this month. This uncle, can you be confined for a few days, we can't really get anything here." The farmer man wearing a farm hat pleaded. "Hey, how do you tell the leader if you don't pay? Just be honest, hand over the valuables of your family." The officer spit a spit, but seeing the opposite side is really not financial, so he can only be angry. Breaking the tableware and taking something from the house that looks worthwhile. Such a scene was staged in every household, and the old people on the island could not look forward to the argument, but they were hit on the ground by the opposite side. "Hey! The old bones are better and honest. We are not bandits. As long as we honestly follow our rules, I promise not to hurt you. You, Central City's law won't let you go." The old man was almost vomiting blood. These guys, who are stunned, are not bandits, but what they do is the same as the bandits. There are guns in their opposite sides, and these villagers are simply unable to resist. Hehe, in the territory of our Snake Charmer Legion, the laws of Central City don't work. Snake Charmer Legion's officer said with a sneer, "Sneer. Central City has its own law enforcement department, but Earth is too big, many places are held by local tyrant, Central City's power the whip cannot reach. Snake Charmer Legion is the biggest anti-influence. In the place it occupied, Central City's law is a few pieces of waste paper, which has no effect." Bastard! The inhabitants of the island looked at the face of Snake Charmer Legion's arrogant, all unable to restrain one's anger. "I am fighting with you." Seeing that their own food was removed by them, the old man was yelled with anger, and picked up his weak fist to move toward opposite side. "Hey, give your face a shame." The officer of Snake Charmer Legion saw that old man dared to resist, and his face immediately gloomy, really tired. With a wink, the soldiers on the side immediately stepped forward, and the old man was opened, and the gun was fired at the old man. "Come on, ah!" The villagers screamed at the liver. "Don't shoot!" Pang! The half-inch fire snake was shot from the gun barrel, and all the people couldn't bear to close their eyes, but after a long time, the screams did not ring. Their eyes opened their eyes, but they saw a tall and straight man in front of the old man. The man had a black hair, his eyes were sharp, and he pierced everyone's heart like a blade. At this time, he put one hand on the shoulder of the old man, the other hand stretched forward, and there was still a thing in his hand. DNG Ling. When the metal landed, it sounded crisp. It was actually a hot bullet, and the surface of the bullet was still azure smoke. Bullet was picked up by hand. Everyone has eyes opened wide, they don't believe that the power of the person can grab the bullets shot in the gun with bare hands. "Elderly, you have nothing to do." And voice resounded. Yang calmly looked towards the old man next to him. "No, Noth, thank you." The old man was still undecided and still couldn't figure out what happened. Chapter 45. This is impossible. The Snake Charmer Legion member does not dare, who screamed and panicked, and he continued to move towards Yang and fired several shots. Do, fierce gunshots, a period of fire snakes spewing out. I thought this will definitely kill the opposite side, but his pride did not last long, and soon the expression became more fearful. Because after he made a series of bullets, the opposite person actually looked at himself, and did not pay attention to his shooting. The man stretched the action, and the palms were swaying in the midair, and all the bullets were blocked. Ding ding dang dang, the crisp sound of more than a dozen bullets, striking the heart of everyone at Snake Charmer Legion. Monster! I don't know who screamed first, and the atmosphere of fear suddenly spread between the soldiers of Snake Charmer Legion. Everyone fired him together. In the panic, the Snake Charmer Legion was guilty. Shouting, they hurriedly set up firearms in a mess, and a brain moved towards Muiyang to open fire. Courting death. Suddenly, Muiyang's body moved, shoo, countless phantoms like a ghostly flash, shuttled between the Snake Charmer Legion soldiers, followed by the crackle and rattle sound. In just a few seconds, all Snake Charmer Legion members fell to the ground. Has lost his life. All are dead. The residents of the island stared, looking incredibly at the scene. It's really dead, and the gang of bastard got retribution. Others shouted in disgust. At this time, the older man remembered the legend he had heard before, and he trembled to Muiyang. Is it, you are a legendary martial artist? Muiyang beheaded and admitted, yes, I am the martial arts practitioner. Ah, the rumor martial artist has power that the ordinary person can't match, and it really is. The old man was so excited that he choked. Elderly, who are these people? Why do you make a fortune on the island? Muiyang frowned. As far as he knows, today's Earth has long entered the period of central city governance, and should not be so disorderly. The old man sighed and said, hey, they are the people of Snake Charmer Legion. This Snake Charmer Legion is a very overbearing armed organization. They rule a large area nearby, claiming kingship on it, even the military power of Central City. Can't stop them. As the old man said, Muiyang almost knew the nature of the Snake Charmer Legion. It should be similar to the Red Ribbon Army in original work, and is the remaining armed organization under Central City governance. Earth is too big, although it is already under the control of Central City in name, but there are actually many places that Central City can't manage. However, compared to the later Red Ribbon Army, the current Snake Charmer Legion is obviously more arrogant. If the Red Ribbon Army is a private armed group hidden under the Central City, then the Snake Charmer Legion is more like an armed power. Has his own dominion site. Hell, it seems that this Central City governance has problems. Elderly, what are you going to do next? Muiyang looked at the body of a place and suddenly had some headaches. In the past, people on the island could swallow their lives under the rule of Snake Charmer Legion. Now these guys are killed by themselves on the island, meaning that there is no room for relaxation. Oh, this day can't be over. The old man faintly sighed, shakes one's head, and said, in fact, we thought about leaving here, but in the end it is still a bit reluctant. Just happened today, even if it is not willing, there is no way. It is. Muiyang nodded, although there are some sympathy for the elderly and the residents of the island, but he is not embarrassed because he killed the Snake Charmer Legion. In this matter, he is not at all embarrassed. The feeling of the Virgin of I don't kill Boran, but Boran died because of me is somewhat nonsense in his opinion. He just did some time in coincidence. Think that it is right at the right time, that's all. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the island are also not in the vain eye wolf, and did not cause the cause of their own departure from the blame to Muiyang who killed the Snake Charmer Legion. Maybe they have thoughts of leaving here early. The next time, the residents of the island began to organize their bags to prepare to leave their homes, and Muiyang got a lot of information from Snake Charmer Legion from the old man, jumped up suddenly and bid farewell to them. When the jingle is jingling, April is struggling to carry a school bag, and the thin body walks on a stone-filled path. As she goes deeper and deeper, the surrounding vegetation gradually becomes scarce. April looked at the road under her feet, and at this moment she regaining composure, she seems to have lost her way. Looking around all around, the surrounding colors have turned into earthen-colored, she has entered a vast plain area. I seem to be in the wrong place. April shrunk and the brown hair is attached to the face, because it has become very messy without cleaning. 2 months ago, she sneaked into the merchant ship and entered the country. After coming down from the merchant ship, April looked for the fuzzy memory in her mind and prepared to go home. But the memory of a 5-year-old little girl was accurate, so she went further and worse. Now I don't even understood where I am. Roar! There was a ferocious beast roaring in the distance, and even saw a surging yellow sand flying on the plain. After a while, a light blue dinosaur chased an antelope in sight. The dinosaur was about 2 meters long. Hi, dark eyes are like light bulbs. The distance was near. The blue dinosaur saw April, somehow gave up its prey, but moved towards the direction of April. PNG PNG PNG, the dinosaur is getting closer and closer, and the ground begins to vibrate because of its footsteps. April was afraid to hold his head, and his ass fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with tears immediately. Woo woo, good terrifying, don't eat me. The blue dinosaur is close at hand. April can even sense the hot air exhaled from the nose, but after a while, April has no sense of pain. Open his eyes, just right on the light bulb of the blue dinosaur. This is a blue dinosaur that looks very young. The big head is close to April, and the black horns on both sides of the head and eyes are shiny. The sun is shining, the belly is very fat, and the white scales are covered. The pair of small wings behind the putchy fan did not fly in itself, but raised a sultry dust. Hey! Hey! Blue young dragon licking his head and screaming near Pry. The eyes are aimed at the sugar cans in April's arms. Do you want to eat honey? April reacted, twitching and opening the lid of the sugar bowl and handing it over. Blue young dragon took a sip out of his tongue and made a cheerful cry. The child-like April seems to have forgotten the fear at this time. She is happy to raise the honey pot and continue to feed the opposite side of the honey. You also like to eat. These sweet honey is best to eat. You try again. For children, in fact, I like to share my happiness. As long as I have common interests, I can become a good friend soon. Ayo. Little blue dragon glared at April's finger, then moved towards her cheek. Hee hee, don't be embarrassed. Can you leave with me? I can't find a way back. Hey! Little blue dragon screamed, a pair of seemingly ignorant. Chapter 46. A sentry post on the edge of Shay's plain. A soldier-like person is looking at the 4 directions with a telescope. At this time, the silhouette of the April and little blue dragon entered his field of vision. The soldier snorted and quickly checked the drawing in his hand. After repeated confirmation, the soldier immediately sounded the alarm. Ling ling ling. The whistle rang. Go to report Boss Lusha. The person he was looking for found, right in Shay's plain. Her side is followed by a dinosaur. What? Boss wants to come in person? Well, I will stare at them. Hanging up the phone, the soldier continued to observe with a telescope, thinking that he would soon make a great contribution. He is more serious to perform the stalking task. Lusha's command room. Lusha, who received a subordinate report and learned that the little girl had been found, was sighed in relief. He is now looking forward to catching the opposite side. If Claren's robot blueprint is the best for her, if not, he has to arrange the road ahead. Come on! Thinking of this, Lusha shouted and called his subordinate. Boss, what are you going to do? Get ready to fly, we will drive to Shay's plain with the fastest speed. That subordinate heard boss's command, immediately shivered, and was proudly said, Boss, did the people we were looking for? At this moment, Lusha's fierce face showed a rare smile. Yes, found it. It seems that expanding the search range is still effective. Damn it, that little fellow can run too. Actually ran 1,000 kilometers away, but she still can't escape my palm. Very good, boss, let's arrange the troops. The subordinate also showed a hint of twilight, and immediately arranged for the voyage. Go on. Lusha waved her hand, and the hanging heart finally relaxed a little, then lying on the sofa half-eyes narrowed, and the recent rush from headquarters has already brought Lusha's spirit to the extreme. 10 minutes later, a propeller aircraft took off from the tarmac and moved towards Shay's plain, more than 1,000 kilometers away. 6 hours later, the plane arrived over Shay's plain. There was no moisture on the earthen-colored plains. Everything was dry, and the wind from the dry environment was dry. After the plane landed, Lusha's entire group travel-worn walked off the plane. "Man, where is the little girl?" Here the soldier of the sentry post quickly reported, "Lord, that little girl is marching west along the nearest river, but somehow around her, I am afraid of following a young dragon-class life form. Our people are afraid of the opposite side, so does not dare too close." "Well, you did a very good job." Lusha patted the shoulder of the sentinel, and immediately, his eyes flashed ominous light, and turned back. "Let everyone bring the weapon. I don't care about the life of the dragon, but that girl, I want to catch a living. This time I can't miss another hand, otherwise," father yelled at him. Lusha warned severely. "Understood, boss." These Snake Charmer Legion people lived a life of blood on the knife. It was said that it was no different from the bandits. After receiving the instructions from boss, all of them showed an excited smile. "Depart." With a big hand, the entire group sits on jeep. Travel-worns moved towards April. At this time, April and her new partner are still unknown dangers being moved towards them. On the other hand, Muiyang moved in the direction of Great Azure Mountain after helping the inhabitants of the island destroy the nearby fortresses of Snake Charmer Legion and confirming that the armed forces of Snake Charmer Legion will no longer affect the retreat of the island residents. In the windy and sunny afternoon, the cool wind is cool, and the Great Azure Mountain is located on the back of the primitive mountain. Because of the mountain range that doesn't know many youngsters, it blocks the air from the north, so the area around Great Azure Mountain the climate is not obvious as the seasons are like spring. Seeing that the Great Azure Mountain is not far away, Muiyang stopped flying and stopped, "Not to hurry." Hula! A glimmer of light swept through the vast plains, and Muiyang flew directly from the edge of the harshest sandy land. At this moment, the lower line of the team was holding a long dust, and immediately attracted his attention. The team consisted of more than 20 convertible cars, filled with people, all dressed in earthy grey clothing, and there were a variety of standard firearms on the car. The people of Snake Charmer Legion actually appeared here. Muiyang frowned, and his excellent eyesight made him see the appearance of the opposite side and recognized those who were Snake Charmer Legion. There is only a small plain from the Great Azure Mountain, and the people of Snake Charmer Legion are here, which is not a good thing. Although Muiyang himself cannot pay attention to it, the ordinary residents near Great Azure Mountain have no resistance to Snake Charmer Legion firepower. So Muiyang lowered the speed and moved towards the team's side, ready to explore the purpose of the opposite side. A humming sound came from afar with a burst of sorrow. Muiyang noticed that there was a line of troops in front of him. Those people were also Snake Charmer Legion people. At the moment, they are working like a dinosaur. ZHZH. The dark eyes spurted out the fire, and the little blue dragon glared at the opposite side, guarding a little girl behind him. At this time, there are several bullet holes in the body of the little blue dragon, and the scarlet blood hwalala flows down. "Woo woo, Growly, are you okay?" April screamed sadly behind Blue Dragon. "Damn it, a young dragon can't solve it. Give me the fire, remember to only aim at the dragon, don't hurt the little girl behind." Snake Charmer Legion's chief Lusha's cold eyes flashed cold light, an angry face to give orders to his subordinates. "Yes." Everyone raised the gun. "You guys, bad guys." April blushes and screams sadly. It's these bad guys who haven't had father and mother and younger sister, and now even her new friends are not missed. "Hee hee, little fellow, as long as you hand over your father's design blueprint, I promise to let you go. You are the bad guys, I won't give you." April glared at his angry eyes, but he did not know that his answer had confirmed that blueprint was on her. Sure enough, that Lusha heard April's answer, and the face immediately smiled and seemed to be sighed in relief. "Open fire!" Cold and underground orders. Roar little blue dragon smoldering in both eyes, screaming and desperate. At this time, a light as a feather suddenly came. Snake Charmer Legion people are like this, even a little girl is not let go. Look at the young dragon. It has more than you human touch. Who is talking? The people of Snake Charmer Legion heard that the voice was all on their way, looking around all around, they couldn't find who was talking, and finally found that the person was floating in mid-air. Muiyang had been watching the air for a long time and probably figured out the whole sequence of events. Those of the Snake Charmer Legion seem to be robbing something, and that thing is on the little girl. Even a little girl didn't let go, Muiyang really couldn't see it. Chapter 47. Who are you? Snake Charmer Legion, don't meddling in other people's business. Seeing that the task is about to be completed, suddenly there is a messy person. Lusha frowned, the heart is full of fire, but see the opposite side floating in the air, some refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Best of all, he can take the initiative to retreat after hearing the name of Snake Charmer Legion, Lusha thought. But this is obviously unrealistic. Tisk tisk, the person of Snake Charmer Legion, Muiyang gently shook the head and slowly landed next to the little girl and blue dragon. Looked at the little girl, the brown hair was a little messy, and the face was covered with stains, but the eyes of a pair of azure were as full of spiritual intelligence as sapphire. A bit familiar, Muiyang looked at him more, but still didn't think about it. He is cold to the Snake Charmer Legion, to be honest, I don't have a good impression on you. I have not seen it burned or killed, or bully orphans. I think that living in this world is a pollution of this world. Young fellow, you are at courting death. Seeing the opposite side of the opposite side, Lusha sinks into his heart and knows that the opposite side has already indicated his intention to intervene. Immediately, the dark face of the ink is more gloomy and full of murderous aura. Muiyang shook the head, I don't think it is, I am not at courting death, but I have never paid you attention. After that, the eyes suddenly burst into a compelling cold light, and the whole body became blurred. When the people on the Snake Charmer Legion had not reacted, what happened? Muiyang had already flashed a few steps. Wrap around their side. The difference between the two sides is too great. Muiyang is the top martial artist on earth. The people on Boss Lusha have a gun in their hands. They are essentially a group of cowards. They are deal with ordinary people. Once they face martial artist, only the part that is allowed to be slaughtered by the opposite side. Just a moment of effort, only heard the cracking sounds of crackle and rattle, the silence of the disorder was thrown flying, and the scene became very messy. Damn it, fire! Boss Lusha had a panic in his eyes and stubborn orders. But he had just finished the order, but he was shocked to find that there were no people around him. This demon, actually blink of an eye kill all out of all his subordinate. To know this trip, in order to be foolproof, he brought a lot of people over, and he was all killed. Lusha swallowed saliva, the whole face became more embarrassed because of fear. He directly pulled out his pistol, moved towards Muiyang, and bang, popped up and moved towards Muiyang. Muiyang quickly escaped sideways. The bullet, and then take the action to point to Lusha. Hoochie! With a cold scream, a small energy beam from fingertips flew out, light flashed, an energy beam hit Lusha's head directly. The PU is like a watermelon running through, the azure light beam is shot from the other end of the skull, and the immediately bloody fluttering, spilling a place. When the jingle sounded, Lusha's pistol fell to the ground, and the body was softened by the car seat. The pupils of the two eyes naturally enlarged, and the face still solidified before the death. Ah! Boss was killed. The new team that arrived later saw the scene in front of him and quickly turned around and prepared to escape. But since it is here, how can Muiyang let them leave? Cut the grass yet cannot remove the roots, the spring breeze blows again, and the tale is not beautiful. In order not to trouble the future, it is necessary to cut the roots. There is no class in the land, and a light and shadow of the dragonfly flashes. Muiyang kicks the ring again and directly kills the entire group. Kill all the people of Snake Charmer Legion. Muiyang changed his cold face before, and a flash appeared beside the little girl. At this time, April fell to the side of the little blue dragon and cried, "Woo woo woo, Growly, don't die." ZH, blue dragon sticks out his tongue, butly and without strength panting. Muiyang shake one's head, sometimes animals are more human than humans. He knelt down and took out a senzu bean and handed it over. "Come, let it eat this, it will be good after eating." "Really, Growly still saved?" April stopped sobbing and took senzu bean to ask questions. "Let it eat down and understood, this bean is very expensive, if you doubt it will not give you." "Don't, I believe you." April quickly wiped her tears and stuffed senzu bean into the mouth of the little blue dragon. After the Puchi senzu bean was bitten, it immediately played a magical role. The eyes of the little blue dragon jerked. Rounded, the muscles in the wound squirmed a few times, and a few warheads were squeezed out, and all the injuries were cured. Little blue dragon Puchi wings, pitch black eyes restored light. "Wow, very good, Growly is fine." April cheered happily. "Big brother, thank you, if it weren't for you, Growly will die." April gratefully greeted Muiyang, then smashed the small bag behind him, took out the sugar cane from it, raised his hands and said, "Big brother, this is April's favorite honey, with a little left, I will give it to you." April. Hearing the name, Muiyang slightly dumbfounded, "I feel a little familiar." Look closely at the little girl in front of me, the brown hair, the beautiful eyes, and the seemingly déjà vu, seemingly where I have seen it. "Big brother, these sweets are for you, sweet." Well, April likes to eat candy. Half a year ago the scene of the happening on the train overlaps with the present. Muiyang discovered that the little girl in front of him was actually the one he met on the train. "You are April, do you have a younger sister?" Muiyang asked. April's eyes wide open and his mouth open. "Big brother, how do you know that April has a younger sister, but Cypriel is not with father and mother?" April talked intermittently about his own experience, talking and talking, little girl crying sadly. At this point, Muiyang had the understood thing, saw the sad look of April, and a cold and severe cold light flashed in his eyes. "Snake Charmer Legion guys, it's damn. Look towards April's eyes are also full of pity, this little fellow is now orphaned." Gently sighed, he said to April, "It's not far from the big brother's school, or you can go with me." "Well, can I bring Growly?" April whispered. Muiyang looked at the little blue dragon, the rounded head, "Quite cute, yes." "Good ah." April cheered happily. Muiyang lightly smiled, bent down and hugged April, flew up, and moved towards the direction of Great Azure Mountain, while the little blue dragon followed, continually fanning its wings. Chapter 48. Shay's plane is very close to the Great Azure Mountain. It didn't take long to fly. There was a towering mountain range in front of it. It was the name Primitive Mountain. The mountain range traversed and flew over several hills, and the Great Azure Mountain appeared in the field of vision. At this time, he entered the Azure Mountain town territory, and Muiyang flew for a while and then descended from the sky and walked along the country road with April. From time to time, there were farmers who were busy with farming. When they saw Muiyang, they greeted him, but when they saw the little blue dragon behind them, their face flashed a horror. April was amazed. She found that since she came here, it seems that everyone knows the big brother around me, and the friendly attitude is just like the good-hearted people who have helped her. Of course, they seem to be afraid of Growly, obviously Growly is so cute. PNG, Growly doesn't like people much, especially when she doesn't like to be looked at by a pair of strange eyes, and hurries to come to Muiyang and April. Looking around his head, "I am amused by April, he. Muiyang, you are back, hey, who is this little girl?" Back at Heavenly Sky School's residence, Isaac and Master's wife Alice, who had received the villager news, greeted them. When Liang was followed by a little girl and a young blue dragon, the faces of husband and wife were full doubt. Teacher, master's wife, Liang shouted with a smile and then entered the room with a few people. Little blue dragon, because the physique did not reach the door, I had to arrange it to stay in the yard first. In the house, Alice had already poured tea, and the fruit was placed on the coffee table. Liang handed an apple to April and then told Isaac what he knew about April and Snake Charmer Legion. After listening to Isaac, he took the table angrily. Snake Charmer Legion, it's too fateful. Master's wife Alice looked at the little girl, who was 5 years old, and she was also sympathetic. She held April in her arms and said, "Poor child, it is really bitter for you. Actually, I have been wandering outside for half a year." April was held by Alice, holding an apple in his hand, and at a loss, he called Liang, "Big brother." Liang smiled and said to her, "This is my master's wife, you think of her as your own mother." "Right, just when I am your mother." Alice is a kind woman. Looking at the cute look of April, she missed the daughter Mexia in the southern region, which she had not seen for a long time. "Hey, look at what you are doing now, take a shower with me first, and the clothes of Mexia in childhood are still there, and I will buy some new clothes for you at the next market." "Yeah." April has a hint of warmth in her heart, light as a mosquito nodded. In this way, after April was taken care of by Alice and took a shower, there was only Liang and teacher Isaac in the room. Silence. Looking at the newly arrived disciple, Isaac broke the silence and said happily, "Liang, you performed very well on the martial arts tournament and made a name for our Heavenly Sky School." Liang faintly smiled, looking at Isaac's happy appearance, did not speak. "You don't know, when Sith wrote that you got the champion of World Martial Arts Tournament, I don't believe how much strength of my disciple, how can I not know? Until Sith came back and told us about martial arts tournament after the passage, I believe that these are all true. Good young fellow, you will be Tibetan Mastiff, even the teacher is concealed. Remain silent, actually took a champion back." Isaac's heart was still a little uplifting when he thought of the sensation of the entire Heavenly Sky School when Sith came back. "Teacher, it's not that I want to hide, but I didn't really think about how strong I was." Liang smiled, he could get champion, and he did not participate in the old generation martial artist. Isaac waved his hand and said, "I understand that I underestimated your growth and speed. I heard from Sith, you have fully mastered the release of Heavenly Sky Beam." "Yes." Liang nods. After that, Liang opened his palms and 2 fingers turned into a sword. A slap of blue light rose in the fingertips. It is a glass marble size energy ball. Isaac suck in a breath of cold air, like seeing something unfathomable, eyes opened wide. "Your mastery of energy, actually achieved a degree of so skilled. This is the result of this period of time I am training outside." Liang smiled and waved his hand to disperse the energy wave. "Ha ha ha, well, it seems that you have exceeded me a lot, maybe no one in your entire Heavenly Sky School is your opponent." Isaac his face was like a red burst of wine, shouting excitedly, "Follow me to talk about how you spent the past 6 months, how to promote the strength of that many." Liang nods, slowly tell Isaac about his 6 months of experience. When it came time to go to the Superpower Academy to see Mexia after training for a period of time, Isaac's face also showed a trace of thoughts. "Later, when I met Mexia, I went to the sacred land of Korin to challenge the Korin Tower." Isaac showed the sudden realization. "So that's how it is, when I saw you, I felt that your words and deeds were a bit unobtrusive. Actually every move was very casual, but it seemed to be full of meaning. It was originally accepted by immortal Korin." Guidance. Isaac looked awkward. His own disciple succeeded in climbing up to Korin Tower and accepted the guidance of immortal Korin. If you say it, how many people will envy it? This is far more shocking than the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Because the last to climb up Korin Tower is Master Rashi, which is known as the god of martial arts. Immortal Korin's guidance has benefited me a lot, and it promises me, as long as I achieve it level of approval, I recommend it to the more divine place training. For his own teacher, Muiyang said truthfully. At this moment, Isaac's face became serious. He was murmured, the place for more divine, is the lookout of heavenly realm. Teacher, do you know the lookout? Muiyang surprisedly said. Isaac nodded, emotionally said, I really know a little, that is, it is the secret that our heavenly sky school has been handed down since ancient times. The entire martial arts circle, besides our heavenly sky school, I am afraid nobody knows on the top of the Korin Tower. There is a legendary the lookout. Hear this, Muiyang somewhat unexpected. Isaac continued, in fact, our heavenly sky school's inheritance is not simple. It is said that a long time ago, Senior had lived on the legendary the lookout. Unfortunately, a catastrophe of more than 250 years ago almost destroyed the entire martial arts circle. Our heavenly sky school has also suffered heavy losses, and it has not been possible to restore the glory of the past. But now, I see the light in your body. Isaac looked at Muiyang and was filled with emotion and became more satisfied with his disciple. Muiyang listened a bit stunned. Listening to teacher's meaning, Heavenly Sky School actually had a senior living in the lookout. Was it Kami, or Kami's disciple? In short, it must be amazing. As for the disaster of more than 250 years ago, he speculated that it should be the disaster of Great Demon King Piccolo Chaos Mortal World. No wonder Korin will look at himself differently and even want to recommend himself to the lookout training. If it is because the senior of the school has lived in the lookout, or has held the position of Kami, then Korin is a bit fragrant, and he is more concerned about himself. Could it be? I am the light of Heavenly Sky School Senior. The more Muiyang wants to be, the more likely it is that there is a different approach but same result from the martial arts and the Korin Tower martial arts at Heavenly Sky School. Because that is probably the same inheritance that has been passed down from the lookout. Chapter 49. I really didn't think that our Heavenly Sky School even had such a place. Muiyang absolutely didn't expect that the man who is in his own place, martial arts school, would still have contact with the lookout. Maybe Heavenly Sky School is really down compared to the past. Isaac laughed heartily, said, ha ha ha, it is true. Don't look at our people, the inheritance is very reliable. Well, I am very happy today. At night, let Master's wife make a table full of dishes, call you a few Uncle Master, let's eat stop together. What are you talking about? A gentle voice resounded. Master's wife Alice took April's hand and walked out. At this time, April had been put on a clean dress. The hair was also combed by Master's wife. The brown hair was tied with a ribbon. Big brother! April shouted crisply, his face filled with a smile. Isaac looked towards the little girl next to his wife and wife, said with a smile, we are talking about making a good meal at night, and then calling everyone together to be lively and lively. Ah, if that's the case, it's time to start preparing. Alice pouted, even without the help of electrical equipment, even Alice, a hard-working woman, would have to work hard to prepare a good meal. Half a day. Look at his wife and start preparing, Isaac said with a smile, don't worry, I will help you later. Turned look towards April, today is a happy day, little April came to our house, we want entertain her. Big brother, you look at my clothes, April likes it very much. For a 5-year-old little girl, the memory is very embarrassing, the mood changes very quickly, and at this point she seems to have changed back to meat on the train. It was a really sloppy look. Like it? Muiyang is shallow with a smile. At this time, April wearing a pair of mexia in childhood clothing, a lively and lovely look, he suddenly felt that there is such a younger sister, it seems quite good. Walking with the April to the yard, I saw that the little blue dragon was shrinking and squatting on the ground, and the tongue stretched out from time to time. The relaxed and quiet environment of Great Azure Mountain made it very comfortable. Seeing Muiyang, they came. Little Blue Dragon raised the head, huge heads up, moved towards them. ZH called, then turned over lying on the ground, revealing a white belly. Muiyang looked at it with great interest and walked up the Great Azure Mountain with April to get acquainted with the surrounding environment. At night, several elders, such as Eula, Sith, Carl, Clarissa, and Bureaus, came to Isaac's hut. When they saw Muiyang, they felt a little care and family. Then everyone sat at the table and staggered and expressed their feelings. Muiyang also gained his own experience and provoked everyone in the room to marvel. Of course, the new April is also the focus of everyone. After some understanding, April became a member of Heavenly Sky School. The dinner was going on late, and everyone was happy, and they were scattered in the drunken eyes. The next morning, April ran over with slippers pa-ta and handed her little school bag to Muiyang. "What's in it?" After taking the April bag, the small bag had several broken surfaces, stuffed with stuff and a little sinking. April shook one's head, after taking out his beloved sugar jar from the inside, said, "I don't know, this is when father leaves, give it to me, let me save it." Muiyang hearing this, open the bag and take out the things inside, a large stack of thick blueprint and 3 dark and swarthy stones. Muiyang glanced, surprisedly said, "Snake Charmer Legion wants to catch you for these things." "Yet." April nods. Muiyang vaguely remembers that the group of Snake Charmer Legion reason is trying to catch April, in order to get the blueprint drawn by her father. Opened the stack of blueprints, it was painted with complicated lines, looking like mechanical drawings, and like electrical drawings. Previous life Muiyang is a special type of work that does high voltage live operation, but it is barely able to understand a small part of it. This is a design creation for robot. After a while, he put down blueprint, and some people who understand Snake Charmer Legion are eyeing these blueprints. If the robot and blueprint is made and put into battle, in the era when the current technology is not particularly developed, Snake Charmer Legion has the opportunity to compete with Central City. Even further, even if it is dominated by the world is not impossible. "What are you going to do with these blueprints?" Muiyang asked April. April thought about it and replied, "Big brother, I want to go to school, I want to be a scientist in the future, and then study these blueprints of father." Touching the little girl brown hair, Muiyang nods said, "Well, April will become a female scientist in the future." "Yet." April narrowed his eyes and made a low-pitched voice. "But martial arts can't fall. In the future, you're also a Heavenly Sky School's disciple. You can't just learn. In this world, there is no security without power." Although most people can live a safe and secure life, Muiyang does not want April to have a faint life. "I understood. So what is this?" Muiyang picked up the 3 odd-shaped stones, dark and swarthy, and couldn't see what the material was. Muiyang was pinched, and it was still unbreakable. "I knew that these stones were not ordinary things." April bit his lower lip and said softly, "I don't know, father didn't tell me. However, I will definitely understand it later." Little girl reluctantly raised the head, and the blue eyes are full of firmness. Muiyang slightly dumbfounded, stroking her fluffy hair, as if to see a scientific star rising. "For April, do you want to avenge your parents?" "Think, but my power is not enough. When it comes to this, April is down. How Big Brother can help you destroy it? This Snake Charmer Legion is too fateful, and keeping them on this world will only lead to more tragedies." For Snake Charmer Legion, Muiyang has no good feelings. Original work there is no organization in the plot called Snake, so there is only one possibility: this organization will be destroyed in the future, replaced by the Red Ribbon Army. Muiyang now has an intersection with Snake Charmer Legion, and the relationship is not harmonious. For the enemy, Muiyang's creed can't be easily let go. Even if there is only a little threat, it must be completely destroyed. Chapter 50. But they are very powerful, there are many people. April hesitated, but from her eyes, Muiyang saw that she was actually a really good snake charmer legion, just worried that the opposite side of the crowd. Muiyang smiled proudly, disdain said, with those guys, many people are not the big brother's opponent. On this planet, there are not many people with strength above me. It's not Muiyang's pride. This is the fact. Even Master Rashi, besides the rich experience Muiyang can't compare with, thinks that he won't be much worse. April's eyes brightened, thinking of Muiyang's appearance when he was so angry yesterday, waving fist fiercely said, the big brother will defeat all those bad guys. Necessary. In the next few days, April officially went to Heavenly Sky School under school to learn the basics of martial arts. After knowing that April's wish was to become a scientist, Isaac and Muiyang pondered to pick a school for her and arrange for April to go to school. At the same time, in order to take care of April martial arts, she usually lives in the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo of Great Azure Mountain under the mountain. There is the Martial Dojo for ordinary people, which is taken care of by several disciples of Heavenly Sky School to teach the locals some simple enemies. It is a resident of Heavenly Sky School in the private sector. At the same time, Earth Eastern Part Mountain Range, headquarters of Snake Charmer Legion. Commander-in-Chief Wian looked at the information from his report in a malicious way, and frowned slightly. It says what the person in charge Lusha in the southeast seems to have discovered, then led a group of troops into Shay's plain, but then never came out. According to the news sent back by the followers, they found the bodies of Lusha and those subordinates there. Those subordinates are all one strike one kill, and the firearms in their hands are not even available, so there is no room for resistance. Lusha also has a hole in his head that is directly penetrated by a high-energy light beam. PA with Macron, pressed the report on the table, and Commander-in-Chief Wian took the wine glass in a bad mood and drank it. Who is killing Lusha, is an expert passing by, or other influence with the same purpose, such as Central City. Wian face gloomy and uncertain, if the first situation is fine, not targeted, if second type, it means that someone else is also eyeing the blueprint. However, in either case, the blueprint he wants is impossible to find, or the hope of getting back is very low. Useless things, not only lost their lives, but also lost blueprint. The heart cursed Lusha to do things badly. Commander-in-Chief Wian still had to think about the next thing, if that blueprint was Central City people or other influences have been obtained, which is a big disadvantage for their Snake Charmer Legion. Doroni, do you know what a great martial arts school is near Shay's Plain? Commander-in-Chief Wian asks for his own confidant. The man named Doroni quickly recalled the information in his mind and shook his head. Shay's Plain is a very desolate place, and there are not many people in the circumference for more than 100 kilometers. Right, continue to the west with a very magnificent mountain range, where the monsters are rampant, the average person can't get in. After flipping over the mountain range, there is a martial arts school, but Commander-in-Chief, those martial arts. The school is very simple, and its strength is not trivial. It is easy to provoke. That is called Doroni's confession, emphasizing the strength of martial arts school. Commander-in-Chief Wian shook his hand. Okay, let me think about it. Can be able to become an armed organization Commander-in-Chief, of course, a bit of a mind. Wian certainly knows the terrifying of martial arts school, there are some powerful martial artists, even the guns are not afraid, encounter that kind of person, armed power doesn't work. Plus Commander-in-Chief Wian is a beastman other martial artist, but also knows the martial artist's ability. But after all, the times are different now. With the development of technology, formidable power is constantly being produced. Martial artists' deterrence against some organizations is falling. But even with only a little doubt, Wian will not let go, of course, he cannot take action in person. Come on! Commander-in-Chief Wian snorted. Soon the door of the hall opened, and a soldier wearing a grey uniform ran in. Commander-in-Chief, what is the order? Contact assassin Mr. Mercenary Tao immediately, and say that I have a task to entrust him, ask him to find a blueprint for me, this is the specific address. Commander-in-Chief Wian wrote the address and handed it to subordinate. If Muiyang will definitely find out that the address on the note is the location of Heavenly Sky School in Great Azure Mountain. There are no dates for the jujube, and Commander-in-Chief Wian is very simple. If the blueprint is really there, it would be better. Even if it is not there, it is nothing more than spending some money. It is a small matter to solve it with money. Commander-in-Chief Wian would like blueprint to be there. Suddenly heard to contact the ferocious assassin Mercenary Tao, the soldier's face immediately became whitish. What, is there a problem? Commander-in-Chief Wian glanced at the cold eye. The soldier immediately seemed to be stared by demon, and he shuddered and shuddered, no. I will do it immediately. After that, I ran out with a paper strip and crawled. Commander-in-Chief Wian disdainfully coldly snorted, lying on his soft sofa, a sleepy sleep. Just at this time, a fierce roar from the distance, rumble, seems to be an artillery shell attack. The sound of the whole castle is shaking, and the chandelier on the ceiling swings to the left and seems to fall off at any time. Is it an earthquake? No, this is someone who launched an attack here. Commander-in-Chief Wian's face immediately gloomy, and he walked out with a murderous aura, but saw that the guards outside were urgently dispatching and organizing a defensive posture. What happened? Wian killing intent coldly said. Commander-in-Chief, someone invaded the headquarters, and our troops couldn't resist it. A guard slammed the gun, face deathly pale. N. Commander-in-Chief Wian stunned and was stunned by the phrase to resist it. The sly face became more ferocious. Damn, here is the headquarters of Snake Charmer Legion, who is so bold, dare to invade here. Yes, is a youngster. Chapter 51. Far thousands of kilometers away. In a small town hotel. Ling ling ling. The rushing phone ringing sounded and was called by the assassin organization's dedicated line. Hey, now is the vacation time, nothing to bother me. A man with a braid had just showered, the hair was still dry, grabbed the phone, and the ice-cold voice impolite said. Sorry, Mr. Mercenary Tao, is the task released by Snake Charmer Legion. They begged you to take the task. You have to set the price. On the other end of the line, the operator carefully spoke, knowing that he was talking to him. Under the heavens assassin Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao has an interest in her heart, but her mouth is still very ice-cold. I don't have time. Sir, everything is good to discuss. 4 million. Everything is good to discuss. Who is the target? A martial arts school, called Heavenly Sky School, is a small school. The message is reported across the phone. Mercenary Tao touched his beard, twisted his neck, and immediately made a cracking sound, and said, well, martial arts school, hee, you know I have never taken action on martial arts school of. This, the opposite side was flustered. It is said that Mercenary Tao is also from a martial arts school, so the tasks he executed were always for individuals, and there was no precedent for the entire school. Hey, you have to add money. Mercenary Tao said straightforwardly. Yes, oh, good. The other person on the phone kept rubbing sweat. 30 million, there can be no less. After that, Mercenary Tao hangs up the phone directly, then sits next to the bed and smokes, and the hotel room quickly becomes smoky. Heavenly Sky School, the school where the World Martial Arts Tournament champion is located. After half a sigh, Mercenary Tao extinguished the smoke in his hand and replaced him with a very representative costume. The black trousers were covered with a pink cockroach and a large kill character on the left chest. The bright red color seems to be stained with blood. He usually wears this clothes only when he is working. Finishing the image, Mercenary Tao walked straight out of the room and came to the front of the hotel counter. Boss. The ice-cold sound is chilling. The boss wore glasses, and after listening to the sound, he looked around. When he saw the makeup on the opposite side, the cold sweat ran down. First under the heavens assassin, mercenary Tao, how could he be in my store? Boss's face suddenly became pale and pale. This guest, what are the requirements? Boss twitched and screamed, constantly rubbing the cold sweat on his head. Mercenary Tao looked at him coldly. How far is it from eastern part primitive mountain? Hey, about 2,600 kilometers. Bowed down. It's quite far away. Mercenary Tao touched the chin, began to walk around the lobby, while taking a look at the side and taking a action finger, tapping the knuckle against the stone pillar in the corner of the lobby, as if looking for a suitable pillar. After a long while, nodded, fancy one of the pillars. Hey! Two sounds, Mercenary Tao jumped up and down the position of the stone column and tapped twice. The concealed strength suddenly penetrated into the interior of the stone column, destroying the internal structure, forming two sections above and below the stone column, and then ka-cha, the whole stone column was folded by Mercenary Tao. Seeing this amazing scene with your own eyes, the hotel boss has a big eye, and the whole person is not at home. Well, this is the direction. Mercenary Tao pointed the direction, and immediately threw the stone pillar out. Shizu instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared into the clouds. For the sake of the holidays, I will not kill you this time. I am grateful to accept this good luck. Mercenary Tao turned back to the hotel boss, tiptoe a little, Skydance art instantly launched, the body has become an afterimage, catching up with the fast-moving stone pillar. With the throwing power of Mercenary Tao, it takes about 4 or 5 relays to reach the Great Azure Mountain. Thump, after the silhouette of Mercenary Tao disappeared, the hotel boss could no longer support it, and the two legs fell softly and fell directly on the ground. Hotel boss face deathly pale, motherfucker, that person is actually first under the heavens assassin, killing the blood of Mercenary Tao. I actually survived from his hands. Suddenly, the hotel boss thought again, still do not worry, quickly close the door of the hotel, for fear of causing trouble. This time I can survive from the hands of Mercenary Tao. It is his luck. I don't have such a good luck next time. For safety reasons, I still have to go out and avoid it. On the other hand, the headquarters of Snake Charmer Legion are now full of smoke, and the sound of explosions from various artillery shells is intertwined with the sound of pop-ups. Bang! Another building was hit by the artillery shell. The splashing stones smashed down. With the thick black smoke, the castle collapsed. The large and small artillery shell pits on the ground were everywhere. Today is definitely the extinction of Snake Charmer Legion. The disaster. And all this is a young people. It is Muyang. On the same day, after the end of the conversation with April, Muyang exchanged the Snake Charmer Legion with Isaac and others. After receiving the unanimous consent of all, Muyang first found the nearest branch of Snake Charmer Legion to Primitive Mountain. Staged a sweeping dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the process of sweeping the division, Muyang got the information of the Snake Charmer Legion headquarters. At this time, he changed his mind, it was better to remove the roots. So just like Son Goku destroying the Red Ribbon Army in the original work, Muyang went straight to the horse. On the headquarters of Snake Charmer Legion, this is the scene. Muyang is a very mobile person. In his eyes, once he is identified as an enemy, only cut weeds and eliminate the roots is the safest. Do. The fire snake dances and dazzles red sparks. Rows of soldiers rushed to the front with a rifle, and the flying bullets were intertwined to form a piece of fire net moving towards Muyang. But these don't help, because they face the martial arts expert, crackle and rattle that goes beyond the usual earthling. They can't see how the enemy is doing, and some people are constantly flying out. Retreat, fast back. In the face of the enemy's ghostly attack method, the soldiers of Snake Charmer Legion were frightened, and no one would dare rush ahead. Not allowed to retire, all rushed to me. Commander yelled angrily, and the machine gun in his hand continued to shoot forward. "Help me, who will save me?" The sound of wail like ghosts and howl like wolves, the soldiers chanting in their mouths. "Are eager to escape from here, do not have to dare." Liang looked coldly, an energy wave in his hand continually fired. Boom slammed and another building collapsed. Chapter 52. N. At this time, Liang noticed Commander-in-Chief Yan, who was maintained by heavy armored vehicles not far away, with a sneer on his face. He turned the attack direction and moved towards Commander-in-Chief Yan. "Damn, Father's Legion!" Commander-in-Chief Yan is now as dark as ink, with a murderous aura. Legion's loss made him bloody. "If you have time to worry about this, it is better to worry about your life." A cold voice suddenly sounded in my ear. "What?" Commander-in-Chief Yan pupil shrinks, Azure's hair immediately erects, and Beastman's instinct makes his sense a threat. I haven't waited for him to react. Suddenly a huge strength moved towards his chest, like a truck full of cargo crushing, bang. Commander-in-Chief Yan has no resistance, the body changed to the artillery shell and hit the wall. Ah! The ruined stone ruined suddenly, and Yan's gloomy face became darker, with red blood in his mouth and his eyes gloomy. "Damn's martial artist!" Commander-in-Chief Yan's sharp fangs grind out the sound, fiercely said. In front of him, standing a youth, the white martial arts uniform rustling in the wind, the whole body is filled with a compelling aura, especially the eyes, like the eagle, do not direct view. Liang looked at Commander-in-Chief Yan and was a little surprised that he could survive. "Beastman? Look at your costume, should be Snake Charmer Legion's Commander-in-Chief? It has a good power, no wonder it can rule the entire Snake Charmer Legion, but today, Snake Charmer Legion will no longer exist." Liang's voice very ice-cold, directly declare the death of the opposite side. "You guy!" Commander-in-Chief Yan was annoyed and said something, but Liang has not given him a chance. Shua shua shua, a whirlwind on the ground, Liang forward a span, the body directly blurred, reappeared, has come to Yan's side. "Oh, when?" Yan pupil shrank a little, and the cold sweat slammed down. "You can't resist, from the time you attacked April's family, you are destined to use blood to pay the debt, go to hell." Liang did not give the opportunity to defend the side, an energy wave went straight out. The bright radiance of blooms in the midair with a gorgeous flower bone, the flower bone bursts, and terrifying energy directly engulfs Commander-in-Chief Yan's body. With a burst of ear-splitting loud noise, Commander-in-Chief Yan had no room for rebellion and was smashed by energy waves' chaotic airflow, disappearing from void. After doing all this, Liang looked at the remaining Legion member with expressionless and flew directly into the sky using skydance art. "Your Commander-in-Chief has died. This world has no place for Snake Charmer Legion. Let me end your life in the most brilliant way, and disappear with this headquarters." Liang looks down in the air. The castle below, the dark eyes flashed thickening killing intent, then use energy wave against the castle. Heavenly sky beam. Terrifying energy beam drops from the sky, falling into half suddenly bursts, like a huge pot directly covered. This key swells the Liang whole body energy, although can't compare with Master Rashi destroys Fire Mountain's formidable power, but destroying a castle is more than enough. Boom, rumble. The energy beam is thrown down and penetrates the ground. The mountains on both sides began to shake violently, and all the areas covered by energy wave burst into brilliant flashes. And the sun seemed to be dull at this moment. Puchy puchy, the hot air is steaming the earth. When the thick smoke is scattered, the position of the original Snake Charmer Legion headquarters has been raised to the ground, the hot azure smoke is floating on the surface, and the original splendorous can no longer be seen. And majestic look. This Snake Charmer Legion is finished. Liang floating in midair in the intense panting, just now that energy wave consumed his internal ki for an almost. After landing for a moment on the ground, Liang's physical strength recovered a bit. He didn't use Senzubin because Senzubin was too expensive for him. Only when life is threatened can it be used. In the case of recovery, try not to use Senzubin. During the thought, Muiyang's figure flashed and he entered the acceleration space to restore physical strength. Half a day later, Snake Charmer Legion's original headquarters, Muiyang came out of the acceleration space. The body has returned to its best, and the energy seems to have grown. Snake Charmer Legion headquarters was destroyed, and the outside divisions were not enough. After a while, they would annihilate them all. So thinking, Muiyang floated up and turned in the direction moving towards Great Azure Mountain. Go back. After half an hour, the mountain range is just around the corner. Just flip the mountain range and the front is Great Azure Mountain. Just at this time, Zai! A fast black shadow chased from behind Muiyang and soon paralleled with Muiyang. It was a fast-flying stone pillar. There was still a person standing on top of the stone pillar. Cold and severe thin cheeks, and the red dress was very eye-catching, especially the Kill character on the chest, which was particularly eye-catching. To see the person's appearance, especially the maverick dress, Muiyang's heart ji-deng, his face has become dignified like never before. First under the heavens assassin, Mercenary Tao. This is a very special dress, only Mercenary Tao. In the original work, Mercenary Tao accepted the Red Ribbon Army's task to capture the Dragon Balls, and was defeated by Son Goku of Climb to Korin Tower. At that time, the vehicle he used was a stone pillar, just like the situation at hand. Unexpectedly, this first under the heavens assassin, the habit of going out for decades has not changed, or a pillar to swim the world. No, this direction of Mercenary Tao is Great Azure Mountain. Crossing Primitive Mountain, behind the Great Azure Mountain, instantly, Muiyang's face became a bit ugly. I hope he just passed by. Mercenary Tao's strength is absolutely not underestimated, even if compared with Master Roshi, it is not much weaker. It is the super expert that has 5 fingers on earth. If his goal is Great Azure Mountain, it is a disaster for everyone. Hey, young fellow, you are the disciple of Crane School? Why haven't I seen you? Mercenary Tao sees the person in front of him using the skydance art, which is unique to Crane School, and indifferently asked. Muiyang didn't answer, but instead jumped on his stone pillar and stood opposite Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao, where are you going? Muiyang asked earnestly. Mercenary Tao looks suspicious. Junior, Master Shen didn't teach you how to respect the teacher. How do you talk to elder? Ice-cold voice is ruthless, but because of the identity of the opposite side Crane School disciple, it does not show the usual strong killing intent. It turned out to be a disciple of Crane School. Muiyang thinks to oneself, taking a quiet look at Mercenary Tao. Chapter 53. The image of Mercenary Tao is generally not so good, even with a chilly expression, a thin face, a dry body, and a very uncoordinated costume and hairstyle, which looks weak and skinny, but that's it. A person is actually a number of experts in the world. So when facing Mercenary Tao, even Muiyang didn't have the slightest contempt. Mercenary Tao's current power level is about 135. It's not much weaker than Master Roshi. Instead, it has a lot of experience in killing a person because of the murder. This is an extremely difficult opponent, and Muiyang's heart flashed through countless thoughts. Master Roshi may be conservative with the Grand Master's style because of martial artists' insistence. Usually, it won't be easy to kill, but Mercenary Tao is different. Killing is a common practice for him and his job. Studying how to kill a person more accurately may be his daily training. Muiyang, who knows the original work, knows how poor he is. When he met Son Goku of Korin Tower and was defeated by Son Goku, in order to save his life, Mercenary Tao can immediately put down the dignity and pride of martial artist, and he will not hesitate to ask for mercy, but when he feels that he can take advantage of it, the sneak attack will be carried out quickly, and the result is that the sneak attack is not killed by Son Goku. As can be seen from all kinds of signs, Mercenary Tao is an out-and-out egoist, insidious, despicable, ruthless, without the integrity of a martial artist. But this kind of unruliness has prevented him from avoiding many unnecessary entanglements. He has seized more opportunities against the enemy, and perhaps this is indeed in line with the basic literacy of an assassin. When I heard the question of Mercenary Tao's ice-cold voice, Yang seemed to react. She slammed her head and smiled apologetically on her face. Uncle Master Mercenary Tao, just offended by Martial Nephew. Martial Nephew is also excited. Master often mentions Uncle Master in front of me, saying that Uncle Master is first under the heavens assassin, power is not under Old Man Rashi, which is called the god of martial arts. This time Martial Nephew sees Uncle Master real people, feeling hard to help, offended ah. Seeing Mercenary Tao seems to have no reaction, but when I heard Old Man Rashi, my face turned a little better. Yang had a bottom, and piled with a smile, Uncle Master, are you going to perform the task this time? Mercenary Tao eyebrow raised, his face is already cold, is this you can ask? Hey, it's Martial Nephew. Yang apologized and looked at Mercenary Tao and found that he was not too angry. Uncle Master, the front is Primitive Mountain, and then the Great Azure Mountain. Martial Nephew has been training here recently, and it is familiar to this place. If the Uncle Master has a task, Martial Nephew is willing to help Uncle Master. Hear this, Mercenary Tao has a strange face, nods said, it is rare that you have this filial piety, and your master is also well taught. Where is it? It's an honor for Martial Nephew to see the Uncle Master. Yet. Mercenary Tao smiled, nodded and said, this task is a martial arts school, and the underage disciple also has an expert. Come over and let Uncle Master see your strength first, or else let them get hurt. Uncle Master is not good for your master. Said, waving to Yang. Yang hearing this, humbly laughed. Please ask Uncle Master for advice. After that, I walked over to Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao keeps the expert style, it seems to be guidance Martial Nephew. When Yang is close to 1.5 distance, but suddenly killing intent completely revealing, take action shouted, Doden Ray. At almost the same time, Yang also reacted, and a fist slammed out. Hey! Fist on Doden Ray, the reddish energy suddenly deviated from the direction. With a bang, key backlash, Yang and Mercenary Tao each took a half step and were surprised at each other at the opposite side. Life is like a play, it depends on acting. Maybe I didn't think that the opposite side has the same thoughts as myself. Mercenary Tao laughed heartily, it's interesting and interesting. I can't think of a handsome person like you in the youngster. See sneak attack, Yang secretly sighed a pity. Judging from the actions of Mercenary Tao, perhaps he has long felt that he is not a discreet of Crane School. The reason why also played the show with him, only because of assassin's instinct made him aware of the danger. Oh, it seems that I misunderstood, you are not a disciple of Crane School at all. Mercenary Tao touched the beard on his lips, then one-handedly carrying his back, an expert look, but his thin cheeks were full of coldness, and his eyes were flashing ruthless cold light. I never said that I am, and you have not misunderstood from the beginning. Shook the head, knowing that the play has not been played, Yang is calmly at Mercenary Tao. I said, Crane School doesn't have such a person at all. Mercenary Tao finished, silent. The two people stood on the stone pillars of the high-speed flight and flew through the mountain range at a very fast speed, moving towards Great Azure Mountain. Suddenly, Yang moved. He mobilized the energy within the body, and the body was slightly floated with skydance art, and the stone pillars in the moving direction were suddenly slammed. Boom slammed, the stone pillar was deflected by the fierce power. Directly at a 90-degree right angle moved towards Primitive Mountain. The shredding of ka-cha, in the process of falling, the stone column was broken into two pieces, one in the mid-air disintegration, the other fell to the ground, and hit a 2-meter deep, 3-meter wide impact the pit, while rumble's loud noise resounded through heaven and earth, and the scope of the several dozen meters was overturned, raising heavy smoke. Cough cough, the two silhouettes pop out from the smoke, standing in the distance not far from the impact crater. They licked their noses and there was no trace of injury on their bodies. Young fellow, skill is good. I don't know where to steal the skydance art. It is used by you very well. I have such a powerful power at a young age. If I grow up, I am afraid I will make a big difference. As a result, even I have a heart of love. But unfortunately, you offend me, Mercenary Tao. Encountering me is your biggest misfortune. Mercenary Tao shook his head faintly, as if everything was in his grasp. Yang sneered, it's ridiculous. Move is created by the signature, who stipulates that skydance art can only be the unique skill of Crane School. Tisk tisk, the junior of boast shamelessly, how esoteric skydance art is. Can you say that creation can be created? I have not seen anyone in the world who can create a move comparable with skydance art. Mercenary Tao disdainfully said that compared with the Mutato period before more than 200 years, the current martial arts circle has fallen a lot, and even key inheritance is very few, let alone the move of the energy application of creation. If the use of energy is so good, Kamehameha and Dodenrai will not be legendary moves. In his opinion, Yang is more like a kid who has stolen his Crane School's move and still refuses to admit it. This kind of person kills 10,000 times is not too much. That can only be said to be you're ignorant and inexperienced. Yang coldly said. This era does not match the Mutato era before the severe 100 years, but not the genius. Humph! Hear this, Mercenary Tao coldly snorted, a flash of color between the eyebrows, the body of the cold key became more intense. He said, act recklessly the arrogant, you have succeeded in angering me, just not killing these 2 days, before going to the warm-up exercise before the task, I will let you know what is life is not good of. This sentence, bless. Looking at the arrogant Mercenary Tao, Yang's face flashed cold murderous aura, not to mention that Mercenary Tao's task goal at this time is not Heavenly Sky School, just because of the arrogance, he also wants Mercenary Tao from this world. Completely disappeared. Thinking of this, Yang decided to start first. Stunned, Yang forward, the body instantly turned into a high-speed moving light, came to Mercenary Tao. When he did not respond, a fist brought a powerful aura. I am going down. Bang! Yang's fist stopped, and there was a trace of sorrow on his face. Then he waited for him to react. A strong counterattack came from the fist, and immediately around it provoked a huge whirlwind. The speed of the reaction is quite fast, I don't know how long you can support it. Cold voice, Mercenary Tao's body appeared like a ghost in Yang's original position, and then the body clung to it, and a vicious attack swept over. When he pulled, the tearing of the cloth rang, and a crack appeared in Yang's sleeve, and the white fabric was torn off by Mercenary Tao. Warworth is an experienced assassin, and he will take his path with a little carelessness. Yang quickly got rid of the attack and left. To be honest, Yang's strength and Mercenary Tao are already about the same, but in terms of experience, Yang is not as good as Mercenary Tao, and in the skill, Yang trained by Korin is much superior to Mercenary Tao. Chapter 54. Zai. Zai. Two fast-moving silhouettes shuttled through the woods, and they disappeared after a while, each time appeared with a fierce fight, and an once again violent shock. PA with Macron. Mercenary Tao pouted and attacked Yang's body. He snorted, Yang expression paused, his mouth overflowed with blood, but his counterattack was equally rapid. At the moment he was wounded by Mercenary Tao, Yang's attack also fell. On Mercenary Tao. Cough cough cough, Mercenary Tao malicious squinted, escaping quickly, his face as dark as coke. After several hand-to-hand combat, he found himself underestimate the opposite side. The person in front of him was young, and he actually handed to the hand to fight that many had not lost, and even let himself eat a dark loss. Mercenary Tao couldn't help but get angry. The ice-cold eyes swept Muiyang, and a terrifying killing intent seemed to condense into a group. Muiyang looks at Mercenary Tao, carefully gathers internal ki, ready to attack Mercenary Tao at any time. It's my underestimate, but the next attack sees how you escaped. Mercenary Tao lightly shouted, the power of the whole body was converted to speed, and came to Muiyang in a few steps. In the face of the sudden arrival of Mercenary Tao, Muiyang's eyes flashed brightly, and his hands clasped the ground as a fulcrum, and by the torsion of his waist, his legs kicked toward the opposite side. Mercenary Tao difficult situation, a few steps back, this time he even made the move at the bottom of the pressure box. Doden Ray. With the loudly shouted of Mercenary Tao, the finger is facing Muiyang's direction, and a blood-red energy beam is emitted. At this moment, the aura of the Mercenary Tao whole body has soared a large margin. Go to hell! Terrifying energy condensed as light beam moved towards Muiyang. In this huge aura that suddenly increased, Muiyang's face suddenly changed. Dogden's Doden Ray. Compared with the previous one, this time, because you don't have to cover up your killing intent, the released Doden Ray is complete. Even if your whole is more powerful, the quality is not good, it doesn't help. It was too late to think, Muiyang straightened his hands, and the palms held together to present a grabbing shape, a bang, blue-white radiance covering the palm, he actually just like Son Goku, you can firmly receive Doden Ray from Mercenary Tao. Pang! The powerful attack provoked a huge whirlwind, and the burning sensation came from the palm of the hand. The huge pressure caused Muiyang's arm to numb, the forehead was sweating, and the energy wave attacked the immediate, direct body. Moved back 4 or 5 meters, and shoveled 2 deep grooves in the foot. But Doden Ray of Mercenary Tao did not defeat Muiyang. How is it possible, my Doden Ray is actually being followed? Mercenary Tao sees both eyes and both eyes stand out. He has been in the world for so many years, Doden Ray until now is the most savvy big killer in his hand, no matter what kind of strong enemy he faces, as long as Doden Ray is used, the opponent will be killed by this terrifying energy shot without exception. Nothing goes bad. But did not expect today, this move was actually forcibly picked up. You must kill this person, or he will be too scary when he grows up. Mercenary Tao heart nervous, the killing intent is more prosperous, he was not so strong when he was young. Who are you? You are not going to the direction of Great Azure Mountain. You won't even investigate your target character. I am the Heavenly Sky School disciple there. Muiyang took the time to adjust the internal ki and quickly recovered. Mercenary Tao glanced, it's actually the Heavenly Sky School's disciple. Does this little school have a disciple like you? Dam's intelligence department, where is this little school, can teach such a disciple, which is no worse than Crane School and Turtle School. Mercenary Tao looks very poor and thinks he is not reliable by assassin organization. The intelligence department is dragged down. Although he knew earlier that there was a disciple in Heavenly Sky School that won the World Martial Arts Tournament champion, he never looked at it. Until now, he vaguely felt that he should not pick up the task, but now he is late. The man has been completely outended, and now only cut weeds and eliminate the roots, and according to Mercenary Tao's conceit, he does not allow a character like Master Roshi to appear on the world. Especially this guy, the degree of treacherousness has a fight with himself, but it is even more important. Thinking of this, Mercenary Tao did not care about the consumption of Doden Ray just now, and once again killed Muiyang. Come on, it's my turn to attack now. Faced again, Mercenary Tao, Muiyang, whose physical strength has recovered, will never sit still. So loudly shouted, regardless of the huge consumption of the body again attack, all the way swaying, Muiyang came to Mercenary Tao with extremely clever movement unfathomable, the flow light in his hand, a crystal of energy attached to the palm in the sly expression of Mercenary Tao, a palm of the hand with a faint radiance was hit. Mercenary Tao, go to hell! Muiyang burst into tears. A slamming sound, the palm of the hand fell on Mercenary Tao, and with such a blow, Mercenary Tao was shot more than a dozen meters, hitting a giant tree in the distance. The giant tree trembled, and the giant tree fractured directly from the middle. Just a round of attack, obviously Muiyang got the upper hand. Ah! Mercenary Tao difficult situation stood up and made an angry roar. His clothes had become strips, and the broken clothes were blowing in the light wind. Hateful, actually hurt me. Mercenary Tao was annoyed. In addition to Master Rashi and Master Shen, Mercenary Tao first time encountered such a difficult opponent, and he would lose if he didn't. How can this be done? He is first under the heavens great assassin. Since his fame, no one in this world is his opponent. Mercenary Tao swears that he will kill the person in front of him in the most brutal way. Ice-cold and ruthless eyes glanced at Muiyang. Mercenary Tao's dark cheeks twitched, he licked his lips, the blue veins on his forehead burst, and one hand clenched the fist, full of anger. Hateful young fellow, you actually hurt me, then, what kind of death do you want to accept? While speaking, Mercenary Tao Qi became messy, centered on him, and a disgusting murderous aura spread out. After so many years of assassin, the death of Mercenary Tao was more than 10 million. Frowning, sense to the sin of the Mercenary Tao. The scouter crackle and rattle in the arms flashed, and the displayed value actually achieved 144, which is higher than just now. This is the so-called power-up in earth martial arts. Mercenary Tao's energy has risen by a large margin after madness, but it's a lot worse than the 150 power level when fighting with Son Goku. Although he didn't see the value of Scouter, he could sense the promotion of Qi on the opposite side. Muiyang thought about it. If you try to do full strength, the two people may not be the same, but they will definitely suffer. Fighting, Muiyang gnashing one's teeth decided. This is life and death battle, not a martial arts competition. In any case, you must first defeat the opposite side. Chapter 55. Ha ha ha, now knows about the afraid, right? I will let you see the great first under the heavens assassin. Mercenary Tao twisted the sly face because of the power up beyond the limit. His body was suffering with tremendous pressure, every muscle is constantly shaking. Hear this, Muiyang sneered, and immediately released his Qi to the extreme. Suddenly a weaker airflow than Mercenary Tao wrapped around his body surroundings. To fight together, Mercenary Tao must be here today. Hey! The endless terrifying airflow surrounds them, and the deep and quiet aura spreads, making the entire great forest quiet. At this point, both sides are in a state of madness, and this fight must have one person to fall. PNG PNG PNG. The fight again triggered, a series of fierce fights, flying sand, running stone in the field. The speed of both sides is almost at its peak. If there is an ordinary person here, you can only see two fuzzy silhouettes colliding and flashing, but you can't see the specific process because their speed is beyond the ordinary person, the limit of observation. Tong! Muiyang slammed on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked into a crack, and by this power his body rushed straight. After achieving a certain height, Muiyang hands one fist in the other hand and slammed Mercenary Tao. Pang! The move knocked Mercenary Tao down from the sky, and a large stream of air waves formed a string of cyclone sound breaks. Mercenary Tao's face twisted and moved towards the ground. At this time, Muiyang was still in a virtual flash, coming to the ground faster than Mercenary Tao, with a slight body, a bent knee, and a continuous attack. Mercenary Tao difficult situation. The attack was overwhelmed, the eyes flashed through the strong killing intent, and the corner of the mouth showed a crazy smile. After a solid attack on Muiyang, Mercenary Tao glided all the way. Doden Ray. The blood of the red light suddenly moved toward Muiyang. Heavenly Sky Beam. Muiyang had an ice cold on his face and made a counterattack. The same beam-like attack, Azure's light beam, went to Doden Ray of Mercenary Tao. Two energy attacks met halfway through, bursting with fine misty energy fumes. Impossible, this move is actually so similar to Doden Ray. Mercenary Tao looked at him with awkwardness, something unexpected. Dodenray is a modified version of Master Shen from the tri-beam left by a generation of Grandmaster Mutato. It is one of the few legendary moves that can compete with Kamehameha. Now see a weak crown youngster that gives a similar attack pattern. The first reaction of Mercenary Tao is does not dare believe. Humph, this is my inheritance energy of Heavenly Sky School, which is completely different from the principle of your Dodenray. Muiyang fierce panting. By this space to restore physical strength, the previous battle made his consumption amazed. Mercenary Tao hearing this, silent. Every school has its own unique training mode, and the nature of energy is also all kinds and sorts, although Muiyang's energy wave looks very similar to Dodenray, but the color is different. Different colors are represented in a completely different way of running, even acting in a way that defeats one's purpose. Heavenly Sky School, the martial arts school, even has energy wave. At this time, Mercenary Tao's mood was extremely bad, and the thin cheeks continued to twitch. Suddenly, my heart suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. The last move, a decisive victory. Mercenary Tao snorted and screamed, and his energy within the body had already been consumed. If he continued to support it, he would only add damage. It would be better to use a strongest attack to win. Even in the heart of Mercenary Tao, he is ready to run anyway. Mercenary Tao is very reluctant. It is not easy to live a few hundred years. If the move does not work, he is not willing to continue to entangle. What task completed, what expert's restraint, in the face of life is all illusory. No value. Hey, like the sound of a broken string, in this instantly, Mercenary Tao and Muiyang, the original Vein Key climbed again. It can be seen from their distorted faces that this is really their limit. Dodenray. Heavenly Sky Beam. Two beams of energy meet in midair, this time the resulting formidable power is even bigger. The storm generated by the explosion directly destroys the circumference 300 trees, accompanied by Rumble's loud noise, a fire-red energy group vacated. Huge energy directly engulfs Muiyang and Mercenary Tao, two people. In a few moments, the ground reveals a piece of brown earth, the bare ground is not even a blade of grass grows, braving the hot azure smoke. Cough cough cough, do you think you can beat me? Mercenary Tao covered his chest with both hands and spit out a mouthful of blood, which was difficult to support. At this time, his face was dark and his body was full of scratches. His clothes were also ash in the explosion. Opposite him, Muiyang's image is also in a difficult situation. The martial arts uniform has cracked into a cloth strip. Several fabrics have burned up, and a cough is accompanied by severe pain. Muiyang groaned, twisted his face, and the body's injuries have spread to the internal organs. Cough. Hey, why, can't? Muiyang said in a voice. Hee. Mercenary Tao snorted. His body was seriously injured, but at least he could move. On the other hand, it was very difficult to move. It was only obediently waiting to die there. This is not what he won. Sure enough, in this world, no one can beat himself. Mercenary Tao is thinking about himself. Little demon, can die in the hands of this sir, it is also your honor. Tisk tisk, today I remember you, rest assured, to other world will not be lonely, your fellow disciples will soon go accompany you. Do you think you have won? Muiyang asked indifferently. Is it not? Muiyang didn't talk, not to know when in the hands of a dry bean, and then hard to include it in his mouth. Mercenary Tao sees, nodded, I want to eat something before I die, but a small bean, you are really cold. Oh, Muiyang let out a long breath, the voice seems to be emotional, and it seems to be sighing. Somehow, this voice reached the ears of Mercenary Tao, but let him suddenly sense a chill, it seems that something unfavorable to him will happen. Chapter 56. Mercenary Tao, do you know that if it is an ordinary life and death struggle, we are likely to be a bone sufferer like this, but your biggest disadvantage is also because of the encounter with me, your luck is not good for me." Muiyang's words made Mercenary Tao squat, and the uneasiness in his heart became more apparent. Muiyang smiled and said, while biting the senzu bean in his mouth, immediately a rich elemental energy filled the mouth. The magical effect of senzu bean played vividly and thoroughly at this moment. Muiyang's physical injury was instantly repaired, and he suddenly returned to the peak moment. What the hell is going on? Why is the injury on your body all right?" Mercenary Tao stared wide-eyed, incredible, and even a little scared at the scene that happened before the eyes. The injury on the opposite side actually recovered in an instant. How is this possible? At this moment, his mood is like falling from heaven to hell, and suddenly consciousness has reached his own dangerous situation. Beans must be the dried beans. Mercenary Tao has some bitterness in her mouth. How can there be such a sacred medicine in the world? Mercenary Tao thought incredulously, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes. Then the next second, the greed disappeared and replaced by deep fear. To escape, you must rush to escape. His current state cannot be the opponent of this person. Mercenary Tao's face became pale and a feeling of fear emerged in his heart. Thump! Mercenary Tao squatted directly on the ground, swearing, "Young master, I am wrong, spare me, I will change my evils in the future," said the girl again and again. "Oh, even if you have more heads, I don't even believe in a punctuation." Muiyang sneered at it, as if looking at a clown. He would not be excessively inclined to clemency at this time, and today will not let Mercenary Tao leave alive. Mercenary Tao calmed his face and didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly he seemed to be understood and couldn't change his life. The attitude became tough. "You can't kill me, or mine. Big brother Master Shen won't let you go. He only has this younger brother. If you kill me, it will only bring danger to your loved ones." "Hey, is that enough?" Muiyang interrupted him. Disdain said, "Don't say Master Shen will know what is going on today, even understood. Do you think I will be afraid of him? Since he is determined to be a powerhouse in the universe, trivial Master Shen wants to threaten him? If Master Shen really finds it, it is his court disaster. Anyway, Mercenary Tao is dead today. Then you go to hell." Mercenary Tao yelled, not to know when, pulled out a grenade, unplugged the top, moved towards Muiyang and threw it over. Muiyang saw it and his face flashed thick killing intent. This Mercenary Tao is really as always for decades to keep the heart, and in the end is this kind of trick. However, Muiyang, who had recovered the peak state, was hit by a grenade. He saw him leaping gently, tiptoe a little, and kicked the grenade moving toward Mercenary Tao. "No!" Mercenary Tao gave a hysterical shout. Rumble, the bomb exploded, and the huge flame swallowed the entire man of Mercenary Tao. If it is an ordinary person, it must be dead in this huge explosion, but the opposite side is Mercenary Tao. If he lived for 100 years, he would have no life-saving ultimate move. This grenade is not so much a service to Muiyang, but rather a preparation for himself. Show the enemy weak, squatting across the sea, Mercenary Tao this hand swindling to play absolutely level. And according to the original work, Mercenary Tao survived the explosion in the confrontation with Son Goku. This little trick can fool Son Goku, but he can't fool Muiyang's eyes. Suddenly, Muiyang moved towards one direction in the forest. "Hee, Mercenary Tao, you want to escape?" After that, Muiyang directly moved towards the side and launched a group of energy wave. Voila! Throughout everything energy wave roared, zi. The trees along the way were all destroyed by energy wave. On the other side of the forest, the severely wounded Mercenary Tao leaned against the back of a big tree and gasped. He pulled his eyelids and the 7 scorpions were bleeding. At this moment, he felt a terrifying energy close, not waiting for him to react. "Come over," an azure of energy appeared in front of you. "Can't hide," Mercenary Tao is blank in his head. "Pucci! A sharp energy beam penetrates through the chest and then out through the back. Mercenary Tao's consciousness gradually blurs. Cough cough, impossible. I am first under the heavens assassin. How can I die? Oxygen. His brain is uncontrollably stunned. Mercenary Tao lips are moving, and the words are full of unwillingness. Yang appeared in front of Mercenary Tao, and the eye of ice cold aimed at him. Just blame you for the wrong opponent. Ha ha ha, I was wrong, I shouldn't pick up this task. Death to the end, now you can tell me who actually commissioned you for this task. Cough cough, is. Mercenary Tao returned to the light, his face flashed a twilight. I want to tell you. It's Snake Charmer Legion, right? Yang sneaked into his ear and finally saw Mercenary Tao's eyes suddenly open. He smiled and said, okay, you don't have to say it, go to hell with peace of mind. You. The consciousness of Mercenary Tao began to disappear and the voice of the voice gradually disappeared. Dead. Yang went over and checked to make sure that Mercenary Tao was really dead. With a smile, Yang fired a string of energy wave against the body of Mercenary Tao until the body of the opposite side completely disappeared with energy wave. Cut the grass yet cannot remove the roots, the spring breeze is born again, although there is no mature robot technology in this era, but the prevention of the mechanical Mercenary Tao, Yang simply carried out the destruction of the body. After doing all this, Yang stood for a while, took a new set of clothes from the acceleration space, and then jumped up suddenly, moved to Heavenly Sky School's station. When I returned to Heavenly Sky School, it was not early. Yang came to Isaac's residence and told Isaac what happened today. After listening to Yang's description, Isaac stunned the whole person to stand up from the sofa. When he looked at Yang, he didn't even think of his disciple going out. Not only did he annihilate the Snake Charmer Legion headquarters, but he also met assassin Mercenary Tao on the way back, and by the way Mercenary Tao was also solved. This Mercenary Tao is not an ordinary person. It is the top 5 character in the martial arts circle, and its reputation is even more frightening. Such a person was actually killed by Yang, and I think that I feel unfathomable. You don't want to say anything about this thing. I heard that Mercenary Tao has a very close relationship with Crane School. Although you don't have to be afraid of Crane School because of your strength, you are still younger and more than one thing, don't let people know. Isaac patiently warned that when he said this, he calmed down, shakes one's head, and said, hey, now martial arts circle is not as good as before, and can't afford to toss. Well, I know, as long as Crane School doesn't provoke us, I won't take action on them. Yang said seriously. Isaac hearing this, smiled. This time, thank you for coming back in time, or else waiting for Mercenary Tao to find it here, the consequences are unimaginable. In this regard, Yang is deeply convinced that the overall strength of Heavenly Sky School is relatively weak. In the face of Mercenary Tao, there is no such strength to resist. Chapter 57. It was an accident to meet Mercenary Tao and kill it. Yang didn't even think about any intersection with the first under the heavens assassin. Although it is inevitable to deal with some martial arts celebrities as soon as they grow up, it is still a bit of a slap in the face of Mercenary Tao. It can be said that if this event is to be promoted, it will definitely cause an uproar. This is Snake Charmer Legion's Part-1. But fortunately, Mercenary Tao is dead, and Snake Charmer Legion is also annihilated by himself. For the time being, it has become a headless case. As for whether it will be revealed from the assassin organization, Yang feels that this is possible. After all, this task was issued by Snake Charmer Legion. If anyone wants to check it, he can find the destination of the task. But this thing is also easy for Yang. It's just a matter of acknowledging that the death is not recognized. Mercenary Tao did not arrive at Great Azure Mountain anyway. There was no fighting here. Mercenary Tao killed countless people and had several powerful enemies. Not surprisingly, perhaps halfway through the enemy. Yet, those enemies are too fateful, actually killing mercenary Tao, almost let Heavenly Sky School become a scapegoat. Muiyang's dinner was eaten at the restaurant of teacher Isaac. In the kitchen, Master's wife Alice prepared a sumptuous dish and then brought it up with April. A total of 6 dishes, plus a bowl of soup, the combination of vegetarian and vegetarian, the dishes are very rich. Muiyang, you have to eat more. At the table, Alice continued to give Muiyang a dish like mother. Muiyang smiled and handed the bowl for the meal. Thank you, Master's wife. Isaac laughed heartily, opened a bottle of long-awaited wine, and poured a cup for everyone. Come here, I will taste the taste of this bottle of wine. I have been collecting it for a long time and I can't bear to drink it. Try it today. Master, I want to drink. Little girl April picked up a small wine glass, took a sip, and quickly spit out his tongue. Woo woo, this is something that is so hard to drink, I don't like it. Ha ha ha, April can't drink alcohol, or eat more. Isaac laughs heartily. Oh, April squinted, her little face with a sip of wine had become red and her head was dizzy. Alice sees the appearance of April's red face and complains to Isaac, April won't give her a drink without drinking. You see, it's this appearance. He said, standing up and pouring a glass of water from the kitchen to April, come, drink a glass of water. April was feeling thirsty, drinking tea in one bite, then eating her head down, and she vowed not to drink any more. Isaac slaps his head and he smiles. After dinner, the master and disciple 2 people started chatting. He said to Muiyang, Muiyang, your strength is already above the division. The next way is to go, teacher can't help you, you can only rely on yourself. Isaac is also speak frankly, he is far from Muiyang, and he can't imagine Muiyang's realm. The future road can only rely on Muiyang himself. Our Heavenly Sky School has a martial dojo in the village under Great Azure Mountain. April is always there. I think you can go there for a period of time. By the way, guidance your apprentice brothers. Martial arts is here. Such a realm, it would be beneficial to precipitate it properly. Ah! Muiyang nods, agrees that he really needs to precipitate his training now, and Tianli Dojo is a good place. In addition to your own training, you can also guidance the junior brother there. Do big brother want to live with me in martial dojo? April glared at the watery eyes, and the blue cockroaches flashed like blue crystals. Laughing and smashing the April brown hair, Muiyang said with a smile, yeah, I will supervise your training later, although April you want to be a scientist when you grow up, but scientists are generally thin and strong body can also support your better research. April he smiled, I am understood. That night, the family dinner ended and April stayed at Isaac's home. On the second day, she and her little friend Blue Dragon Growly appeared in Muiyang's residence early in the morning. Big brother, we went down the hill. The children who pleasing to the ear picked up outside the house. Muiyang opened the door and saw April and the pudgy-winged dragons. The things of April were all surrounded by bags and hung around the neck of the little blue dragon. At this time, the head of the little blue dragon stupidly kept coming to the belly of Muiyang. The mouth made a squeaky sound. Muiyang smiled and said to them, let's wait, I will pack up. Going back to the house, I put all the things I needed into the acceleration space. Muiyang handed up the little hand of April. Go, let's go down the hill. Along the way, April kept his head slamming at Muiyang. What? Muiyang asked strangely. Big brother, what about your stuff? April couldn't help but ask. It's all collected. Ah, why didn't I see it? Let it go out and let Growly squat. Muiyang said with a light smile, I have collected it in a special way, of course you can't see it. Hey, is that true? April squinted. Ha ha ha. Muiyang laughed and didn't continue to explain to April that he had put things there, otherwise the little girl should have a question. Talking and laughing along the way, the beautiful scenery continued to recede on both sides, and soon turned into the road from the winding path, they entered the village of Great Azure Mountain. Under the mountain, Great Azure Mountain, there are about a dozen villages below Muiyang. They are now entering a relatively large village with about 300 multi-family and nearly 2,000 villagers. Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo is located in a place west of the village. The location is not biased. Due to the existence of Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo, it has gradually become a market for goods sold in several nearby villages. Every time you go to Martial Dojo when it comes to training, it is also the most lively time in the market. When Muiyang and April walked on the village road, the villager along the way saw that they were all kind and nods. Even if they saw the little blue dragon that followed, they did not show a pleasant expression. Wow, cute dragon, big head. Several children ran on the street, pointing to the blue dragon. Aom! The little blue dragon screamed, a pair of awe-inspiring. Muiyang smiled at April and said, "Growly is very popular here." April was happy. "Well, Growly is so embarrassed, everyone likes it." Muiyang nodded. "This village has 2,000 people, the usual way of life is very simple, the building is a wooden short house, in addition to farming and planting crops, but also for hunting, so many villager leisure time will go to Tiangzhen Martial Dojo learn a little fighting skill." April and Blue Dragon have lived in Martial Dojo for many days, and many villagers are already familiar with it. They went on to Martial Dojo and 10 minutes later, they came to the west of the village. Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo is not very big. The front row of buildings is only connected with 6 or 7 indoor dojos. However, in addition to the martial arts building, there are several simple open-air dojos on the fence. Nearby villagers are training and learning places. Chapter 58. Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo's students are roughly divided into 3 categories. One is to enter the direct disciple of Heavenly Sky School like April, and you can learn all the martial arts of Heavenly Sky School. The second is the martial arts enthusiasts who come from nearby, or the youngsters who have innate talent in the village. They can become dojo students by paying a certain fee, and they can learn the Heavenly Sky School's fighting skill. The third is the villager who is listening. The dojo master will not make guidance for them. It is entirely up to them to understand. Of course, through the selection, Martial Dojo will also recruit a group of people to stay in dojo to become teacher, responsible for teaching everyone the basic martial arts. At this time, among the people who are resident in Martial Dojo, the first type of students is the least, because Heavenly Sky School rumors that there are only a dozen disciples, except for the need to gain experience and live in Martial Dojo. The rest a few are children like April who are still young and need to learn the study literature in the village. When Muiyang and April opened the door and walked into dojo, there were already a lot of disciples in the Martial Dojo. They were mostly children in several nearby villages, because Martial Dojo had a school not far away, and the village parents also I am happy to let children learn a little about self-defense. If you can detect the possibility of further study, it is excellent to go to dojo to become the student inside. Senior brother Muiyang is here, senior brother Muiyang is here. As soon as I stepped into the door, the inside of the disciple saw the eldest senior brother coming, and quickly shouted loudly. Soon 3 or 5 youngsters ran over. They were probably 14 to 15 years old, the official disciple of Heavenly Sky School, and some older, martial arts enthusiasts trained in this martial dojo. Senior brother Muiyang, I heard that you got champion from World Martial Arts Tournament, can you tell us? Yeah, let's talk to us soon. The junior brother and junior sister gathered around chatter continuously, and even the other students who were studying in dojo came together and looked at them with horror. Muiyang had a smile on her face. There were not many people who knew World Martial Arts Tournament inside Heavenly Sky School, but since Muiyang won this champion, such a beautiful thing, Isaac is of course vigorously promoting it. As for the nearby understood of Tenli and the township, the student of Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo has also become more. Listen to the name, World Martial Arts Tournament, how noble, how class. Senior brother Muiyang, since I got the champion of this competition, isn't it one part in the world? Although there are some deviations in this kind of cognition, in fact, the current strength of Muiyang is to claim to be the best in the world and to be qualified. Good, wait a moment, I will talk to you. Muiyang smiled. Senior brother Muiyang, how come you come to martial dojo, is there any explanation for teacher? Speaking is a junior sister of Muiyang, named Ness, who is one of the temporary instructors of martial dojo. Muiyang nods said, yes, this time I come to dojo, I will live here for a period of time. If you have any training problems, you can ask me. Really, very good. We have a lot of questions to answer here. Teachers often say that the strength of senior brother Muiyang has exceeded them. Several disciples opened the gate and were very excited about Muiyang being able to stay in the martial dojo. Because until now Muiyang's skill is the best of all the disciples, and the teachers are often behind the World Martial Arts Tournament, let them have more confidence in Muiyang's strength, and hope to get from him. Learn something there. Similarly, the other students in martial dojo heard Muiyang say that his face was full of excitement. Most of them are not enough martial arts talent, but they are eager to become the dream catcher of martial artist. It is a privilege to have a World Martial Arts Tournament champion to guidance them now. They made up their minds and must study hard when they are going to. If they can learn a little bit of hair, they will be able to use them in this life. April then pulled a senior brother around and asked, Hey, senior brother Yiya, what is World Martial Arts Tournament? The recipe, called Yiya, looked at April and said, the World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand event attended by the worldwide martial artist. It is said that the 5 years are held once. 5 years only. April listened to the cried out in surprise and pulled the index, and was quickly scared. She was only 5 years old. With this in mind, the World Martial Arts Tournament seems to be very powerful. Yiya proudly said, yes, worldwide's expert participation event. The last time was half a year ago, when senior brother Muiyang took part in the competition and then defeated all the opponent to get champion. Junior sister April, you said that it is not terrible. Amazing. April opened his mouth and the chicken licked his head like a little girl. Suddenly I remembered the power that Big Brother showed when I saved myself. At that time, Big Brother drops from the sky, Shua defeated the bad guys a few times. Big Brother is of course the best in the world. Muiyang looked at everyone's excitement and pressed his hand. Well, you continue to train. I am going to put my luggage with April. I can ask me if I have any questions. Senior brother Muiyang, I will take you to the room. A junior brother volunteered and led Muiyang to the backyard. Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo is in front of 6 or 7 indoor martial arts stage, followed by a large courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms, which is a private residence for the disciples and dojo teacher. After Muiyang left, the students in dojo began to regaining composure from the excitement. Under the direction of teacher, they punctured and kicking. Dojo teaches some basic fighting techniques, but if you can mastery, you can also become awe-inspiring fighting expert. Chapter 59. On this day, due to the arrival of Muiyang, the entire martial dojo is filled with a different atmosphere than usual. The students are more energetic. Haha is practicing buzzing with activity. The resident teacher is also very serious today, teaching with a very serious attitude. Every student, everyone is screaming, and there is a hard-to-talk power in the heart. East of martial dojo, student in groups of 3 or 4 under the teacher's arrangement, practice the basic technique, which is the basics of the Heavenly Sky School Martial Dojo. It is said to be practiced several times a day. But this is a very common practice, but they let them play the aura of the tiger. In a small corner, April is also under the professor of senior sister Ness. She wears martial arts uniform and has a slim waist. She is serious about punching and kicking. She has a slap in the face and is very serious. Little Blue Dragon then squat next to you. As for the west side of martial dojo, the older student is doing a one-on-one confrontation practice, which is already a struggle. Ah! Two older students twisted together. They used Heavenly Sky School's technique to attack and defend. They went deep into the offensive and defensive directions and were very entertaining. I can see that the basic skills of the two students are very solid. At this time, Muiyang suddenly stopped calling. Two students looked confusedly towards Muiyang. "Stop it, have you two other martial arts before?" The two students nodded. "Yes, we both studied with a fighting master before, and have been trying to figure it out." Muiyang listened, thoughtfully. "No wonder it will be like this. Fighting is about being fierce, giving people a pleasing appreciation and stimulating hormone secretion. It produces explosive emotions, but compared with martial arts training, it lacks inner breath control and lacks overall coordination. It seems to be a hard copy. I see your movements. Every time you punch, you have a sense of frustration. The punch is fierce, giving you a sharp and angular feeling, but it lacks coordination, so that it is not enough. You try again." Muiyang walked to the side of the two students and gilded their muscles as they punched. Here, the arm hem is a little, the legs are raised, that's right. You look at it, when you punch out, pay attention to a spurt of energy, this is potential, but don't use up all the strength, keep some part of the strength for the sudden situation." While the students were training, Muiyang continually corrected their mistakes. With Muiyang's current eyesight and cognition, his guidance has always been hits the mark, and a few light as a feather words fell in the ears of the students. They are so excited that they are used endlessly. "Senior brother Muiyang, I have some questions." A junior brother named Aso walked up and tried to test. Don't look at Aso's age, only 14 years old, and his stature is short, but he is a temporary faculty member in dojo like Ness, and innate talent is quite good. Muiyang looked at the junior brother and reached out to him. "Come on, attack me. Only through real battles can we better identify problems and make up for them." Junior brother Aso up nodded, expression seriously looked at Muiyang. At this moment, the junior brother has entered a state of battle. It's like a decent one. Muiyang chuckled, and now he's realm, a lot of things can be seen at a glance. Especially at the lower level of martial arts, Muiyang can be found from the hands of the opposite side. To the problem. "Senior brother, I am here." Muiyang nods, "Get started." "Yes." "Here," Aso screamed and stepped on Muiyang's attack. It can be seen that Aso's movement is quite fierce. The footsteps of the pedals are crisp and clear, without any noise. It takes at least a few years to make this step. Practice. Muiyang inwardly nodded, the body followed. Aso's attack is very decisive. It can be said that the move is clean and does not drag the water, but his opponent is Muiyang. Every time I punch, I don't know why it seems to hit the sponge. There is a feeling of falling into the air. Down, Aso not only did not attack Muiyang, but his physical strength consumed more than half. Don't use it all, extra moves are too much, but physical is important, but don't consume extra. Muiyang's soft voice came from the ear, and Aso's mind flashed a divine light. It seemed that comprehend had arrived, and the movement became longer. Continue to keep this state and breathe a little bit. 10 minutes later, Muiyang saw that Aso had already met the training requirements and let him stop. Yes, I will be here this time. After going back, I will comprehend and adjust the state. Thank you for the senior brother. Aso admired that the words he had just made him deeply involved in insights. Muiyang waved his hand, one's own brother, you're welcome. Then Aso walked out of the martial arts stage and came to a corner carefully comprehend. Looking at my fellow disciples, I have gained a lot, and the rest of the same side can't stand it. Yiya, who had previously spoken to April, came over and his expression solemnly said to Muiyang, Senior brother Muiyang, I want to have a real fight with you. Muiyang like a smile yet not a smile looked at it, you are sure that the ending may make you suffer a lot? Yiya said seriously, Teacher Clarissa always said that I am too heavy on winning, but I think that only by personally experiencing failure, can you really know the gap. Senior brother, please don't start off leniently, let me see each other's gap so that I can bravely catch up. Muiyang converges and smiles, watching Yi Ya say, you have such a good awareness, then I will let you see how much worse than the real expert. After that, the smile on Muiyang's face disappeared, and the whole person exudes an inexplicable aura. The aura is surging, the flooding is endless, the pressure crushing comes over, and some people at the place have face turn white, and the body is like being crushed. Things. Aura of senior brother Muiyang is so strong. It's almost the same as Teacher Isaac. Feel more terrifying than Teacher Isaac. It's so strong, I don't know if senior brother Yi Ya can stick to it. The students talk in whispers, and several of junior's junior brother and junior sister in Muiyang are wide-eyed and watched. Only April knows what, after squinting, there is no sense. Begin. Yi Ya stepped on her foot and her body was slightly short, like a running porcupine aggressively moving toward Muiyang. As everyone knows, his movement has long been seen by Muiyang, his body swayed, and Yi Ya's attacks all fell through. Hey, what is that? Someone pointed to the shadow in the martial arts stage. Other people are hearing this, and the next second is all stunned. I saw a few after images in the place where Yi Ya attacked. It was vague and there were 5 in a row. It was faintly able to tell, that is an image of Muiyang. A lot of senior brother Muiyang, everyone is like real. This is called after-image technique. It is an image of the body that has been left in the field after a high-speed movement. These after-images have no attack power, but they are used to confuse the enemy. Muiyang stood by and explained, saying that the body was suddenly speeding up. There are more than a dozen similar after-images in the entire small dojo. Compared to the previous after-images, it is now closer to reality. In fashionable terms, these after-image pixels are higher and should be 1080p. Chapter 60. Now there is a total of after-image. Yi Ya, can you find out which one is the real me? Finding true body through after-image requires excellent visual ability and judgment ability, which is not easy for ordinary martial artist. Of course, if you can get key sense information, you can also distinguish between true and false through key sense, but key sense has not yet mastered Muiyang, let alone Yi Ya. In the face of the strange move made by senior brother, Yi Ya bitter smile, this is to understand the gap between them. Yi Ya's face became serious. Since the eye couldn't tell which one is true body, he could only rely on brute force. Peng peng peng. Yi Ya waved fist and attacked fiercely. His speed was also very fast. The dozens of students present including the villager who watched could not see his movement. When Yi Ya broke the 17th after-image, his face was happy. Pick up the fist move towards the last attack. Hover, emptied, Yi Ya's fist crossed the last after-image, but the result is the same as before, the fist directly passes through the back of the after-image. It was empty again. This is also a fake, Yi Ya hearted out in surprise, and suddenly the sense is not good. At this time, Muiyang's silhouette suddenly appeared behind Yi Ya, lifting the hand chop and moving towards his neck. The last point, I want to tell you, since it is an atomic, then don't believe any words on the opposite side. I said that there are me in the 18 after-images. Do you really believe it? Oh, Yi Ya turned his eyes and Muiyang's hand chop fell on his neck. The sudden impact made his eyes dizzy and fainted directly to the ground. Asso, take Yi Ya. Muiyang waved at Asso. After Asso took Yi Ya, he turned around and looked at everyone. He said, the words just mentioned are also for you. When you go out, be vigilant. Don't let anyone else say anything. We understood, eldest senior brother. Understood. Everyone has just experienced a real-life education, all of them are deeply nodded, especially those who are outside the martial arts, and know more about the outside is not the ideal heaven. Yet, watching everyone listen to his words, Yang is nodded with satisfaction, and if it is changed to Mexia, it may not be so obedient. Then I told you that Yang walked out of martial dojo and went alone to the upper reaches of the street. Shortly after Yang left, Yiya woke up from a coma. When he heard the same side retelling Yang, he couldn't help but feel, it seems that the gap between us and eldest senior brother is very big. Yeah, senior brother Yang, a hand chop will knock you unconscious. Ness covered his mouth with a smile. Yiya rolled the eyes at her, said ill-humoredly, if you change to you can't be much better. Aso indifferently said, senior brother Yang's strength is definitely with a few teachers about the same, and maybe even as the teacher said, it has surpassed everyone at Heavenly Sky School. Maybe, the rest of the people couldn't help but be silent. Only April is absolutely convinced of Yang's strength, but she hasn't practiced martial arts for a few days, so her eyes are fading and she doesn't know a few seniors. What is brother senior sister saying? Euro/P. On the streets that are not particularly bustling, the villagers rushed past the cattle and sheep with blacksmiths and grocery stores on either side. A little further forward there is a restaurant, which is a rare pastime for Ten Li. Entering the restaurant, I found a place to sit down by the window. After the waiter came up, Yang ordered a fried bean and several meats. The fried beans here are fried, and the crispy taste is delicious. The meat is also made by special techniques. The taste is delicious, the oil is not greasy, and the steak is a bowl of steak. The alcohol is not high. Cup, don't mention how comfortable it is. Yang is here to enjoy it. Yang, you haven't been here for a long time. A sweet voice of a female voice rang, and a girl dressed as a waiter came over with a snack. The girl has a dark blue hair and is the daughter of this restaurant boss. Because I used to go down the mountain with Mexia, this restaurant is where they often go, and over time it is familiar to the person in front of me. Big sister Marlene, I am not here to take care of your business, sit. Yang chuckled and pointed to the opposite seat. Marlene sat very simply opposite, said with a smile, there is a period of time gone, what have you done? Go out training. Tisk tisk, your current reputation is big, everyone in the village knows you. Marlene is talking about Yang's acquisition of the World Martial Arts Tournament champion, which is really a rare news for a small village. Yang is proud of nodded, said with a smile, I went to see Mexia this time, and the guy is homesick now. Speaking of Mexia, I also went out 3 years. When is it coming back? I blame her. Thinking of the little younger sister of Mexia, Marlene had a trace of nostalgia. I don't know, I have to wait for her school to finish, maybe it will take a few more years. The two people chatted like a younger brother without a word, until the number of customers in the restaurant increased. Marlene got up and went to the kitchen to help. When she left, Marlene suddenly said nothing, yes, wait for the future of Mexia to come back, do you want to marry her, old sister, see you two big and small, quite match. Speaking of this, she came across the whisper, I heard that, the sisters of several villas in the neighborhood are asking about your business. If you are not married to little Mexia, say something to the old sister, help you find one. After listening to it, Yang replied, this will not bother big sister, you should first find a successor for your family's restaurant. He, shy, don't say, older sister, I have been looking for good people here. Ili looking for someone, /P. That is. Marlene proudly. That's a congratulation. When do you have a candy? Yang blessed. Come on, you must show your face Definitely. Yang nodded. After Marlene left, he continued to sit alone at the window eating meat, but somehow, Marlene's words just seemed to take root, and there was a trace of ripple in his heart. In the future, it is said that he has been busy years in this world, and the future will be longer. It should be considered. Well, he is now a small and accomplished person. I don't have to worry about this. Mexia is a very good candidate. When I am young, I have a good foundation. The last time I saw her, she felt that she was getting more and more beautiful. Chapter 61. For the future partner, Yang doesn't have much thoughts. Two people are companions. First of all, they must be on the top of the eye. Secondly, they should feel comfortable together, not entangled, unbound. No one is the burden of others. I also feel that I can still do it for you, in fact, it is enough. It's hard to have a long-lasting love period. In the end, the heat is cool. That is the plain rice and oil salt. If this kind of plainness is still familiar, it will be like her smell is your own key flavor, it is actually the right person. Love and family are separated by a line, and the family is more durable. At this time, the flexible silhouette emerges in my mind. Mexia. Yang lightly smiled, immediately frowning, younger age ah. After a short break in the restaurant, the pedestrians on the road looking through the window smashed all kinds of farm tools, carrying the carriage, they were local farmers, and some were passing vendors. Hey, put down the wine glass in his hand, Yang stood up and went to the counter to check out. For him who is now in a huge amount of money, there is nothing wrong with money. It should be said that as long as it is a martial artist, there are so many ways to come to the money, just find some treasures, annihilate the robbers, and then open the apprentices, or become mercenaries, maintain the world justice, you can have a big pen. The source of income is basically not trapped by money. So I don't know why Son Goku and Krillin and others are always so poor. Walking alone on the street for a while, Yang entered a ironware store, and the weight of the training used was built here. Ah, Yang brother, come in and see, don't know what is needed. Iron Boss warmly greeted. Boss, you are busy, I will take a look. Yang smiled at his nods and then strolled around the store. This iron shop is full of agricultural implements, and there are kitchen utensils such as kitchen knives and iron pots. There are several horizontal knives hanging in the corner, and several sets of weights for training. Yang saw Boss. At first glance, I didn't expect him to be able to learn and use it. He actually sold the item he had asked him to build. It is estimated that by taking advantage of the martial arts that the World Martial Arts Tournament champion has whipped up, Iron Boss is also making a small profit. In the store, a circle, Yang shake one's head, the weight of these ordinary metal materials has not played a role for him now. Boss, do you have a small, heavy metal here? Boss shook his head in a dilemma. Little brother, the metal you said, we don't have this small place. You can find it in the big city. Yang will nods, and Boss will be set a bit, then walk out of the store and move towards Martial Dojo. Back in Dojo, the students have already used up their lunch and are resting in the backyard. Martial artist needs a reasonable arrangement for training, and training is not enough, so Dojo will arrange a 2-hour break after lunch. Big brother, big brother. April's delicate and pleasant voice came. Yang turned back and saw April beckoning him under a shade of Dojo's corner, and the little blue dragon was lying next to her. April, what are you looking at? Yang watched holding a book in her hand. April spread out the book. Big brother, I am counting. Yang said with a smile, these things can be learned in class. You have worked hard for a morning and should rest as well as those of the senior brother senior sister. I can't sleep, April curled her lips. Yang face of smiles, holding the hand of April with his hand. Child's energy is always strong, I don't know if it is infinite stamina or something. It's a day to night, and April has been quieter, and I know how to learn at a young age. Right, how does martial arts feel? April bit her face, it's so tired. Yang said with a smile, it's right, just train, this can enhance your physique. Yet. April snorted, then focused on the books in his hand, looking for a comfortable position on the back of the little blue dragon. Yang saw it, smiled, and immediately stood up and moved towards several other junior brothers. After Muang's guidance, the students in dojo seemed to find some kind of feeling, but unfortunately the contact was not deep and was caught by a mist, so when Muang came towards them, they eagerly surrounded, "Hope get the answer you want from Muang." Of course, Muang knows everything and talks patiently. After answering the doubts of the apprentice brothers, Muang returned to the room to start his own training. Awkwardly, Muang entered the acceleration space. After he broke the body's first layer limit, the acceleration space's time flow speed has become 4:1, and the opening time has been strengthened with his strength. Now he can maintain the acceleration space for 5 hours, which is equal to 20 hours. In a space of vast expanse of white, the scope of the circumference kilometer is filled with thin energy. Muang breathes the energy full of elemental energy, and immediately feels that the body has been moisturized and refreshed. In the vast space, Muang began his own training. Hey, the body moves fast, the silhouette stuns, and another person appears in his not far away, which is the afterimage left by afterimage technique. Heavenly sky beam. Sky dance art. Afterimage technique. All kinds of moves are all displayed, and the azure's brilliance shuttles through the space, and the acceleration space becomes rich and colorful at one time. In addition to these few moves, in fact, the use of maintaining ki, Muang does not have much involved. Although there are some esoteric things in the inheritance of Heavenly Sky School, it is theoretical. Even Isaac didn't figure it out, so it was not passed to Muang. Now Muang has already surpassed Isaac's strength. Isaac has given all the inheritance to him a few days ago. This is to cultivate Muang as the next generation of head. According to Isaac, the ancient inheritance of Heavenly Sky School may come from the lookout, so for the above move, Muang is ready to study. Time has passed by, and the years are like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it has been 6 months. In this period of time, Muang, in addition to the junior brother and junior sister and April in the martial dojo, specializes in the discovery mystery in Heavenly Sky School inheritance in the acceleration space. Of course, during this time, Muang also took the time to attend the wedding of the resident's boss daughter Marlene. She was married to a hunter in the village. She used to train at martial dojo, so her skills are not bad. Then he went to the southern region and watched Mexia. After all is the future wife who is determined to be guarded and not allowed to be taken away by others. It's necessary to declare sovereignty in the past. Of course, it is worth mentioning that this time he also got the support of Isaac husband and wife. In their minds, it is also possible that the daughter is married to Muang. Although their daughter is only 14 to 15 years old. Dealing with these trivial matters, Muang single-mindedly calming one's heart training. Heavenly Sky School inheritance worthy of is the essence of the lookout. In just half a year, even with the internal reinforcement of acceleration space, Muang is only comprehend a little. This is also the case, and he has benefited a lot. Now, with Muang full strength, power level has reached 150. It has exceeded the Master Roshi a lot. It's about the same as Son Goku when killing mercenary Tao. This half-year can be regarded as the golden period of Heavenly Sky School. Not only is Muang's own strength to advance with leaps and bounds, but even several of his junior brother and junior sisters have grown up. The power level has been exemplified by 40 to 50. Although it is impossible to mention the terms with Muang, it is actually very powerful. It has already achieved the level of those great school rising star. In addition, the students who are in the martial dojo benefit, and their strength is also rising under Muang's guidance. Chapter 62. One day after half a year, Muang decided to go out to train again after the period time training of this period of time. After all, unlike Son Goku, there is a special bloodline that can be awkward for cheat. Muang has only a lot of travel and learns from his parents to supplement his martial arts understanding. So after explaining to Yiya and others, Muang sorted out the bags and was ready to go. Senior brother Muang, I wish you bon voyage. At the door of martial dojo, Aso and others saw off Muiyang. Eldest senior brother, I will definitely make you look at with new eyes when you come back next time. Junior brother Yiya said seriously. Ness and April were also very sad, and they waved their hands to say goodbye to Muiyang. Big brother, remember to come back often. Muiyang almost fell to the head, which is a bit strange, as if he was married. However, martial artist is training outside, time is inaccurate, maybe 3 hours of time. It's true that the daughter who is married to the foreign country occasionally returns to her home. Don't worry, you train yourself. Muiyang smirked at everyone, then leaped directly into the sky with sky dance art, and soon disappeared into the clouds. In the blue sky, Muiyang passes through layers of thin clouds, moving forward against the moist water vapor. The water vapor sticks to the tip of the hair and quickly condenses into liquid droplets. There are still many ancient training schools on Earth. Their strength may not be as strong as Muiyang, but it is also good to communicate. Muiyang's first stop was Oran Temple. After the Great Azure Mountain, he turned and moved toward Oran Temple to speed along. Oran Temple, located in the Southern Hemisphere, is a very old inheritance like the Maple Leaf School in the Southern Hemisphere. Legend has it that Oran Temple was re-established on the basis of the burning of the ancient Shaolin Temple. Muiyang did not know how much authenticity there was and was not interested in knowing. But there is no doubt that Oran Temple is a rare great school on Earth, and Master Hulin is the martial arts. As a place where Z-Fighter Krillin has stayed, the popularity of Oran Temple comes from this point, but in the eyes of Dragon Ball fan, the impression of Oran Temple is generally not very good. This of course stems from the aversion to the Harlequin. Several senior brothers of Krillin, who appeared in the original work, look more like embroidered pillows. They are played on the left stage in 3 or 2 times. There is not much color, even with Oran Temple has also been demonized to a certain extent. Just after attending the martial arts tournament held by Maple Island, Muiyang knows that Oran Temple is actually not simple, and there is no shortage of expert. The cold wind roars and the season changes. A silhouette quickly crosses the sky, and the distant horizon presents a curved shape. Muiyang has arrived at the Oran Temple station not far away, and the quiet mountain forest is close at hand. Oran Temple is located on a steep mountain, in a remote location, and often has ferocious beasts. It is sparsely populated, with numerous peaks and inconvenient traffic. The mountain road leading to the Oran Temple is paved with stone, which is cut along the cracked stone and cannot be seen. On the top of the mountain, a quaint and towering temple stands there. Heavenly Sky School, Muiyang. Come to visit. Hong Liang's voice spread throughout the mountain, the layers of echoes continued to sway. Muiyang waited a moment outside, the closed door opened. A monk wearing a yellow-colored robes came out, and it was Wadding on the martial arts tournament with Muiyang hand combat. Ha ha ha, Muiyang, how come you, please come in. Wadding's spurly body moved to Muiyang and greeted him warmly. Muiyang smiled lightly. Oran Temple, as a well-known figure of ancient inheritance, has always been hidden. I came here today to visit Master Hulin and also want to get a little gain from training. Wadding was surprised. He called Muiyang into the temple and asked a monk to tell a few words. After a year disappeared, Wadding found that the gap between him and Muiyang was not shortened, but he was bigger. He said to Muiyang, Master is discussing the insights of martial arts with several elders. You may have to wait a little while, humming this period of time, I will take you around the temple. Sorry to bother you. Muiyang gently daggers, of course, there is no objection, so he wandered around the Oran Temple under the leadership of Wadding. Oran Temple, although it is in a mountainous terrain, the space in the temple is not small. Apart from the temple for the recipe to visit, there are also large open spaces in the temple. This is the place where the training martial arts is, when Wadding walks with Muiyang. At the time, I saw a lot of monks listed in the team under the command of the monk self-tempering technique. The size of your place is quite big. Muiyang pointed at the monks in the distance. The martial arts are arranged in a neat and uniform manner, all full of energy, full of vigor and arrogance. There are hundreds of people who say that there are more people than Heavenly Sky School. Wading smiled and said, "These are the beginning of the disciple, please go here." Wading acted as a guide and led Muyang to visit. "Muyang, how do you train? How do I feel that I can't see you more and more?" The gap between the two people was not big, how could he not see him for a year? "I can't see the depth of the opposite side at all. If you go outside to gain experience, you can have a skill like me." Muyang said while watching, "This is the result of my training at Sacred Land of Korin." Sacred Land of Korin. Wading was surprised and remembered the name. Soon, Muyang was roughly stroll everywhere in the Oran Temple, and Master Hulin came out of the inner hall. When he saw Muyang, the faint aura suddenly came face to him. Master Hulin sensed this aura, eyes there was a glimmer of light in the middle, and a hard-to-believe look appeared at the same time. This youngster, how is it trained? Compared with the martial arts tournament, the youngster in front of it, whether it is aura or bearing, is simply a two-person, faintly has the style of Grand Master. Master Hulin does not dare sneer, and quickly come forward. "Master Hulin," Muyang indifferently said. "The last time I met the opposite side was senior, but now my identity has been reversed. The power level of Master Hulin 105 is only pretty good in today's Muyang." Master Hulin didn't get angry with Muyang's indifferent tone, smiled and said, "Please ask in, little brother." Chapter 63. The powerhouse always needs to be respected. This is the same thing. Even though Muyang looks very young, his martial arts is already in front of everyone. Even if you are so proud of your performance, it is the dignity of the powerhouse. Not only will no one blame it, but it will feel as it should be by rights. Muyang only stayed at Oran Temple for a day, and the next day was surrounded by Wading and Master Hulin. In just one day, Muyang and Master Hulin communicated with each other and shocked everyone with a shocking power. There is no one in Oran Temple who can find a person who can fight him. So young, but far better than everyone. A new myth seems to be slowly shaping. Oran Temple is just one of the stops on his way. Looking at the back of Muyang gradually disappearing between the mountain forest, Wading was very impressed. Not long ago two people who can still fight each other, now they can only look up. Teacher, disciple also felt that it should go out to gain experience. Wading's expression was very determined, like some determination. Master Hulin said, "Where are you going?" Wading was silent for a moment, remembering what Muyang had said to him before. "Yes, disciple is going to take a trip to Sacred Land of Korin." Master Hulin hearing this, nods, "Well, Sacred Land of Korin is the birthplace of martial arts, there is a Korin Tower, you can try to challenge. When the teacher did not board Korin Tower, I hope you can succeed." Master Hulin also tried to challenge Korin Tower when he was young, but he climbed halfway with his strength at that time because his physical strength did not fall. After several attempts, he ended up failing, so he gave up and returned to Oran Temple, hosted the affairs of the temple and did not challenge again. Now he is pinning his hopes on Wading. "Yes," disciple wrote down. Wading both palms together, silent salute. Yet, looking at Wading's expression of perseverance, Master Hulin remembered when he was young and smiled. Looking at the misty mountains in the distance, there are some disappointments. On the other hand, Muyang left Oran Temple and continued to visit the various schools according to his plan. It is not an easy task to integrate the best of the 100 families. Muyang is ready for long-term struggle. Next he visited the Cross Fist School, which is very similar to Heavenly Sky School, and there are many dojos in the local area. Muyang went directly to the door. This time he didn't report it to the house. Instead, he used the violent means to single-handedly, forcing the opposite side to fight for full strength. This way is easy to offend people, but the harvest is obviously even bigger. Muyang doesn't care about the person who is offended, so he is all simple and rude to go to the door and teach the secret art. So, not to know when, martial arts circle began to circulate a rumor. It is said that a madman is constantly challenging the great school, and several existing schoolgirls have lost their subordinate, and this person the identity is not as deep. At first everyone thought that the madman was overestimate one's capabilities, and the figure became famous, but gradually with the defeated expert more and more, even some of the legendary experts were defeated in the opposite side. They were shocked at this moment. This may be a legendary. Muiyang's constant challenge has made each school scream. And he is busy closing the gate and worrying about becoming a next target. At the same time, many people have returned to the taste, not right, if this person is really for fame, why bother hiding his identity? It seems that the rumors are not reliable, but it is better to manage the truth. One day, on a beach, the white waves patted the shore and split into tiny water droplets. Muiyang both eyes microcondensation, whole body key fusion together, gathered on the palm of the hand, a beep, a ball of light appeared on the palm of the hand, the innocent color looks like the night pearl is transparent and bright. But this little energy ball brings together most of the energy of Muiyang within the body. Training for so long, I finally got this energy ball. Looking at WNG, energy ball, which rang out loudly, Muiyang had a smile on his lips. Suddenly, his arm trembled and pushed forward with one hand. Heavenly sky slash! A strong spurt from the waist, the smashing energy ball suddenly shocked into the shape of the crescent moon, which immediately accelerated to the extreme, and flew out along the sea straight. Hwalala, the sea is suddenly to boil, and the trajectory along the heavenly sky slash is divided into two halves. The tiny waves are like being boiled at high temperatures, directly vaporizing at very high energy, accompanied by a fiery fireball rising into the sky. The glaring white light is wrapped in a storm of arrogance, moving toward all directions. Muiyang stood in the position of the storm, letting the hurricane hit him. This move energy attack may be insignificant in the universe, only equal to the usual fighting alien. But at Earth at the present stage, its formidable power should not be weaker than Mutato's Tri-Beam, or Thunder Shock Surprise. Satisfied with the water at the surface of the sea gradually subsided, Muiyang took a break and was ready to leave. Just at this time, there was a boat on the sea. There was a silhouette above the boat. He was yelling at Muiyang, "Hey, it was energy wave that you just released. What is technique? Can you let me see it again?" Hear this, Muiyang stopped the steps to leave, and the sights moved toward the boat. It is an ordinary person of appearance, 20 years old, looks like Muiyang at the age, with a bag surrounded and a pair of long-distance attire. But this time, Muiyang snorted and there was a slight difference in the person's body. Interesting, this person's power doesn't seem to be weak. Muiyang's face showed a hint of surprise. The boat gradually approached, and the people on the boat jumped to Muiyang, and then immediately started the attack regardless of whether Muiyang agreed. "Good guy," brief remark, direct attack. Muiyang's face flashed a little surprised, sneered, the palm swiftly slid out, grabbed the fist from the opposite side, and then slammed the opposite side with the luggage and thrown flying. Then the body quickly flashed and rushed to the front of the man when he had not landed. The body floated, the arms bent, and an iron fist slammed out. "Wow, ah!" The man yelled at the difficult situation, and the screaming made the body pause in the midair. "Kamehameha!" The young people screamed, and the two palms gathered together, and a bunch of shiny blue radiance energy wave moved towards Muiyang bombarded. Muiyang's eyes flashed a bit of a strange, the skill in his hand did not stop, facing the energy wave that was bombarded. He immediately mobilized the energy, his fingers extended forward, and the light of the micro-angles shone. Heavenly sky beam. The two energies met in the midair, and the rumble struck out the terrifying aura. With the turbulence of the atmosphere, the energies after Xing became a strong whirlwind. Chapter 64. At this time, Muiyang has roughly guessed his identity from the move of the opposite side attack. Combined with the current background of the times, the answer is more accurate. Oh, needless to say, this person must be the proud of oneself disciple of Master Roshi. Son Gohan. However, the opposite side brief remark attacked him, but he still felt very uncomfortable. He challenged each school himself, but he was prepared to withstand the opposition side thunder anger. So Muiyang is ready to give the opposite side a lesson. After an energy wave disappearance, Muiyang continued to step on the air, and the body quickly moved towards Son Gohan. Once Muiyang got serious, Son Gohan couldn't help himself. It was because of the release of Kamehameha that some of the frivolous bodies could no longer be balanced. As Muiyang's attack became unsettled, the difficult situation was unbearable. Bang! 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 The waves on the surface of the sea were opened by a path of, and Son Gohan was horrified and his face began to turn white. Muiyang's expressionless with Son Gohan back to hand combat, flew into the air for a while, then into the seabed. The whole sea was stirred up, sky and the earth turning upside down. For a long while, Son Gohan fell like a dead fish on the sand for shopping for breath, his face was blue and purple, and his clothes had been broken into pieces. On the other side, Muiyang is much better, although his face is a bit whitish, but the image is much better. Hey, I just greeted you, don't you have to be so embarrassed? Son Gohan cried and felt that he was too bad luck. Muiyang coldly squinted. Have you said hello? Do you want to attack directly without asking why? How do I decide that you are not an enemy? Son Gohan laughed twice. Isn't this itchy? Just saw you release energy wave. I didn't hold back for a while. I said that your skill is really good. Besides my master, you are the first one to follow. I played for so long, and actually defeated me. Hey! Muiyang coldly snorted, took out Scouter and tested it against Son Gohan, and the data was actually 143. Good guys are already better than Master Roshi decades later. However, it is a little worse than myself. Son Gohan is definitely a genius-style character. Son Goku, who easily defeated Mercenary Tao in original work, also lost in the face of Son Gohan. Although Son Gohan was in aging, power level definitely exceeded 150. Son Gohan is still very young at this time, and it is not far from the golden stage. Seeing that Muiyang didn't take care of himself, Son Gohan smiled slyly. Ha ha ha, my name is Son Gohan, Turtle School disciple. Muiyang, from Heavenly Sky School. Muiyang indifferently said. Yeah, you are Muiyang, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Gohan was amazed, then nods, your strength is so strong, champion is also as it should be by rights. Unfortunately, teacher thinks that I don't have to take part in the previous competition, or I can meet you sooner. Fortunately, you did not participate last year, or else I am not your opponent, Muiyang secretly said in the heart. His strength was to advance with leaps and bounds after climbing to Korin Tower. A year ago, his power level was more than 80 points, and it was Son Gohan's opponent. Being abused is not beautiful. Hey, your energy is very good, it's called Heavenly Sky Beam, can you let me see it again? Son Gohan's words seem to be a lot. And he is tired of wandering around Muiyang's ear. Muiyang gave him a blank look. You still want to? Son Gohan smiled and closed his mouth. Right, you are Master Roshi's disciple, don't train with teacher, what are you going to do this time? Muiyang asked. Son Gohan replied, oh, teacher thinks I can be a teacher, so I sent myself out of training, but I saw the energy wave you just released shortly after I went out to sea, so I just crossed the boat. Oh. Muiyang nodded. For a long time, it was originally to attract Son Gohan. He said that he had just graduated, which means he has not planned to settle down in Mount Baozu. Where are you going? Son Gohan touched his head and said honestly, I haven't figured it out yet. Suddenly he thought of something and proposed with interest, but I suddenly thought of a good place, are you interested in seeing me with me? Where? Muiyang asked. Arena of Fortune Teller Baba, Sun Gohan said in a loud voice. I used to listen to teacher. He has an old sister living in the desert. Fortune Teller Baba knows a lot about the world, and she has 5 great ones. Expert, I think we can challenge it. Muiyang hearing this, thoughts move. Legend has it that Fortune Teller Baba has omniscient on earth and has the ability to communicate with other world, so many people will come to her to ask her for divination, so Muiyang has some heart for Sun Gohan's proposal. It's just that the expert at Fortune Teller Baba seems to be very general. Are you sure the expert there will be great? Sun Gohan hearing this is a little confused. I heard that there are many other race characters there, even those of other world, it should be very good. Well, look at it in the past. Muiyang was not going to go, but after thinking about it, other places on earth, except for the lookout, there is no place to grow his strength, so it is better to go to Fortune Teller Baba. Going to see the palace, maybe it will be rewarded. So the two people hit it off and decided to go to Fortune Teller Baba. Fortune Teller Baba's residence is located on a dry river, once an oasis, but as the climate changes, the surrounding has become a desert. When Muiyang and Sun Gohan were near the desert, the fiery waves swept over and the temperature suddenly rose to 40. The front is here. According to the map, the two people flew fast, and soon there was an oasis in front of it, with a clear lake in the middle, and the Fortune Teller Baba Palace was in the middle of the lake, surrounded by several coconut trees. As soon as I stepped into the territory of Fortune Teller Baba, the hot air outside was immediately apparent as if magic had disappeared. The appropriate light wind boasted and felt like spring. Muiyang can't help but scream. From the changes in the surrounding environment, this Fortune Teller Baba does have a hand. Chapter 65. Hey! Officially set foot on the territory of Fortune Teller Baba, Muiyang, and Sun Gohan. Apparently the air in the air is filled with a mysterious power that has never been seen before, unlike the earth. Unexpectedly, Muiyang began to look at the Fortune Teller Baba, and the opposite side did not seem to have survived for many years because of the coincidence of eating elixir of immortality. Everyone is lined up, don't be crowded, and cancel your qualifications if you don't follow the rules. A ghost-like thing floats in the air, wearing a pointed hat over his head, directing a group of people at the entrance. Look, it seems to be Ghost. Sun Gohan whispered. Muiyang took a closer look. What is it? It is simply a ghost. Fortune Teller Baba has the ability to shuttle other world of the living, let ghost work for her, and the reliability is out of the ordinary. While speaking, Muiyang and Sun Gohan walked behind the crowd and lined up behind. Most of the people who came to the Fortune Teller Baba Palace were famous rich people from all over the world. They wanted to let Fortune Teller Baba give them a divine for the sake of treasure, or for valuable items, but no matter how powerful they are in the local, at Fortune Teller Baba has to be honestly lined up here. Hey, look at the two people over there, actually come empty-handed, I really don't know how many. While waiting in line, a rich man with a suitcase laughed and said to the same line of people next to him. Muiyang slightly frowned, just see another person who feels good about himself smiles disdainfully. Yeah, dare to come without money, and will definitely be bombarded by people of Fortune Teller Baba later. Limbs, bundled the suit and made a successful person look. Because Fortune Teller Baba each time divination has to pay a lot of commission, this is not the place where the poor should come. The people who lined up at the moment were almost all dressed in suits and shoes, and many even brought more than one bodyguard. Cut, you can't say a few words. Maybe someone is going to pass the challenge and let Fortune Teller Baba get rid of their expenses. A thin, wealthy man glared at the walking stick, his eyes smirked. Ha ha ha, just rely on their small arms and calves, and want to pass the challenge? I see no one in this world can pass the Fortune Teller Baba challenge. The mother-in-law reason why set the challenge, just to leave some fantasies for the poor. When I last came, I saw a robot man more than 2 meters tall and wanted to challenge warrior at fortune teller Baba. Guess what? What? In the first round, I was turned down. Ha 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 ha. A group of rich people have the same taste, chatting with each other, and talking about laughter heartily, as if making fun of the poor can make them expert. This gang of bastard. Sun Gohan had anger on his face and waved the fist to plan to go up and stop them. Liang looked down and shook his head gently. Don't be impulsive, why bother with this waste, anyway, some people have money to take life. Sun Gohan stopped and thought. Young fellow, what are you talking about? A big belly man was annoyed, and the bodyguards beside him immediately surrounded him. Humph! Liang's eyes swept away, and the cold snoring sounded like a thunder in his ear, and the face of the rich man's magical barrier suddenly became pale. You, what are you doing? Why don't you go up and teach them? The rich man was angrily angry, but when he regaining composure, he suddenly heard the sound of peng peng peng, his bodyguards all fell to the ground. Ah, what are you doing? Don't come here, here is the place of fortune teller Baba. The rich man saw Liang constantly approaching and scared, and fell to the ground. Liang came to him and glanced at him with disdain. I didn't hear what I said. Some people have money to take life. It seems to be you. You, want to kill me? The rich man reacted and looked terrified. It's your own jump out. The rich man opened the mouth, speechless. How? No, the rich man looked down on the bodyguards, and the other rich who were reluctant to avoid troubles, and they were crying for tears. Is this box good? Liang suddenly looked away and pointed to the suitcase on the ground. This gentleman, since you like this box, I can give it to you. Is this not good? Liang glanced at him with a distress. Money is a thing outside of you. It is my pleasure to see it. The rich man had a serious face, but he could not conceal the sweat of his guilty forehead. That being the case, then I am embarrassed. Speaking of lifting the suitcase on the ground, I went back to Sun Gohan and said to Sun Gohan, look, there are people who said that we are empty, this is not, slightly stretched the lower bones, is there anything? Oh, it's quite heavy. Shake the box in his hand. Sun Gohan sweated on his forehead. You just told me not to be impulsive. How do you rush yourself? Stupid, I am letting you not be impulsive. I am afraid that you PNG's front stopped fat, but nothing has been taken back. You think, isn't it really a loss? Everything needs to be thought, impulse is to solve no problem. Sun Gohan suddenly realized, slap his head, so that's how it is, taught to be taught. Upright boy. Hey, you guys, can you stop arguing at my door? An old Sai came and saw an old woman in a black witch costume sitting on a crystal ball and wrinkled her face. Some of them are like a ghost at a distance. Fortune teller Baba, help me out, these two rude people are challenging the rules you set, and still stealing the gift I was prepared to honor you on your site. Seeing that fortune teller Baba appeared, the rich man seemed to have found the savior, and immediately moved over and rolled over. Fortune teller Baba ignored his crying and waved his hand to call a group of guards. Come on, drag him down, I don't welcome this guy here, and the few people next to him are thrown out. Fortune teller Baba, I have not violated the rules, please let me go. The rich faces of the previous mouths taunted suddenly turned white, and they started to talk for mercy, but the guards would not listen to them, they would pick them up directly, throw them outside the desert. Hot sand immediately owed those rich. There was a lot of tears in my nose, but I had no choice but to escape. Liang stared at the old woman at this time. To be precise, there is the big crystal ball under her body. This crystal ball also has one on the Koran tower. She is Master Rashi's old sister, fortune teller Baba. In the mind, there is a big man called Master Zuno in the universe. It is also known to the world. Master Zuno knows everything in the universe, and fortune teller Baba is know everything on earth. You two young fellows, really unruly, you are Master Rashi. The guy's disciple, fortune teller Baba looked at Muiyang and Sun Gohan and immediately understood a lot of things. Forget it, you two come with me. It seems that the intentions of the two people have been seen, and fortune teller Baba did not ask and turned and walked inside the palace. Muiyang and Sun Gohan look at each other, and they followed. Who? Fortunately, we didn't say much before, or else we were disqualified from the divination like the few people just now, then it would be a big loss. After a few people walked away, the other rich men lined up and shook their heads with fear. Fortunately, I am not as multilingual as the people before. People who come here are not seeking money but looking for opportunities for development. No one wants to lose opportunities. Yet, if I am disqualified, I can't find the underground gold mine. Nelius is losing money. The mine in his hand is not yet in the limelight. It must be mine. P.S. New books help each other. Cheeky recommend 2 new books of friends. The first book My Man begins with Superman, the old author's vest, the quality is guaranteed. I am also watching, this is the grain, like this kind can see a look. Introduction, Liya passed to the US Emperor and accidentally acquired the friendship system. Since then, Liya has obtained the skills of varied sorts and varieties from friends. I am not targeting anyone, everyone here is my brother. This one was pushed before. P.S. Another daughter in the future, why did all the daughters of my parallel universe run over? I also forced me to marry her mother. According to the author, this is actually a Father Loves the Mountain Campus Youth Love. The author is the one who wrote the Daily of Women's Wear, and reported my name, so that he can wear women's clothes. Chapter 66. Just outside these people talked about it, fortune teller Baba took Muiyang and Sun Gohan to an arena in the heart of the lake. Young fellow, you two are to challenge my subordinate warrior, hehe, Earthling level has not found a few more powerful than you, but my mother-in-law has it. Fortune teller Baba smiled, the hoarse voice is a bit horrible. As long as you can beat my 2 warriors here, I will give you a free divination once. Muiyang squatted and asked, is it not to defeat 5 people? Fortune teller Baba is not angry at him, there are only 2, I don't have that many expert here, this is still my easy to find, the general expert for you, is more 2 or 3 people also meaningless. This is true, Muiyang nods. Before you say good, even if your challenge is successful, I will only give you a divination once. Don't think that I will give you the divination by the way of this challenge. Fortune teller Baba set the rules for the challenge, just to add a little fun, never thought about free divination for people. It's a guy who looks like a fortune. After listening to fortune teller Baba, Muiyang has a clearer understanding of her greed nature. She and Master Rashi are really wonderful, a greedy, a lecherous, and the Master Shen brother is also a sinister. These 4 people who live long lives, no one is normal. Mother, the man is here. At this time, the ghost next to him went to fortune teller Baba. Fortune teller Baba nodded, said, my guests here have come, don't be scared after a while. After that, fortune teller Baba glanced at the entrance to the palace, 2 silhouettes walked from the passage come out. It's 2 hairy white people, all wearing white martial arts uniform, where each and every child is not very tall, with a white beard, especially noticeable, on his chest, printed with a red the word martial, the other looks old and decrepit, but the body is filled with wonderful ripples, which makes people unable to see appearance. This is the expert in the fortune teller Baba mouth. How are the 2 old people? Sun Gohan saw the 2 people, and I was really worried that I accidentally killed the opposite side. Don't care, we can't lose today. Muiyang looked solemn since the 2 men came out. Sun Gohan hearing this, very surprised, what, do you mean we are unable to defeat them? Muiyang nods said, you see that there is a halo on their head, which is the symbol of people of other world. Sun Gohan is sucked in a cold breath. You mean the two old gentlemen are dead? Yes. Muang's gaze glanced at the two people, the one with the word martial printed by red. He had already guessed his identity. If it was expected to be more than 250 years ago, he personally sealed Mutato of Great Demon King Piccolo. As for the other person's mystery, Muang was not allowed to guess. Hey, the Great Demon King Piccolo of young age is almost 260 power level, Mutato is not the opponent of Great Demon King Piccolo, so he was sealed by the bitter training evil containment wave. But what to say, the Mutato power level at the time was less than 200. Saving Earth is a great contribution. Mutato also retains the fleshly body after entering Otherworld, and can continue training at Otherworld. In the powerhouse's Otherworld bitter training for more than 250 years, Mutato's strength has grown to such an extent that Muang has no way to estimate it. The next battle will be very exciting and interesting. Thinking of this, Muang's blood is faintly boiling. Haha, it seems that someone has recognized our identity, Mutato. The old man standing next to Mutato said gently. Mutato smiled at two guests who are not far away. The young people are called Muang. Eyesight is really good. At this time, fortune teller Baba sat on the crystal ball and floated in front of two people. Master Mutato, Master Noah, is the two people in front of you working tired? Mutato whispered. Fortune teller Baba quickly said, no trouble, no trouble. In front of this old man is his own teacher of the younger brother Master Rashi, also known as his own teacher, plus fortune teller Baba was closely related to Mutato's daughter Wu Fanfan. In any case, Mutato is her elder. Young fellow, you are the Disclee school disciple, your opponent is the Master Mutato, perform well, don't let people down. Fortune teller Baba floats back to the center of arena and speaks to Sun Gohan. Mutato. Sun Gohan thought it over and wondered that the name was familiar and suddenly remembered the identity of the opposite side. The finger trembled and pointed at the opposite side, you are Master Mutato, the one that sealed Great Demon King Piccolo. Yes, you are Master Rashi's disciple, very good, your nature is not as good as Master Rashi, but the strength has completely exceeded him, even if I am, when you are so young, you can't compare with you. Mutato chuckles, and overall he is very happy with Sun Gohan. After all, Sun Gohan was still a young people. When he heard Mutato's praise, the whole body was stiff and stuttered, Founder Ancestor, you overpraise. Mutato waved his hand, well, you are not trying to challenge warrior here, now I am doing your opponent, releasing full strength, don't worry about hurting me, you can handle it. Yes yes. Sun Gohan, even nods, said loudly. Opponent is Mutato founder ancestor, winning or losing has become unimportant, and this fight must have learned a lot. Fortune teller Baba, the Master Mutato, but the character before more than 200 years, won't be so smart here today, have you already known that we will come over? Muang walked to fortune teller Baba while Sun Gohan was preparing to fight Mutato. Otherworld soul back to world of the living was only one day, Muang felt that he wouldn't just hit the day when Mutato returned to Earth. The only explanation was that these were arranged by fortune teller Baba in advance. Son Goku, like original work, meets Sun Gohan at fortune teller Baba. Fortune teller Baba laughed laughing, the skin of Jura is crowded together and more horrible. There are very few things on this planet that old women don't know. It's not what you want with powerhouse hand-to-hand combat. Is this really arranged? Muang stared wide-eyed. How, don't believe the mother's ability. I also know that you half a year ago killed mercenary Tao, I don't know if I will go out, Master Shen, the two brothers I can't understand. Fortune teller Baba sighed. Muang nodded, as long as this thing is not exposed, it will not attract Master Shen. At this moment, his brain flashed a divine light and looked at the old man around him. Since the Master Mutato is Sun Gohan's elder, the one next to him should not be the elder of Heavenly Sky School. Right? It happened that the old man also looked at him and surprised Muiyang to smile. Chapter 67. As the doubt arises in my heart, Muiyang looks at the old man next to him and feels completely different. I didn't care about it before. Now look at it. In the old man, he seems to see some familiar places. Shouldn't he really be elder at Heavenly Sky School? Muiyang thought about it. Although he knows that this is by no means a bad thing, but as a matter of thought, unfathomable mystery faces school's old ancestor, and it is still dead, and the skull has some feeling numb. Forget it, don't want this. The line of sight turned to the martial arts stage, when Sun Gohan was standing next to Mutato, and both people entered the battle state. At this moment, the atmosphere on the martial arts stage was suppressed to the extreme. In the meantime, it seems that there is an invisible cyclone around the two people, making their appearance a little ethereal. Zi, the air made a slight tremor. No one on the martial arts stage took the lead in attacking. Muiyang saw that Sun Gohan's body began to move, as if looking for an angle of attack, but a period of time passed, but it was delayed. I didn't see the movement, and even sweated from Sun Gohan's forehead. True worth of his Mutato founder ancestor, this calm and unbeatable. On the martial arts stage, Sun Gohan panicked in his heart. Whenever he looked at Mutato, he looked like a smile yet not a smile. He had a feeling that his movement was completely seen by the opposite side, so he didn't know it. Where to start? Opposite him, Mutato expression calmed down, always with a light smile, and looked calmly as Sun Gohan moved. The battle has not yet begun, and Sun Gohan is in trouble. The gap between the two of them is too big. Muiyang expression stares seriously. Although Mutato key strength could not be perceived, from the point of view, Mutato's strength and martial arts training are far above Sun Gohan, and this battle will be a tough fight for Sun Gohan. Shua. Sun Gohan stalemate for a while and finally chose to launch the attack, and at the same time, Mutato's silhouette began to move when Sun Gohan attacked. A bang, such as the resonance voice rings out, the clear as a bell sounds, the two people disappeared completely, and then the fighting sounds of the continued to spread, the rock on the ground began to rupture, smashing toward the surrounding one after another pebbles. Hey! Ka-ka! Two flashes collided, and then staggered, each time pauses and explodes a strong cyclone, blowing all the waves around the lake. This is a relatively high-level battle. The general martial artist has been unable to see their movements, but fortunately, the people present are not leisurely. Muiyang's eyes keep turning, and the line of sight follows the movements of Sun Gohan and Mutato. Sun Gohan started well, but the situation is not good. Muiyang expression focused, his brows wrinkled slightly. On the martial arts stage, Sun Gohan has exhausted full strength, and various strange styles are emerging. But in the face of Sun Gohan's each time attack, Mutato seems to have long anticipated, and the silhouette moves slightly to avoid the past, but also counterattacks by Sun Gohan's ki. In the song, seek straight, and then send it out. This is to use force to beat people, and to make a lot of money. The whole process of calm, giving people an ounce of enjoyment. Pang! 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 Rumble's sky-splitting sound and percussion alternate with each other and are rhythmically like playing music. At this moment, it seems that they have lost their meaning, and often the blink of an eye two people have already fought dozens of hands. On the ground, the dazzling radiance that shines from time to time in the air, it seems that there are countless fists intertwined. Fortune teller Baba said with a smile, I haven't seen such a wonderful battle for many years. It's really rare today. Next to her, the old man named Noah looked at the stage, slowly said, the young people called Sun Gohan are very good, but unfortunately younger, facing Mutato, this power alone is not enough. Muiyang agrees with nodded. He has seen some doorways since the battle started. The battle on the field is fierce, but Sun Gohan has already fallen into the rhythm of Mutato. This is quite taboo in the battle. Once you lose the grasp of the rhythm, it is easy to fall into the favorable side of the opposite side. Whether it is mental or physical strength, it will accelerate consumption. If you can't break free and pull back the situation, then the distance will also fail. It is not far away. Seeing this, Muiyang sighed, can't win, compared with Mutato, Sun Gohan is far from experience or power. Then he thought of it, what would happen if he changed himself? Will lose. This answer is beyond doubt, and Muiyang is very silent. Even after so many years to gain experience, his strength is only superior to Sun Gohan, to be honest, so high-end battles have really not experienced. That is said that if you change yourself to Mutato, it will be the same situation. Hey, worthy of is a generation of Grandmaster Mutato, even if other world is continuing to train, people have to admire. On the martial arts stage, the battle of two people has entered intensified, and each side has exhibited an extreme move. Kamehameha! Sun Gohan yelled and launched energy wave in his hand. Mutato was amazed. In the face of the aggressive Kamehameha, there was a smile on his face, as if from start to finish, he did not use real power. I saw him step back and put his hands in front of him and sighed softly. Tri-beam. Correspondingly, a more powerful energy rises to the sky than Kamehameha. In front of the terrifying Tri-beam, Sun Gohan's Kamehameha became like a weak child in kindergarten. Tri-beam almost came forward, swallowing Kamehameha in an instant, and the mighty energy continued to move towards Sun Gohan. When Sun Gohan saw it, his face suddenly became pale, and gnashing one's teeth made an extreme move again. He roared, "Thunder Shock Surprise!" Voila! Flashing in an instant, the endless light gold radiance wrapped around Sun Gohan's palm, and the tri-beam was explored. Good, have real skill. Mutato blinked, light flashed, then shouted, "Look at it!" I saw his palm turning a beautiful arc in the void and pushing it forward. Tri-beam's formidable power immediately was enhanced several times. Sun Gohan had a pain in his chest, and the energy of Thunder Shock Surprise dissipated directly, and the whole body was directly flew out by him. In midair, he turned over a dozen or so, and Sun Gohan difficult situation landed, but Mutato appeared behind him. Sun Gohan lost. Seeing this, Muiyang shook his head regretfully. The heart is full of addiction. Although he knew from the beginning that the outcome of this competition was doomed. But even so, the process is still fascinating to see bloodline. Mutato hands behind one's back, smile, young fellow, even Thunder Shock Surprise is learn, the energy wave you just used is the unique skill invented by Master Roshi. The technology is not bad, but the energy is low. Sun Gohan bitter with a smile, Founder Ancestor, I lost, I am not your opponent at all. Ha ha ha, don't be arrogant, I just train more 100 years than you. Sun Gohan, too, let him train several 100 years, and certainly can achieve this degree, so his face regained confidence and politely bowed to Mutato. Well, this competition Master Mutato wins, Sun Gohan you stand aside. Fortune teller Baba announced the results of the competition and then turned his eyes to Muiyang. At this time, Noah's old man nodded, step forward, it's our turn to go on stage. Chapter 68. Yet. Muiyang's heart glimpsed, and immediately he was nodded, jumping forward on the martial arts stage. For this mysterious old man, Muiyang does not dare, so from the moment he boarded the martial arts stage, he played a spirit of 120,000 points. Ling Ling whirlwind suddenly rises and wraps around his body, but in the face of Muiyang Ling Yun's fighting intent, the old man Noah is hands behind one's back, without any preparation, just like Mutato. Great! Gently on the opposite side of the opposite side, Muiyang's pupil slammed, and only from the attitude of the serene, filled with the confident style of martial artist. The eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and Muiyang considered the timing of the attack. Suddenly, his body leaned forward, the tip-toes muscles suddenly slammed, Ka-cha slammed, and the blue and white slate under the foot burst into 2 radial scars. The tiny stones suddenly flew backwards. Go out! Through this strength, Muiyang swooped at high speed, and moved towards Noah, not far away, to attack the past. Hey! The body shoots like a light, leaving a long afterimage. After that, I raised the boxing. The fist tip and the air hedged a loud noise. Haha, come on! In the face of Muiyang's powerful attack, Noah's expression finally moved. He moved his body. The silhouette of the Xiu disappeared when Muiyang's attack fell. Once again, he came to the side of Muiyang, and a palm is like a sky. I rushed over. Good speed. Muiyang had a scare, eyes burst a bright glint, and quickly changed direction to defend against the attack on the opposite side. There is plenty of room for the offense to make a timely response at this critical moment. Somewhat slow. Noah smiled, a pair of arms that didn't look like the old man's arm, and immediately seemed to be treated with magic. Muiyang found that his body was involuntarily brought by the hands of the opposite side. Passed. Then a palm shot, Muiyang can't escape, was hit by a palm, slamming, chest pain, followed by a beautiful arc in the midair. Give me a stop. In midair, Muiyang hurriedly spread his arms, and then the mighty power spread to keep his body stagnant in the air. Then jumped down and landed back on arena. Youngster, your eyesight is still not working, you have to practice. Tough barely fell, Noah once again disappears. At this time, Muiyang's whole body exudes a beam of light, and the fist is wrapped around a key, a turn, and suddenly moved toward one direction. It's here. A sigh of silence, Muiyang's fist was taken by a palm. Hehe, it's good to grow, but it's still not enough. The old man named Noah praised the next attack and became more aggressive. Shua shua shua, movement is fast, there is a large afterimage. Muiyang blinked and shunned Noah's offensive. Noah, this man looked dry and thin, and looked old, but it didn't seem like an old man fighting. The offensive wave followed by a wave, like a wolf like a tiger, constantly roaring and groaning. A few flashes in a row, Muiyang's forehead oozing sweat, and at this moment he was fully sensed to be crushed and hit, it was too suffocating. He stepped back and another back, and he quit the severe dozen meters, but Noah chased him and gave him no time to rest. Heavenly Sky Slash! Muiyang looked, shouted in a low voice and waved the raised hand. Immediately, a crescent moon shape of energy wave. The thin air blade shines with the light, and moved towards Noah. Noah met. And the eyebrows wrinkled, and the same attack greeted him. Heavenly Sky Beam. A light beam penetrates void, and the front side hits Muiyang's Heavenly Sky Slash. The atmosphere of the immediate head is boiling, and the endless winds move towards all directions. Sure enough, it's the skill of Heavenly Sky School. Muiyang subconscious squinted his eyes, but he couldn't take care of it at this time. Do, two people quickly became together after a collision, only to see the two short light shadows on the martial arts stage constantly colliding, a burst of tremorous drum sounds. Muiyang's expression is dignified, and the eyeball rotates rapidly with the trajectory of the opposite side. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, PNG. Shua. Fist hit on the martial arts stage, immediately flying sand running stone, the flat martial arts stage appeared each and every huge pit. Rumble, like a thunderous sound, the ground trembles from time to time. Not bad, good, take action is very ruthless, but these are not enough. Noah once again took over the iron fist of Muiyang, with a smile on his face, from time to time. Good, great. Sun Gohan swallowed saliva and couldn't see what was happening on arena. It turned out that this is Muiyang's real strength. Before he started off leniently. I don't know who the person opposite him is, even Muiyang is not his opponent. Sun Gohan expression said in amazement, because of the shock, the voice was a little trembling. When he met Muiyang at the beach, Sun Gohan thought that Muiyang was only a little better than him, but after watching the current battle, he discovered that this is a little different. Muiyang's energy may only be a little higher than himself, but whether it is fighting, the skill, or the timing, is far above him. Maybe if he really fights with Muiyang, several faces will be killed instantly. Sun Gohan swallowed saliva and the scalp had some feeling numb. How is the opposite side trained? Hehe, the young people named Muiyang won the honor of Immortal Korin, and it will take me over time. Mutato said with emotion. Sun Gohan asks, Founder Ancestor, do you say Immortal Korin is immortal living on Korin Tower? You mean? Muiyang accepted the guidance of Immortal Korin. Mutato nods, yes, if you have time, you can also go to Korin Tower, which is good for you. As he said, Mutato was a bit cherished and seemed to remember the scene of the evil containment wave on the Korin Tower. Sun Gohan nodded, remembering the words of Mutato, and returning to the martial arts stage again. At this time, above the martial arts stage, Noah has seen the foundation of Muiyang, nods, yes, I already know your strength, can be achieved at this age, so realm, you have achieved the requirements of me. Muiyang took the opportunity to ask, here is senior of Heavenly Sky School. Although I was doubtful from the beginning, the old man in front of me would not be elder in her own school, but it was not until the opposite side of the opposite side that he used Heavenly Sky Beam that he was completely confirmed. This Noah is the senior of Heavenly Sky School. Hehe, elder of Heavenly Sky School, you can say that, but I hope you call it Kami School. Noah said with a smile. Muiyang, Kami School. Yes, Kami School. Just when Muiyang was surprised, Noah shook the head, as for why it is so called, I think you will know soon. Then let you see the real gap between you and the powerhouse. Half barely fell, Noah's expression became serious, and then he stopped playing with him. The silhouette suddenly flashed and disappeared directly from Muiyang's line of sight. Chapter 69. Disappeared. Off-sight, Sun Gohan wiped his eyes and looked at him with surprise. Mutato nodded, expression became serious. Master Noah finally has to take action. Even Mutato calls it master, as you can well imagine. Hurry to observe the surroundings and look for the trace of the opposite side. However, the opposite side seems to disappear completely. No matter how Muiyang looks for it, he can't find his trace. Senior Noah can't leave this arena, certainly near the martial arts stage. Muiyang carefully guarded. Since all around is not there, then it can only be in the sky. This thought is drawn from the bottom of my heart, and Muiyang's eyes are quickly moved towards the sky. No. In addition to a few white clouds in the clear sky, there is no Noah's silhouette at all. Where did you go? Muiyang's brains are spinning fast. Suddenly, an old voice rang in his ear. Little fellow, I am here. There was a float in void, and Noah's silhouette flashed out. Muiyang, he suddenly consciousness to Senior Noah has not disappeared, he has been standing in place. Obviously standing in front of him, but his body is covered with a very mysterious temperament, people unconsciously ignore his existence. At this time, Muiyang thought of the esoteric inheritance that Isaac later handed over to her own Heavenly Sky School, and her mind immediately had some clear comprehension. This is Heavenly Sky School's use of spiritual power and is different from popular training. Martial arts on Earth focuses on ki training. Other schools are pure ki training. Perhaps Turtle School and Crane School have some spiritual training because of inheritance of Mutato's martial arts, but they are also very simple. Only Heavenly Sky School has a completely different understanding of Qi. At the same time, Qi training pays more attention to the training of spiritual aspect. At that time, he still wondered if he thought that Heavenly Sky School had paid too much attention to essence, Qi, spirit, and thus produced an over-interpretation of Qi being so good that it was caught in a small alley and could not extricate itself. It seems that at the time, I was still too young, and Heavenly Sky School did not take the road, but the others looked at the flowers and could not understand the deep esoteric. Yang suddenly smiled. The original spiritual power has such an application. Looking back, it is not the benefit of Heavenly Sky School's training. Is it so good when you start the acceleration space? I figured out this point. Yang's face showed a hint of excitement, then he calmed down and learned to use it. A flashing moving towards Noah flew past. That Noah smiled at the shake one's head, the extend a finger bounced in the void, thumped, though not in contact, but Yang the whole person flew out. As soon as she landed, Yang glared at the forehead that was bounced by her fingers and swooped up again. Noah once again draws an arc, this time Yang is even worse, directly bombed outside the martial arts stage. Yang, who fell off the court, suddenly thought of Mr. Popo on the lookout. The attack technique of the person in front of him is very similar to that of Mr. Popo. They are all casually playing out. In Dragon Ball's original work, the role of Mr. Popo is afraid of being the most serious supporting role. Okay, let's finish here. Finished, Noah moved towards Fortune Teller Baba nods. Fortune Teller Baba understands tacitly. Riding the crystal ball to the center of the martial arts stage, Yang, Son Gohan, you all failed, it seems that the mother-in-law can't give you a divination. Yang jumped up from the martial arts stage and asked, Fortune Teller Baba, may I ask them? These two are really your senior, Master Mutato. Needless to say, that is the master of Master Roshi's young fellow. As for the Master Noah, Fortune Teller Baba looked towards Noah, with white hair fluttering, with a respectful look. This master is the founder of your school, and he is still the last kami. Founder of Heavenly Sky School? The last one, kami. A few words from Fortune Teller Baba fell in the heart of Yang. Immediately, it seemed to throw a boulder down a lake, and a huge wave of ripples in his heart. The founder of Heavenly Sky School is actually the last day of kami? The sudden news made Yang feel wrong. Throughout the entire plot, there was very little information about the last kami. It was only mentioned in the words of the current kami. It was because the last kami saw the evil thought of the son of Namekian Katas with the body splitting Great Demon King Piccolo, which triggered the disaster of more than 250 years ago. But the last kami was linked to his own school. Yang does not dare. Although I have known for a long time that my school used to have senior lived on the lookout, suspected of kami's disciple or, itself as kami, but based on the impression of Heavenly Sky School's decline, Yang certainly prefers the former, being able to board the lookout and receive training from kami, which is a legendary in the Earth martial arts circle. This is more in line with the logic of the average person. How dare you take a step further and smash the kami throne? But the news I got now is so heavy, how can I not surprise him? Yang was shocked and asked, are you the founder of Heavenly Sky School? Noah, no, the last kami nods, yes, Heavenly Sky School was really created by me. It was for the selection of the new kami, but unfortunately, no one was able to meet my request. No wonder, he is willing to call Heavenly Sky School Kami School, because the identity of the opposite side is kami, and the purpose of creating Heavenly Sky School is to select a new kami. It's hard to imagine. Yang shook his head in emotion. Son Gohan has been stunned at this time. He asked Mutato, founder ancestor, is there really a kami on this world? Mutato said, yes, there is a more divine on the Koran Tower, that is the lookout, you can go there for training later. Then, the last kami Noah shouted, and moved towards Yang and Son Gohan to throw a thing over there. The bell, Yang subconscious, catches the flying things, and when you open it, it is a string of delicate bells. Kami Noah said, I know that you have passed the test of Koran. This is the faith token to the lookout. You will take it to Koran. It will naturally send you to the lookout. As for the little one called Son Gohan next to you, friend, you can temporarily train a period of time on Koran Tower. I am now eligible to go to the lookout. Yang blurred out. He had already received Korin's promise before, and he would be allowed to train on the lookout whenever he was appropriate, and now he is recognized by Kami Noa and can be on the lookout at any time. Is this the advantage of having a backstage? My own founder ancestor. Former Kami. Is he opening the back door for himself? Kami Noa's old face smiled. You are qualified, only the training on the lookout can help you. He said with sincerity, this universe is very big, Earth is just like a drop in the sea. The potential of our Earthling is limited, so it is necessary to dig out more good seedlings and cultivate them. Muiyang is convinced that in the entire universe, Earthling's physique can only be described as weak. Even if he has the acceleration space cheat, he is always on thin ice, fearing that power will stagnate on that day. Founder Ancestor, and Kami Senior, are you coming to the mortal world to test us? Sun Gohan, next to him, relieved the shock of his heart and asked. Chapter 70. Yeah, as far as I know, people of other world can't easily come to world of the living, even if it's only one day. Muiyang said, eyes looked toward fortune teller Baba. He had already learned that Mutato and Kami Noa were able to come to world of the living, indeed because of her sake. Then the purpose of their special trip is really to test the strength of the younger generation? At this time, fortune teller Baba blinked. Hee, all this is the credit of the mother-in-law, I brought them. Sun Gohan asked strangely, fortune teller Baba, why are you doing this? Oh, probably a prediction. Fortune teller Baba jumped from her crystal ball and said, because I have always dreamed of some strange things, this may be a bad feeling, so I went to other world to find the answer. Just at that time met Master Mutato them, so they invited them to come to world of the living with me. Fortune teller Baba's ability to enter and exit other world is also an inheritance. She is very open at other world, so she often enters other world to be a leader. Legend has it that her ability is related to Anan of Mount 5 Element, which is the closest to other world, and even the crystal ball of fortune teller Baba may come from there. Fortune teller Baba, what is the ominous premonition you just said? Muiyang recalls the details of the original work. The only disaster that occurred on Earth before the plot start was that great demon King Piccolo dominated the world, but that was more than 250 years ago, it was already gone, and there was nothing else to plot start. The disaster is right. Fortune teller Baba shook his head, I don't know this, maybe it's my illusion. Muiyang gently daggered, but did not ask. At this time Kami Noa took over the words of fortune teller Baba and said, at that time, I had only a few hundred years with Mutato. I didn't return to world of the living. I also wanted to come back, so when fortune teller Baba invited us, I agree. I also asked fortune teller Baba for the divination, and specially chose the day you came. Okay, our time is only one day. As your founder ancestor, you should teach you something, you have to remember. Say, Kami Noa and Mutato look at each other. Fortune teller Baba also smiled, and as her ghost attendant returned to the Great Hall, she left the time to Kami Noa. Gohan, you come with me. Mutato moved towards Sun Gohan beckoning. Sun Gohan hearing this, respectfully approaching, yes, Mutato founder ancestor. Mutato then took Sun Gohan to the bottom of the coconut tree next to arena, teaching his own martial arts experience and leaving the arena side to Kami Noa and Muiyang. After Mutato left, Kami Noa was silent for a while, then start to talk to introduce Muiyang to the basic situation of the universe. There are countless planets of life in the universe we live in, Earth is just one of the very weak ones. Earthling innately weak, so the potential is not comparable to other races, this is the innate gap. Heavenly Sky School is the training method that I created after I became Kami. In addition to the selection of a new Kami, I also aim to improve Earthling's physique, but it still has a lot of deficiencies, compared with the popular training methods in the world. The defects are also obvious, so only a small spread has been carried out. Muiyang listened carefully. Which is probably why only a small group of Great Azure Mountain's Heavenly Sky School trains such techniques. Kami Noa then analyzed the fundamental mystery of Heavenly Sky School a little bit and passed down the new training method. Yang immediately felt murky darkness suddenly opens and figured out a lot of places that I couldn't figure out before. Heavenly Sky School is more physically concerned with Turtle School and Crane School's training methods. Its central idea is to nurturing the body, supplementing elemental energy, which is less important than power level. Nowadays, Yang knows that the training method was created by the Lookout's last Kami Noa, to improve Earthlings' physique. The race between universes is divided into low-level race, middle-level race, and high-level race according to innate talent. Earthling is just a very low-level race. The classification of race level is related to the power level after the individual is fully grown, and is also related to the level of the living planet. According to the division of the planet in the universe, the planet with the highest power level below 1000 is classified as low-level planet, and the highest power level is in 1000. Between -10,000 is middle-level planet, and the highest power level is above 10,000 is high-level planet. Low-level race naturally refers to the race that lives on the low-level planet. The race's clansmen fully grown will not exceed the maximum power level value of 1000. But like Earthling, the power level single digits are really chilling. Of course, low-level planet and low-level race in the universe still account for the majority, and the number of middle-level race and high-level race is not much, or even scarce. This may be a balance mechanism between the universes. Often the power levels extremely low race will have an absolute advantage in terms of population, and it will take advantage of 10 billion and Kami Noa at other world. I have seen the power level only one race, the number is even more frightening, achieved 100 billion above 10,000 billion. On the contrary, the higher the level of the power level, the less the amount of population, such as Sion, the whole family does not add up much, and the Frisia race, for example, is pitiful, almost to the point of extinction. Compared to the terrifying race that was born with extinguishing heaven-destroying earth power, Earthling's individual strength is too small. Since entering heaven, Kami Noa has also broadened his horizons. When he saw the powerful races of the diverse sorts and varieties in the universe, he looked back at his own Earthling. After all, his life was generally only in the single digits of energy value. Sweaty. Heavenly Sky School has not been perfect until now. I have been trying to perfect it in this single 100 years of entering heaven, but the results are limited. Speaking of this, Kami Noa's old face reveals trace of helplessness. Although Heavenly Sky School has undergone his perfection and has been as close as possible to Earthling's life characteristics, it is still impossible to fundamentally enhance Earthling's physique. It is estimated that even if the new Heavenly Sky School training method is promoted, the energy value of Earthling can only be reduced from poor 5 promotion to 20, which is still the best effect. Kami Noa looks at Yang. You are the successor of Heavenly Sky School. Maybe it is also the best successor in so many years. I hope that you can go on and continue to open up Heavenly Sky School. I hope to finally see it finally evolve. Become Kami School. Kami Noa's hope is to let Earthling's energy break through 100 barriers, although this still can't get rid of the low-level race identity, but it has been a great improvement over the past. Yang hearing this, sighed, I try to be. He can't give a promise, and Yang doesn't have such a big ambition. He is just a common people. It is enough to manage himself. He gives Earthling a certain degree of protection while he is strong. He can do this. As long as he is Earthling, he will have this kind of consciousness, but let him sacrifice himself. The interest, starting with the Earth people. Sorry, he has limited ability and no such lofty ideals. The poor are independent and the world is the best. Yang always feels that he will only be a poor person. It seems that I saw the idea of Yang. Kami Noa sighed, this is a tough task, and he will not be difficult. You do your best. Chapter 71. Time passed by, as Kami Noa continued to analyze Heavenly Sky School's prototype mystery, Muiyang extremely focused, immersed in this rare teaching process. Soon the sunset has fallen at the end of the desert, and the sun is shining red. Kami Noa stopped and said, "Just here, all that can be taught has been taught to you, and the rest will depend on yourself to work hard." Said, looking back at Mutato over there has ended his guidance for Sun Gohan. Because people of other world are not suitable for world of the living, Kami Noa and Mutate can only stay in world of the living for a day, and it is almost time to return. Many thanks Founder Ancestors teaching. Muiyang gratefully. Kami Noa smiles on the old face, waved his hand. Remember, martial artists training is endless, stick to the heart, bravely move forward, have good promotion power, then your age, our old bones also go back to heaven and enjoy it. Right, after waiting for the lookout, I asked Mr. Popo for me. Mr. Popo is the guardian of the lookout. He has served several kami. If there is any training problem, he can ask him if he is big. Most can solve it. At the end, Kami Noa did not forget to mention Muiyang. Founder Ancestor, please rest assured, I know what to do. Muiyang was nodded, and there was a hint of perseverance in his eyes. Kami Noa met and smiled gratifiedly. God also has emotions. There is no truth that is not black or white. God who really has no desire and no desire does not exist. The state of Muiyang is very good to him. The fundamentals are good, even if there is a trace in the heart. Gray, that will also be the driving force for his endeavor, no harm. If there is no desire, there will be no progress. Recalling the scene of the former Namekian Kataza's son in front of him, Kami Noa is also reflecting on his own disposal at the time, splitting out the son of Kataz of Great Demon King Piccolo. Is it because of the lack of inner desires, so is there a hard time on the road to training? In the past, Kami Noa sighed, where is the real sun under the sun? At the time, I was too demanding. Back in time, just a few hours ago, when Kami Noa opened a small stove for Muiyang, Mutato also passed on his other 100 years of comprehend to Sun Gohan on the other side. Under the coconut tree, Sun Gohan stood face to face with Mutato. Mutato said, I just checked your skill. It seems that Master Roshi is very comprehensive about your teaching, and I have not smashed the fighting prowess of his the god of martial arts. Because of the limited time, I won't repeat it anymore. I watched you just like the skill called Kamehameha and Thunder Shock Surprise. It's really good. Then I will teach you 2 tricks today. Please ask Founder Ancestor for advice. See Mutato to teach him a new move. Sun Gohan expression becomes excited. Be aware that both Kamehameha and Thunder Shock Surprise are signature big moves, and that the new move that Mutato wants to pass to him now is no worse than them. Thinking of this, I can't help but look towards Mutato. The moves I want to teach you today are called Tri-Beam and Evil Containment Wave. Unlike your Thunder Shock Surprise, Tri-Beam and Evil Containment Wave formidable power are extremely strong, but they consume very physical strength. Remember to use it with caution. Mutato's ultimate move totaled 2, namely Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam. He passed the 2 moves to Master Roshi and Master Shen respectively, and the 2 people evolved Kamehameha and Doden Ray. But compared to Kamehameha and Doden Ray, Thunder Shock Surprise and Tri-Beam are more overbearing and consume more physical strength, especially Tri-Beam. If used too much, it will die like Evil Containment Wave. I got it. Sun Gohan is cautiously nods, with a burning glow in his eyes. He listened to his teacher Master Roshi and said that these 2 moves, the Legend Evil Containment Wave is a mandatory seal ultimate move. Once the stroke is even stronger than the exhibitor, a large margin is also unable to break free. This martial art Master Roshi himself, yes, it was just because the cost was too great to pass on to him. As for Tri-Beam, it is the secret art of Crane School. Even Master Roshi has never learned it. The formidable power is definitely not worse than Thunder Shock Surprise. Now Mutato Ancestral Master is ready to personally teach himself these 2 moves. Remembering the formidable power of these 2 moves, Sun Gohan is very excited. Half a mile, the move was taught, and after the practice was done, Mutato was very satisfied with Sun Gohan's innate talent. Not surprisingly, the Turtle School side is a successor. Gohan, your innate talent is great, and you have time to go to Korin Tower, where you can promote your strength. Mutato glanced at Kami Noa and saw that the opposite side had stopped to start talking, and that the teaching had come to an end, so he made a last sigh of Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan was seriously nodded and then looked at Mutato. Fortune teller Baba said at this moment, "2, your time has arrived, follow me back to other world." Mutato laughed heartily, standing very chic with Kami Noa. "Oh, this day is coming, Earth is going to leave. It seems full of nostalgia," Mutato and Kami Noa are feeling, walking with the entrance of Fortune teller Baba moved towards other world. 2 Founder Ancestor, go well. Muiyang and Sun Gohan stood behind and sent until Mutato and Kami Noa's silhouette became blurred, and the 2 people put a long breath out. Muiyang said, "I didn't expect to see you today, I can see you and my Founder Ancestor." Who said no? Sun Gohan calmed down and asked, "Muiyang, where are you going to go next?" "What about you?" Muiyang asked. Sun Gohan said, "I am going to follow the advice of Mutato Founder Ancestor and go to Korin Tower." Muiyang said with a smile, "Then we are on the same road, I have to go there." To be precise, Muiyang's destination is the lookout above Korin Tower. He has got the faith token from Kami Noa into the lookout. The string of small bells is both a faith token and a permit. If there is no such bell, even if the lookout is suspended above Korin Tower, repelled by mysterious power around the lookout, you will never be able to enter the lookout unless you use the powerful Skydance art or get other faith tokens or permission. Sun Gohan said, "Then we are really on the road, or will we pass now?" "Go." After that, he said goodbye to Fortune teller Baba. Muiyang floated up and slammed into the direction of sacred land of Korin. Sun Gohan was lying in the same place. "Hey, how did you fly away? How can you keep up with Ah? Say good way, how can one go first?" He is the Disclee of Turtle School. It doesn't mean Skydance art Ah. Sun Gohan smiles and looks at the back of Muiyang, who is gradually disappearing into the clouds. Compose oneself, and lifts his feet and starts to run wild. Immediately, a string of dim smoke sand begins. The desert rose rapidly and Sun Gohan rushed towards the sacred land of Korin. Sacred land of Korin. After a long period of 6 months, Muiyang again stepped into the sacred land of Korin. This time, he did not stop at the bottom of the tower, but changed his direction when he was able to see the Korin Tower, and directly accelerated the moving towards top of the tower. Hey! A strong whirlwind brought a stream of wakes and blew on the Korin Tower ivory tower. Muiyang rises straight, and the frantic whirlwind directly scatters the floating clouds around the Korin Tower, revealing a blue hollow. Soon, Korin Tower's spheroidal top of tower appeared in front of you. It's already here. I didn't expect it to be more than half a year. I came over again. Muiyang snorted, faintly smiled, then slowed down and entered from Korin Tower second layer. Chapter 72. The first floor of Korin Tower. Korin is cooking a fresh sea fish on a stove, rolling the fish from time to time and brushing the sauce on it. Since Muiyang has given him 100 tons of aquatic products, Korin's little days have been quite moist, and the quality of life has improved a lot. Every day, he has to change the pattern to make different foods, so don't mention how comfortable he is. Suddenly, Korin's ears trembled and someone in the sense boarded Korin Tower. I am thinking about what happened recently. Repeatedly someone came up and waited to see the people, only to find out that it was Muiyang. Muiyang, how come do you think you can already achieved my request? Hey, your key has really gone up a lot. Korin blinked his eyes and only lasted more than half a year after he met last time. Korin suddenly discovered Muang Qi actually rose a large margin. Tisk tisk, worthy of is a person who is optimistic, aptitude is not bad. Korin touched his beard and his heart was secretly proud. Muang smiled at Korin and took out the bells that Kami Noa gave him. Hey, how come you have this thing? Korin looked at the bells, his eyes widened, and came close to pick up the bells. The mysterious energy that wandered around the surface of the bell was right. It was Kami's god power, and Korin immediately made a judgment. The same bell has a string here, which is the faith token to the lookout. The bell contains the power of Kami, which is impossible to counterfeit. Blame, Muang, how does this young fellow get this bunch of bells? Is there a dead bell in the mortgage world, just happened to be smashed by him? This is what Kami Noa gave me, Muang said. Kami Noa, Korin whispered, his eyes suddenly screaming. You said Kami Noa. Is it a white hair, a white beard, old man, isn't that guy already dead? Muang, I saw him at Fortune Teller Baba. So, Muang will say what happened at Fortune Teller Baba. Korin listened and said, it turned out to be at Fortune Teller Baba, then there is no problem, the old woman is also very amazing, very delicious at other world, I didn't expect Kami Noa to be able to withstand it, actually went to world of the living is coming. Korin has lived for more than 800 years and has witnessed several kamas, so I have some understanding of why Kami Noa came to world of the living. Well, since you have got a faith token from Kami Noa, the door to the lookout will naturally open for you. By the way, the lookout is suspended above the Korin Tower and you are now eligible to enter. Korin looked at Muang. So how do I get in? Muang knows that there are only two ways to get to the lookout, one is to use the powerful skydance art to board the lookout, and the other is to use power pole's power to board the lookout, but either way, during the login process will suffer from the test of thunder and lightning. Muang believes that her current skydance art does not meet the standards for entering the lookout. Oh, this requires a thing called power pole, plug it on top of Korin Tower and it will send you to the lookout. Suddenly Korin snorted and slammed his head, I forgot, the power pole was given to Master Rashi by me, so I am sorry, this power pole will take it for yourself. I know it will be like this. Muang rolled his eyes, Immortal Korin, tell me the address of Master Rashi. Master Rashi has lived in East Sea, Kame House, which is more than 100 kilometers from the mainland. Korin held his palm and told Muang about the address of Master Rashi. Muang gently nods, write down the address, but he did not immediately go to the East Sea, but close to that furnace of carbon fire, directly picked up a string of grilled fish on which Korin was placed and ate. Korin watched his baked food enter Muang's stomach and hurried forward, hey, you don't go to Master Rashi now, power pole, what about my grilled fish? Muang indifferently said, I am not in a hurry. If I go to Master Rashi alone, the opposite side will not believe me. If I don't give power pole to me, I have to wait for someone. Korin's ears moved. Who are you waiting for? Who am I waiting for? You will wait for an understood, he should now go to sacred land of Korin. Muang knows that he is looking for Master Rashi alone, and the nature side of the opposite side will definitely not give power pole to him easily. It would be difficult to ask him to collect photos of the beauty of the world or a photo album for him. Champion of Dignified World Martial Arts Tournament collects beautiful photo albums. If it is spread in the martial arts circle or passed to Mexia's ears, it will be too bad, so he will pull Son Gohan together. At this time, Haha came to sacred land of Korin's son Gohan. I don't know that Muang is waiting for him at Korin Tower. Looking at himself, looking at Korin Tower, who is not seen at the top. After swallowing saliva, Son Gohan gave himself a sigh of relief, and disappeared into the clouds in a while. Half an hour later, Korin stood in front of the tank and looked at the picture inside. This young fellow is the one you have to wait for? It's much more powerful than when you first came up. Korin looked surprised at Sun Gohan in the picture, and the performance of climbing Korin Tower from the opposite side, even if it's Master Roshi and the original Muang can't compare with him. This is the result of the Mutato guidance. Muang is also standing in front of the water tank, looking at Sun Gohan in the picture, eyes flash a hint of astonishment. Good guy, the skill of the day has grown so much. He is Master Roshi's disciple, let him follow me, and get power pole. You can do it, but this young fellow meets you, it seems a bit unlucky. Korin yawned. Muang made it clear that it was a young fellow in the pit, and immediately waved his hand. As long as Muang no longer spoiled its sea fish, everything it doesn't want to go. Muang smiled and didn't answer. Half an hour later, Sun Gohan finally exhausted to climb up the Korin Tower, and when he came up, he lay on the ground for shopping for breath, when Muang's smiling face appeared in front of him. Oh, very good, actually so climbed up so quickly. Sun Gohan rolled the eyes, panting, you guys are too unruly. I left me alone and ran away. Muang laughed heartily, reassured, I won't leave you behind, let me go to Kame house. What, I just came up, you let me go. Sun Gohan opened his mouth, unfathomable looked at Muang, and the two fingers pointing at the opposite side were shaking slightly. What does this guy mean by that? Chapter 73. Looking at Sun Gohan's reaction, Muang haha said with a smile, I just want to get back to you at Teacher Master Roshi, I want you to take a walk with me, don't believe you can ask Immortal Korin. Don't be reluctant, this is also a kind of training, how can martial artist be defeated by a little setback, I think you know it. You, Sun Gohan face deathly pale, almost spurting a blood. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? On the contrary, Korin is deeply ignorant of the nodded, very recognized look. Reciprocating climbing Korin Tower, isn't this a kind of training? I think Korin is also savvy. If you don't have original work, you won't throw Son Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball down Korin Tower and let him jump. Pick it up again. Although Muang just came up with Sun Gohan, he had some intentional tricks, but the reason is that it is really beneficial to Sun Gohan's training. Here, in the face of Sun Gohan's resistance, Muang was completely unreasonable and pushed him to the edge of Korin Tower. Hey, what are you doing? Too dangerous. I told you that jumping directly is much faster than to climb up. It will be a few minutes. Muang chuckled and pushed Sun Gohan on the edge of Korin Tower and pushed it directly on his shoulder. The scream of awe was getting farther and farther, and Sun Gohan fell directly from the top of tower. To die, Muang, I can't fly ah. Because the speed of the drop is too fast, the expression on Sun Gohan's face becomes distorted. At this time he swears to stay away from Muang. This guy is too over pit peoples, think about how many times he has fallen since he met him. Mildew. Looking at Sun Gohan, who gradually disappeared into the clouds, Muang turned back and rushed to Korin to reveal a white tooth. What do you think of this guy? Not bad, more resilient than you. Korin knocked on the walking stick in his hand, speak frankly. Muang he smiled, when he comes back, you will train him. This guy is good, maybe he will be able to become a generation of Grandmaster in the future. Korin gave him a white glance, light as a feather, the martial arts is originally my job, but I still need you to say. It is that I am getting better. Muang smiled lightly and jumped from the tower. Korin looked at the place where Muang disappeared, squatted for a while, then went to the front of his oven, added a piece of carbon, and put on fresh sea fish again. To be honest, it prefers to cook it than to train others. Food. On the shores of the East Sea, the sea breeze and the seabirds scream. According to the description in the original work, Kame House should not be far from the mainland. On the coast, Sun Gohan was holding the 2 dry beans in his hands, and then cautious and solemn. This thing called senzu bean was given to him by Muang. There were only 3, just already him. Use 1. Master Kashi's Kame house is just over 100 kilometers eastward. There are many small islands, because the seabed is covered with reefs, large ships can't enter, and only speedboats can be used. It doesn't have to be so troublesome, I fly directly past fine. At this stage, and then go for a long distance running or repetitive limb training without weight bearing, the meaning of training is not great, and the use of skydance art is itself a kind of training for key control, can only say different the stages have different stages of emphasis. Son Gohan was speechless, disappointed and frustrated sighed, but the problem is that I don't know skydance art. I want to find a boat. Muiyang looked at him. Which boat to look for? There is a piece of wood that is fine. You see that thing? I think it is very suitable. Looking at the direction of Muiyang's finger, Son Gohan saw a coconut tree with a thick thigh. His mouth twitched. The heart is tired, forget it, you can do it. Son Gohan doesn't want to fight anymore. Isn't there a boat? As long as there is a place for a foot, a stump can also sail on the ocean. So I played an energy wave in my hand, and Son Gohan dragged the trunk of the half-coconut tree into the water as a scorpion. Go! Lightly shouted on the mouth, confirming the location of Master Roshi, Muiyang moved towards Kame house. Soon, a wave of splashes, Son Gohan also jumped into the water, 2 people moved towards the ocean and farther and farther. Soon after, a black spot appeared above the water surface. It is a solitary island. Son Gohan pointed at the island and said, when you see the small island in front, it is Kame house, and Master Roshi lives on the island. Finally reached. Muiyang looks in the direction pointed by Son Gohan. The eyesight is excellent. He has already seen the outline of the island. It is a small island swaying on the ocean. It is about 300 to 400, except for a pink tone. Outside the hut, there are scattered 4 or 5 coconut trees. After I go to the island, I want to talk to teacher about Mutato founder ancestor. Let's talk about it by power poll. Son Gohan stated in advance. Muiyang waved his hand, well, you just have to prove my identity is fine. Son Gohan knew mouth, no longer talking, 2 people quickly entered the Kame house 1 kilometer, and everything on the island was clearly visible. On the golden yellow beach, the water splashed on the shore, in a shade, Master Roshi lay on a small bed with an unspeakable book on his head and was asleep at hoo-hoo. Master Roshi, Master Roshi! A few shouts shouted Master Roshi from his sleep, only to see him squinting, and he looked at the 2 people in front of him. Oh, it's Gohan, you just didn't leave, how come back? This, Son Gohan looked at Muiyang in a dilemma. Muiyang said, you are the legendary Master Roshi, my name is Muiyang, and it is the disciple from Heavenly Sky School. Heavenly Sky School's disciple. Master Roshi sighed. He was very familiar with the name Heavenly Sky School, and he was elderly talking about when he was followed by Mutato. Looking at the youth who stood next to his disciple, Master Roshi blinked. Hey, young people are not very embarrassing. Whether it is from Muiyang's stance or Ki's transportation, Master Roshi has a sense to a mysterious. This is a spiritual will, this feeling is quite magical, as if the person in front of it does not exist. Master Roshi's turbid eyes suddenly became clear, an expression was apocalyptic at Muiyang. Chapter 74. You can actually make key suppression so perfect. Master Roshi surprisedly said. Muiyang said with a light smile, this is thanks to the training of immortal Korin. You to climb up Korin Tower. Master Roshi somewhat unexpected. Not only me, Son Gohan also went to climb up, we are here to borrow power pole from you, Muiyang simply said what happened on Korin Tower, and Son Gohan added fortune teller next to it. Things in Baba there. When they saw Mutato at fortune teller Baba, Master Roshi interrupted him. Wait, Gohan, you just said that you met Master Mutato? Come and talk to me in detail. Master Roshi looked serious. Yes. Sun Gohan took it and then focused on it. When Sun Gohan tells Master Roshi about his experience, Muiyang is also carefully looking at Master Roshi. The old guy is squatting, his white beard is slightly messy, ki is very weak, and he looks like a pair of woods. Very fragile. But Muiyang knows that these are just superficial phenomena, because Master Roshi's nearly more than 200 years of training, already has internal ki training brought to the point of perfection. Reason why looks so weak, because he almost will suppress the reason for getting up. Suddenly, Muiyang glanced at the glimpse of a dragon balls hanging from the neck of Master Roshi. 3-star ball dragon balls. Muiyang's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. This is the second time he saw the dragon balls, plus the 6-star dragon ball in Mexia's hands. He has understood the whereabouts of 2 dragon balls. A glimpse of the eyes, Muiyang remaining calm and collected. Not that he does not love the role of Dragon Ball, he also wants to collect Dragon Balls to make a wish, just want to collect all 7 Dragon Balls in this era. The difficulty is too great. Originally with the help of Fortune Teller Baba, he still hopes to get the 7 Dragon Balls, but Fortune Teller Baba has long stated that he will not help him with the divination, and he can't help. If you want to give the Dragon Balls, it seems that you have to wait for the future of Bulla to be born, or find Dr. Brief and let him develop the Dragon Ball radar. Muiyang shook the head. The idea of finding Dragon Balls will be opened. At this time, the conversation between Master Roshi and Sun Gohan is over. Master Roshi said seriously to Muiyang, I have understood your intentions. Power Pole is originally an item of Immortal Korin. If you want to take it, it is also a return to the original. The Lord. Please wait, I will find you. Finish. Master Roshi lean on wooden staff moved towards Kame house. Don't look at Master Roshi in the normal. It looks like an old wolf, but when it comes to serious things, Master Roshi will become extremely serious and full of martial artist's temperament. Compared to the mercenary Tao that was killed by himself, the two people are a world apart. This is worthy of the title of Master Roshi, the god of martial arts. Muiyang admire, chatting with Sun Gohan on the beach. After a while, Master Roshi came out with a red-colored stick. Get it, this is power pole. I have kept more than 200 years. It's also nothing to use. After taking power pole from Master Roshi, Muiyang is grateful for nodded. Many thanks you, Master Roshi. Master Roshi waved his hand, call me Master Roshi. Muiyang stunned, said with a smile, well, Master Roshi, then we will leave. Wait a minute, cried Master Roshi. Muiyang is questioned towards Master Roshi. Master Roshi said, you are also a martial artist. I can see that your strength is still above Gohan. Frankly, I thought that Gohan was already the best martial artist I have ever seen. I didn't expect a mountain. There is a mountain high, and there is a genius like you on the world. When I followed Master Mutato training, I visited your Heavenly Sky School. Your training method is different from ordinary people, and there is a very mysterious feeling. I was too young to be aware of the cause. Mystery, can you let go of aura and let me feel it? Of course. Muiyang agreed very quickly. It turned out that with the growing age of Master Roshi, he gradually became a member of Earthling, the innate limitation of his body. At this time, he met Muiyang, reminding him of the past many years ago and remembering Heavenly Sky School things. After Muiyang promised to come down, waited for a moment and suddenly let go of ki control. Suddenly, a very fierce ki spread out around Muiyang, a different kind of gas with a suppression of the spiritual aspect, moved toward the presence of people. Master Roshi and Sun Gohan were the first to be swallowed up by this ki. Sun Gohan has seen Muiyang's aura, so there is no sense, but Master Roshi different. His experience at the age of more than 250 years old is very rich, even though today's Master Roshi can't achieve the degree of closed-eye sense to the Tien Shinyan movement like Son Goku in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, but Muiyang is different. Ordinary aura, still brought him great pressure. This feeling, different, is completely different from martial arts, which is circulated by martial arts circle. Long and deep. Although fierce, there is no waste, as if everything is under some control. This is the most suitable martial arts for humans. Sense with Muiyang's huge aura, Master Rashi mourns in his mouth. He has a feeling that if he trains this method in the past, he may achieve even higher achievements. But now it's too late to say that he has taken elixir of immortality, which is so easy to break through. Of course, Muiyang's key reason why can bring such great power to Master Rashi. Apart from the fact that Muiyang's key is really powerful, it is mainly the unique effect of the spiritual aspect. The energy of Heavenly Sky School is mainly used to nourish the body. The training energy is combined with the power of the spiritual aspect. This training style is generally only accessible after the lookout. Plus Muiyang is now using the new Heavenly Sky School energy, modified by Kami Noa, which is more mysterious than before. Even if it is called Kami School, it is not an exaggeration. Half a mile, Muiyang gradually suppressed Qi. Master Rashi and Sun Gohan are still immersed in the shock. After a while, Master Rashi let out a long breath. Well, today I finally really sense the difference to your Heavenly Sky School. If the whole set of energy can be popularized, the entire martial arts circle may be able to return to the original peak. In Master Rashi's mind, there are only 205. 10 years ago, martial arts circle was considered peak. As for now, all martial artists are just muddy in the shallow water. Muiyang in different expression nodded. I don't agree with my heart. If his training of the new Heavenly Sky School is only going to let martial artist return to Mutato, then it is to underestimate the efforts of Kami Noa. A training method that can upgrade Earthlings' average power level from less than 5 to 20. If you can promote it, there is nothing wrong with the martial arts circle that was 250 years ago. Of course, no matter how good the training method is, it is impossible for everyone to become a good martial artist. Innate talent, this is a hurdle that can't go around. Eating hard is an essential element of early stage training. It is of course easy to get a small gain, but how far you can really go depends on whether this person is suitable for this path. Someone is born martial artist, someone is born to be a scientist, and some people are born to be cooks. Tough, to let a martial artist to be a cook, to let a cook to be a scientist, or to let scientists go to martial arts, the final result may be all in vain, all three are abolished. P.S. I recommend 2 illustrators, the Master of Wood Leaf, which became the eldest son of the 4 generations and, who is strengthening the system and strengthening various skills, Wood Leaf Food Layout, the first time of young people start a business, open a food stall in Konoha. I can watch it if I like Huo Ying. Chapter 75. Although she thought so in her heart, Muiyang did not intend to say it, nor did she have the intention to correct Master Rashi's misjudgment. This time, he also wanted to return as soon as possible, so he again gave a speech to Master Rashi. Master Rashi, power pole, I took it away. I have something to do with Gohan. I will leave. Master Rashi was nodded and turned to Son Gohan who stood by, go to Korin Tower and listen to Immortal Korin's guidance, which is much better than teacher. Yes, Master Rashi. Son Gohan replied respectfully. Immediately, Muiyang and Son Gohan left Kame House under Master Rashi's eyes, and they became 2 small black spots disappearing into the water and sky. Master Rashi only felt a little bit, and then the expression became wretched. From his small book depicting the unspeakable color, he covered his head and hoo-hoo slept. This old man, not saved. When Muiyang and Son Gohan came to the top of Korin Tower again, it was only a day before they left. Korin took the power pole from Muiyang and looked at it carefully. After half a mile, Nod said, yes, this is the thing, Son Gohan, you are on the first floor. I want to take Muiyang to the entrance to the lookout. After talking about the straight moved towards the second floor, Muiyang saw it and quickly followed up. Sun Gohan was curious, but knew that there was nothing on his side and he sat down on the ground and rested. Korin Tower, 2nd floor. This is not the first time Liang has come here, but still feels that it is a bit too empty. The view here is wide, and there is no wall at the edge. There are only 12 embossed pillars between the upper and lower layers. More than 100 flat ranges, except for a stone platform with an ultra-divine water in the middle and a crystal ball suspended above the stone platform to stabilize the Korin Tower, there is no other extra arrangement. How do we get to the top of Korin Tower next time? Liang asked Korin. Korin replied, it's very simple. You are not going to be skydance art. Follow me. While speaking, Korin has come to the side of the fence at the edge of the Korin Tower 2nd layer. I saw that the wood staff in the take action took a hook and jumped very flexibly to the side of the top of the tower that was curved, and then leaned toward the top as if it were flat. Liang saw it and showed up skydance art. Immortal Korin, look at the bending of the tower. The top layer is as thick as the first layer. Is there a space inside? On the outside of the curved top of the tower, Liang asked casually. Korin replied casually, there is a third layer inside, which communicates the interior space of the crystal ball. It is where I planted Senzu Bean. I need to use crystal ball to get in. Liang nodded, it is a doubt in the mind. It's here, it's here. Korin stopped at the top of a top golden end of the top of the tower. The bulge was like a small spire with a small hole in the center, which was where the power pole was placed. Just put one end of the power pole into this hole and yell for power pole extend, it will take you to the space where the lookout is located, and you may experience thunder and lightning along the way. Korin paused. Continue to say, remember to wear your string of bells, that is the faith token. The lookout's administrator will only allow you to stay on it if you see it. Otherwise it will be called as an intruder. I understand. These points of attention, Liang, were noticed while watching manga, and now Korin's renewed reminder only made him more impressed. Then he inserted the power pole into the empty space of the top of the tower. After confirming that it was fixed, Liang clasped the power pole with one hand and followed the yelled. Power pole extend. The barely fell, the power pole exudes a red light, and it really stretches out, and the speed of the extension is getting faster and faster, with Liang quickly disappearing into the blue sky. Looking at the sky where the silhouette could not be seen clearly, Korin washed his face with his claws, think to oneself, this guy should be able to pass the test, forget it, don't take care of it, anyway, you can't die. It's the one of Master Roshi. Disciple, you need self-tempering. Afterwards, Korin traveled to the first floor of Korin Tower. Rumble, the clouds are in the sky. As power pole took Liang higher and higher, he almost had the scope of the atmosphere, but the magic is that the surrounding air did not disappear, but a lot of dark clouds gathered. Boom sounded loud noise, and a crystal clearing light smashed down. Playing on Liang's body made him feel awkward and almost loosened the hands of power pole. This space is weird, it should not be on Earth anymore. Liang bitter face, his martial arts uniform has been smashed in the lightning. He had long known that the road to the lookout was not simple, but he had to bear all kinds of tests. He also had this preparation in his heart. Now, he can only keep on insisting that he can enter the same space. Dimension where lookout is located. In the past of little by little, Liang couldn't remember how many lightning strikes he had suffered. In short, he could clearly understand his own body when he was struck by lightning. His body was like a fried bean, and his body was both uncomfortable and inexplicable. Comfortable. Finally, such a day is over, and as the space filled with thick clouds suddenly stops, the blue landscape of again appears in front of us. It's almost coming. Liang is already in the tide, and you can already see a small red dot appearing in the line of sight. The high-rise space is wide and empty. In this place that is neither part of Earth nor an outer universe, a hemispherical look that looks like a fire looks like it floats there. In fact, the lookout can be moved, but for many years it has been honestly staying where it is. The other end of the power pole fits perfectly into the bottom of the lookout. Yang rolled over and climbed up a ladder along the edge of the lookout. It's finally coming up, here is the lookout. On the lookout platform, the kind of down-to-earth feeling made Yang excited, looking forward to looking around all around. Suddenly a black silhouette appeared quietly in front of him. Hello there. Opposite Yang, a whole body is dark, like the Arab costume. Mr. Popo moved towards him. The two people were close at hand, and the sudden black face of Mr. Popo scared Yang. Yes, screaming, Yang quickly jumped back and found that the blackest person was Mr. Popo. Also, in addition to Kami, the lookout has only Mr. Popo. However, Mr. Popo appeared so fast that he just came up, he appeared, and there was no trace. Is this the real heart-like still water realm? It's too quiet, I can't compare it. After regaining composure from the fright, Yang replied, hello, this is my faith token. Yang knows that Mr. Popo, who lived very early in the lookout, may still be on top of Kami. To avoid trouble, he took his faith token early. Oh, this thing. Mr. Popo took the string of bells and looked at it from the left and right. It seemed to be telling the truth, and Yang didn't come to a panic. He is in this state. Wouldn't you not know this bunch of bells? I know, you are the disciple of Heavenly Sky School. After a long time, Mr. Popo greeted him. Yang's heart was put into the stomach.